The players that are here, they all know what they are playing for. They all know that this stadium makes legends. So when all of us here grow older and our children grow older, we'll tell them about how it all began. We'll tell them a story about how modern Counter-Strike was born in this arena.
Every Counter-Strike fan starts to gather, whether it's at home on the sofa at the PC or here in the Spodek. We are the generation that has seen esports in its humble beginnings. You are the people who found esports, drove esports, and believed in it.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship 2018. Let's get it on!
Nico has been fantastic. Three of him looking for the ace. Headshots all over the place as Nico lights them up.
Skadoodle, your turn. And he's already got the first. He goes. Oh, hits Nico in the smoke as well. He doesn't know it, but he goes back out. He's got the slow. Oh my God, how fast is that? And his turn to stand up.
Now the spray has to come in. Nico gets two. Back and forth we go.
This is the way to play this. Him solo, and then sneaking out. FaZe finally closed the game. What a match.
Oh man, Katowice, this place gives me all the feels. Let's get it on. It's NIP taking on Team Liquid.
Instantly, NAF responds in kind. That's 3 for him. Team Liquid really heating up here.
NAF again, he stepped up so many times for Team Liquid, and he's done it all.
That's a good answer from Dennis, though. He is starting to come alive. Oh, the third as well for Dennis.
This is it. This is Team Liquid suffocating NIP in this last round. And there it is, 16-9, Team Liquid. They're gonna make their way to the semifinals of IEM Katowice.
We had people who were outside, minus 12 degrees, they were ready to get in here. It is now packed, it is sold out, wherever you might be in the world. Today is gonna be something special.
And the star-studded rosters are about to butt heads. Lock horns.
The Intel Extreme Masters here in Katowice never fails to deliver.
There's so much story on this stage between these players.
JW with the AWP. 3 kills from the ruins.
Oh, what a shot! The run boost through the smoke, and that might be it.
Grim's going to town with the M4A4. He finds 3.
And Fnatic will move on. 2-0 again.
This team seems to be getting better and better.
FaZe, they're gonna cinch a spot in the grand finals. Less Device, there's a chance here, a kit on Device, but no. Too many bodies, and there it is. FaZe making it to the grand finals of IEM.
In the next 2, 3, 4 hours, however long it takes, somebody will take the long walk down this stage. They will come down here with their teammates. They will take a breath knowing the confetti is ready, knowing they're about to pick up this trophy, and then that is when they will be crowned the Intel Extreme Masters Champions 2018.
Bomb down, and Guardian's gonna go searching with the AWP. Wants to peek truck early, and JW comes out just as he looks away, but look what Nico's done. He's gotten Crims and Flusha, and it's now down to a one-on-one. He knew where JW was. Nothing. JW could do FaZe hold on and take their 5th.
Good flashbang. Could get a couple more out of this one. And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? This could be one of the best rounds of the entire tournament so far.
Guardian knows exactly where to look. Oh! He's got all 5.
There he is.
Good find from JW. They know where he is, but JW's quick. His third in the round, it's Op versus Op, and Guardian's tapped. It doesn't matter, JW's earned it, and in incredible fashion.
Russia has sneaked in, but of course the bomb's so far away.
Oh, not only does he spot him, thank you very much.
No way, no way he wins this.
Not only that, he's caused a full rotation from Ivy. This would be a harsh reset on 14 rounds for Fnatic, and that smoke is tantalizing. Flusha! He's gonna clean out Connector.
That is one of the most impressive clutches you will ever see.
Flusha, he's not going to allow that easily. Gets it down to just Guardian, 17 HP. Forced off the angle, and Flusha's got us going the distance. But it's Flusha that can slide up. You said he needed another big one. He's got another big one. JW finally silenced, but it's just Guardian and Olaf. Just Olaf! And Olaf gets paid back by his whole team. Fnatic has done it. And a legendary brand, a legendary team gets back on top. They've walked this walk before, and for the third time, the first ever three-time champions at IEM, they'll grab the trophy. They've earned it. Fnatic are your IEM Intel Extreme Masters Canada Champions 2018.
Hey Future Pros, let's look at 3 pop flashes you can throw for your teammates on the T side of Inferno, focusing on different stages of banana control. First, we will look at the window flash, also known as the 146 flash. Stand in front of the railing at the bottom of the stairs. Position your crosshair above the left corner of the window and jump throw when the round timer hits 146. This is a must if you plan on taking banana control at the start of the round, as it will blind any CTs that will try to be aggressive and delay them slightly, giving your teammates a chance to contest. Next up, we have the half wall flash. Crouch down next to the drain pipe in the mouth of banana. Aim in the middle of this balcony support, while still crouched, throw the flash. This will pop on the other side of half wall and is very hard to avoid if you're a CT playing a multitude of different angles. Finally, a helpful entry flash for the B side. Put your back up against the logs and aim at the point where the wood panel meets the barrels. Then simply jump throw. This can be used during a side exec, but also to bait out some early util from the CT side. Commit these to memory and your teammates will be thankful. Just make sure to throw them at the right times.
Down, but where's Zywu's fragged? He's got to start posting something, but from where? Zywu, he's just got a slight gap under the smoke, and it's enough to catch Boomich in transition. Zywoo wants to pull it across the line. 2 frags onto 2 of the best. And now swings out for another. He's possessed. Zywoo won for another ace. Another clutch. It's Perfecto hunting him. No one has been able to knock him on his ass yet. And he's got 6 HP. It didn't stop him before. And it doesn't stop him again. Zywoo!
Hey Future Pros! Today we will learn a basic smoke you can throw to smoke off connector. To throw the smoke, get into this corner of the bricks. Aim to the sky and within this box shown. Then throw. This smoke is fairly forgiving, but make sure you don't throw it too far to the left as you could give the tees an unintentional one-way. That's it, connector will be smoked. However, be careful for some sneaky tees trying to use the smoke to their advantage.
My pen ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem been petty. Gotta keep on chugging. Ran through everything in front of me. Might smoke been heavy. Got a whole agenda. Can't aspire to get ahead, so bump that. It's no surrender. Got a dollar flipped up. I'm trying to get it in FT to get them in their hand and crypto. Learn how to fix that. I don't really hold out of books, but I'ma learn how to fix that. Some opportunities are never come unless you paying attention. So no, I can't miss that. Moving. MVP, I got the record. I might have to pro something. Big jumper worthy. They gon' have to retire my jersey early. Whole crew coming. Had to work something, cause I had nothing in my pocket. Yeah, I did all that. Partners trying to make profits, yeah, I did all that. Work, sweat, and tears breaking, even no ends, yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen, putting hours in my practice, I did all that. Yeah, I can't take no loss, yeah, I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, I can't take no loss, yeah, I don't even know what it costs, yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, run it, ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my big dog, walking big talk, young veteran, living legend, bet I'm better than them, this is my ship, I'm a jacket like Letterman, y'all better not let them in, they gon' rotate this, so I keep the pedaling, started a chain, the cycle is heaven sent, this is from God, but I'm not your reverend, not in the pulpit, I'm a pit bull in this element, yeah, said you gon' pull up, then settle it, yeah, I've been married to this hustle, this is my ring, watch out, step in it, yeah, and I ain't even got a yard, but I'ma get it here, watch out, touchdown, pulling plans out the clutch, everybody getting crushed, the cut down is for us now, have to work something, cause I had nothing in my pocket, yeah, I did all that, big plans, partners trying to make profits, yeah, I did all that, work, sweat, and tears breaking, even no ends, yeah, I did all that, had to make it happen, putting hours in my practice, I did all that, yeah, I can't take no loss, yeah, I don't even know what it costs, I hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, I can't take no loss, yeah, I don't even know what it costs, yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, hit the ground, then it go off,
Cologne, the trophy sits in the center of the Lanxess Arena. 15,000 esports fans gather to witness Counter-Strike history.
I really feel it's my time, think it's my year, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my
A stacked tournament, every big name in Counter-Strike Global Offensive gathered here in the Lanxess. Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
Don't touch the ball, it's over. Call it close, but we all know what this is gonna be. You came and failed the test, you met the best, expected chess, but got monopoly. I came and bought you out, I knocked you out, I crouched you out with no apologies. I am the hope, the heart, the faith, the spark, the one who will fulfill the prophecy. I just been counting, never lounging, climbing up mountains, bouncing back. Step in the ring, about to step back. They'll learn hot when I get on the track. I like it louder than most. Watching all these sheep just buy down to the goat. If I can't decide, I'ma probably get both. We don't celebrate, but right now I'm a toast. Resurrected ghost. Outside, looking at the stars, staring with my mouth wide.
Welcome to the
the cathedral of Counter-Strike, wherever you're about to experience this.
We're from New Zealand! I'm from France!
I can't think of a better way to kind of cap this off than to sit here and watch as a fan with the fans.
Break it down. Who at the top, I'ma bring them down. I will not stop till you laying down. Till I'm at the top and I'm gazing down. Shit ain't been the same since we came around. Since we became keys and became renowned. Since all of the truth started raining down. If you want that belt, it'll buckle down. First one down! And with the little guns, it's a big round! The Germans find the grand final and FaZe denied a grand slam! They ask, are you from outside, outside? Everything around me I create with my mind. Looking too hard, I don't want no downtime. Nah, put my team on, they gon' shine, I shine. Yeah, we can take this. For the first time in 2018, none more deserving. Navi have won in Cologne.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Everyone who came today, everyone who cheered for Big or Navi. Thank you guys. Without you, I wouldn't get these emotions.
We are one. This is ESL 1. It is a chapter in the years of Counter-Strike every single time. Come on!
Hey Future Pros! Let's take a look at a nice little A exec you can throw on the A side of Overpass. For this exec, you will need 2 Future Pros, 2 smokes, 2 mollies, and a couple of flashes. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the bank smoke along with a molly for the truck. To throw your smoke, get into this back corner. Aim into the bricks and just to the right of this little brick. Then jump throw the smoke. For the molly, aim along the bottom of this wall in line with the shadow. Run forward, then walking jump throw the molly just as you get over the shadow. Then throw a basic flash behind your team to help them out. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the stairs smoke along with a molly that lands next to the dice box. To throw the smoke, get in line with the right side of this beam and crouch down. Find the gap in the white spot and aim at this point and crouching jump throw the smoke. For your molly, aim just to the right of this brick and crouching jump throw also. Lastly, you'll throw the initial flash, which will help your team take space into the site. This is a nice execute and will make it hard for the CTs to play behind cover, also leading you to get the most out of your flashes.
Oh my god.
This play from Brock, then up a bit, he's knocking him down like bowling pins. He gets more, is he on for the 8th? Tuck tail and run, he's back to spawn. Rob, will he find this? Oh, he locked it up, Rob!
Hey Future Pros, let's take a look at some handy pop flashes you can throw for your teammates focusing on different stages of banana control. First, we will look at the Fallen Flash. To throw this, crouch against the edge of this wall. Aim up and just to the left of this antenna. Then throw the flash while crouched. This will blind tease running up banana, but your teammates will be unaffected. The second is the classic antenna flash. There are a couple of ways to throw this, but let's start with the most basic version. Hop up onto the corner of the coffins. Aim at the antenna at the top of the T, then throw. This will allow your teammates to peek from close to the corner and will flash anyone in the vicinity. Finally, let's look at the deep half-wall flash. To throw this, stand in the corner next to Dark. Aim just to the left of this smudge and jump throw. This will blind anyone down banana and importantly a T holding on the other side of the half wall. If your teammates trust the flashes, you'll get plenty of assists and alleviate some pressure in the round. Just trust the flashes.
Odyssey on catwalk finds the timing. 8 seconds. If he can drop the bomb, it'd be everything. But it travels into the site. 1-on-2 from Odyssey now.
It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Odyssey's aim gone. But this man, oh, the shepherd staff takes down the goat, and he takes Simple out of the round.
Hey Future Pros, Nerd out here back on Overpass where I saw Copenhagen Flames do an insane run boost that allows you to throw a Molotov across the map. They also pair this up with a smoke to take monster control. The molly will cut off the terrorist's initial push, then the smoke blooms on that molly to deny the T's vision and allow a CT push through monster. big brain stuff here. For this setup, you will need 2 Future Pros, a Molly, and a Smoke. Future Pro number 1, you will be throwing the stairs Molly. To do so, get on top of your teammate's head, put your crosshair on this mark, then when ready, jump up to start the run boost, and you will jump throw right when you pass the garbage can. Future Pro number 2, you will crouch into this corner, aim as shown, then wait for your teammate to start the run boost. After your teammate jumps off your head, you will move into this corner of the truck and jump throw your Smoke, which will land on top of the Molly, taking vision away from the tees. But be careful, there's a small gap on the fence. If executed correctly, the tees will have to make a choice on whether to push through the Molly or to give up control. Pair this up with flashes for your teammates to push through Monster. With this setup, you will put the tees at a disadvantage, losing half the map, and then being able to rotate more freely. Why do you think they're called the Copenhagen Flames?
We are back! 3 years since we were here in this, what I think is the beating heart of all esports, and man, what name is going to be scratched on this by the time we get to Sunday? Well, that journey, my friends, starts now.
And James just looks locked in the quick scope into Hunter. A frag onto the feet of Nico. Modesty close proximity, but it's ended. 2v5 between Alexi and Modesty. Alexi alleviates a little bit of pressure from G2. A 2 versus 5 turned into the 2v2. Oh, no way! It's only Flit left over. Oh, what? That is ridiculous! It's G2 just going to the fight. They're gonna end it here and now. And G2 in Katowice defeat VP.
Everyone has been waiting for today, from quarantine to quarterfinals. It's FaZe Clan taking on Gambit. There's the shot. Robs has found 2. This is a 1-on-4. Oh no! And Robs might just knock them all down.
A 1v4, the Robs is looking to get over the line to take this map away from Gambit. Axel up through the window. Robs has heard something. Robs knows. Oh, there's the closer. Robs, what a way to lock in Dust 2. Robs ain't playing around. Gambit, this is very slow. This is very labored. This is wasting a lot of time. And Brokey's on for the ace. 4 out of 5 ain't bad. But there's the 5th. And they go hunting. They look to send a message. Everybody falls. Gambit, their journey ends here. But this FaZe squad, oh, it's just beginning. It's been 3 years and we are back. Simple is synonymous with Spodek, but today he goes against a young talent that could shut him down.
Here we go, Simple. Run boost. Oh, baby, he wants to get aggressive. He's got it.
Absolutely what you'd expect to see from Simple on this stage.
This is still dangerous. This is Navi again going toward a stack, and it's been completely removed.
Absolutely obliterated.
How much does Modesty want to dedicate his life to this bomb site? On Catwalk, finds the timing. 8 seconds. If he can drop the bomb, it'd be everything. But it travels into the site. 1-on-2 for Modesty now.
It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Modesty's aim gone. What is banned? Oh, the Shepherd staff
versus 2. Big man's got moves. Umich has clutched one back already in this game. Starts it off well. Nico's the one that killed Simple. Surely he has to be aware that he was up toward the position, and he certainly is. Calm, composed, and Umich will make it 12-12. Nico has to reload. Simple's got an AK pick. No! It's the headshot instead! And Navi removed, erased, and it's G2O has now find their way toward the final.
By the end of today, we'll be sending one of these teams to the grand finals. Whether you're a FaZe fan, a Heroic fan, we're all fans of the beautiful game that is Counter-Strike. He's already on the scene. This guy doesn't like to hang around. He wants to play into it here and now. And there's the first. Oh, swinging out. He's seen another. Brokey. This isn't even a clutch, but he's doing it all alone. Incredible.
Brokey needs to capitalize. He needs them all, and they're collapsing upon him. They don't clear the corner. Brokey lines up a double. And 5. This might be the end of the days on the big stage.
Fist up, we got power. Woo! Hey, say it again, man. Freedom is ours. Fist up in the air. Who got the power? You know. Hey, say it again. Freedom is ours. We got the power. We gonna make it this thing ours. We're gonna squeeze that laminator, sweet or sour. We got the room shake up. That be the mood breaker. You better move, breaker. You say it, man. Freedom is ours. Yeah, for far too long, sitting so quiet. Now it's looking like David Goliath, fighting the giants, killing the tyrant, ducking the sirens. I don't care if my account is sitting in minus. I got the Midas touch. Enemies better line them up. Fight fair, nah, I'll up. Woo! There isn't a plan B, plan A only. Take the fight to their place, tell it to their face. Freedom is what they owe me. They know me cause I'm shaking the room up. And nothing is too much. Take a trip, then I cool off. Let's do lunch. Freedom is ours. You know, fist up, we got power. Woo!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus Republic of Gamers, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, Monster Energy, and Gaming Malta.
Another day of ESL Pro League. I'm exhausted. Is this really the best a man can get? Man, this Dinko kid, I can't believe I have to babysit him on broadcast every single day. And Henry coming back in. I'm a better actor than that guy. Aren't I? Aren't I? Man, I can't let the other talent know that I'm having such a hard time. These days, being a host, I'm the center of attention. And I've got to look the part. I wonder what's for lunch today. I haven't had tacos, but it's not Tuesday. Taco Tuesday! No, it's not Tuesdays. Maybe they'll have burritos. Hopefully the games are good. I do like those IHC guys. They're pretty funny. How do I look? I don't know. Maybe I should do a beard. Every day I shave. I'm feeling all right. This is me at my best. This is me at my best. And today we're going to do our best. Every day we're looking sharp. We're looking tidy. I'm Trace, Stunner, Saranthus. No one's going to stop me. Why are you shaving in a public bathroom, mate?
Yeah, it's season 17 of Pro League. We're running it right on back. So I hope you're all fresh-faced and ready to go. That's right, discipline. We train to the standard around here. Hua?
Hua!
Just kidding. Screw all that crap. Anyway, it's the 17th season of Pro League, and quite frankly, it is the last day of Group A, which does lead us to Heartbreak Hotel for some teams. Hello. My goodness, that was a little scary. Gentlemen, good morning, Yanko.
At least you were a clean shaven.
Good morning, Trace. Do you always think in Chad's voice?
Yeah. I do. I didn't think anyone would notice, but somehow they got that on camera, which is crazy.
That was my first question. Second one is, does the electric thingy, is it any good?
It's worth.
I need a new one.
Just cut time in half, plus it can get wet and dry, so it's like, it's great, really. Jason, you're the shaving expert, I think, around here. So
yeah, you can't really use the electric ones on the scalp. You know?
They don't make any kind of
you
electric.
don't have that kind of an issue, so you might be able to roll with it.
Not yet, at least.
Yeah, not
Why
yet.
not? Why can't you use it on the head?
What's that?
Why can't you use it on the head?
It doesn't quite get the same kind of clean shaven look. You know, it doesn't feel as smooth. Doesn't give you as much confidence. I think you got to do. My routine is obviously get a little bit wet with the with hot water so that you open up the pores. Put some pre-shave oil on that bad boy so you lubricate it up. Then you put some shaving cream, you spread it all around, and then you shave it with a straight blade. And then obviously you wipe it off with cold water to close the pores back up. Whatever it's called. Like that's a standard razor, not an actual straight
I was about to say,
blade.
man.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And then you put some lotion on to keep it moisturized. You got to do that for
how
like
often
2
would
to
you
3
have to
days.
conduct this routine, Jason?
It depends on how professional I want to be for broadcast, really. Here at an ESL Pro League, a little bit more laid back, a little bit more chill.
And why is
every
that?
5 days we'll do, or so every 5-6 days, once
Okay,
a
that's
week.
not too bad. If it was every day.
No, you're at like a Katowice, Cologne. It might be like every 2 to 3 days.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because if you do it too much, it's not good news. It's bad
The
news.
nice thing is, once you get used to it, I can shave my head in about 7 minutes flat, I think.
Have you timed it?
No, I've never actually timed it like a speed run.
Maybe we could time it.
That's a
cold open.
Yeah. Hey,
That's a
don't
cold
spoil
open.
it, guys. Just write it
Yeah,
down.
when we come in the morning and it's like, well, we have 20 minutes till we have to film this thing. Trace, you got any ideas? Yeah, how about I shave? Yeah, all right. Let's do it. Shall we?
Shave with Chad's thoughts, and somehow, that's what we got at the end of the day. Also, our thoughts do kind of transfer into a bracket system, which is something we've been looking at, the Champion of Champions. Now, we are coming to the very conclusion of this bracket.
It's been an intense tournament.
Hasn't it?
Yeah, we've had the Luminosity versus SK.
Been
Brazil's
tears.
on Brazil.
Yeah. Astralis.
Yeah.
Liquid
Where's
playing
the
upsets against
asterisk
Navi.
for FaZe Astralis?
The asterisk lives in your mind only, Yanko. Because I think that's
a lot
where,
of things live there.
That's where Astralis would be losing to FaZe as well. But I think right here, when you look at this bracket, I think they're actually from similar eras, these teams, right? At the top, we got Fnatic, who won Season 1 and 2 against Luminosity, who won Season 3, with Team Liquid taking on an Astralis, who won Season 7 and 8, and Team Liquid, who won Season 9. So we actually know who is the better of these teams, really.
Yeah, Liquid.
No.
No.
Not at all.
If that game was played with the Krieg meta, we could probably make an argument of it. But we've seen it play out too many times, haven't we?
No, we couldn't make an argument for it, but I would love you to try. Tell me, in what world, what universe, were you high on the North American Copium that they could have beaten Astralis?
That's why I'm saying if it was played during the Krieg meta.
Even sell me that.
Yeah, well, I mean, when it was the Krieg meta, they didn't lose a game in like 64 days.
Because
They
Astralis
just ran
didn't
the fucking
attend half
gauntlet.
the events.
Oh, yeah, but they beat him at
God,
the event
here we
they did
go.
attend.
Well,
they beat him in France at Pro League.
Yeah,
That's
they
not
got
true.
one
They only
chance,
met
man.
them once. Other time, Vitality knocked them out for them in Cologne.
Yeah.
And then they lost to, or well, they won against Vitality in the
So
final, right?
don't put that on Liquid. Let's blame that on Astralis.
Fnatic Season 2 version?
Anything to keep
I
the
think
man down.
Fnatic beat
Anything.
LG. Even though LG beat them in Columbus, right? But you look at the event before that, Katowice back in 2016, right? That was when Fnatic had them in the final.
Yeah,
And then LG
comeback.
started to come back. So I think it was pretty closely matched. I'll give
Those
it to Fnatic.
Fnatic comebacks were crazy. That was like a 13-2 on the first map. They brought it back and won it in overtime. And then I think it was like even like 12-3 on the third
I
map.
remember watching that in my science class in school.
I was wondering, I was going to ask you, like,
Awesome.
how
Good for
old were
you.
you when that happened? Like Columbus, Dinko?
15.
Okay, that's not, I guess, too
God
bad.
bless it. Don't ever ask that question again.
Yikes.
It's better than asking how old Monacy was then. So,
That's fair,
You know,
yes. Yeah.
at least asking Dinko, he was going through puberty at the time, right? So
He was a teenager at the very least.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to talk about Dinko's puberty. No, I'm kidding. For Fnatic, this was a powerhouse for a long time. Like there was no denying it. This was early on, Season 2. This is God's version of Cobble, not the crap that we currently have.
Is this when the Tech9 still had 32 bullets?
Yeah, this final is pretty underrated as well. We did it out of the Burbank studio in Los Angeles, and that final between Navi and Fnatic was actually pretty crazy. Fnatic somehow pulled out like a map 5 victory in just like a weird, stunning fashion, and it was all based off the Tech9s. They won a critical Tech9 round at the end. I don't know how I remember that. Yeah.
Well, Fnatic would win everything, given their ability to strike fear into their opponents with the next list.
That's right. They did have some of the best promotional material of any team ever.
The original meme team.
That's something we could do right there.
That doesn't look like coldzera. That's an imposter.
What do you mean?
That's definitely
doesn't look like Fur either.
That's crazy.
That's true. Fur and coldzera they've all changed an awful lot though.
Fall hasn't changed.
Fallen and Taco look exactly the same.
I think Taco's still wearing that same beanie today, actually.
Probably is.
Yeah.
It's probably worth a lot.
But FNX is now like he's like jacked to the gills.
He's big. Yeah.
Fur's jacked to the gills. They're looking to turn
Instagram influencer status.
We're an old Inferno here again. We're getting a real throwback.
I think for this semifinal, you're like wondering. You can go both ways, right? Because eventually LG became the #1 team in the world instead of Fnatic, but they never really beat them in like a big game prior to Olaf's injury. So there's always like that what if factor.
Yeah, that Fnatic, that legendary Fnatic roster just kind of fizzled out, didn't it? Like they never had their crown taken from them, which I think is pretty poetic for that team. But LG, obviously the team that kind of started the era immediately after that, for good reason as well.
Well, I have a question before we throw our votes.
Sure.
What's the time in Brazil right now?
5 hours difference, so
you can vote against him.
6 a.m.
All right, I think Fnatic will win this head-to-head.
I would take Fnatic.
I go with Fnatic in the head-to-head.
I'm going to go with that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, well enough.
I don't think it's even a competition, to be honest with you.
Not a competition?
No, I think Fnatic would steamroll this one.
Okay, interesting. I guess because when
but
you
we
consider
saw
like
the games. I don't know why Jason is always talking hypothetically when we saw these games. These games were actually played out real life.
Okay, talk me through the games. I don't remember one of them.
Both Liquid Astralis, Katowice 2016. That was like a best fight. But in Minsk, before that, in Starladder, it was 2-1 for Fnatic. And Luminosity lost Inferno to some like CZ buys at 14-12 or something like that, and they lost 16-14.
Yeah, now, Jason, what?
I mean, I need a fact checker on that one.
They also lost the Katowice final.
We got Dinko around.
Yeah,
he's our little fact checker.
And then Columbus, LG were starting to get close to beating Fnatic in Katowice, and then they went on to Columbus, where LG actually finally got a win.
Now, no one's saying that this team was bad, Jason. No one said that. We're just saying they're not beating Astralis.
The second best.
I'm voting for Astralis in this one as well. I'm just saying if this isn't the Krieg Mega, you could have a conversation.
I love this
during that little stretch.
I'm getting into this.
Yeah, this is a really deep track for this. But for the side of Liquid, this
modern day Counter-Strike.
This was fun to watch for Liquid. You know, this kind of gave NA that hopium to go with the copium that we also have.
You didn't even need hopium when this Liquid was around. You just got to enjoy it. You finally got to sit back and relax and just be confident in a team for once. And that's a unique feeling for a North American fan.
Yeah, it finally came around. I mean, the amount of times they were coming second or the second best team versus Astralis, and then finally it came out of nowhere at the start of the year. I think it was the Sydney win, right? They started just kicking things off for them.
That was a cool final as well.
Run.
Yeah, that was a sweet final.
That it was.
Maybe we can go back to Sydney. That'd be nice.
That would be nice.
Go back to the Bondi Villa.
Yeah, let's do that.
That Sydney was the one where I had to play because Nico didn't get his visa.
I do remember that tournament, actually.
Did you play on stage? Did you guys get to the stage?
Didn't you still play as well?
Yeah, he played the first map.
That's right. Yeah, and he was like the highest rated player for the tournament, right? Yeah.
I think that's where they did the Kerrigan Chris J piece where they did it in black and white in the park, and you had the hat on, and they're like meet each other up or something like that. Anyway, I'm sure that's going to come through.
That content must live somewhere.
Oh, it does. In my mind, rent-free. Season 8 champions in this version of Astralis.
We have all of these guys still playing, surprisingly.
Yeah, finally. Device is back.
None of them as successful as they were in that team.
No, not yet anyway, right? Like, obviously, Device rejoining with Glaive and Zip over there at Astralis now, and then we had Dupree and Magisk over there with Vitality, but we won't have Dupree for this season. But we're talking about Season 8, which was a long time ago.
This is another team that like never had their crown really taken away from them. They just kind of fizzled out as well.
They went online.
The online era was what that kind of
it was brutal.
Screwed them, right?
I think they all underestimated how special of a thing they had.
Yeah.
I think they thought it would be easier to, build another great team because they're playing with really good players, but that team just meshed so well, roles, personalities, everything. Like they were more than the sum of their parts.
I think they won so much, but they still could have won more. Like they went to not a lot of events at one point, and I feel like they could have won even more trophies, and unfortunately with the online era, they weren't playing the level of Counter-Strike needed in that condition, and just decided to break away.
Yeah, it's a shame when it happens, but I feel maybe is it better in that way that we can have this excuse that this is what happened, as opposed to them like breaking up or having
disintegrating?
I actually think it would have been cooler. I think it's always cooler when you have a team rise up and start to beat them and actually take
especially because it was such a gap between these two
I think
teams.
it creates such a better story and a better narrative around the scene. But such is life.
Yeah, fair enough.
Such
we can't
is
always
life.
have it.
So does that round out our bracket?
No, we still got to do the grand final. So it's Astralis versus Fnatic.
Yeah.
Huh.
And that one right there, I guess this is where the recency bias, we're going to all go for probably Astralis in this one.
No, I would go for Fnatic.
I go for Fnatic.
Really?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, baby.
Why?
That's what I'm talking about.
Because I just think, like, stylistically, they were more individual default based, right? Like Astralis is all teamwork, team play, but you know, guys like Flasha, all of back then, they can find gaps in that. They can outplay you. And in a game like that, you know, I always go for someone who has the better players.
Also, you take that Olaf peak of this Fnatic time frame of what that was. I'm not sure there's a player on Astralis that'd be better than him. Like Device was going to be good with the AWP, but Olaf in that time, there's not many players who can boast that kind of a peak.
I see what we're saying here. I don't know. Like, it's really hard for me to look past like the caliber of Dupree, Magisk, and Device when they were all playing well, and then Zit. Like, because we're talking this Astralis we're talking about was when all 5 players were really, really good.
But I think you could actually contrast the two teams pretty interesting considering the playstyle difference, because you had like the really dynamic, influential AWPer of JW and Device.
Sure.
You had like the incredible clutch factor of someone like Flusha, someone like Zipix on the other side. You had Crims and you had Magisk, these defensive like stalwart players that could hold the line. You had like little similarities on each side, but I think that Fnatic team just was so good at defeating like just typical Counter-Strike, and they could pull miracles out of anywhere.
Did we all get our votes in?
I'm going to go for Astralis. Those two went for Fnatic.
I'm going for Astralis.
So then, Trace, you get to be the decider.
Come on, baby. Come over to the dark side.
Call me baby, unless you mean it.
Sweetheart?
Yeah, that's much better. Astralis, just to spite Jason.
Hey, this side of the couch, we got it covered. So Astralis 3-2.
But I can see the argument for Fnatic because they were nuts.
Don't hedge
like,
your
back
bet
then.
now. Don't
I ain't
this whole,
hedging
like,
anything.
apologize the next
I already
day
won the
thing.
whole
Get
thing, so
out
it's
of
fine.
here.
Anyway, yeah, so our Champion of Champions bracket is complete in what was, you know, a pretty crazy ride all the way from the beginning.
No,
I couldn't believe it. There was ups and downs. No, yeah, well, your team didn't win. You shouldn't be clapping. You should be booing.
Well, I mean, I'm a
see
good sportsman.
Okay.
There it is. Sportsmanship, you know.
Would there be an asterisk here?
The best team didn't win, but a team won.
So if it was FaZe in the final against Fnatic, who would have won, Yanko?
Ooh, that would have been straight fire.
Yeah, a banging matchup.
That's hard. That's hard to call because it's like impossible not to have the recency bias and look at that. But dang, I don't know.
Flip a
I don't know
coin.
what I would say.
We'll be thinking about that tonight when we
because,
get in
you
bed.
know,
You're thinking about it tonight when you go to bed.
Yeah.
Nice. Yes, that's deep
I think we've
stuff.
already seen Flusha destroy Nico in a final, though, right? Back in 2018 in Katowice.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Wow.
That was a fun
That
final.
train
That
matchup.
was a fun final.
Let's move swiftly on, gentlemen. We've got somewhere else to go on our journey here.
Where?
Check this out. Hit it.
Viewer mail.
Wow, a couple of cameos in there. That sounded like a Jason.
I heard a cat.
I came through really well.
There's a Harry in there. You know, there's
Garfield.
a couple of people in there. Okay, so
Viewer mail.
We've
Okay,
done this
so,
before.
Yeah, this is where we pull all the great stuff that you all have been sending us through the various platforms and channels and mediums that you thought would be the way to get to our brains, which is exactly what we have
So
right now.
usually the Twitter sphere,
Yeah, usually like a Twitter sphere, perhaps even, you know, maybe
Reddit comments.
some Reddit comments.
Instagram DM requests.
How deep did we go? Did we go to like HLTV forums at all?
Oh,
Okay, this is
Sam
from-
loves the sauce.
Okay, Saucy Sam, why are you such a G2 fan, Yanko with a Y? Is it because all of your friends are there? Hashtag ESL Pro League.
my
One
only
retweet.
friends actually are
Oh,
there.
okay.
So yeah, that is correct. Exactly. You're 100% right.
Saucy Sam, getting it saucy in the morning.
Damn,
love
Saucy
sauce.
Sam.
No other reasons?
Yeah, who got the retweet in there for that
That
guy?
and they pay me money to be biased when I cast their games. That's
Okay.
it.
He retweeted it himself. I'm sure this Sam.
That
the
normally
Sam
is what
fella.
happens
Yeah.
when you do see a
respect
retweet
that.
like that. Okay.
No, that was Dinko retweeted that.
With the
He's
3
looking
likes.
great. His profile
Next
picture.
slide, please.
This one? Okay. Oh.
Oh, Lord. Dinko, read this out loud.
Oh, God.
I just
Dinko is so cute. I
Put
just
some
want to
emotion
grab
in it,
his
Dinko.
cheeks and squeeze them. Dinko! Where did you get your in-game name from? Please DM me.
Oh, I thought it was IGN, like the website.
Dinko is so cute. I just want to grab his little cheeks and squeeze them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where did you get your in-game name from?
All right. My dad, for some reason, used to call me Dinklefink. And then I
Sorry?
kind of...
Hold on.
Yeah.
Run
He
that
used
one
to
back.
call
just
you
going to
what?
brush Dinklefink. I don't know
Dinklefink.
why. And then I had that as my first Twitter account. And then I was like, I can't use this name as I gradually matured. And then I had it as Dink, and then I added a 0. And then I gradually
to
brought
a-
it down to Dinko.
Okay.
Now the next evolution is Dinkler, I think.
Yeah, you could say that, Trace. But
It's just an evolutionary thing, honest.
Sure.
we'll add a couple more letters to it.
Next viewer mail, please.
All right. Well, that
was
Are
kinda
you going
nice.
to DM them?
Probably not.
Okay.
But thank you very much.
All right, fair enough.
Not a lot of effort in this one, I have to be honest. Jason, take it away.
Oh my God, I cannot believe he'd say something like that in public. Absolutely horrendous.
Especially about someone as nice as Alex Machine Richardson as well.
I know. Why
What's
would
he
you
ever
do
done
that?
to deserve such comments?
Take it away from the screen. I can't watch it. I can't look at it.
Next slide, please.
Oh.
Rush, baby, please stop cutting away from the close diffuses to show player reactions. I love you.
I love how you made that sensual a little bit there. Like that.
Rush.
Is Rush, you in the chair? You in the hot seat right now? He's probably not.
It's Mike Jones or Mr.
This
Jones.
is his coffee time.
Rush honestly just rocks up 5 minutes before the game starts.
That's- it
MC
shows.
is in there doing all the hard work.
It shows.
Even J-Raz is here early.
Rush
doing
is the
some hard work.
superstar, though.
But it'd be nice to know from Rush, who isn't here, why he cuts away from all the action, because he does control every camera in the production room.
I thought that was the casters.
Nope.
No, that's not.
That's just the
That's
narrative itself in the actual game plan for the game. We have, I think, 2 more. So let's run one more, hopefully at Jason's deficit. Oh,
by deficit, huh?
Oh, okay. Currently opening one case. I need Bless.
Bless you.
Yeah.
Bless up.
May the Counter-Strike gods be
what's their
kind to
name?
you.
Is it Baker?
May you get only reds.
It is Baker.
Okay, well, we're blessing Baker and all of their case luck.
I'll tell you a secret for opening good items.
Okay.
So before you click to open the case, you need to pet the monitor.
Physically with your hand?
Physically. You need
do,
to.
is it a circular motion or like a straight up and down?
It can be whatever, but you have to be nice to it.
The only way
You have
I've
to
ever
caress
got
the
a
monitor.
knife is I've let it marinate a little bit. So you hold the case open, you walk away for 30 minutes, you come back, or you open the case and walk away. Don't look at what you got, come back, and you might have a knife.
Dinko, do you use like
this is
teriyaki?
not case
or-
opening advice.
What do you marinate it in when you marinate it?
Time. Time
Oh,
is
time.
usually
Okay.
the one I marinated in.
Well, in the name
That's a lot
of
of, like,
Gavin,
plants.
the Karambit, and the M4 Howl. Good luck with your
M4
case
Howl.
opening.
I like to flick off the lock. You know, you can
Sure.
turn
Oh, yeah,
the
you can
case.
kinda, like,
yeah,
move it.
when it's unlocking, I flick off the lock as it's being released.
I
just
think we
so-
should ask Harry, though. He has opened the most
Well,
knives
his
of any human
method,
being
his
I've
method,
ever-
I don't think we can talk about because it
Yeah,
is
that's true.
something that would
advised.
cost people a lot of money.
Yeah,
so Harry's method is not for everybody.
Call me crazy, but I think there's one more. Or
One more.
Perhaps.
Okay, crazy.
Uno más.
Yeah, one more. All right, run it.
Like that dad joke?
Oh, this guy.
Now this one here,
guy.
I'm really happy we pulled this one up. Now this is from SEO. He's our stats guy over here. Now, know what's been nice, and I agree, SEO. Not seeing Mirage during Group A of EPL Season 17. A stream glory. I know it was on B stream once, albeit only 20 rounds thanks to C9. And I, for one, can get behind that. The fact we have not had Mirage played once on the A stream, that's a joy. That's music to my ears.
You've had Overpass a few times, Chad.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to go, too.
Damn.
What would you? That's a question. Mirage or Overpass?
Depends who's playing.
Outsiders.
If it's Outsiders, I'd watch Mirage. And
Fair
same as
enough.
Fnatic. I'd probably prefer to watch Mirage than then play Overpass more. And
That's
just
fair
slow
enough.
default
I'm not a
spread.
big fan of the Mirage hate. I can kind
like
of
Mirage.
understand it. I like Mirage.
Mirage is cool.
Yeah.
I'm trying to come around on Mirage. It's
I don't-
just it's too much for aimers, man.
Yeah. I don't
That's
need to
why I
not
love-
see it.
That's why you hate it.
Yeah. It's too much aim involved. It's not enough like
It's a young man's map.
Exactly, right?
No, there's a couple of cool smokes you can use, like the execute. That's kind
Yeah,
of where we
new,
go there.
couple of new pieces of utility that we can
Really cool, Dinko.
You know what has been
Monacy found some crazy smokes.
Yeah,
And mollies.
That's because he lives in the server. But you know what has also been cool so far for Group A of Pro League is the fact that we are yet to have a rematch of any of the games. So there's 16 matches in total per group, and so far not a single matchup we have seen happen twice. It may happen if Fnatic win today, because then they'll be playing against Eternal Fire later today, and we've already had that matchup go down. But other than that, we haven't had a single other rematch. I looked through all of them.
Well, isn't that because of the format?
No, well, it might not necessarily always work out that way, right? Like for different teams could lose at different portions, right, in the brackets. No, am I wrong?
I don't know. I just think like the
surprised that
format
we
is
had
set up that way.
Well, that's nice. If that's the reason, then we're doing well.
We'll find out. We got 4 more weeks of ESL Pro League, so we'll figure it out.
Maybe we'll learn
hammer
the
out the
format by
details.
then.
Yeah.
Well, we know his teams have 3 chances, and today there's no more.
Yeah,
today,
there's no more
Last
middle
chance
bracket either.
saloon.
Yeah, today, here's the thing. There's only 1 spot left, right? Because we already have Cloud9, we already have Outsiders. They're just playing for seed later.
Yep.
G2 locked themselves in yesterday. Just 1 more spot between 3 teams.
And Trace Sarantis is the fastest gun in the West.
Yeah, and well, on that notion, I think I send the second fastest little gun, the noisy cricket they call him. Oh shit!
Collateral damage.
Actually, I should probably keep this after. I
Yeah,
do something
now
like
after that, yeah.
I'm gonna
yeah.
head it over to the board. Come on,
You'll
we'll
regret
crank
that, I
these lights
promise.
up. We had the
Good.
fun little collect segment yesterday. We built a nice little team. We had the captain. We had Hank Hollywood, and this is your Hollywood Mint, the team that we have chosen. And as the most successful salesman of all the salesmen who walked up to pitch players, I'll take it away.
Look at this logo, Jason, they've got going on here. They've got a full-on jersey. We've built them some assets over here,
That
right?
is quite nice.
It's similar to a team that I've seen once before that Henry G was a part of, but Hank Hollywood definitely with some naming. Inspired.
Yeah, you're keeping up with the minimalist design, I can tell.
It would have been nice to know that they had unlimited funds to buy players before I went in with Hooksy and Fasher. You know,
I'm not gonna lie. I walked over and I took Monacy real quick before everyone else got to get going. But that's gonna be our upper. Monacy, obviously, no need to explain why. Young star, absolutely fantastic. We know he's rising. Nico as well, been consistent, one of the best riflers of all time. Automatic, very solid choice from the North American
It's going to be a secondary AWPer.
Yeah, secondary AWPer. He's kind of an everyman. He's done a lot of things throughout his career. Krims, the experienced man, clutch factor. He's done it all. He's won 2 majors. We love that with the young stars, and obviously Mezzy with Henry G, with Hank Hollywood.
He'll be in-game leading.
Yeah, he's in-game leading. He's the brains of the operation.
I do think this warrants some explanation, Jason. Why did you get Monacy and not Shiro?
Because well, you know,
we didn't have a card of Shiro.
Monacy, yeah, and I also, you know, Monacy's going to.
I was waiting for him to say that.
I was trying to throw me under the bus.
The correct answer is we didn't have a card for Shiro. That's the correct answer. Monacy's a good Jason. Jason, don't do it.
I'm just saying.
Grow up.
Trace, do that one more time.
You started this, and I'm going to finish it, buddy.
But yeah, no, I think this is a very solid team. I think we've put together a solid career.
Would you coach this team?
No, listen, I wouldn't be coaching.
No, absolutely
There's not a team you could put together in this world that I would want to coach.
I guess Hank Hollywood would be coaching this team.
Hank Hollywood.
Dinko, do you want to get the coffees for this team, maybe?
Yeah, I think I would get them for Mezzy mainly. Big fan of my player, Automatic, I'll purchase yesterday. Might get one for Coach Moses.
Dance.
Stop moving. Just take it.
Oh, he's like Neo in the Matrix, but he actually hits every ball.
I did it.
It's impressive, Jason, that you tried to dodge everything and actually moved into the
I did pretty good
majority of
until.
All right. Well, that was actually this one is great.
Yeah,
this one is
serious,
sick.
man.
That one
I
bangs.
wonder, do you think I could hit Monacy from here?
No, I think you have no chance of hitting any of those players. If you call one of the players out on that board.
I'm going for
then
Mezzy
what?
because I don't want to hit the cameraman.
Little low.
You didn't see it, but that was real
I
close.
hit Krims and
Where's
it
the
came back.
Gatling gun? That's the most dangerous one. It makes such a sound when it's revving
Oh
up.
yeah, the one with batteries.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a few more at the store that I went to that I've probably purchased before I come
I'll
back
buy you dinner
next
if you hit Mezzy.
You buy me McDonald's if I hit Mezzy.
Yeah.
Double
That
cheeseburger.
was going to be dinner.
You can't do that.
Come
All right,
on,
I'll try
man.
again.
Didn't account for the drop-off.
Yo, you hit Krims.
Sorry, there's a lot going on, not just in here, but also with the earpiece.
And then you've also
Chad's
got
voice
me
a
in
little
your
bit too
voice.
loud?
Chad's
Yeah.
voice is just always also talking. There's a lot of voices. Schedule for today, we did say 3 games.
3 games.
The 3 final games of Group A.
Tres.
So what?
Tres.
Oh, hey, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
That's not bad. Sorry, I just immediately responded. That middle game packs a punch for those that are fans of working a little bit less than others. If you win that game, that's a big one.
Yeah, it gets you through to the quarterfinals, right, within that playoff bracket. The first game, obviously, Fnatic vs IHC is an elimination game. Winner will go on to play Eternal Fire at the end of the day. I spoke to Bartek before. Maybe we'll get that interview. And he was a man of few words, but definitely a man of words. So that'll be coming your way after the break. But yeah, going to be a long day of Counter-Strike for whoever wins this opening matchup between Fnatic and IHC. Going to need to get into rest. But, you know, maybe some teams operate a little bit better once they're feeling a little bit hot.
Sure.
And then we have that meaty little sandwich to break it up with of Outsiders versus Cloud9, which is, I guess, more of a domestic matchup that we don't get to see all that often. Buster going up against his ex-teammates. So there's some fun stuff there.
Shiro spanking everyone.
Yeah, and that's how Jason likes it. So we'll get back to that. First and foremost, we have a break. We come back a little bit of Fnatic IHC. You watching ESL Pro League, season 17.
Man, seeing in the kitchen bringing that magic. Oof.
we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Brown with the frog splash. Leaps of faith, what I call that. If you hit my line for the old me, when I hang up on you, don't call back. I ain't gonna block my blessings, huh? I'd rather block your number. Life taught me so many lessons, huh? Been down bad, never under. That's breath in my lungs. Some people die young, where I come from. Woke up and gave thanks to Father and Son. Filled with the Spirit, I shine like the sun. Ghost in me, but I ain't haunted. Bad vibes, keep them, don't want it. Pride hard to swallow, doggone it. And you were really never my opponent. I'm fighting evil, man, they hearts black. They wanted my life, told them back. Got an itch for sin, can't scratch that. Keep the truth loaded in the black gap. Just know if I said it, I meant it, and they gon' take it back. Learn the game brighter than my granddaddy's Cadillac. Young man, old song, imagine that. Ain't in my control, gotta pray, let them handle that. God hit my line, gave me to play. Roger that, gang torn, alright, you hate like a running back. If you ain't catch everything I said, better run it back. Eating up this beat, break bread, where your sandwich at, y'all. Thought I was done? No, this beat ain't like Kobe, I'm too full. My God, took old mode, he too cold. I'm skating on beats, froze on with the flow. Yeah, went and beat the odds. They thought I was insane. They was sleeping on me. Went and beat the odds. They thought I was insane. They was sleeping on me. I was meeting Ben Frank.
I've been tying up my hands, booking flights, setting trend.
I was meeting Ben Frank.
I've been tying up my hands, booking flights, setting trend.
Catch me in a two-seater, Grim Reaper, all cash, no visa. Stacking fast, I've started, I had a bill printer, but I cut them out the grass with my weed trimmer. These haters ain't competition, they see me in doing renditions, no question. Most misled in wrong directions. Eye on the prize, don't try to hide the fake chain and now watch that tick with no bust down frame. Went and beat the odds, they thought I was insane. They was sleeping on me. Went and beat the odds, they thought I was insane. They was sleeping on me. I was meeting Ben Frank.
I've been tying up my hands, booking flights, setting trend.
I was meeting Ben Frank.
I've been tying up my hands, booking flights, setting trend.
Why they keep trying to go test me? Know that I'm deadly. Filled up with envy, broke down to pennies. That's when it gets tempting. Get $1 and a dream look. Product and a double that in the bag with a lack of the pea of the tree and then take them back rows quick. On my toes, they like, oh my
God, he's a viral! The best of the game!
Here with Bartak from, well, IHC, of course, everyone's fan favorite after the interview yesterday. Mate, keep this one quick because you've got a big game to play. You're up against Fnatic today for survival. Are you confident? Where's the team atmosphere at? Yesterday, Annihilation, he was happy with the win, but it also felt like he wasn't so happy with the game so far.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's Fnatic. Yeah.
So today's going to be a bit harder?
No.
No? Okay, are we going to see more Inferno?
Yeah. Our playstyle is like Tier 1. Play slow, standard. Yeah? It's not hard to play against them. Yeah.
You say it's not hard to play against them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good, so a little bit of confidence. Now, you're doing us a favor. You're speaking to us in English, but can you speak in Mongolian to your fans and people at home and say some nice words to everybody who watches?
Сайн байцгаана уу монголчуудаа. Одоо бид Fnatic-тэй тоглож байна. Тэгээ тоглолцоод орой эрхийн төлөө тоглоод очно л гэж хэлээ да. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good luck in your game. Thank you.
Now, I don't speak Mongolian,
But
so to
Dinko
say.
does. So
But
Dinko, what did he
does.
say?
He said, well,
Something about Fnatic, right?
Yesterday, you know, our win may have only been against EG, as Annihilation said, but today we are going to be taking down Fnatic, and the IC and Mongolia are coming for the world of Counter-Strike.
But he did actually say that, like, look, we're obviously going through a little sift here to get to this, but what I took from what he said was that they don't think the Fnatic style is a hard style to play against, which I think is probably a fair surmise. Like, they play pretty default CS overall. They don't do anything too crazy.
I wonder if he meant that like in a wide sense or just specifically on Inferno, because you just asked him that question. If he was like, oh, we just don't think they're that good on Inferno, we'll be able to take them down.
Yeah, and they should be confident on Inferno because they keep picking that map.
Basically,
so.
Jason is saying you need to work on your interviews, Chad.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
The thing is, like, you know, you talk about Astralis, like we were doing the bracket. They didn't do anything crazy either.
True.
But, you know, try and
Did it
stop
very
them. They just executed
The
very
basics
well the style that they were running. So I think that's the case with Fnatic too. Just nothing too crazy, but very solid. Like, players are all on the same page. They're solving the puzzle together every round and making good decisions. Although, you know, obviously them not qualifying for the playoffs would be a massive disappointment.
This is like a 80s video game music. I like this. This is like some Tron arcade stuff.
So much for this 7-map pool.
Inferno
even you're not
and
that old.
Overpass have to be the picks here.
The picks are right. You bang on. It will be Inferno from IHC and Overpass from Fnatic, without a doubt in my mind. Overpass was a massive weakness for IHC when we saw them play it last time. Their CT defense was really quite tame. Okay, Fnatic deciding to start on the T side of Inferno here, so IHC will be forced to start on the CT side of their own map choice. I expect them to pick CT side of Overpass here. The thing is, with Fnatic, right, we saw them have Anubis come through once, right? But this would be a type of team where I guess you don't have to flex the 7-map pool against. Like, they're probably confident they can get this one done in 2.
Now, important to note the quotation fingers there from Chad when he said 7-map.
Oh, we didn't get them up on screen, but there were in fact quotations.
Does any team in the world actually have a 7-map pool?
Yeah, Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid, man. Nuke should be the third, I think.
No, I think you're right.
Because you see these teams are both comfortable. I think this is probably the easiest veto to predict. It feels like these two teams barely play.
I think IHC loves that they got Nuke.
If it goes 3, IHC are winning the series.
Okay. Anybody else want to hop on that one?
No.
No.
I think Fnatic looked good yesterday.
I'll go with you, Chad. Screw it. Let's
Thanks,
go.
Trace.
They took down G2. That's why you have to get the candles out.
Yeah, that's fair enough, but I think there's a lot of factors that go into that, not just
I think IC, if they were playing in the same major that Big were playing in, where they had the jump bug, they'd be fine because they just have to play Inferno only. But now they have to play a few extra maps and best of
That's an
three.
obscure reference, but I like it.
We went back to 2017 there.
Yeah, we did.
We
went
did
back
do
to,
that.
Went back to Poland.
And I think in this moment, Jason, I think as one of the best candidates for the job, you just get your happy ass up and go walk over there and talk to Fnatic.
Sure. I haven't got the ready from the.
You got it from me.
Trace gave you
Trace is
the
ready.
He'll give you the command.
I don't know
hand
if
in a
I
second,
trust
mate.
Trace at the end of the day.
So see if you can find Keto.
Yeah, I am. I'm trying.
Jason throwing
He's
under
talking
the
to Sammy's
proverbial
brother
bus.
right now.
Jason,
Yeah,
we're
yeah. And
brothers.
he's saying, I don't want to be doing this.
You might get blocked here.
Yeah, I might.
Kita's acknowledging your existence now.
It's like, why is
Wait,
this
I hope we
He's
man
looking.
walking towards me right before
What does he want to
start our
talk to me about?
2 questions real quick? Yeah. Okay, you have this game, and obviously, if you win this game, you have another one later. What's the plan now for the break in between the games if you're to get there?
I think we're kind of taking it as it goes. We are really focused on this game. We know they're a good team and they're serious business. They beat Furia, they beat Cloud9. So right now we are really focused for this game, but we know we have like 2 to 3 hours between the maps. And if we play Eternal Fire, we've already prepared for them. So we just need a little bit of a regroup and a recap and it'll be fine.
Cool. Now, Bartek in a pregame interview is very, very confident about playing against you guys on Inferno. He said the play style, they understand it, they're ready for it. So any kind of idea of how you guys are going to approach this game?
Yeah, we have a good idea how they play. I don't think they have like a specific weird regional play style, like maybe MIBR who's super aggressive. They actually just have their tendencies on map by map. We've watched Inferno. We have a good idea how they play. It's definitely more of a comfortable map for them, but I think we got a good chance.
Cool. All right. Thank you very much. Good luck. All right. Nice words from Kita.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jason,
thanks.
come on back, buddy.
That's how you do an interview, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go.
Nice and
See,
quick.
See, Dinko, you can learn something from Jason.
So
Yeah,
what you're
always do.
saying
You too,
is
Chad.
you should speak to a native English speaker when you do an interview.
Yeah,
Is that what
it's
we're
a lot
saying?
easier when
Is
they
that-
speak the same
Or
language.
speak to them in their language.
Yeah, well, I've been learning Mongolian. It just takes some time. Yesterday's interview with them was an absolute banger, so maybe we only get them after they
Yeah,
win.
they crushed that one for sure.
Yeah.
All of them.
Oh, every single one.
let's go to break. We can get this game started. I think you two are going to be doing the commentary.
Yeah, Dinko and I are going to hop in the booth.
Yeah, so let's do that. But first, a break. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the last day of Group A of ESL Pro League Season 17.
Whoa, whoa, hey. I done made a lot, but it's not enough. Think it's time I double up. Think I need a Bentley truck. Think I need a house in the hills. That's for real. Like my car left to rail. Restructured the booking deal, cause we back. Yeah, we back on the road. Private jet across the globe. Let me everywhere I go. 10K for the verse, 20K for the show. Put in work and it shows. You ain't know, now you know. Now you know. Green light shawty, she a go. Miles Davis saxophone, how she blow. I can good, but then I gotta go. Yeah, that's just the way it goes. Yeah, that's just the way it. Cause I done did a lot, but it's not enough. Think it's time I run it up, double up, triple up. Whoa, 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 ayy. Whoa, 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 ayy. Hit women falling low on my appearance. Got these diamonds on me dancing, look like Michael Jackson sequence. Whoa, 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 ayy. Whoa, 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 ayy.
Hey, freedom is ours. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Freedom is ours. You know, fist up, we got power. Woo. Hey, say it again, man. Freedom is ours. Fist up in the air. Who got the power? You know. Hey, say it again. Freedom is ours. We got the power. We gonna make it this thing ours. We're gonna squeeze that laminator, sweet or sour. We got the room shaker. That be the mood breaker. You better move break. You say it, man. Freedom is ours. I tell my brothers to never relent. Black skin, you ain't gotta pretend. Gotta give it like 100%. Do more, give 110. Freedom is ours, huh? I gotta leave in an hour, huh? I had to meet with the powers, huh? They wanna give or allow it. We gotta take it. But brace yourself. There's water we had. Got a bottle, then pour me a glass. Take a seat when I talk to the class. Look at their faces, all of them mad. But some of you gotta relax. You said we went up to the task, now we just laugh. Freedom is ours. You know, fist up, we got power. Woo. Hey, say it again, man. Freedom is ours. Fist up in the air. Who got the power? My God, he's a viral. The best in the game.
Welcome to ESL Pro League. We've got ourselves Fnatic versus IHC, and it is the final day of Group A. Last chance saloon for these teams. We've got a pretty standard matchup coming in. I think we all knew what maps were coming through. We're kicking it off on Inferno, comfortable map for IHC, and we actually seen Fnatic struggle a little bit yesterday. Well, actually, quite a lot on Inferno.
I'll tell you what, I don't think any match with a team like IHC is just gonna be like a standard game. And I don't mean like they play some kind of super crazy Counter-Strike like we've seen some of the other teams come out of the region over the years. But I mean, there's just so much skill on this team, and they're gonna make a few mistakes here and there. So there's gonna be some things that have to be improvised. We saw it with IHC yesterday against EG as well. It wasn't exactly like a clean performance in their victory over EG. There was some problems there as well. So things have the capacity and the propensity to get a little bit wild, a little bit weird. That's how we like to open up these days, these Sunday afternoons.
Yeah, that's how we like to kick off every single day of ESL Pro League. And Chad's voice ever in your head, Jason?
No. That's a Trace thing. He's just, yeah. Trace needs a little bit of a conscience from time to time. You know, he needs to listen to somebody else in his head.
He's found another voice in his head. Just listen to that one specific one. But here we go. IHC Fnatic, just a moment away from getting started. I've got Fnatic winning this one, Jason, but you know, Chad was trying to throw some curveballs, saying IC could possibly pick this up. Do you see that, World?
It's certainly a possibility. I don't think Fnatic is some like unbeatable beast that they can't overcome, right? I think they're a team that can actually be defeated here by IHC, especially when you consider we've already seen IHC have some even more incredible updates when you think that, you know, Cloud9 eliminating them from the group stage of Katowice, Furia denying them access to the group stage, beating them in the play-ins of Katowice. So there's some scalps that IHC have taken. I think the nice thing about this coming into it, we heard from Bartak and then we heard from Kita, both of them extremely confident in their opponent's Inferno. So should be a nice little clash here. here. Fnatic IHC starting on Inferno for elimination of ESL Pro League Season 17, and that's a way to begin it. Bezzy, I believe Hank Hollywood was calling him.
Yes, the Australian Bezzy. Well, he's found himself a great opening. The P250 right away, Dome's Blitz, who Hank Hollywood will also be competing against in a chess match at some point over the next few weeks.
That's a beautiful kill. Look at what it's opened up. This is just going to be, this is a round over. Like, just as a call, this is a perfect counter. Annihilation is on his own.
Well, he has to do everything. We'll see how much he can get. It's the first on towards Roy, under a lot of pressure now, down to 5 HP, and he actually gets a second kill out of that. Finally, Nikadaz will remove him from the site. Here comes a quick rotation up through mid.
That's actually, I mean, he did just enough to make this doable. I'll take it back. I thought that was going to be a much quicker, a much cleaner entrance from Fnatic hopping out of halls, and now they've got to hold off this retake.
Well, the P250 still stands, but Techno 4K has kicked things off on the retake. The Joel Berettas! Oh, wow, okay. Techno with the spin. He finds 3 kills and the defuse.
All right, I'll eat a little bit of humble pie here. That's a great, what a round from IHC to recover that. I don't know how that slipped away from Fnatic. It seemed they had all the advantage. That was a 4-on-1 coming out of halls with Annihilation inside the bomb site. They let him get away with 2, and obviously Techno with the dualies is disgusting.
That's what you mean when you say the best guns ever, Jason, here. Look at this. Joel Berettas, 2 guns slinging around, and that is just ridiculous.
Nice little spin there. Yeah, well done from Techno.
I noticed they all bring their own pillows along to the chairs.
Yeah, a little bit of lumbar support.
Yeah, it's not a throwback to like traditional lands. Just a home comfort as we head into round number 2. Fnatic did get a bomb plant, which means they've got themselves a 4-spy. And that's a pretty good one. They've got 3 MAC-10s and 2 Galils.
We'll see what they can do with it. Again, it looks like another Halls pop is being set up. Roy, Crims, and Mezzy.
This time Annihilation isn't in the site, though. It's Bartak. And we'll see how much he can get done with a FAMAS. I think he's going to be put under a lot of pressure here. Here comes the fight. 1 for Bartak. Straight away on towards Roy, but Techno 4K has been smoked off. He throws a counter smoke of his own and moves through with it. And in the meantime, his teammate drops back into the site, and it's a perfect move here for IHC.
Yeah, this is actually great. It's a little chaotic with all the smokes up, and Fnatic's just going to have to pause behind it, but it's about time for all 5 players of IHC to get here. And Crims can't wrap around the bomb site. And this second round is falling very flat. All 5 players survive from IHC. A little bit of a cheer, a hoot and holler in the studio.
You love to hear it. And I mean, those moments are exactly what we've come to expect from IHC on Inferno, right? They have a lot of little moves. When you get smoked out mode, you've got a player playing solo side, toss out the smoke, play in front of it, get into the side of your teammate. IHC aren't going to let you just take this side. And their individuals are very crispy, particularly Techno, I think, has shown some great mechanical skill over the last few days. Score spots the gap. Crims wasn't ready. And a 2-0 lead for IHC. Now, I was getting some questions because I brought up the story yesterday of how Techno 4K came to be in this team and how he got his opportunity coming out of the Mongolian scene. That's with Kane smashing his hand into a table, celebrating their qualification for the RMR. Now, I think I asked a few more questions about the specifics of it. Unfortunately, I don't have any more information, but perhaps if I see win this, we can maybe talk to them a little bit, figure that out.
Yeah, that'd be a fun story to get all the details from.
I'm sure he's watching this from home. Just
I know, he's like, please shut up.
What could have been?
All right, pretty slow round. Fnatic being cautious, moving around the map, looking for any mistakes for those Deagles to exploit. Not finding them quite yet. Opening kill for Blitz. Banana very well controlled, and same with brackets in top middle. Mezzy has no access. Roy as well. No access as Annihilation playing in Graveyard is holding down the fort.
Here goes Techno 4K, although Fasher just swings out in the Deagle, domes him. Down to 3 players here for Fnatic, and Fasher was trying to line up another headshot. Tried to stay composed, but maybe took a little bit too long. That scores come in with the rifle, deep peek onto Nikadaz as well, and just all Mezzy left.
Careful. There's a Glock.
Yeah. He's going to start doing a little bit of damage, but eventually he'll be spotted and taken down. 3-0 lead. This is what IHC do, Jason. They get big leads on Inferno pretty often.
Okay, and yeah, well, we'll see how far they can extend this one. That one is a little bit painful considering how it started. 2 M4s hit the deck that they have to rebuy, so that's some money investment. Those Deagles actually panning out pretty nicely for Fnatic in round 3. This time they're going to have all AK-47s. Utilities picked up as well, so first gun round here between both of these 2 teams.
Important stuff ahead. We'll see with Fnatic's rifles. May employ a little bit of speed. Mezzy's been pretty good in this tournament so far, just kind of leading by example. But the main fight here we'll keep an eye on is Nikodals and Fasher looking to take Fnatic control away from Score and Annihilation, and they've done a pretty good job at that. Kid obviously speaking to you before this, Jason. It thinks they've got a good read on their playstyle. Well, they've lost the first player in this gun round.
One thing we noticed yesterday against EG was this IHC defense sometimes playing it pretty passively, falling back, playing deep in the bomb sites right out of the gate. So I think that's kind of what the idea was there. Send Roy around the corner with a flashbang, see if he can take a fight over towards Pit, and obviously loses out on it. All from Annihilation works out well. He started 4-1, and IHC have a 5-on-3. 2 smokes, no flashbangs, no Molotovs for the Fnatic attack. Well, there's some extra utility dropped up towards the top of Banana, but I think it's just one more smoke.
I get a boost Score up into new box. And still another smoke that Crims now has to call to his teammates. It's a bit unfortunate here for Fnatic, but eventually they've just got to go, and they're going to smoke out CT.
I mean, they would probably love to have a flashbang right now, because that's a deep smoke they could have lined up in and used a pop flash to get a really, really quick fight out of it, but now they kind of have to wait for it to fade.
Oh, the nade's coming in at a perfect time too. Crims so low, finished off by Score. Just been some great moves so far from IHC. This shot, Blitz goes through the CT smoke. Mezzi now has the clutch. 20 seconds and still has to clear out the B-bomb site. He has done a very good job there, and Annihilation's low. Luckily swings and connects the shot, but Mezzi started to believe for a second, I'm sure.
Cool little transfer from Mezzi. He knows where the follow-up peak is going to come from, just missed the timing on it. 4-0. Well done from Annihilation in the back of the bomb site. Ops looking good early. And so is this defense, starting out in a 5-on-3 and then just closing it out with no issues, no problems whatsoever.
Yeah, I think some of the criticisms in the tournament so far have been that Fnatic sometimes played a little bit too individually. Sometimes you'll see Roy, for example, peeking short alone there. There's no trade potential. And if you're going to just lose that opening, you're going to be in a really tough spot against a team like IHC that's well-versed here on Inferno. And they're down the pistols, upgraded ones for Fnatic.
I think we saw that tendency that you just mentioned on the Nuke game yesterday,
yeah.
I believe, or a Nuke game earlier this week, where they were getting picked apart playing slow. They found the adjustment, they grouped up, and they started being really, really successful. So we'll see if they have any adaptations in their pocket on Inferno if these struggles continue. They do have an avenue to wrap around. Annihilation is stuck behind smoke, so they've got space. It's Bartak and Techno and Pit to defend.
Bartak and Techno doing a very good job together. 2 kills. Make it 3 now with Techno 4K securing it. Bartak still inside of the pit. Just all Crims left, and he is stuck it short. The Tech-9 does have a chance. But as we have discussed at the start of the day, not the old Tech-9 that Fnatic used to love. So 5-0 start for IHC.
And you got to say, this is the best start you could ask for if you're IHC. This is absolutely wonderful. They're living the dream right now.
Barely anybody's dying. You've got a lot of money just flowing through the CTs.
Yeah, and outside of maybe the pistol round where you were forced into a retake, they haven't even really been in any kind of sketchy situation whatsoever. So this is a really good start that's going to let them calm down and breathe easy and settle into this game. 5-0, and a first timeout called for Fnatic to talk things over.
Yeah, the only time they've had a bomb plant is in that pistol round. Everything else is by elimination. And only 4 players have gone down in those last 4 rounds. So looking very good right now for IHC. And important that Fnatic don't let this slip early. As you mentioned at the top of the day, this is the last chance for Group A. We've seen our few teams move through already. Cloud9, Outsiders, and G2. Now we're looking for one more. Eternal Fire, IHC, and Fnatic today. Let's see what call Fnatic have up their sleeve as we head into round 6. The previous gun round, they lost Roy solo towards A. Looking at the group overall, though, Jason, if you look at the remaining teams you've got here, who have you got going through? Because I think Eternal Fire's looked pretty good recently.
Yeah, they have. And I mean, I think with I've mentioned this, everyone is very positive about this Fnatic team, and they, and for good reason. Yeah. I think you'd probably put them as the favorite to go all the way through. But I mean, IHC and Eternal Fire both are a little bit of trap matches for them. Both these teams highly skilled and are able to cause some upsets, obviously. So Fnatic has a really, really hard day today, despite the fact that neither of the opponents they're playing against are any kind of big name. But I'd still kind of lean towards Fnatic. Oh, good timing for Techno. Crims turned his back, was about to turn the corner with a flashbang from Roy. So again, that individual style of sending a player forward, trying to set him up for a challenge, has fallen flat.
Well, Roy is called as AK-47 the raw sauce, and you can see why. Annihilation peaks and dies. And Roy now looking to move forward. His teammates coming in behind him.
And Vasher was just blown away by that. Roy also goes down, and now it's Mezzi fighting the final 30 seconds. He will also fall, leaving only Nico Dawes in a 1 versus 2. Now, I see a chance here, Jason. He's got a lot of time.
Yeah, but that fake plant is going to chew a lot of it off. Now he don't think he has time to reposition out of the bomb site itself. He's going to have to just hold on, and that is bad.
Nico Dawes sitting in the site. This is kind of fumbled right now. He's under a lot of pressure. The utility forcing him into the uncomfortable spot of the corner, and they know exactly where he's gone. That's just so well played from IHC.
I mean, that's a clutch. Look, there was a small chance he was going to win that trapped in the bomb site, but a clutch won by utility, both from Nico Dawes himself with the Molotov. That might have bought him a few extra seconds to get into a more comfortable position.
Look how much money these guys have, and they didn't have a kit. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, there's a detail you might have to clean up.
They picked up 2 kits.
Yeah, right away. They're like, oh yeah, we haven't bought any kits.
That's kind of ridiculous.
Obviously heard the footsteps out of the Molotov and process of elimination. Good spam. 6-0 for IHC.
Well, it's not really working right now for Fnatic and old Bezzy's call, so we'll have to see if they can figure this out. They might know what they have to do, but executing it is a different story altogether. Here goes Mezzi, charging up Banana as the front man. There he goes around the corner. And Mezzi swings. One play here, burning, but it's score. He'll at least gets 1 before being cremated.
Yeah, fair play. I mean, he stayed in the burning in the Molotov just to get that 1 single kill. Back to the other side of the map, and IHC promptly closes off the choke point. Flashbang to come through. Crims and Roy going to take control anyways. Brute force. Bartak's got to be careful. Made a footstep, and he goes back for it. That might have been ill-advised. It's all on Techno. What a shot. But now he's overwhelmed. 1 more kill for him, and disappearing behind the smoke.
Yeah, it's really solid from Techno 4K. And Fnatic, once again, this is probably one of the better positions they've been in, but it still doesn't feel great. You've got Nico Dawes, who's heavily damaged at 32 HP. He'll play inside of the pit. See how IHC get back into this one. You still got some utility left too on Annihilation.
Techno with low HP should hold for the pit peak at this broken wall, and the rest of the rifles try and make their way in, and Roy puts a stop to it quickly.
Yeah, it's a big P from Roy. He just drops back into the site again. Nico Dawes, remember, is low, but he's got such a strong position. And finally, Fnatic will pick up their first round.
Yeah, nicely done from Fnatic. That is well done to overcome some of the obstacles there. Techno almost able to string that one back, just like he had the retake in the pistol, almost pulled off the miracle to keep them alive. I think that peek in short from, I think it was Bartak, might have been the ill-advised one. He kind of hesitated. I think if he'd gone with it the first time around, he probably would have gotten at least a 1-for-1, but the hesitation really, really killed him. Nice double kill here at the end from Nico Dawes. Low HP, just taking a quick peek up and finding the final. And now it's a IHC timeout as the Mongolians talk over their next round, round number 8.
You better watch out, Jason, because in Mongolia they do some eagle hunting.
Is it eagle or is it hawks?
I think it's eagle hunting.
Okay.
But I'll confirm with you about that. Maybe you'll be fine, Jason.
Maybe they do a little bit of both.
Maybe it is.
But I think those are cool. I've seen those pictures over the years. Those are sweet. I've always been jealous. I want a pet hawk. Falcon, I guess, maybe not a hawk.
I'd be pretty cool. I mean, it would steer away like any unwanted pests and people. You know, I was looking up at this huge eagle. I think it's called the harpy eagle.
Sure.
They can literally take monkeys out of trees.
Yeah, and the golden eagle picks up mountain goats and drops them off the mountain, and that's how they get their food. Those are some crazy videos. YouTube that real quick. Score playing behind the smoke. Utility exchange. It's Nico Dawes who's taking the brunt of damage, and he's going to eat a little bit more. I thought there was a second nade coming. Down to 13 for Nico Dawes.
Oh, he just got absolutely destroyed.
He thinks it's all over.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I've survived the absolute blitz, but here it comes. The final nade catches you when you least expect it. Fnatic once again having to face the problem of being in a 5 versus 4.
Man, this utility, well done from IHC. 1 kill, you bring Fosher and Mezzi down to 65 and 66.
Let me look how much utility damage you've got. So on score, 179 utility damage, Blitz 145, and the lowest is 35 on Techno 4K. So everyone's kind of chiming in at the moment. This smoke has a big gap, Jason.
Has a huge gap, but at least it's working for Blitz. Now it's going to fade at some point. You imagine he's going to want to reposition. He does have a teammate boosted up on Flowers behind him. And this is always going to be a B hit. Fnatic haven't considered anything else. Annihilation is starting to get a little spidey sense tingling because he's starting to shift over towards CT spawn.
gonna molly out Coffins. Second Molotov is towards Dark, and that is not going to put Blitz under pressure whatsoever, but it will limit the positions they can play from, so they can focus on Nubox and score on the drop down, on the fadeaway. Takes out Mezzi, and Annihilation was so close to bringing down the bomb planter, but Fasher's defending, and a second kill on Annihilation allows the bomb to go down, and Fasher is showing why he's called the Masher. He's got the AWP out, and just all Techno left. He's at spawn, and it's very difficult to get past this op. He's sprinkling damage onto Fasher. Instead of reloading, switches M4 instead. And he's desperately trying to find a way back into this, but it's going to be hard having to cross into the open for a brief moment. He knows that AWP is pinned at Nubox, but Fasher just isn't peeking. It's the discipline to just stay away, even after you've hit all those shots, just allowing the round to take on over.
Yeah, what a fantastic round from Fasher, and IHC really let Fnatic get away with one. Huge advantage going into the B-bomb set, a 2-on-4 at one point. And I can understand Score. You can kind of understand both of these peaks, but I mean, the problem is none of his teammates, they just get pinned down by the op. The other two players hadn't quite gotten over. You can understand that initial swing trying to just drop the bomb and prevent the plan and win by time. Fnatic's going to call a second timeout to make sure they can string rounds together, or a third round together. And for IHC, it might be like a little bit of a blessing to have this timeout because they're in a weird money situation. We were just talking about how rich they were. Well, that's been chewed into over these past few losses.
There's all those kits they had to buy, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But that is, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Fnatic just 2 rounds up, and now IHC having to shake the coffers out a little bit.
Yeah, descending into a half buy. They still have like a lead to play with, so you don't want to kind of force a buy and then they get completely broken. So I like this call, and Annihilation will keep as much money as you can for the AWP. They obviously have a 2-round loss bonus built up as well. And this one they'll just have to play it a little bit differently with the pistols. Deep Molotov for Mezzi to prevent a peek.
Oh! Well, it's intended to do that, but Blitz decides to run through it and actually rips apart Mezzi right away. Annihilation getting tagged up in Fasher.
I think he knew that USP drop might screw him, and that's exactly what happened. I think Fnatic saw it over the boards. Half wall smoke. No reason for Fnatic to challenge it against a pistol.
They're just persistent and pesky. Getting a couple of shots here, but Score really shouldn't be getting much out of this.
Respect the attempt, though.
Yeah, you got to. The amount of players that just swing out and fight, that's the best way to play around like this. It is actually eagle hunting they do. So it's the Golden Eagle hunting.
Okay.
They have a whole festival
awesome
about it. So Mongolia just seems like a pretty cool lifestyle, honestly.
It's so cool.
Especially in the modern day era, they haven't really stayed away from tradition. It's pretty cool. Let's see if they are able to hunt some Fnatic players in this round. Doesn't really seem like there should be too much, but if they commit into B, maybe this trap laid for them could work.
It's a cool rotation. It's cool timing to hit this stack. It's just the weaponry, unfortunately. Like one flashbang would be great to have. A nade, a Molotov, anything to make this hit a little discombobulated or weakened.
Oh, good flash.
Unfortunately, all the utilities on the side of Fnatic, all the weaponry, and now the entire round. Third on the board for Fnatic.
Yeah, well played from Fnatic, and they're starting to get into this T half, but you mentioned it at the start of the last round, Jason. It was more of a conservative approach for IHC. They went for the half buy, so they could buy into this one, and they still got a 3-round lead even after conceding the previous. So they're going to get the AWP out in Annihilation. They'll have the rifles on every other player and plenty of utility. So this is where we get to see if Fnatic really are going to settle into this first half and make something of it, or if IHC are going to be back to winning ways.
And you can see, too, Fnatic have kind of thrown away that initial game plan they had of activating like an individual player to try and find like a one-on-one heads-up challenge. We saw Roy try and do it towards short, towards lane into pit. We saw Crims try to do it on rap side. Both of those fell flat. And now Fnatic's playing a little bit more grouped up.
Cool. Annihilation's going to pull away from that top mid fight. As you mentioned, there is a big group of players here for Fnatic around top mid at the moment. Roy, again, is always finding some space. He's pushed up close towards long. He might be set up here to fight Blitz. A really good flash that Nika does. The old Flames boys pull off the first kill, and Roy's going to continue through the archway. Techno in the library. Well, he is silenced. Roy continues to move through spawn. This is incredible from Roy so far. Annihilation has to step up here.
I don't know if he can get more than one in this position. Blinded, obviously. It clears. Yeah, just one. Surely this is traded.
Oh, misses the shot. That's not what you want to see here for IHC after having so many clean rounds to kick this off. Fnatic come back with what is going to be a flawless round here.
Yeah, really good utility again from Fnatic. The flashbang for Roy on Rap side, which was great against Blitz, and obviously the flashbang that made Annihilation just feel really awkward in a scenario where he had to be aggressive to try and hold on to the round. 4 straight now for Fnatic.
This is what UKCS was meant to be.
Okay.
This is what we needed for a long time. You know, I used
just
to...
one player in an international team?
That's it. Smooya was not the one. We were always waiting for Mezzi to ascend.
Smooya had his moments.
Smooya did have his moment. He is incredibly individually gifted, but just to... You know, he's been around a couple of teams and had a lot of chances.
Been over in North America, played for a German team.
That was a wild time, wasn't it?
That was a crazy time.
Smooya in North America.
Simpler times. Second time out for IHC, as they're the ones who need to find a little bit of a change in how they want to play this defense. It all looked so good for the first 6 rounds, and now Fnatic chipping away at the lead. And once again, a round where they're not going to have a whole lot to play with. Score has an M4, but outside of that, it's going to be pistols. Not enough money to scrape together any more rifles or SMGs. Full losing bonus built up for IHC.
A lot of people don't know that Kita, the coach of Fnatic, used to be a replay observer, used to work back in the production at a couple of last events. And what a way you go from the production back into the coaching side of things, and now you're here at Pro League with Fnatic, and you've heard the playoffs of a major in the previous major. It's kind of crazy.
I think he spent some time as like an assistant coach or an analyst for a team as well.
He was with Complexity's coach as well.
That's right. Yep,
so
that's the one.
He's been everywhere.
Good for you. Good for him.
Yeah, very good for him. And not so good for IHC at the moment. A couple of Deagles at 5-7, and then for A1S. Nico Dawes, what a great game he had yesterday on Nuke in particular. Let's see how he gets this AWP to work on the T side. Now, a lot of Alpers can struggle to find some impact.
I think Score wants to challenge here pretty bad. Yeah, there's the smoke guy who put out the Molotov, a flashbang, and a nade from Blitz, but it's mistimed. They wanted to kind of set up that trap for him to pounce, but Fnatic wasn't nearly as committed as they would have liked with that utility. So now shifting over towards the other side of the map, they show a little bit of intimidation at the B bomb site, and IHC in a 4v5 stack up, but Techno and Bartak gonna push again. Close to the corner. Actually, all 4 players to collapse on brackets.
And Fasher's just holding with the AK, and now the time to go, but he's not checked the left side, and that's going to cost them a couple of kills. IHC with pistols are up 2, and now they've got a rifle. Can Mezzi recover this? He's got Nico Dawes' scope out to his left side. In the meantime, King Crim's trying his best, but Mezzi's just going to fall. This is a horrible round so far from Fnatic, but Crims just keeps pulling it back. Crims all the way, and Nico Dawes will assist him. 4K for Crims. Otherwise, if he doesn't get that, Jay, so that's a pistol massacre coming in.
Yeah, that's a fantastic round as well from Crims. I mean, such a strong position in Boiler as well as they're attacking. There's so much safety in it. He's obviously picking them off. His teammates are going down on the other side, but Blitz and Score, unfortunately, never get a clean fight with Crims.
Well, actually, that was a pistol round, so now we're going to see them buy up into the AWP again. They'll have the rifles, but you really got to see something out of them. They look so good at the start of this Inferno, but they've completely fallen off a cliff.
Completely.
Oh, I love that boost setup. Nico Dawes gets thrown up on top of his teammate's head, and Blinded gets a second. Blitz down, and the B bomb site's completely open.
Oh, this defense is just getting picked apart all of a sudden. What a calamity. Crims looking for Annihilation to just wander into his crosshair. He's already a little bit past it, but as we've seen, a lot of the moves at this A bomb site when things start to go wrong is a little bit of aggression. So Crims and Roy were ready for it. They don't want to mess with it. It's going to be a free B bomb site, a 6th round for Fnatic. And the question becomes, do they want to hunt down these guns that IHC is going to try and save?
Well, Crims is over here on this side of the map, so we could definitely think about doing that. He has a bit of extra cash at 10K nearly.
Yeah, they have the money for it. I think the question becomes, since the save call obviously came out so early for IHC, they're really bunkered down in pit. It's hard to crack into this when 3 players decide to save that early on.
Yeah, they get such a fortress setup. Maybe just late round, you swing out of the apartments, just the final few seconds of the round. Just check the pit, but
they're going for it. They're chucking utility around, so we are going to see them challenge and try and chase down some of these guns. This is that boost up from Nikadaz. Back into the live action. There goes one of the weapons. Good find from Roy. It's getting worse.
Oh, Crims with a knife out.
I don't know if he was actually going for it, but they are not going to take everything away. Annihilation stands strong inside the bomb site, but that's well worth for Fnatic.
Yeah, definitely getting rid of the majority of the weapons there. At least Annihilation keeps the most expensive one, but we're all tied up. Considering the lead for IHC, they're going to be feeling real frustrated about letting this one slip. This could have been a really strong CT half. And now the best case scenario is 9-6, and we haven't really seen anything over the last few rounds, Jason, that leads us to believe that's even a possibility. And they've gone for the conservative approach again here.
Crim's playing with the camera. I don't think I've seen that in his long and storied career until today.
Gotta love Crims, man. But just the fact that when we were doing that Champions of Champions this morning, like you look at the Fnatic teams, and Crims is just a feature of so many of the rosters, and he's still here playing at this level.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really, really awesome.
That felt like a replay. Nikadaz just gets another similar pick towards Top Banana. Techno exposed to Mezzi, and it's all done again.
Yeah, IHC needs to get a little bit of patience in this second half. They're starting to really get picked apart super early in these rounds, and they're getting picked and players dying in positions where it allows Fnatic to work the map really, really well and opens up so many options for them. So these early deaths that IHC is giving over are just making Fnatic's life very easy.
Here comes Score. He's had some nice shots already, but reads Roy. And he's just looking to hang on to this. I think the problem with IHC is they've played, sure, when they turn up the Katowice with Inferno in their back pocket, it looks sick because they pull up a couple of upsets. But when you come to another event, I think Pro League really exposes your weaknesses because you're going to play a lot of games. It really shows that you don't have a deep map pool. Inferno is going to be watched by every one of their opponents.
Yeah, that's like the next evolution of any team, right? Like coming to compete at this level is, you know, it's cool to see some of those upsets, but then you have to. Who did?
Score just got all 5.
Beautiful. Okay, good for Score. Saving the op. But yeah, you're right. And obviously, wins over teams like Cloud9, wins over teams like Inferno. That's going to kind of indicate to everyone it's time to look at your Inferno and be a little bit of afraid of it. At least respect it. That's exactly what we heard from Kita as well. A lot of respect for the game that IHC's been playing. But for the moment, his game plan has put them up by a round. They've come back into this game 7 in a row for Fnatic. A game of swings.
Nikadaz, he's been opening things up pretty well, and he's charging up towards top middle this time instead of Banana to try and get this first kill, and he might just get that chance. Techno 4K just dry peeks into the open and gives Nikadaz an easy kill.
I think Nikadaz has had the opening in the past 3 rounds.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, and even 3 rounds ago, he had a double opening.
And it's too easy as well. He's not really having to work for it. Just goes for a peek.
Yeah, they're kind of walking right into him. Annihilation, okay, flirting with the idea. And Nikadaz had given up the angle already. Blitz is going to have a very tough job. Fnatic lining up with 4 players at the B bomb site. You've got Nikadaz with his AWP just lurking to pick off any kind of push or rotation.
Well, Blitz looking to exterminate some Fnatic players. He's got utility left so he can buy some time. In the meantime, you don't see like an aggressive lurk player with an AWP all that often, but that's maybe why. Good flash out from Annihilation. Score swings. Now Fnatic have lost that opening advantage, and there's a gap to play with again. Blitz gets underneath it, going through, blinded. Finally, Mezzi will take him out, but Score's rotated over here. He's in a pretty good position, and that smoke is going to ruin his chances.
Almost a wonderful play. The information on Rap side and brackets that no one's coming, and then obviously Blitz being able to put down that defensive smoke, make that hit a little bit complicated for Fnatic. Do they go for this? There's kits on the ground. Annihilation, we can see it right there. Pick one up. A little bit of utility. Bartak can smoke off Banana if he needs to, but this is a very tough retake if they're not given a gift.
Yeah, that would have been the gift, I think. That shot towards New Box, on towards Fasher. He's close, but... Oh, he's hit him again. He's hit him twice to the AWP. But it's just not enough damage coming through. Luckily, Fasher was the player with some health. And IHC have to concede. It's Fnatic winning the half out already here. I wouldn't have said that considering the start we've just seen, but Fnatic have really very good.
Great discipline from Fnatic as well. Just nobody giving over that peak that IHC was looking for, just holding strong on the 3-on-2. And one AWP is brought into the next round, 8-6, and an M4. Final round of the first half.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of these gimmicks. I think a lot of teams were talking about when I was asking the questions about gimmicks of IHC, what do they do? You can see that that's kind of it. There's a little gap on that smoke towards B that Blitz likes to play around. They have a couple of cool boosts they like to go for. But once you kind of watch those and realize there were some of the moves to look out for, they don't really find as much success.
And I'll tell you what, this aggression, these positions in Banana have really backfired for like the past 4 or 5 rounds now. Another opening kill for Fnatic and Banana. And the early peaks in aggression from IHC is actually their undoing. Annihilation with the AWP trying to peek around the smoke, but again, great utility. He goes down for free, and IHC completely lose control of this opening half of Inferno.
Just 2 players left, Bartek and Techno 4K. To have to attempt it due to it being the last round of play in the first. But way back in is very hard to see at the moment. Bartek's coming back over from Speedway. But Fnatic are safely tucked inside of this B side. They've even got Nikadors out towards Banana. Sure, some utility for IHC, but Fnatic have some of their own, and they're just holding them back. Techno 4K not seeing any opportunities arising towards him. They have smoked off Banana at least, and Techno gets caught through the smoke by Nikadors. Not the player I was expecting to close it. Here we go. Fnatic pull it back. 9-6 lead versus IHC in the final day of Group A.
Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just wanna play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
I'm awake, I'm alive. I am the cake and the prize. I've been feeling energized. I ain't into telling lies. Got a jaw like Enterprise. I ain't tripping off of pride. I've been in my bag. I ain't really gotta brag. I was posting on the ad. See they getting mad. I be dripping with the swag. I be dripping with the sauce. I don't care what it costs. I might take a loss. That's the price of a boss. I might pull up like a horse. 911 on the Porsche. I've been bowling like a sport. I've been bowling like LeBron. With some women hella fine. I ain't into wasting time. I've been on my grind. I've been trying to shine. Hold up. Better don't stop. Better don't stop. 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 It's that real life Avengers. I be really in the trenches. I done came up off the benches. I be really getting splinters. I ain't tripping off an image. I be rocking something vintage. Pop up with the spinach. I ain't here to let you finish. In the booth, I'm a menace. I'm the truth and the chemist. I be pushing all the limits. I ain't never moving timid. I be really in my bag. I be dripping with the swag. I might pull up like a cab. Somewhere where the birds chirp. I be on the moon. I might mess around the curve earth. I be on the moon. I might mess around the curve earth. I be on the moon. I might mess around the curve earth. I be on the moon. I might mess around the curve earth. I be on the moon, I might mess around the curve. I be on the moon, I might mess around it. Hold up. Better don't stop. Better don't stop. 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 Hold up.
Thank you for joining us here at ESL Pro League. It's currently 9-6 for Fnatic versus IHC on IHC's map pick of Inferno, the classic map where we see the Mongolians do battle. How are you watching today's matchup? Let us know at hashtag ESL Pro League. You can enter the mailbag too. We did that this morning, Jason.
Yeah.
I seem to have cultivated some babyface lovers, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Babyface fan base.
Yeah, that's it.
Good
That's
for
the
you.
market I should definitely look into.
Absolutely. Well, this has been a weird game. It's been two runs from each team in the first half, and they were both extremely dominant. It was like the other team didn't even have a chance. And obviously, if the scoreboard shows the whole thing, 6 rounds in a row to start the half for IHC, and then from 0 to 6, Fnatic comes storming back to win 9 in a row to end the half. So a little bit weird, a little bit crazy. And now we got dualies on Roy back at the balcony. Nikadaz as well at the broken wall in pit, Fasher in support. But Roy with these dualies is going to have a huge role to play.
The P2000, a classic weapon used in a classic way by Nikadaz. A good headshot, Roy on the double with the dualies, and Nikadaz is just staying alive, buying as much time as he can. And no, he does a little bit more than that. Lovely work from Nikadaz.
Oh, that op got him warmed up in the first half. That's a beautiful pistol round from Nikadaz. That first kill helps Roy so much with the dualies.
That's a very tiny keyboard, or Roy just has huge hands.
One or the other. Maybe a little bit of both. Yeah, this is
insane.
slaughtered. And I mean, this is even like a different look at the Hulse Pop, right? Normally at a Hulse Pop, you have some utility being thrown from middle, a smoke, and a flashbang being chucked over. This is all 5 players hopping out of Hulse, so they handle it fantastically.
Well, this is unfortunate for IHC. They started so well. Maybe this is the part in the story where you present the problem to your character, and then they must figure it out during the middle. And then they find a way to make it all right in the end. Or this is going to be a tragedy movie.
It depends on who the hero in your story is, right? Because we
true.
had Fnatic with the problem in the early going of this game in the first half, and then they found the solution, and they overcame it.
Multiple ways of looking at this one.
Yeah.
And right now, IHC should get absolutely destroyed. They just have a couple of Glocks, an upgraded weapon in the form of a Deagle for Blitz.
And Fnatic's challenging at brackets. So without any kind of a flashbang or smoke or Molotov or anything, this crossfire is going to be devastating.
Roy holds for 3. And he's tucked into the corner. Messi comes around and sweeps up the rest. It's just too easy right now for Fnatic. They're heading another level. And unfortunately, IHC haven't shown us anything. But quite often they can have good T sides, and that is what we're looking forward to, because now they've got the AK-47s out. Big problem towards the end of that first half, Jason, was the fact that Fnatic were just winning pretty much every fight in the opening duels.
Yeah, the Nikadaz effect with the AWP, like finding opening picks everywhere on the map was pretty crazy. That really helped Fnatic secure that run. I'll say yesterday as well, when we watched IHC on Inferno against EG, they did a good job of taking Banana. They started to be really effective at taking control of top Banana. We'll see if they can do that here. Obviously, different competition, and Fnatic will play it a little bit differently, so there might be new challenges presented to them. But at the moment, I think IHC's, obviously the first step is let's kind of break this momentum. Got to get something feel good. Put 1 round on the board before we start talking about a consistent solution. And it's passive to open up for IHC. Only Techno really and Banana score, and Annihilation in support. But Fnatic keeping this take at bay with smokes at the half wall.
This could be fun. Messi with Crims.
Deep retake?
Yep, here we go. Utilities dumping right on top of Techno, and here they go. Set off around the corner. Crims actually gets caught on a flash, but luckily has a lot of teammates with him, and they're going to take 2 kills and leave IHC in a real tough spot. That's the kind of move you need to take. You have to take a risk. And Score goes through the side of the smoke and gets a double. They're looking for Crims, but they just can't find him. And Crims with the MP9 inside of the smoke is able to help out his team. It's just all Blitz left, the 1 versus 2.
Yeah, he did take down Crims eventually through that smoke, and now hustling into the B bomb site. Roy and Fasher are going to split up. Blitz has time. He's got health. That smoke's going to give him a little bit of breathing room for the moment, but he's got to position himself nicely and moving back towards new boxes to try and isolate his fights.
A man that knows how to make some moves. We'll see what he decides to go with here first. Just patience at the new box. We've seen time and time again how difficult it is. And they've got utility, so they'll force him out, force him to move over to the pillar. And he now looks to pull for the first headshot. He might actually get that chance. And Roy, bet they see him peeking around the corner slightly, and Roy will impale him with a few bullets. That's going to be the round for Fnatic. Secured 12 rounds now. This has just been a one-way street, Jason.
Yeah, 12 rounds in a row. But I got to say, I really like that setup from Fnatic, that delayed retake of Banana. When they get the sense that IHC has moved in, tons of deep Molotovs to flush them out of positions, deep smokes to deny vision to the support, and obviously you're able to just take down that initial player and rattle off plenty more after the fact.
And even when Score looks like he's done enough to pull it back, Crims has to step up with the MP9, was able to get behind him.
They even read that play. They just couldn't find him inside the smoke.
They just couldn't get him, yeah.
12 rounds straight now for Fnatic.
Well, let's see if Nikodos can just continue to be the key. He's just opening up everything. Right now, probably more of a battering ram.
Look at the way Fnatic want to fight for banana control. They don't want IHC to have any comfort in this part of the map. A lot of utility being dumped and spent with that third player here. Crims this time goes down. Score opens things up. It's going to pull Nikodos back towards the B bomb site, and Mezzi falls next.
Score is just so good to watch mechanically. Here he goes, continues to run forward. Nikodos peeks around, and Score finally removed, but he's done so much for his team. He's created space, and this is the best looking round for IHC in a long time.
Yeah, they have to win this. The question is, can Nikodos grab one more kill before the retake begins? Are Fnatic going to go for it? Roy's still all the way over at the A bomb site, and I think they might just give it up. Roy's not moving. So this round is going to be IHC finally breaking the 12-round streak off the back of Score's double opening up Banana.
Scores look so good. Sure, he had that ace when he was saving AWP. This bolsters his kills a little bit, but he still looked very crispy. And the only shining light right now for IHC. That's a difficult round to win as well. I mean, you didn't have all the weapons needed. You didn't have all the utility. You just won because Fnatic maybe got a little bit too aggressive in a round like that, to be honest. Crims just really wanted to fight Banana, runs down, gets caught, and that just opens up a bit of a hole.
Yeah, I think Crims and Fnatic will probably feel like that should have worked. Crims will probably feel like he should have had the advantage in that round. Remember, they did dump a lot of utility down there, so as we saw in the previous round, it's kind of seems part of their game plan is to control this part of the map, even in that mid-round, those late takes.
I see some Score highlights here. Just having a look back at some of his best moments. That was definitely the top of it, I think.
That third nade coming down. This is the round he gets that ace, as you mentioned.
Pretty nice shots. So it was a long time in Mongolia where they had all these different teams. Like they had Tiger, they had Checkmate, and you had so many, and you even had the team with Machine Gun who came back for a while. And we were just waiting. It was so obvious that there could have been like a really sick team made out of it. And we were just waiting for the time when Mongolia would finally put one super team together with all the best pieces of all these different teams. It took a long time, and that's why we've seen Vici and we've seen Tyloo at the top of Asia. And then IHC finally put all those Mongolian players into one team, and it's created IHC.
It's yielded some great results, and now the question becomes, what's the peak? How high can they go?
Yeah, exactly.
And obviously some things to work on. The first thing that comes to mind is map pool.
And getting their actual full 5 players.
And let's see if they can stop this. Mid-push for Fnatic. You can see Roy already working down. Deagle on Crims. He's brought very low.
Good shot from Roy. I love this aggression. This is just a little bit mental, but it has worked. It's got one, and unfortunately for Roy, gets shredded. This is going to be a quick call from the side of IHC to attack in towards this B-bomb side, and Mezzi gets absolutely destroyed. In fact, he's burned away Crims. His teammates down too.
Techno just shot Score on the side of the head of the Tech 9.
What
He was flying a little bit intimidated. Yeah, this round we got a little hectic for both teams.
Backstabbing everywhere. Now it's a march, straight up. Here we go. Another round for IHC. Is this the start of a comeback, Jason?
It could be. Money's gone for Fnatic. Crims is dead and Mezzi's dead. They both have $0 in the bank, as you can see. Not a whole lot of cash built up. So really these weapons, this AWP and the AK-47 on Nikodos and Fasha are the only weapons they'll have in the next round. So now becomes the question of how Fnatic's going to play with their economy in the next one. And how deep they want to dig into the playbook. We just saw the mid push from Roy, only net him a 1-for-1, and I mean that's kind of fine. He's on sort of like a suicide mission in a sense, right? Like he's there to fight until he dies. There's really not a whole lot of safe escape routes you can have when you push all the way down mid. 4-round lead. IHC have taken the money away, and they want to close this gap a little bit further off the back of it.
Yeah, and they have to know how much Inferno means to this series as a whole, because yesterday, that's so ridiculous. Oh, Crims.
I wonder if he thought that was like a CT. Yeah, he had to have thought that was a CT coming through in all the chaos. He's confused.
Huh? This would be one of the most chill human beings on this planet, though. That's the reaction he has, burning his own teammates Molotov.
Well, it's chill because they're 12-8. If it was 8-12, it'd be a little bit different.
Yeah, true.
Oh, the nade stack, the boost up gets red and picked off by Nikadaz. 1-for-1 in Banana, and he's going to go for more. Sees the player over at Logs. I don't think he actually wants to mess with this fight a whole lot.
Well, let's see if this boost works out for Fnatic. I like the idea of putting Fasher in an unexpected position. But he has just come off of it now, and here they come around the corner. Fasher does some damage, but gets caught from behind. Just too much to handle for him, and you would have liked the AK to be the weapon that had that space and that time. But it is at least something for Roy, and Nikadaz from Library sends a shot out. It will connect onto Blitz, leaving just 2 on either side. And oh, the USP is doing its best here, but it's all about the AWP. It's all about getting Nikadaz in a position where he's able to fight. They're making some noise on this boost. But very intelligent from IHC, not giving this up, not over-peaking. There's a player in that mini pit at the moment, but they're just not giving Fnatic any chances.
Yeah, follow-up smoke as well. That should seal the end of it there. That should be a save call from Fnatic. Nikadaz start to run away, see if Mezzi can maybe go towards middle and pick up an AK-47. There was one dropped in Boiler. Unlikely, but you might be able to make it. Although he's not going to mess with that at all. So, 9th round for IHC.
Really are starting to come back into this now. And again, you know, you look at Inferno and how important it is for IHC. Overpass up next. Not a map that IHC have shown proficiency on. Sure, they played it over in Brazil against the Outsiders. That's the matchup they reference whenever you ask them about Overpass. And they felt, well, we played them somewhat close. And then we've seen them actually have to play it in this tournament. I think the CT side, as Chad mentioned earlier today, didn't look so great. So for me, if you're going to see IHC win this series, they have to pick up Inferno. And right now behind. And here come Fnatic back with some money to play with. That means all the guns, all the utility. We'll probably see a change up in how they approach Banana. As you mentioned earlier, Jason, they were really wanting to get a lot of control early, but now a little bit more passive off the start of the round.
Double stack and Halls, Roy and Fasher. Oh, this could obliterate everything. IHC's coming right at this. Techno's going to be the first. Oh, 1-for-1. Great trades from IHC. They're going to pick up the pace. Nikadaz is here.
Goes into the fight. That's incredible. He actually just runs up and he gets the mid pick too. Nikadaz is on one right now and he stayed alive. Flash goes up. Nikadaz burned out of position but doesn't care. He'll reposition quickly behind the safety of the pillar. In the meantime, though, his teammates are getting caught and scoring the double. Suddenly, it's all just Nikadaz. To pour out the clutch and another incredible shot. He's on for a 4K, but he's up against the sharpest tool and score! And oh, damn! Nikadaz with all the shots, great movement, and that is what you love to see from Nikadaz.
What are you supposed to do when a guy's hitting shots like that? Everything from Nikadaz is perfect. The risk to jump up on Haykard to get the first, reads the follow-up player in middle. Obviously plays it fantastic inside the bomb site. The flashbang into the sky is what bought him the time to actually get into some modicum of safety. That's a fantastic round from Nikadaz.
The amount of openings he's finding, now he's finding clutch kills, mid-round kills, just so much impact from this AWP right now, and he's playing it in a really risky way.
I can't believe he hit that shot. That one on Annihilation, he didn't have a whole lot of a chance to hit it.
This is the kind of Nikadaz that you see sometimes. Sometimes it goes a little missing, but then you get moments like this, you're like, damn, imagine if you could play at this level consistently.
And it's been one of the kind of like the conversations around Fnatic is Nikadaz's level going into various events is what kind of one are you going to get? And obviously here it's a beautiful version of Nikadaz.
Well, I see still have a buy at least, but they will feel a little red-faced. I think he just got spanked by Nikadaz, so...
yeah, this is where you got to have someone on the team who's just confident in the fact that you put yourself in a good position, even if it's ripped out of your hands. Mezzi again, deep down middle. They go for this push one more time. Perfect flash from Crims. That's from Banana.
Now they know because they've just cleared out Banana, so you have to realize that the rest of the forces are going towards A.
Well, you might think they're stuck behind the smoke. You might not expect this kind of a waterfall, but I don't think there's going to be nades to set this up. They're just going to walk out. Hard clear onto Fasher. Easy kill for him. Annihilation gets the trade, and now no defense from Fnatic is present.
Yeah, they didn't get to the site, but Roy is still fighting it. Nice shot onto the AWPer. And just down to 2 players. This one not looking great for IHC. We're just looking at a few moments away from Fnatic's 14, unless Bartek and Techno 4K can dig themselves out of this.
Bartek has the bomb, though, and he's deploying all this utility to give him some safety, but he's got to relinquish the pit position. So now they're both going to be stuck in the bomb site in a 4-on-2.
At least there's no utility for Fnatic. That is what's positive here, but Crims immediately catches ball attack looking the wrong way. Tekno's position now giving up. A good double, but that's all you can really hope for as Fnatic pull off the retake. They stay composed, they find their way back in, and now they're looking at 14 rounds.
Yeah, good looking 14 rounds.
And they look so relaxed right now too for
Man,
over the Fnatic side.
That library smoke just came out. That small pit smoke just came out just so late. Once this actually happens, because they're going contact, right? So you're this kill right here. If Roy can't get that, if that smoke is plumed, it's a weak smoke as well. It's a bad smoke with a gap, and it's a little too shallow. But man, if that one's there and prevents that kill, very strong position for IHC. 14-9. And a 14-3 run for Fnatic.
Fasher is often found towards Boiler. He's there again, but Fnatic might start to force the issue a little bit more, but Score is underneath the boost. He's actually being tagged by that Molotov, so they know he's there. And so on the other side of things, they will not be forcing the issue anymore. They'll not be staying up on that boost. Score is forced all the way up towards Car, and oh, it's tough to see him get out of that one. They know where he is. They've locked him in with the sound cues. And eventually Nikodos comes around the corner with the AWP. Gets rid of him, and in this form, I'm not betting against Nikodos hitting that shot, to be honest. He's pretty close to it.
Just have to reload that AWP. One bullet. Him and Crims back away. Content with the man advantage. And IHC very deep on the map. They haven't progressed anywhere. There's that boost up in Boiler again, and Mezzi's getting the courage to rotate over to the B bomb site, which seems to be the correct call.
Nikodos, another one. And he's going to just keep going, but finally, Annihilation, even while blinded, commits to the kill. Mezzi swung into the open, set up with a flash himself. It's a 1-for-1. IHC with 23 seconds still have to deal with Crims inside of this B site, and there's a quick flank coming up Banana right now. Crims just needs to stay alive. The longer he stays alive, the more this round looks good for Fnatic. Roy gets one in the flank, then Crims intelligently peeks out with him, and that's 15. That's map point for Fnatic. I'm interested to see what the most one-sided Inferno scoreline has been recently for IHC, because it feels like at least they get 12 rounds at least pretty much every time. But I'm looking back here, and it was actually 16-13 against Outsiders. They lost. They played Inferno versus EG. It was a 16-10 win. It seems like this is probably going to be one of the most one-sided Infernos going against IHC.
They've taken. Yeah. Well, they've really relinquished a good grip on this match that they had in the first half. Huge challenge in Banana, 3 players for IHC, but this is a really rough buy to try and stay alive in this map. Crims is going to be up on the sandbags, but again, smokes and Molotovs forcing IHC to just give up the fight. Not a whole lot of damage dealt, but denying access. Bartak with the only rifle, just to Galil, and he's going to take a peek up middle.
Nikodos still looking for 30, would have to ace if they want to end this round. I don't think that's happening because Crims is under quite a bit of pressure, but there is one player that can handle that pressure and not crack. It would be Crims, who just gets 2 right away. Now the rotation is starting to come back in. The cavalry will arrive, and the push to the smoke. I don't see this going very well for Blitz, but he actually body blocks into one player and manages to get away with one, but it's just Annihilation, and it will be Fnatic that dish out the most one-sided defeat on Inferno for IHC this year. They figured them out. Kita didn't lie.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great start for IHC and just let it go in the first half. 6-0 to 16-9. That is a massive run for Fnatic. Good recovery, good win. That's map 1. The rest of the series is coming up shortly. We'll be right back at ESL Pro League.
man, he be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Fake clothes, same watch, fake crep, same fucks, fake squad, same lots, but flop ain't what I'm on. Aim up, don't stop, we beat leveling. Proceeds increase heavily. Don't need this man's energy. I be the one, beat the one. I don't make a song to make a song, and the vibe is right. The mic will let me on to the sounds. I like a bite and spit the strong in the line and pick me first before I'm gone. I ain't straight sicker with the wordplay. Syllables spin, I don't fidget when I burst straight. Minimal talk when I work late. Fuck what you think by my work rate. Celebrate wins like a birthday. This is 3-6, got a mean list of the tracks. You man busy sleeping when I brainstorm as a plan. Linked Andy on the underground. I don't even have to ask. Miss laughing with my brother now. I ain't talking about Dan. Catch up when he lands. Snapshot with the fam. KL did a madness. Back soon going ham. Come see how we ride out. Short change but we smile proud. Been blazed for a while now. Stay ready for the jam. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th.
Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me, straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really trying to come at me?
I think one of the key factors to not playing Danger Zone with Rush is that the guy just doesn't ever shut up.
But, I like it more than meatballs.
We're changing it all! Your strategies are gone!
I do have one question though. Have you ever heard of the Mind Goblin?
No.
Mind Goblin on these nuts?
On set at season 17 of ESL Pro League. I am so hyped to get my big size 12s all over those sofas and get them nice and dirty. I've been good since I left the shed. I'm just waiting, lurking in the Netherlands until I can get there. Only thing that's been a bit annoying is I did break my phone, unfortunately. So I haven't been able to really contact anyone. I've just kind of been watching EPL every day and just sitting in this room. It's all I've done for a little while now. But I am expecting a new phone. So hopefully once that turns up... Okay. Weird timing. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Sorry about this. I thought I had more time before it would arrive. Sorry, guys. It's stuck. It's just stuck. I can't. Just give me a sec. I'll be back. I'll come back.
Yes, that was our affiliate from System of a Down, who is going to be...
Do you know what's going on there?
I don't know. It was a wild one.
I think Assad has 2 words for him.
Find help.
Find help. Yeah, that's the one.
But what's going on there? What is he trapped in a room?
Kind of stuck in there.
With an alarm going off and trapped in a room. We just need a dryer and a stepsister, and away we go. That could be a bit of fun.
That's not exactly where I saw it.
You didn't have to go all the way there, like.
You got it with the dryer. I didn't.
Yeah,
sorry. Well, put in the dryer in this game was IHC.
Yeah.
You see what I did there? They were having a real rough go. I think 6-0.
So they were the stepsister.
They were just getting banged out. It wasn't ideal for them. It wasn't ideal for them. We've lost Yanko. We were talking about the Counter-Strike trace.
banged out.
They were getting they lost 12 rounds in a row, man.
Yeah.
13.
There was
I
a
think it
moment there
was.
you're like, okay, IHC, they're in the server. This is looking like a hot start.
It was a good start.
But then kind of fizzles out.
I think one of the bigger issues was the 2 rounds they lost when they were 6-0 up. Then they lost 2 consecutive rounds with both like post-plant, one the bomb hadn't gone down yet type scenarios where they had a number advantage. And those 2 rounds, if they'd won them, then they would have won the half out there. That would have given them at least 8 to work with. And then it wouldn't have felt like they were starting so slow in the second half after the pistol loss. But it just took them a while to get going. You had some good heroics there from Score, I thought. He had that ace, but he was saving the AWP. So it's like, well, it's an ace, but
But no impact.
It's like a blame F ace, so they're always a bit of a weird conversation to have right there. But I think IHC are in hot water right now. This is where they move into overpass. Yeah, this is not the start they were looking for.
It's not looking good, Trace.
It's not looking good. Yeah, you think about IHC picking into Inferno, like them with the start, you're thinking, okay, maybe we get 3 maps out of this at the very minimum. IHC came to play today, and they know what's on the line.
So did Nikodos. He came to play. He was looking good today. And Roy as well. I think coming into this matchup, Roy was one of the lower-rated players on Fnatic. So good to see him having a good performance here today. But again, like we heard from Kita, Jason had that interview before. It's like, okay, we'll get this done, and then we'll get a couple of hours here to focus in. So the quicker you can get a 2-0 done, the less stressful it is. You're not losing your opponent's map choice. Now they go into their home territory of overpass that they love. This should just be walking this one home, remove any of the stresses, and then prepare yourself for the rematch against EF at the end of the day.
A rematch, too. That's another thing to kind of grab onto there.
Yeah, I mean, then you look at Fnatic, they lost to Outsiders and G2, right? Like, they lost to 2 very good teams, so I think you can see, the difference in class when it came to Inferno as well. And yeah, Roy, especially on Inferno yesterday against G2, he struggled a lot, so stepped up this time around, and I think probably for Fnatic, Overpass, their best map.
Yeah, it's their go-to, right? They just return to this map time and time again here. I think maybe Mezzi learned a lot from Alex. We know Alex used to like calling on Overpass, right? So when they had that little bit of time together, maybe he got to leech into the brain of how they want to approach the map right here. But Overpass is where the casters were talking about it. IHC always tend to reference that Outsiders game back in Rio, I think it was, right, on Overpass. Well, they didn't win the game, but some of their more recent overpasses haven't looked the most convincing. And I did actually want to highlight something on the computer. I'm going to go over there and come back.
Go.
You go set up, and we'll kind of discuss.
I think also
I'm going to walk.
What you said about Alex, Overpass, and all that stuff. Nikodos had a good first map, and we know the flashes will be there, Chad, for him.
The flashes will be there
for the second map as well.
We always know about the flashes here. Look, I'm over here now, guys. Hi. Hey, thanks for waving with me. All right, lads, I just want to jump into this. Can you guys see the preview? You just have to look over here. But this was the game against Evil Geniuses, and I just want to show some of the bits and bobs where I think IHC might have a harder time of things, right? So I think this is the round we want to be looking at. First gun round in the game right here. So if I scroll forward, we're going to have Score and Annihilation as the A players, right? These 2 right here. But what I want to focus on is the amount of time which they keep any presence aggressively towards A, because we know, like, Yanko, we always think of a player like Rain, right? He's happy to just like sit in the upper bathrooms or sit here at party or be aggressive towards long and just kind of turn it into a death match. These 2 start dropping back, and they're already back in the site by 1:30 on the clock, right? And then you scroll through a couple more rounds. Like I think if I go to round 7 as well, it's more of the same. Like they're a little bit aggressive early scores and connect ashore, but then they're dipping back with limited pressure. And that means they don't have any information of what's going on here, which makes it harder for Blitz, the in-game leader, to rotate efficiently between the sites. And I think that's going to be a problem for IHC today, because Fnatic have no dramas taking this space with utility, and now they don't have to. Now they can actually just walk up and take this space on a timing here, because IHC have shown this nature of not wanting to stay aggressive, at least with one player, right? Like if you can keep the AWP on an aggressive angle, if you can keep a rifler in a bogey position, I don't know, what's your theory on this, Yanko? If you leave a rifler like in upper bathrooms on his own, his job is just to disrupt the round, right? Get as many kills as possible?
Yeah, and get information, but perhaps they don't have a player who's comfortable doing that. I mean, Score would have to be that guy because Annihilation is the upper, but I think also that's what makes T-side overpass difficult, is like you have to make the choice basically whether you're going to use more utility to take map control safely, or you're going to risk it a little bit and have more utility to end the round. And here you don't have to make that choice, because you don't have to spend utility since they're not playing really aggressively, and they're giving you space for free pretty much.
Yeah, and then for a guy like Score, you look at what he did in the first map on Inferno, even in a loss, that was pretty heavy-handed. His stats are there.
Can I come back?
Yeah, you like to?
I'm coming back. I'm walking back. I'm on my way back over here.
But
no, it's all right. I like the look of the yellow one anyway. I'll come take a seat. But yeah, I just wanted to think. Like, I don't know what they're going to do or what they're going to change there. I think for IHC, they're going to be feeling pretty deflated with how Inferno went. So I don't imagine this is going to be a 3-mapper series anymore.
You don't think so? Well, Nikodos being here too isn't helping.
Especially now going into Overpass.
Yeah, their overpass needs work. You know, it's one of their weaknesses. And unfortunately for them, they're in a group with a lot of teams who pick overpass.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, Outsiders, Fnatic, EG, even, they beat them on overpass yesterday. So, yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle, Trace.
Yeah, an uphill battle. That's I don't think we could say it any better than that. But it would be an impressive feat to grab nonetheless if they're able to push it to 3.
Well, I said if it got to Nuke, I said they're going to win the series, but I don't think they're getting to Nuke anymore. So,
so just cancel that.
Yeah, and they're just here, so I'm talking a bit quieter.
Yeah, they don't exactly look super happy, and all understandable. This is an elimination game, and this is the ESL Pro League in its 17th season, and to go out kind of like this is not how you want to go out. So what we will do,
Can we go out?
Break. Yeah, we're going to go out to a break. We're going to come back. We're going to see what IHC can put up on the board against Fnatic in this next map.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
That you bring, I will be standing cause I am the king, I am the lion, this is my jungle, like a gorilla, ready to rumble. All out till we take the crown, we ain't giving up, we ain't backing down, we the new money, about to rise up, time to move over cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied, pain in my eyes, aiming for the skies, better sit down, better be humble, hope you ready, into the jungle. It's all around, ready for war now, standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Ready into the jungle. Into the jungle. Bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. We're heading on to Overpass, and Fnatic are one map up already here in the last chance stage of the competition, Jason. And Overpass has been their comfort ground. It's been their home. It's been a slow, methodical burner, but it's definitely been Fnatic's home.
Yeah, they've loved it, and they've looked good on it at times as well. And I mean, a very tough play style to go against when they start to kind of really be able to change the pace, and especially with what we saw back on Inferno. If we're going to see Fnatic find some of those opening kills on this map and be able to pick apart this defense, that style is going to get so much more difficult for IHC to handle. So Mongolians in a very tough place heading into the second map.
Definitely, and Chad was showing us a little bit earlier before this map started what we have to look out for on the CT side of IHC at times. So here we go. Quick play from Fnatic in towards B. Bartak is going to be here with a lot of players. There's quite a stack over on this B bomb site right now for IHC. And Bartak dancing around the pillar alongside Techno. They're taking every kill. And Fnatic are held at the door. They're just not getting through. Maybe Nikodos can get something, but it's just one. And IHC won the pistol. That's an important factor.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is exactly how Inferno started, right? The pistol, and IHC went up 6-0, and then it all collapsed from there. So let's not get too comfortable with any hot starts from IHC, but certainly, again, just winning that pistol, put your first foot forward and see what you can get from there. We'll have to see how much IHC can gather off it, because I think they're going to need quite a few on this CT side.
Now, Fnatic should just get melted through in this one. The Deagle out for Nikodos is the only thing that's been purchased. And Annihilation running out towards mid. The kills today will be captured by the team of Jakey and MC.
Jakey and MC. That sounds like it could be a band.
Jakey and MC. Yeah, that could be great. What kind of music would they do?
Jakey and the MC band?
What genre?
I don't know. Let's go Motown.
Motown, okay. I could see that. MC's got the look. And Score is pushing down long. He's having a little bit of a look as he clears out long and in behind. And Fnatic are sending themselves down connector. But Score could get behind him here if he spots just a little inkling. And they're coming back up. And oh, here we go. Nice and easy. The hot knife. The butter's all laid out. And Score is sliced through a couple of pieces. Now he goes again. Pulls out the M4A1S. And finally the Glocks get rid of him.
That's where you turn the corner and you just get so excited seeing all those players not looking at you. I bet he wishes he had an A4.
Yeah, the A4 is just superior in that position, isn't it? It's another shout for the A4.
Well, I mean, look, the round's over. I think if you're Mezzi, the only thing you're thinking is grab one more kill with this M4 and take a little bit more money away. And that might be the best thing they can hope for. Doubt it actually happens. Blitz going to push up. That's Crims and the bomb, although the Glock almost wins out, and actually Mezzi just tossed away the M4 before running to his death, so making sure that weapon can't be recovered. But 2-0 for IHC.
Well, CT side definitely has been a problem, but as you said...
How do you play with that keyboard?
Yeah, that
has to be so distracting. Just like barely out of like your line of sight.
Yeah, there's a couple of players with some really strange setups that I just don't know how they function. Especially the ones that have like a keyboard at a complete 90-degree angle. Like, how do you even play like that?
You get used to it pretty quick. I used to play with a pretty tilted keyboard back when it was necessary because of the CRT monitors. Yeah, okay. Space. We didn't have regulated desk space at events in the old days.
Oh, Score. He's having fun in the playground. Couple of kids up to no good. Score causes trouble in the neighborhood. Blitz is inside of the connector. And well, Fasher is not committing up there. The fire burning away the stairways, but this is another round for IHC.
Yeah, he heard the Molotov burn Blitz a little bit, who's also hustling all the way back. Fasher's going to get caught by Annihilation, and now it's just Crims. And this is just deja vu to Inferno, where, I mean, the early rounds, the early opening rounds were very strong in the favor of IHC. Couple of nice kills from Crim.
Oh, he's heard Score as well.
Ooh, this is actually, I mean, Score has to be very careful. He's on his own.
Oh, does he read where Crims is?
And he doesn't.
No, he doesn't think about it. Crims has pulled this one back. Now an ace clutch on the cards.
They didn't need to be this aggressive either because they had the bomb up at Playground. They could have everyone just met up with Score at Playground and held on to the bomb for the entirety of the round.
Thing is, Overpass is huge, Jason. There's a lot of land mass you have to cover here, and he has to get that bomb back and get it to a site.
I don't know if he's going to go for this anymore at this point. Like 24 seconds, like he's assuming that they're going to be covering this, and he's just kind of sprinting, but you had no chance of making it to the site. And Crims with these 3 kills has actually done a good job of just making it expensive at the very least.
Yeah, definitely made it expensive. Thought there was maybe a chance, but can't really go for some of these around-the-world clutches on overpass.
Chadwick, we get a little check-in from you. Test 1, 2. Mike's coming up soon. 2-0.
Well, you know what is Chad's favorite map, Jason? We all know that.
Hello?
Everybody knows. So
Move over, Dinko. Grab that other chair, mate.
Sure, let me have this chair. I've warmed it up for you.
Let me
At least give the young guy a please.
What do you mean? He should have been standing up as soon as he saw me come over, mate.
Respect your elders.
Age before beauty. I think that's what they say around here, right?
Yeah, sure.
I had to get here because 2 consecutive rounds after I just highlighted in the last match IHC played on Overplus, they played passive with their CT defense. 2 rounds in a row, score's been in the thick of things.
Yeah.
So I wanted to get here to set the record straight that I am paying attention. Don't you worry about that.
Well, that's good. Little taps from Blitz, gonna work through the wall. Oh, return fire. Sounds worse than it is. Blitz just down to 78.
If they win Overpass here at IHC, I know we're only 3 rounds in, and I know it's very unlikely. If they win Overpass against a team like Fnatic, who pick this all the time as their home map, this is a huge victory. So there's some stakes here.
And if they win this, you predicted they'd win the whole series if it goes to nuke.
Yeah, but that's just me being stupid. Let's we're talking about facts here.
Okay.
No printers.
Ooh. Roy turns and finds Score in the corner.
Oh dear.
Score should have had that kill locked in, and now Crims is deploying this common boost, but Bartek checks for it, and that is such an important kill to find for IHC.
I think he got caught by that boost Bartek the other day against EG. He was behind the pillar, and he got his like little backpack spotted and spammed away out here. So playing a different position to not get caught, so well handled.
And just keeping your mind on the fact that boost is going to come in at some point.
All the time.
That would have been a really deadly kill to take as well. That would have been a 5-on-3 for Fnatic, so good on Bartek. Fnatic hasn't really moved out of these positions, though. I mean, outside of... I mean, they've just basically controlled short water for this entire round, just waiting for their moment.
Yeah, they're doing their best Outsiders cosplay right now.
This is kind of what Fnatic like to do. Run that clock down to its final few seconds, and here they go. 20-second mark in towards the B site. Bartek has got a pretty decent spot to deal with this, but starts to move as they start to come in, and Techno's run out of ammo. That's very unfortunate to watch. Fnatic are into the site. Should start to plant the bomb soon. 8 seconds. Mezzi, maybe think about not fighting. He's repositioning. He missed the Molotov.
Is there time?
And well, he
there is, yeah. He's got it.
Just about got it. He came off it because he thought the Molotov was going to land on top of him, but he's able to get it down at least. And around Fnatic with the headshot. It's Mezzi on the Deeg and Fnatic on their first.
Oh, an unlikely round. I think the angle playing over at boards to watch towards sandbags was just a little too shallow. They got to swing very, very wide on him.
Techno obviously hadn't reloaded either. He ran out of ammo real quick in that situation.
Keep track of that.
That kill didn't help, but this one right here, right? Like, see how he just shifts to his left right before the swing comes in, and it's just able to be traded so easily.
Yeah, well, Score's aggression in the first 2 of the rifle or weapon rounds was great, but then in this third against some hodgepodge purchases was a problem, right? You give one away, you don't get anything done, while you really send your team up the river without the paddle. It is a big paddle. Annihilation on the AWP, so the biggest gun into round number 5 for IHC.
Oh, it's gone. Nikodos once again, another opening.
It's been the story of like Nikodos with the AWP though, and Inferno, right? Was this is weird.
Well, at least everyone has lost.
Yeah, nobody won in that exchange.
Not even a point of damage. Well, off they go. Back to safety. Score in particular will be happy enough with this, being a player down already. And Fnatic are going to start to shift their attentions back over towards B.
I think Nikodos is loving playing against IHC right now. He just has to be patient and just wait. They've been pushing into his crosshair since the first map. Mezzi's going to lead the way out. Monster. First entrance is his.
Not bad for a player that shoots the spacebar, and here they come through. Score has repositioned this AWP down into the B site, and he's finding multiple kills with it. One bullet is a key piece of information to keep track of here, and unfortunately, Score gets caught by Mezzi. It's now just Blitz on 10 HP.
Speaking of...
Ooh, nice.
That's some flick. That is actually quite nasty. But he's so low, he can't really walk around the corner here, so he's going to slink back to safety.
He looked somewhat dejected after that Inferno loss. He was kind of just sitting in the chair while the rest of the team was out, and he was just chilling with the head in the air. So not too happy as the old in-game lead-up.
I think you realize when you lose Inferno, that's your key to success, really, in all of these competitions they've played in. All of their upsets have all involved an Inferno win. Well, unfortunate for them that that's actually their most one-sided defeat all year. So
yeah, that's pretty stunning, isn't it?
I think it's going to happen, though. The more you play it, the more your gimmicks don't work.
Well, yeah, but when you lose 2 rounds in consecutive fashion after a 6-round streak that are post-plants where you have number advantages, it's like, well, we should win those, right? I know it's Inferno. I know they're the harder retake scenarios, but Fasher getting those multiple kills with the AWP in that B side, you look at those, that's the difference between them winning a half and losing a half.
And that's where the in-game leader itself gets very frustrating, as you would well know, is when you feel like you've made all the right calls and all the right reads to set your team up, and it just kind of slips away for no strategic reason.
Yeah, that's where it does really start to hurt. But Annihilation on this triple boost, silenced USP. I guess you don't have to say that anymore. Most people only use the USP silence.
Apart from Monacy.
Monacy, yeah.
Simple has flirted with it a couple times. Yeah, Liege go that round as well.
See, the thing is...
Oh, no, those are just P2Ks, weren't they? Simple did it a long time ago.
I think the game just gets too easy for those players. So it's like, what can we change up a little bit here? This make our gun slightly
Challenge
worse.
myself.
Oh, this might work. No one looks at this. No one checks it. Annihilation gets one. Luckily traded out, but at least he'll be happy with 1 kill. But the rest of his teammates are all falling. And you know that the triple stack was deployed, so you know where the other 2 players are.
Yeah, you know where all the resources are. Leslie's down low, no reason for him to re-peek. Fnatic's going to get a 3rd and tie things up on the board.
Boom. Nikadaz sends him down the river.
Still not going to be the prettiest buy in the world for IHC. They're going to have M4s with a decent amount of utility. No op, though, on Annihilation, unless he goes Glass Cannon.
He could go Glass Cannon. He probably should go Glass Cannon, really.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so, because you can... I think you have so much more flexibility in your CT side setups over towards A with an ult, but apparently he doesn't agree, Jason.
I think they've struggled, like, peeking on the CT sides into, like, Nikadaz's off going back to Inferno, right? And if Fnatic's going to play a very slow style on overpasses, we've seen them do a number of times, I think the utility with the M4 might be more valuable in a sense.
I just don't know why or how it's an acceptable scenario to have everybody back in the A site at a minute 40 on the clock, right? Like, you have no information.
Yeah, they're already boosted up at sign. Oh, Crims, good challenge. She would like to have that kill. Bartak's down low.
I'm gonna try and nade him out here as well, so this might do the job. Crims, alley-oop, and oh, okay, so the reposition from Bartak will take a bit of flak damage, down to 30 now. You can see this passive boost in play, though. Fnatic get all this room for free. They haven't had to use the same utility to get this space.
Yeah. This is exactly the kind of playstyle Fnatic would love to play against with how slow they're playing. Just get all the map control you want without having to burn any nades, and then at the end you just have a perfect final execution. There's Crims just tasked with throwing some utility out of B, keep the CT players there, and then you can focus with this Fnatic final move in towards the A bomb site.
And they have so many nades to execute with, right? They got 4 mollies.
Yeah,
they have only had to use one molly to get their early map control.
And once again, another boost. They're going to know both players are in that position. This is a hard position to fall back from during an execute as well, so they could get real trapped. Now, thankfully, Blitz has just arrived for support.
Score's boost is still good, but he's just missed the chance, and Crims seen him on the cross back. And so Crims is able to hit the headshot, gap in the smoke, Annihilation down, it's all toppling. Finally, Blitz steps up and does something for IHC, but they've already lost the sight. They're making the rotate back through, and at this point, it feels like they have a chance to go for it, but Roy domes him through the wall.
Yeah, that one's not ideal, is it? Bartek, the low HP player, just gets removed from the equation very easily.
Well, that played out pretty much exactly how we painted the picture leading into it. I'm confused why Score just didn't feel the need to take that fight and shot.
Did he not see him? Was he looking at his radar? Was he checking something else?
That would be
it's a little bit odd, isn't it?
Yeah, he didn't pull the trigger at all. He was up there for a minute and didn't get to use it.
He should always have the advantage of that fight in the first position, right? And you saw that, at least from our perspective, he got the information first, just wasn't the one able to pull the trigger. So that's a bit of a qualm right there. Less than ideal, but now into the winning ways up Fnatic, 4-3, and I think it's going to be plenty more of this, especially if IHC continue to play this passive, man. Like, I understand it, but I also hate it.
It's probably also like a lack of comfort on the map, right? Like, if you're not comfortable on the map and you don't enjoy being that aggressive, like, you're obviously never going to call those, so it's, yeah. I would just like to see them have a little bit more fight than what we saw in Inferno. Like, it was great, that early lead, but the fact they could never rebound and regain control of any kind of situation was just awkward.
Yeah, they played it 3 times since Katowice, and the most amount of rounds they've been able to pick up is 7.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not ideal, is it?
No, that's not what you like to see going into Overpass.
Oh, nice little replay right there. Was that first bullet?
Not too shabby from Roy.
It's nice how they throw that smoke, giving themselves a little bit to work around there. Not just completely blocking off the pipe. A little bit of a gap to be cheeky with, but This is the thing with Fnatic. They're more than happy to take this slow. And this is what Overpass allows teams to do more so than a lot of other maps, like in terms of pulling out utility. Sure, that's still part of the game plan. And in terms of getting some map control, that's there as well. But a lot of the time, if you're patient, the CTs will just drop back into something a little bit more turtled. So the time is one of your biggest assets here on the T side. And I suppose that's why teams like Fnatic, Outsiders, they do like to approach it in this fashion. But when it comes back to bite you in the arse, which Na'Vi have showed us many a time going back in history, things can get very, very spicy.
I think even Outsiders with the Yukinda roster showed that a few times, where multiple times in a game they would run out of time on the T side. But here comes the push and Crims just charging in. Annihilation was out to the right side, and you can see how composed Fnatic are. There's just no stress, no worries. Heading into the side, Techno hits a lovely shot, but look how quick that trade is from Mezzi. Fnatic just look at their best when they're playing together, but they're actually losing a couple of players here to 3 versus 3. Bartak's going to try and play around the site and the smoke. They're still looking for him, haven't been able to find him, and finally Fasher will clock in on his position. Now sees Blitz, there's Deagle, lands another one, and this is starting to get a little bit worrying because think about the flank of Score who's coming through Monster. 10 seconds as well. This could be the denial of the bomb plant if he can time it correctly.
Someone's got a plan. Someone's going to get it down now. Score in the backlines here. Takes down.
He has to plan now. He has to plan. They've lost the round. They've lost the round.
Exactly what we were talking about. Just came into fruition.
But like it's weird because I don't even know, like the execute came at enough time to actually make that work. They got like so intimidated by the 2 Deagles.
Yeah.
They were just trading blow for blow, and then they just decided not to plan. It's just crazy.
Someone's got to do it.
Yeah, someone has to just commit to that moment. You have to go in. If you're going to run the clock down that low, you have to have someone just commit to the plant in that position.
Well, that's a gift from the gods right there.
Well, that's a chance. Yeah, well, here we go. 3 more to equal the best ever performance on Overpass this year, so let's see.
Fasher has a Mac 10 here. Are they going to go fast with this here? Because Roy could have dropped across an AK. The same conversation to be had with Nikodos or Grim. So
they're going fast.
Real fast.
Fasher's just running.
Run boost.
Oh, they've run over the top of him, but Fasher's able to watch it. He watches it happen right in front of him, and the quick B play looked like it was going to work for Fnatic, but suddenly the kills favor the side of IHC. But Mezzi's still in here. He's still in the middle of the enemy lines, and Blitz will see him, take him out, leaving just Nikodos, who takes an instantaneous dink. He's down to 12, and he'll start to move through, but it feels like a futile effort now. IHC about to take the lead. There we go, 5-4. IHC in the lead here on the CT side.
There's a bit more fight for you, Jason.
Yeah, I
don't know if the last round was them putting up a fight or maybe Fnatic putting down their guns, but that round right there was great. Good trading. Annihilation getting caught out in the run boost, and they still pull this one off. This was so awkward.
Yeah, this is probably the worst round to have actually called for that, but the follow-up Molotovs from Blitz and support, you can see him just chucking utility while the rest of his teammates are fighting. Perfect setup for all of them, and enough utility to really make that hit uncomfortable for Fnatic.
I guess it works because they started 4B into a B rush, right? So at the end of the day, it does pan out here. You can see that timeout being called for there by Keita, coach of Fnatic, but the man we just had on your screen there is Mara, the coach of IHC.
Now, well, I mean, if you want to talk about like something that maybe gives you a little bit of positivity for IHC to potentially win this, we did see on the opening day of this group when Fnatic was playing MIBR on Overpass, and Sani was able to be quite a nuisance, and there were a couple rounds where Fnatic outplayed them, but just like a really weird sequence at the end of a round in the closing stages of the round would actually just take the win away from Fnatic, and we've already had one of those here. In that game against MIBR, they had like 4 of them.
Sometimes they play themselves almost by leaving the clock go down so low that one move can cost them everything. Annihilation sends the nade in towards top mid.
Nice.
Oh, Nikodos is getting absolutely wrecked right now.
Yeah, really good damage right there. Good bang for the buck on those nades. They will slow them down, obviously, here, but again, so the minute 30 mark, and they're both back in the site, right? This is what I highlighted in the same position when we were doing that segment, is just how easily IHC are happy to give up this space. Does allow them to float over towards B a little bit quicker here, but they need some information back, and they're going to be playing through short, so Blitz with Bartak on the push.
I'm just always so nervous because it always feels when IHC makes these plays, they're going to make the next play as well. It felt like they wanted to creep through Monster or that other short tunnel, and Bartak is just going to back away from it. Blitz is going to back into the bomb site. So content with the little bit of map control and presence they have, Fnatic's trying to pull off a little bit of a fake ski. Bang! I don't think they saw Roy up close.
Well, he's slipping through the smoke. Score actually has his teammate watching that. I thought he was about to be caught, but Blitz has his blind side. But Crims is already in front of this smoke. He's already in front of it. And he goes. He strikes just one, though. Bartak with a quick trade. And that's keeping IHC ahead.
Nikodos can't go through that smoke on low HP, so now he needs to rely on Mezzi to make something happen, but it isn't going to work for him. Nikodos now has the clutch, and he gets caught in the open, low HP, and Blitz swings with an easy kill.
Blitz doing a great job as the rotator right now on their CT side, right? He's reading these scenarios a whole lot better than he was in previous matchups, being able to get over in time to help out his teammates in multiple different scenarios here, finishing off rounds, having some bangers with the Deagles, having a little bit of impact in those facets as well. So good stuff for IHC here to get themselves up to 6, but they definitely need to convert this one, right? It's got a couple of light pistols upgraded in. There's some Kevlar in the mix. You have to be converting for the 7th now. This is not one you can be giving up.
Yeah, no hiccups. No hiccups for IHC, and you obviously, they kind of need to convert it healthily as well. They're very low on money. This should be a round where they're looking to have 4 people survive, 5 people survive. Annihilation blinded. They jump past the angle. Score here's the footsteps. Under pressure. First op shot is there. That's when Score chooses to chime in. Keeps him space for his opper, and this is handled very well from IHC, and it's all over. 5 people survive. Nobody takes damage.
I think we call that cha-ching.
Yeah, that's
what
round.
that is.
Flawless victory.
That's the money just entering the back pocket. Everyone
cash flowing
knows
through.
they can buy again. It feels good. It feels good. And over there for the Fnatic side, well, they're not going to have an AWP available at all, right? This is the second timeout called for the international squad. Mezzi is definitely not dropping an AWP for Nikodos with where the money is at right now, so they will have to operate with 5 rifles. They've already tried it into a B rush or some B plays that have been either an issue of their own design or one that has just been stalled out by the stack. So I just do expect them here to go into a default spread with the rifles, but this is where Annihilation on the AWP can make a difference if he wants to look for some peaks, because now he doesn't have to worry about Nikodos. You were talking about him earlier, Jason. Well, that AWP not available here.
Yeah, you get frisky if you wanted, if you're Annihilation in this round. Although, I mean, he's had a couple times where he's tried. The run boost over towards B, obviously, was just a blind counter.
Bartak's got 12 kills as well.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff from the 5th man. Ooh. I do love a good run boost. It's just satisfying.
Another 4-man start at the B bomb site.
Big fan of the gymnastics. Nikodos this time gets to play the round without being completely put down to 20 HP with nades.
So they've got Annihilation with the op on the other side of Monster to take a deep peek when he chooses to, right? And you've got Techno close up at boards. Bartak's just got back to the A bomb site. So let's see what Annihilation is going to do with this, because it looks like he wants to get frisky.
Now they know that Mezzi's down. They've done a lot of damage towards him too. He's down at 16 HP. Annihilation was going for a bit of a peek.
Oh, we'll just smoke
it
it off.
Deep smoke.
Yeah, okay.
Change up spot.
He needs to start rotating. Make this AWP a little bit more active here. Looks like it might be Blitz to head back over to help out Score, who already has the assistance of Bartak in this round. So a completely different CT scenario starting to unfold here.
Yeah, he hasn't fired the op over at the B bomb site, so Fnatic doesn't know it's there quite yet. So I'm assuming that's why he wants to stick around and shore up the defense. And it's a very long-centric defense as well. Score very far pushed.
This is actually okay because they have 3 players here. Like this lurk smoke is working in IHC's favor right now.
Look at the utility of Fnatic as well. They got nothing to pull this off. 1 flashbang.
Nikodos is coming over towards long. Maybe eventually he gets the score, but his teammates have got to go soon, and that's the fight. Oh, it's lost. Nikodos doesn't win that, and now at least Fnatic know there's one long, but there's 3 players here, and they don't have that info because of that lurk smoke. And so Blitz is playing around the dice box, swings out. Roy immediately hits the headshot, but are they ready for long here? They're not looking the right way. They're not looking at long at all, and Bartak only manages 1. They realized there had to be a second player there because Score had taken someone down earlier. A 2 versus 2. Fnatic get onto the site, but both remaining players are very low.
They can still win this. The HP is only a factor because Techno's on the flank.
Techno's coming up on that flank and does get the kill on Mezzi. It's now only Crims, known to win a couple of clutches, this guy. He's out long. The bomb is planted for him, but he hasn't got any util, so he feels like he has to get somewhat close so he can gather information on some close peaks. Running that clock down. Here comes Techno, and so close for Crims. Annihilation runs over and gets the kit to confirm the defuse safely, and IHC have won this half.
It does feel like they played that situation, I want to say a little bit rushed. Like Blitz, I don't know if he needed to pick the front side after he got that information because he knew that they were there, and at that same time Fnatic knew that Score was towards long. So Blitz dies, and then Bartak dies, and then they know that Score's still there, so of course they're going to be clearing for that 3rd man. So I think that maybe just... Oh, that was a nice shot from Fasher, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, great trading from Fnatic to get in, but I think you're exactly right. If Blitz is alive in that situation, that little crossfire with the player at long is like impossible to deal with. But I think he gets just like... He can't hold himself back. That initial peak for information was Roy like looking the wrong way, trying to turn from a flash, and he thought he just had a freebie. Obviously, well incorrect, but... a good win out at the end of the day. 8-4, 4-round lead, and yeah, they do win the first half, essentially. Third time out he's from.
Yeah, okay. So Keita must be feeling a little bit hot under the collar here.
The game plan was working really well in Inferno, but their mapping, it's not clicked just yet.
Well, this is the thing. I always return to this when I watch Overpass. If the T side is able to get themselves 4, that's par for the course for me. Anything more is fantastic, right? So like 4.
You put your number at 4.
Yeah, because I think that for good Overpass teams, for the team that's picking it, if you get 4 rounds on the T side, like if it's a map that you're happy to pick, you're probably happy to play it against other good Overpass teams, right? Where you're probably only going to be getting 4 to 5 T rounds in total anyway. So, you know, 4's par for the course. I think 5 or 6 is great. Anything more than that, you're dreamy.
I think 4 without a pistol right now is fantastic, yeah, for Fnatic. If they could just put 1 or 2 more, we'll see. We'll find out. Crims?
Oh, he's being Fnatic's best player.
He's been playing this position since the beginning of time.
He's pushed up towards short on water. Just taking their time. I think you let Crims play here. You let him see if he can activate an opening kill. Meantime, Roy taking a bit of a risk going through the bathroom smoke. Flash goes in. And this is one of the quicker rounds of getting map control for Fnatic.
Again, it's that passive defense Chad keeps bringing up. This time
That's
Annihilation
really
with the AWP over at the A bomb site, though, so he can have some deep lines, some deep angles. Good win from Crims.
You can just pull away now with that. Now you've got that opening. Feel pretty comfortable with the amount of time you still got left.
Again, though, this is always what makes me feel sketchy when I'm watching teams play slow and overpasses. Just the amount of utility that's left to like pull off any kind of a hit at the A bomb site.
Oh, it's Annihilation that has the util. You can smoke out long here.
Would be well timed.
It is very well timed. Does Roy? No, he's not going to walk through it. Surely not. Oh, but it's Roy. And he goes right through and gives his life away. Nico Dawes with a quick trade. Now that's the rifle gone. You can see Annihilation doesn't feel comfortable about staying on the site with no rifle support. So he'll drop back to bank. And unfortunately for Annihilation, misses the shot. And the second one, too, is continuing to fight this. And finally, on the third time of asking, knocks the player down. But he's under a lot of pressure, a lot of scrutiny, and Annihilation stands tall.
Fnatic's given Annihilation plenty of opportunity to get those kills. As he's in the bomb site.
He's going to hold for the swing up the stairway. Good kill. Actually, through the wall bang. And Annihilation has everything to do now, but Mezzi, the in-game leader, stays composed, and Fnatic on the board again.
Fasher was like playing a game. He was like, I'll give you 3 chances to hit this shot. I'll swing out a couple of times.
Now IHC are lucky here if they're going to get anything more done in this half, right? So there's only 2 more rounds of play left here. Annihilation has 8k, so it's a question of does he really want the AWP or does he want to drop rifles? After what we just saw there, I'd say probably leave the AWP at home, but I can confirm that he will be buying into the big green.
Nah, man, shooter's got to shoot. Get it back in your hand.
Yeah, but if you hit the sitter, which was the first shot that was presented to him,
That's
then
a different
the round...
round.
Exactly, right? So it's like...
I'd just make score the AWPer.
Oh.
Okay.
Come on now, man. Scores the rifler.
He looks sick
He
on
can
the
only
AWP
do
too.
so many things.
He's like Staun. He's the Mongolian Staun. Oh, the airstrikes actually worked.
Poor Bartek, man. The new guy just getting bullied.
He's eaten a lot of nades in this half.
Yeah, been chunked down in a very regular occurrence.
Well, Fnatic have got an opening kill and a minute and 20 seconds to play with. They finally start to activate this AWP for IHC. And they're going to send Annihilation on a little hunt through the sewers.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect time to be taking some risks, and I think at this point, as you get Blitz walking through this tunnel, you should be hustling back with that
Yeah,
APD.
if they're not
bomb
rotating
site.
now, the round's already done, right?
If you're not going to go, I mean, if you're not going to save, if you're going to try and go for this round, you need to get back to the A bomb site. Doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Especially like Blitz is getting more information, guys. It's definitely not B, you know. So if it's not B, and nobody's in connector, they have to be A. Oh, and nobody is in connector. So Techno screaming at the top of his lungs here.
Just hiding in the smoke, finally starts to make his play forward. It's worked out for at least 1 kill. Roy, quick to answer. And Fnatic stay up.
If Annihilation fires the AWP, if he gets an exchange here, they'll be quite glued on his position. This flank might be able to manifest for something, but he needs to make his presence known. And,
He's bailed out.
Spotted.
Annihilation's already way back at the B bomb site. He's calling for the save. Wants that up for the final round of the first half.
Okay, well, let's see if we can get some impact out of it into the next.
Yeah, he tried this round. I mean, it's just
well,
a
they
little
try every
unfortunate.
round, I hope, Dinko.
That's very true. He tried to get a little bit more aggressive this time, a different look to IHC, and Fnatic just get the nade stack in towards the boost, and then completely avoid Annihilation the whole round.
8-6. Fnatic in a very nice position. And no one hunting either. Not enough money for Fnatic to go chase down this weapon. So Annihilation gets to keep it moving forward. He's got 6 kills, the Alper of IHC. It's Score to lead the way with 14. And it's Crims over on Fnatic with 15 to top their scoreboard.
Final round's still rough around the edges here, though, right? You take a look, Blitz, Techno, they've only just got under that 4K mark, so they will be able to bite. Well, there's a drop coming through as well here. So thanks to Annihilation, it is looking...
yeah.
It's looking honky-dory. There's not so many qualms here. There's a diffuse kit, there's plenty of utility in the mix. The B defenders have a Molotov between the two of them here, so they should be able to lock things down. But it's really, for me, about Annihilation making this presence known with AWP, just hitting a sitter. Posting up to a line, getting that kill, making sure that he can't just get stepped down on by Nikodos, who also has 6 kills so far, but I think he'll change that. Discourse, flash spotted, should be dead, surely, Score.
Yeah, back away. You're a little bit of a gift that you're alive right now. Just get the hell out of there. Outside of Score in like round, what, like 3, 2 maybe? IHC really hates aggression towards Blue Door down the stairs.
Yeah,
They're
it hasn't been an awful lot, really. And same with towards A. So,
oh no, Annihilation, you wanted some impact, well, he's gone first.
Just a beautiful combo there. Flash and dead.
Well, he's having a frustrating half here on the CT side.
Really good work there from Fnatic to force that opening.
And look how quickly they're just going to convene into a B hit. And they're even sending Roy aggressively up A long. He's clearing out bathrooms right now to make sure he's safe. If he can establish some presence, throw that smoke, that lurk smoke to be able to creep up long. Oh, they're just going to pop. Contact. Techno never had any chance, any idea, and everyone else is out of position. Misread from IHC, and it should be
Here goes
the
Roy.
7th round for Fnatic.
Yeah, Roy just comes out long, finds himself Score, trying to get back down to B, but it's
too
just
easy, isn't it?
Just a few moments away from Fnatic securing 7. And they've done well to just get a few extras squeezed out at the end of this half. Nikodos takes down Bartak and just Blitz. He'll hide behind the smokes, but it's just a few seconds away because Roy is on that flank. Blitz remembers that. He knows that Roy's taking down his teammate, but there we go. Fnatic gets 7 on the T side of Overpass and are set on a collision course to take themselves a 2-0 victory over IHC.
Brown with the frog splash. Leaps of faith, what I call that. If you hit my line for the old me, when I hang up on you, don't call back. I ain't gonna block my blessings, huh? I'd rather block your number. Life taught me so many lessons, huh? Been down bad, never under. That's breath in my lungs. Some people die young, where I come from. Woke up and gave thanks to Father and Son. Filled with the Spirit, I shine like the sun. Ghost in me, but I ain't haunted. Bad vibes, keep them, don't want it. Pride hard to swallow, doggone it. And you were really never my opponent. I'm fighting evil, man, they hearts black. They wanted my life, told them back. Got an itch for sin, can't scratch that. Keep the truth loaded in the black gap. Just know if I said it, I meant it, and they gon' take it back. Learn the game brighter than my granddaddy's Cadillac. Young man, old song, imagine that. Ain't in my control, gotta pray, let them handle that. God hit my line, get me to play. Roger that, game time. Alright, you hate like a running back. If you ain't catch everything I said, better run it back. Eating up this beat, break bread, where your sandwich at, y'all. Thought I was done? No, this beat ain't like Kobe, I'm too full. My God, sick old mode, he too cold. I'm skating on beats, froze on with the flow. I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and don't hesitate. Got
Tryna make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Bossed up, feeling like I can't
No, I can't lose. A higher power, make sure that couldn't happen. Flashing the way I flick the wrist, you think I broke it on the basket. Ask them, they'll tell you I sent that boy home on a mattress. Pass it if you can't clutch, I'll rev up and catch it. Like how I slid on out, cause he was acting savage. Talking about, let's see how you starring films with action, or I'll put cheese on your plate and let them wolves get active. You can't stop me in the paint, I got too many badges, boy. If you afraid of fire, then stop like matches. Put that heat up on your chest and colorize your passion. She in love with how my diamonds look, they gotta dance. And no, I can't never lose, I'll put my team up in that man. Yeah.
I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym. My God, he's a viral! The best in the game.
We could only hold chat down for most of the first half there of Overpass. He's gone now, Jason. He's had enough of Overpass, and
He's
I think
out.
this might be IHC heading out too.
Yeah, I think they might have had enough of Overpass. We'll see if their T-side's anything to get excited about. Struggled somewhat against Fnatic's slow pace, and I mean, obviously Fnatic able to grab those last 3 rounds puts them in a very nice position, just about all tied up. Pistol round live in the second half. IHC facing elimination. They need to win this map to take us to Nuke and keep fighting at ESL Pro League. But they gotta go against double dualies.
So what you're telling me is there's no chance, Jason?
They don't have a chance.
Not a single opportunity, because Nikodos even has the P2002, and we know how good that can be. And he's got the dual Berettas, the P2000 setting up the chance. Here come the Julies, slamming down it on the table. Roy throws it all down, and Nikodos helps. Kind of what we expected, Jason. Perfect analysis heading into that one.
I love how he just spammed as fast as he could, and there was still so many bullets that he could slow it down and just start tapping.
It's kind of ridiculous.
That was awesome.
The crazy thing is about the Julies, I think a couple of players are calling for, like, it's nerf. I think it's probably next in the chopping block eventually, once we get everything sorted elsewhere. I think that they're the weapons. It's like so cheap. It's like $300, just 2 guns.
Mate, they've been around forever. I feel like they haven't had to change like the entirety of CSGO, and all of a sudden we're calling for nerfs.
Yeah, but they changed the price. They made it really cheap.
True. They did
That's the change, and that's why. But the winner of this will go on to play Eternal Fire a little bit later today at 7:30 p.m. It's scheduled. That's CET. So a difficult matchup. I'm sure we'll get to. Right now, I'm seeing the world where Fnatic and Eternal Fire go down.
Yeah.
And that'll be a rematch. So excited to see how that one will pan out once we get there, or if we get there. But IHC, coming into a year like this, you know, their goal is obviously the major. You're looking at the RMR qualifier. You know, you just expect them to go through the RMR as the best Asian team, right? So the major is what their main goal will be.
Not just as the best Asian team, but just by virtue and off the back of some of the upsets they had at Katowice after that Katowice run. And I mean, the nice thing for them is once you get into that Asian RMR, right? Like your map pool issues probably aren't as much of a problem as they are here in an event like this.
Yeah, you'll definitely be able to play a few extra maps, that's for sure. But at this level, you've shown capable of playing Inferno mainly. But Overpass has been a real struggle for them. And now there is quite a few weeks off in between. So if you go out here, you'll have a lot of time off to just go back, figure out your map pool, and come back again. And that's always when the Asian teams have been the most dangerous, Jason, over the years. It's like when they go away for a while and then they return, they got something new prepared for you.
Yeah, exactly, because everyone's always been so scared of like what the new thing is going to be. Because there is a lot of talent, and you throw a gimmick in there and that talent can really shine. Roy with the final double kill. 9-8, Fnatic take a lead.
Coming up later as well, you got Outsiders versus Cloud9. That's the next game we've got, Jason. I'm looking forward to that one. I think that's going to be sick. And we do have some sort of tech issue here for Roy, so hopefully we'll get that resolved as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Cloud9 Outsiders is going to be fun, especially the way Shiro's been playing.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Absolute beast, so I'm always down to watch someone like Shiro play when he's having a hot hand in a tournament. I would take Cloud9 in that series.
Yeah, I think so. I think with the way that Chiro's playing, you kind of
Buster also looked good.
Yeah, it was cool. I think Buster came in at Katowice. I think we were a little too quick to jump the gun on our opinions of him. But coming into this event, he's definitely looked better. And I don't know, we'll find out real soon whether or not it was a sideways move, an upwards move, or a downwards move, changing him for inters.
Yeah, and we touched on this before. I think even obviously internally, they're always going to say it's an upward positive move, and they had some reasoning to back it up. Just said he's a little bit more creative than Inters was, a little bit more capable of coming up with some new ideas to do things and bringing ideas to the table. So I think they're really happy about that one. And Katowice, yeah, didn't look like he was super acclimated into the team whatsoever. But here, I mean, obviously it helps when Shiro's having the tournament he did, but Buster's had some solid games and found some ways to have impact.
I do love how Cloud9 have really, Hobbit in particular, has really tried to force us to say booster. Now that sounds fun. I like that. I like that pronunciation, but it will forever be Buster. It's already locked in. It's been years of that.
Yeah, it has been. He's another one that's fallen by the wayside, a little bit late to come to the party.
Yeah. Well, 9-8, as you mentioned. Timeout's all done, and action can now continue. I see with AK-47s out. See if they have anything on the T side at all prepared for us. Score try to be pretty quick about it. He's going to smoke out the tunnels, Molly, just to try and signal that potentially he has walked through that.
Ooh, good damage on the Crims. Down to 8 HP. IHC still just chilling around Fountain. 4 players, Scores just having a distraction. Running low on utility, so if IHC use too much to gain bathroom control, they're going to really be missing a few things to execute into the bomb site. Fnatic also at least starting out this half in this first gun round with a more passive setup. They've just rotated defenders back to the A bomb site, but they're playing very deep. Nikodas just moving out of bank. Mezzi and Roy just moving out of the spawn stairs. And now IHC is starting to make their first move.
Fnatic going for a very passive setup here. We'll see on the A bomb site. That's going to allow IHC at least to execute in on them and play their game a little bit.
Yeah, this is where you set up, you know, the Molotov or dice boxes. This is where you set up the smokes and the flashbangs that you need to chuck over to get your teammates in. But, I mean, Mezzi's already playing anti-flash. Nikodas is checking out towards long for information. So this utility better be perfect. But with those, Bartek's not set up for the Molotov. He's falling back to it now, I think. But with this like current split that they have going on with Score and Techno at long, the main thrust of this attack is going to be swinging off the long angle. 20 seconds.
Nikodas plays in the SWAT truck. Roy gets caught. Nikodas at least finding one here for Fnatic. And whoa, okay. Mezzi looks the FAMAS, makes the FAMAS look good rather. And I don't know how he's done that, but holds down for a 3K. And IHC, they get given all that space, and then their final play into the A side just gets absolutely destroyed.
That's a nice little transfer with the FAMAS from Mezzi. I didn't know it could do that.
No, I haven't seen many players be able to do that, that's for sure. That's more of a toy gun, really. Probably do more damage with the foam blasters we've got here, but look at that.
Ooh, that one. He gets
it was
the
like
dink,
he came back.
off.
He transferred twice.
Yeah, it's well done.
Sick. That's UKCS again right there.
Well, that's also not a confidence-inspiring round from IHC for their first gun round. So if you're hoping they were to come out with a T side that was going to do some damage, that's not a good first glimpse at what they're going to bring to the table. 10-8. Deep nade from Roy and backs off. Nikodas has a deep angle with the AWP, but he wants to fall back as well. They probably know this is a low economy buy, so don't want to risk a whole lot. Don't want to give those pistols a chance to cause too much damage.
Nikodas around the corner. Well, let's see what he's got for Blitz. Oh, he crosses just behind the dice box and Blitz. Oh, he's nice and quick to that headshot in Techno's turn. Has he got anything in the Deagle? Of course he does. Mongolians pack a punch, and they're into the site. And Fnatic, well, what do they do here? Well, they're quick up the stairway. The bomb hasn't even gone down yet. They've already got some control back of the site. Some of these rifles all find some superiority. Bartek, though, stops them from getting towards the truck, and he wants a bit more. This Deag's not done yet.
Dishing out that cheese curd ice cream the Mongolians are known for.
Love that. Love the curds. Ice cream. Ice cream curds, sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Saved myself there, Jesse.
Yeah, you did. You recovered. Stick the landing. Crims is pushed up. Mezzi's back to the B bomb site as well. And they're just going to try and save these weapons. So, an unlikely round. Nothing super strategic, just nice deagle shots, which we'll take. That's a great lineup from Blitz. I mean, absolutely wonderful. He knew the exact movement that that Opera was going to take, so just magnificent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Two-round lead.
Two-round lead indeed.
Well, down to a one-round lead once this blows up.
True.
And the nice thing is they've recovered 3 weapons. They didn't have to spend money. So, like, I mean, winning a round like this, as clean as they did with those Deagles and as convincing as they did, I mean, now you're in a situation where you all of a sudden have all this money that you never thought was going to be available to you. Bang. Good stuff.
Yeah, really nice deagle shots coming in, and that's what IHC don't lack. It's just individual skill. They've got plenty of that, and I'm really impressed at how close they're keeping this overpass game, and Fnatic haven't looked all that comfortable on this map, considering it's often just been their home ground, the map they go to consistently. IHC have struggled, but they're putting up a really good fight here. Once again, Crim's having to play with the UMP. He's been here a few times in this series. Oh, the AWP of Nikodas. He's staying there. He's sticking in the same position.
He's got to be confident from Inferno. He's also got Roy, right? Roy's pushed up over towards Picnic, so I think they're off this contact, off this next shot, or Roy's just going to help keep the space. He's forced to swing due to the Molotov, and with that win, he can play it safely, and Annihilation is patient the whole time, knows that repeak was coming, and now Roy has to back away.
Well, they're running back towards B here, IHC. Following it back, utility still available. We'll see how the CT hold deals with this. Fasher has been good in this competition, and now he's got a squad of IHC players coming towards him right through Monster. They'll clear out the right side and now sprint into the site itself. Blitz clears out. Fasher at least attempts to do so. Ooh. He holds for 1 kill, but eventually swings into score. And Messi's turn from short.
There it is, double kill. That follow-up dink from Fasher was magnificent. Annihilation left in a 1v3. He's had some spectacular clutches. Can he flick up fast enough? Yes, he can.
Of course he can, Jason. There we go. Annihilation flicks on up, and we've been waiting for a clutch from him for a while now. Maybe this is one of them, but sees the shadow. Unfortunately, Mezzi's seen him a little quicker. And that's a big round from Mezzi. Good recovery as well. Fasher holds for 1. Then it's all about Mezzi's distraction. The second player at short, just not ready for it. And Fnatic put themselves in a better position. 11-9 now.
Oof. This is well done. I mean, as good as you can get from Fasher under a lot of pressure when with teammates coming in. He did just enough to keep them at bay. 11-9. And here we go, round 21. AWP out on Nikodas. Roy's going to get aggressive yet again. And this is the kind of defense you didn't see from IHC in the first half that Chad was calling for a ton. Is like, get aggressive, get in their face, have this presence. Look how suffocating it can be.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to see that not come through for IHC, but Roy's made it work to perfection. Maybe giving them something to look at. Mezzi inside of Connector is putting a bit more pressure on them too, and we didn't really see a lot of this either, Jason. I think you brought that up in the first half.
I actually really ignored this kind of portion of the map. Outside of, I think it was Score pushing down with like an SMG at one point, or like early on in the half. Good rebuttal from Blitz, and they know Mezzi's down there as well because he's got the kill. So Blitz wants to chase him, but this is the bomb, and that's a big win. Big swing. Blitz with 18 kills, leading the way for IHC.
Oh, Blitz taking a lot of damage. I'm surprised he's even standing still at 2 HP.
Not worth it. He got, what, 2 damage in return on Fasher? 4 damage?
Every little helps. Let's see. Scores coming out Monster. Annihilation setting up some fake utility in towards A, hoping they can pull at least 1 player away from B. And it's actually worked.
Well, problem is they already saw like 1 player at B, so I don't think they're going to bite too hard on this rotation, especially now that you see Score out Monster. Yeah, it's going to bring everyone back. That's a great angle, though, tapping away with the AK.
Yeah, Score's actually managed to hit that headshot and open up space into the site. They start to move forward. Smoke still available for IHC. Score's actually dropped into the water and catches Crim's reloading. Now it's just Nikodas, and it's all Score. Ooh, that's a great round to watch.
Yeah, and I think that's it's a tough situation for Crims. I don't think you'll see him make a mistake like that, emptying the magazine into the smoke and then not having anything to fight further. That position, if he can hold on to it, Nikodas is way more comfortable swinging wide and trying to get that retake into action. Trying to stop the plant as best he can and make things difficult. Put him in an impossible situation. So IHC, despite some of the struggles on the map, continuing to fight back.
They put Fnatic down to a half buy, or not even a half buy. A lot of them have just fully invested to the point of $200. That's Roy and Fasher going for Kevlar and upgraded pistols. This is looking rough for Fnatic. I didn't expect IHC to stay in this, but they have.
We mentioned it. I mean, as much as this has been a map they really, really like, and obviously picking it in this series, we saw some struggles on it earlier in the group with a close map against MIBR.
Yeah, I think this one's really showing their weaknesses. And Blitz, with the flash through Monster, can set himself up for the peek to right side. Monster sees that no one's here. Look at the ground they've got right now, IHC. Blitz should be good to take Fasher down here, and he will. Knocks him out. Round 22 is a slow one, but IHC have got themselves the first kill. Blitz can just keep going.
I think he will, too, with what we've seen, especially now when Score takes that swing. Okay, this is not great. Roy gets a kill out towards long, but I think they can still actually safely challenge out of Monster. That peek from Sandbags shows the defense is way more passive. It was playing at the ramp, playing behind the bomb site, so there was some space for the Monster play to be impactful. Blitz setting up utility to maybe freeze the defense and maybe show that they're going to be falling back to the A bomb site, and it's kind of working. Crim's cheated backwards, but they're not sold on it yet.
Well, there's a Flashes still going over trying to fake out this A plane. It's actually worked really well. Fnatic sending 2 players up there, and this creates that opening towards B. So Annihilation moves in, Crims doesn't get anything, and that's the B bomb site defense eradicated. And Annihilation through the smoke too. They let the clock run low, but they managed to put the bomb down. And that's forced Fnatic into the AK-47 save call. And the scoreline's all tied up, Jason. We've come to this point.
I like that round from IHC. I mean, they do a good job of, as the time is running out, throwing enough utility, having some presence at B, and then showing an immediate presence and utility, like they're going to kind of start creeping up towards the A bomb site with 20 seconds rotating, and Fnatic just couldn't hold their nerve, rotating right back into it. Nikonaz looking to grab some guns right at the end of the day, but no one is evacuating this far. Annihilation's going for a little investigation.
Nikonaz running forward with the... Oh, Deagle gets 1 kill, but then gets traded at the very, very end of the round. But it is 11-11. It is tied up, and IHC now have an opportunity to stay alive in this competition. If they do this, it'll be done in the most difficult of fashions. And you know, Chad did say if they go to nuke, he favors them to win, Jason.
Yeah, I think he's showing him a little bit of love. Well, this is a critical round for IHC to win just by virtue of the fact that there's not really a whole lot for Fnatic to fight with. You don't want to lose a round at this junction of the game to just a single AK-47 that's been brought over by Roy. But they have had trouble at times, and they have lost some players to this aggressive position from Roy. And it looks like, again, he's going to find a way to slip the net and find a gap in this opening.
The bomb's there. The bomb's coming right in front of him, and it's alone. That's the bomb down. That's a huge player to lose right away. Fnatic feeling very good about this. No one's coming to trade because there's no one close. So Roy's just going to drop back to safety up in party. And they can just cover off this now, but it's going to be very difficult to maintain control of the bomb. That's the problem here.
Well, how do you get it back, though, if you're IHC at this point? You don't really know where Roy's gone. And look, they're all split. One player at long, one player back at like the main choke point, one player at stairs. Like, there's no way to actually work together. This is chewing a lot of time off the clock, and that's another big kill. Although with the stack, with that little bit of a boost, they should know more resources there. They have time to make this work. So at the moment, Fnatic just ignoring the bomb, and IHC's picked it back up.
Techno 4K. Tucks in behind the flower beds. Once they come into the site, it's all about Fasher and his rifle. His teammate Crims, who acted as a bit of a distraction, unfortunately doesn't get a lot done, just dies immediately. And so Techno has an easy 1v1 fight against Crims, but that's IHC in the lead now on the T side.
Cool. Off the back of a very weak round for Fnatic, so let's see what they've got in this next gun round, because Fnatic's going to be buying up into it. Nikonaz is going to have the AWP. He's got 6K in the bank, so you know he's picking that one up. And remember, Fnatic burned 3 timeouts in the first half. They just used their 4th and final one here going into round 24. So last chance for Key to be involved in the conversation to suggest any kind of adjustment and changes that they can make. It's proving a very difficult map and series for Fnatic to close out.
Yeah, it's way more difficult than I think anybody would have expected. But maybe Nikonaz can start to find some of the form from the previous map. This is that conversation we had even on map 1. It's like, oh, this is sick. This is the kind of level you love to see Nikonaz at. Imagine if he could keep this up consistently. Well, it's not really had the best times here on the second map, but maybe this is where the CT off starts to feel a lot more comfortable.
Oh, they'd love to have Nikonaz, Inferno version of Nikonaz back for these last few rounds.
He's peeking mid, he's getting aggressive. No one's around though, and Crims, oh, that's gotta feel rough. He's got spray through the monster smoke, and a wild headshot just comes in. So Fnatic come into a really important round, and they lose Crims right off the get-go without even seeing anybody.
And with Roy being aggressive down the stairs, Nikodos has to fall all the way back. He's got no support. He's alone here at the A bomb site. Mezzi has just now shifted over to help out, but Fnatic is really scrambling to get a grip on where this attack is going to come in from. I think they have the right idea.
Oh, Roy. Oh, he thought he had a great timing, but it ends up not working out at all. Oh, Fnatic are just... Nothing's working. Literally not a single thing can work for Fnatic right now. This is all going the way of IHC. You jump peek. You're meant to get away with jump peeks.
Yeah, well, this is exactly what Fnatic did to him on the opening map of Inferno, right? An opening kill that just forces some movement from the defense, and they're able to pick apart every response. It's exactly what happens in this round for IHC. You get lucky on the opening kill, spamming through smoke. That's Crims who goes down, but the jump for information, Roy peeking up the stairs for information, both get punished. And we've got a map on our hands, 13-11.
Hell yeah, we do. This is kind of crazy.
Now, these rounds aren't going to be easy for IHC moving forward, right? 2 rifles likely to be saved, although let's find out. They are hunting him a little bit. Techno, timing's not there. Fasher saves his life and prevents Mezzi from getting backstabbed.
But he has just marked himself off and left Mezzi out to dry, and Mezzi will definitely be dried out. Bartek will be the man to finish that off. Even Fasher taking some bullets towards the end there, but 13-11, 3 away now from IHC picking up Overpass.
Yeah, that's a really good kill to get on the other M4 because, I mean, Fnatic is not in a position to kind of force buy anything strong,
really.
But they could have dropped to a half buy, right? With 2 M4s and some Deagles and a little bit of utility. That can be dangerous. Obviously, taking one of the M4s out of the equation is extremely nice. Softens him up. So Fasher's got the lone rifle, 3 Deagles, and a 5.7.
You don't like to go to war with that. That is...
5 of the last 6 rounds in the favor of IHC, and again, score with the MAC-10.
Yeah, Mezzi was putting himself in a really compromised position there. Either you get one on the solo play, but when he went through, there was just so many players coming through Monster at that point.
Yeah, this is great. Like, who cares that they have these 5.7s and Deagles? Let them have it. Like, that's a nice way to just get an easy round. If you're ever going to take an easy round, why not have it be this one?
Yeah, quickest way to lose a round and the quickest way to win a round. Hitting that B site. Score. He's been spotted up towards Heaven now. Techno is trying to help out with some ranged weaponry, and he will do a really good job at catching a bit of a pixel there of Nikodos, and Score is looking to make some more bang.
Yeah, exactly. Would love that bonus money. Roy's being a really tough target. He's going to get away with it, but not worth the MAC-10 because they're going to be buying rifles in the next round. Crims with a little trickery. Bomb's going to go off, and IHC is going to be very pleased. 14-11. 2 rounds away from the 3rd map. 2 rounds away from Nuke. What a great position to be in. 5 straight for IHC.
Well, Fnatic, if they're going to be able to pull it off, they can't afford to keep losing these opening kills, and that's been a bit of a problem. To be fair, I'm not going to criticize them too much for the last gun round, because the opening kill they lost, it was Crims just standing behind a monster smoke and just got a random bullet hit him in the head.
He's taken some damage to that smoke like 2 or 3 times in this half, though, so I mean, he's played a relatively dangerous game with that kind of a swing, and obviously punished for it heavily in the previous time.
Ooh,
Deep
very
nade.
good nade.
Yeah, good damage.
Second one's in too. All right, Fasher. Been let off the leash to play this round. The door's blown wide open. And that smoke won't last forever, so Fasher is in a bit of a dangerous spot, but you need to take some risks.
I think Fasher's going to be very happy that Bartek just threw that smoke. Feels like he has a little bit of safety now towards the door. Only one angle that he's really all that concerned about.
They're coming back to B. That's an opening through the wall, straight on towards Bartek. Great kill from Mezzi to pick up. They just re-smoked Monster as well here for Fnatic. And they're about to walk into Fasher, but Fasher, he doesn't stick the landing at all.
That'll be frustrating.
That's really frustrating.
I think at this point, though, I just have to be a little patient, slow it down. This is where you want to activate Techno out towards long. He's clearing things up. He's not in a position to pounce on it immediately, but if you can have him maintain some presence, maybe you can pull some defenders away. But Mezzi, once again, brings him back into an advantage.
Blitz. Oh, that is sick. He's not ready for the 3rd player, but the first 2 were great, and it does put Techno His friend of Annihilation in a position where they can maybe pull this one off, but Nikodos, good idea.
Almost perfect timing for Techno.
Yeah,
that's good
almost.
awareness from Nikodos coming back up. It'd be very easy for him to just try and slide in over towards Truck without thinking because he just vacated the position. So Annihilation has just got to desperately plant inside the smoke and hope he's not pushed. He won't be. 2-on-1 and Nikodos is going to play it patiently and wait for Roy.
Wow, there is a chance Annihilation is known for clutching every now and then. But Fnatic cannot let this happen. They cannot let this kind of round slip. Nikodos is just being very patient. Now Roy has finally joined him. Just one flash left. Jump spot there, peeked from Nikodos. Getting ready to peek into this. There comes the flash, the jump around the corner. There's been a tap on the defuse too to put pressure on Annihilation and force him into the peak. And they play that one really well. Fnatic do not slip up. They do not let that clutch go against them. And they're still in this on the CT side.
Yeah, maybe he's got a chance if not for that flash. Maybe he can pin down Nikodos well enough or make him nervous and find a way to isolate the diffuser, but man, that's tough. Couple cheeky kills for Fnatic in this round. The spam from Mezzi was the opening. Right here.
That's great. That's
you love that?
An amazing way to open things up.
Yeah, I mean, Blitz does a fantastic double in the middle of all that action, but Fnatic get away with one. Timeout called by the Mongolians. They're only their second. And they've got plenty of money. They've got like, even if they were to lose this round, they've got like 2 more buys in them.
All right, see, they're about to pull off something unthinkable, and that's when he overpassed and staying alive here. But Fnatic still have an opportunity to win this, even in regulation. Roy and Mezzi having 2 good games right now. 23 and 14 on Roy, 23 and 15 on Mezzi. Found some real impact on overpass. See what IHC have called out of the timeout. 3 players head towards top mid. And Nikodos going for a peeking connector. Not seeing anybody, so decides to go back up to safety. In the meantime, Score is actually pushed through and taking water control via the tunnel. As he's just going to try and clear that out, make sure you're not on the fence. If you get up on that metal fence, it's like the only position you can't be spammed or spotted from with just standard jumps.
Everyone's just looking for a mistake at the moment from IHC. Score being very patient. Annihilation as well, peering through Monster, hoping for someone to just kind of shoulder peek or jiggle peek the boards. Very condensed Turtle defense at the B bomb site. Counter utility held by Mezzi, looking for the set piece through the smoke, and it's coming right now. Roy's got a great timing on this rotate.
Bartak, he's already through. He spotted Crimson's head, but now they have to go because the utility's starting to come in, and Fasher this time from the pillar brings down 3. It's not the 1-for-1 for the Dutchman. And IHC have not broken through.
Yeah, but it's a team flash. That's a horrendous time forward as well. The support flash from Mezzi never comes out, but Annihilation blinded 2 teammates. Mistimed push through Monster. And all they can really do is hope and pray that they can reconvene towards the other side of the map. Blitz has got to find an advantage, and he's got a small window of opportunity. As Nikodos with the AWP, he's going to be the rotator back to the first A bomb site. He's just doing it now, but Blitz is going to gain a lot of ground.
He's sprinting. He's got the position, and Nikodos just gets one tapped. 1 bullet. Easily connected. And now IHC are on for 15. Blitz has got the right read. He's got that Grandmaster brain worrying up. And Crims, though, he beats him. He beats him in the fight. Now Annihilation, he has to clutch. 15 rounds loom if he can pull off this 1 versus 2. And he's still at long. It's the same position we've seen him in multiple times in these clutches. Yet to be able to pull it off. Crims is slow about this. Annihilation has to know where Crims is coming from, and they've got to be a little bit quicker now. Crims is the player with a kit. Mezzi doesn't have a kit nor any utility. A missed shot from Annihilation, though. He's missed way too many of these, and he has to go for this time. Crims is slow. Swing him, fight him, and the P250 brings him down. Annihilation has the clutch. It's 15 rounds for IHC.
There it is, man. They needed that. Crims gets pulled right off the bomb. Annihilation applies enough pressure to make Crims crack.
That's unreal. Annihilation, you know, we've seen a couple of big clutches for him in Katowice. We know he's capable of pulling them off, but that one tap is just filthy.
I mean, the attention's going to be on the 1v2 clutch from Annihilation, but that shot from Blitz is the real round opener for IHC that makes it all possible. I'll tell you what, too. You throw a flashbang that blinds both your entrance players on that B hit, and then you win a 1v2 clutch. You've made up for the mistake. 3 chances for IHC to close this out. 2 more timeouts to use if they need them. And Look at the utility on Fnatic. They do muster up a buy with 4 rifles, but already down to 2 smokes and 2 flashes and no kits.
Oh, and Roy, well, he's at least got himself one, but he swings into 2 players. At least trades that for information as a small positive, but Blitz is taking quite a bit of damage there,
Yeah,
Jason.
that's a really unfortunate dink at that kind of a distance as well to take, just as you're falling back and trying to get back to the ladder. Good damage from Mezzi. In-game leaders for both teams doing really well in this game. And IHC head towards long. It's where they found a couple gaps at various points. Obviously the previous one with Blitz, we saw Techno find a really nice timing, pushing up long earlier to kind of mess with the timings of Nikodas rotating between the bomb sites. This time, though, A is held down by 2 defenders.
Scores just missed Crims. Crims is tucked in the corner. Scores just going to walk right
Oh
past
my
him, but
God.
Crims doesn't see him either. Oh, no. No way. Nikodas at least watching Connector, but that could have been... That could be a little awkward, and now Nikodas' position is given up, so that's alerted Techno to turn around, and he nearly fluffs it, he nearly messes it up. But luckily, Mezzi and Crims getting 2 for Fnatic, and it's just Blitz here in a 1 versus 3. And he gets caught. Nice swing that from Mezzi. Not done yet.
The kill from Mezzi on the entrance into the bomb site was great, because Techno, you could see he's reading Crims coming up those stairs, he's reading someone coming up those stairs, and as soon as Mezzi gets a kill, he realizes he has to turn his attention and help his team actually get into the site.
Yep.
2 more chances for IHC, but remember, they've got good money. They're not in any kind of a dangerous position quite yet. Although maybe if they lose this round, they're going to have to dig real deep into the bank for this one. A little awkward there.
Well, timeout for IHC. We're getting into the point where they just need 1 more. So you have a couple of opportunities to take this golden ticket. I think when you lose Inferno, and you see that Blitz is sitting back in his seat, probably just thinking, damn, you know, we've probably given this one away. We're probably out of this competition. But you come into the second map, and you start winning ridiculous rounds. Fnatic kind of play themselves sometimes when the clock down a little bit too low.
Whatever Blitz was thinking while he was just sat there between maps obviously worked. He's been an absolute beast on here on Overpass. 24 kills. High impact as well.
Really cool to see. Roy again, another aggressive move. He loves to get up towards the fountain. Just information this time, though. And he'll drop back. He doesn't want to stay committed. And if he did stay committed, he almost certainly would have gone down. Because pretty much everybody from IHC is charging this way. And here they go! Speed out long. Score just absolutely destroys Nikodas.
Yeah, that's one of the few times we've seen IHC really pick up the pace, especially out towards long. So that's a fantastic opening kill. And remember, IHC's done a good job so far in this half of exploiting opening kills, exploiting early man advantages.
Well, this is the reaction from Fnatic, is to send 2 players to Monster to try and get info. Maybe they can start to send Fasher off on a flank. Blitz is the player just cutting off those rotations and holding the connector down, though.
Yeah, that might be a game-winning information play, moving out Monster, or a round-winning, I should say, for Fnatic, because they've got 3 defenders here. Roy's in a tough position in bathrooms. Fast flank from Fasher is going to come up the stairs as well. Oh, the hold isn't that great.
It's not great at all, but Crimson Roy recovering this. Blitz does find Roy, but it's about this flank of Fasher, and he pushed through Monster. It does look like that might be the winning play of this round. Annihilation won't be able to find Crims this time and win a 1 versus 2, and it's 14 rounds for Fnatic.
And they needed at least a plant IHC. They have run out of money right at the end. 15-14. That information play from Fnatic allows them to buckle up this defense with 3 defenders, and they needed all 3. The extra flank from Fasher as the cherry on top works perfectly. A Galil, 2 Tech 9s, and 2 Deagles. That's what IHC is going to try and close out this map with.
Roy's just going to peek out, doesn't see anybody this time, just going to drop back into the bathroom. So it's just the same opening move each time for Fnatic. And IHC are looking to try and place somewhat contact towards the bathroom. Sure, they're throwing out a Molotov for Divider to clear that out.
I think it's got to be all contact. I don't think you can throw anything, because you can throw the smokes all you want, but you have no flashbangs to really go with them. So
I think Nikodas gets one here, Jason.
Oh, certainly, especially with this contact. It's perfect time to have the AWP. There's the first.
He's going to look for a second here, too, and he'll absolutely lock that one in. Overtime looks pretty much 100% confirmed now. Just Blitz left, and Fnatic, they stay up. IHC unable to close and capitalize on that opportunity to close out Overpass, and now the odds certainly shift to Fnatic's favor.
Super impressive, though, from Fnatic. That had to have been taking a deep breath and just clawing back those final 3 rounds. Little bit of a difference to some of the previous broadcasts. We got no break, so we're just getting right into overtime.
Yeah, I like that. It keeps it going. It keeps the momentum going. I don't think the team that's kind of on the back foot enjoys that too much, Jason. Probably enjoy a little 3-minute breather. But
honestly, I think I don't think the players care whether on the back foot or not. I think they're all just like, they hate breaks to begin with. They hate all of them.
Get into the action straight away. Nikados, he's aggressive. Up towards Party. It's a different look this time. They're staying here. They're not falling back. They're looking to grab the opening kill. This is what this is designed to grab.
And this has been successful for Fnatic a number of times. Nikados, that's an awkward miss. There goes Roy, and now Nikados is in a really tough position. This is where the utility reigns in. Molotovs to force you out. Flashbangs to make you uncomfortable, and Nikados can't handle it.
This could be the round at that point. Those 2 openings are just so highly impactful that it could just be the round win here.
How many times do we see this, though? A team struggle with 3 or 4 chances to close out in regulation, and then they win the first round of overtime. It's got to be so frustrating.
It's just this mental pressure, but also a different look from Fnatic. And Scorch just kind of come out of Monster. A headshot right onto Crims. No problems in this round, apparently, for IHC. No one's even touched them. No one's even given them a point of damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's even a good read from Fnatic to rotate players over to the B bomb site after those kills come out. Just not prepared for the timing of IHC just coming right through Monster. So Mezzi's just going to back away. Yeah, you got money. You got a lot of it, but no point in risking the weapon if you don't have to. He might not even take a shot at Techno. He might just let him go so they don't know his position.
This nightclub is always playing bangers.
Yeah, this is a 24/7 nightclub.
24/7, 1 tune only.
It's one of those nightclubs where you're just like, when do you have time to clean things?
Never.
Never.
So it's never clean. Well, it's in Berlin, Jason, so might be an interesting club, that's for sure.
You'd never know it was a nightclub. You got to have the password.
Oh, Mezzi doesn't even get to save the weapon. Annihilation goes around the corner and no scopes him at the end. Harsh. Poor Mezzi.
Yeah, he's probably frustrated. This is awkward. This is well done from IHC, though, to clear things out. The initial miss from Nikados lets him know there's aggression, and Roy gets caught for perhaps the first time with that stance, and Nikados has nothing after that when the utility reigns in. 1-round lead for IHC. 4th and final timeout taken. No timeouts left for either team.
At the overtime point as well. Those timeouts can become very important, especially because if Fnatic win this, IHC are out of Pro League. It's a decider day. Day of days, in fact, at the end of Group A.
Yeah, and winner of this series, whether it's Fnatic here on Overpass or IHC taking us to Nuke and eventually winning out there, they'll play twice. Eternal Fire is waiting that 3rd game of the day. Sandwiched around Outsiders versus Cloud9. So full day of Counter-Strike for all you lovely people at home.
And if you are the team that is going to have to play twice today, you kind of want to get this done in 2 maps. You don't want to have to play a whole load more Counter-Strike before you head into that best of 3 at the end of the day. So Fnatic looking to get it done here on Overpass, but IHC will continue to put up a lot of resistance. Those nades chunk a couple of players down low, but this is the fight. This is the one. This is first blood.
I think Crims has the jump on this as well. I don't think Score's ever going to expect it. How long does Crims stick around, though? Smoke's about to fade.
He's got his crosshair right in his head, so... Oh! Everything was going Crims' way, but when you're inside of the smoke, you do have an advantage when you phase it. So, a nice kill from Score. Crims just didn't see him in time. And now Fasher's turn as he gets aggressive, pulls one back from Fnatic in a second. Huge impact from Fasher, but oh, the wall bang.
That's huge.
Oh, Score is really doing this single-handedly at the moment.
Oh, look at Roy. Look at Roy. This is
always
great.
Here.
A really late push to wrap around towards long. Now he's got some information. Now he doesn't realize Techno is all the way close up to the A bomb site, so there's a little bit of the snake in the grass still for IHC.
You know, Score has slipped out. He's done everything he can for IHC, but his work is done. It's all about this final move into A, and Techno has a 1-versus-1 fight against Nikotos, but the AWP gets the timing, and now Annihilation is so separated from his teammate that It's a clutch, sure, but it's going to be really difficult to even get into this.
Yeah, that's the second time Techno might have had a timing on Nikodos. Just really good awareness from Nikodos. And then he backs off to be passive and patient. And he's saying, you know, the bomb plant doesn't really matter in overtime. We'll let you have it. We want to know exactly where you are. Mezzi is here. Roy's going to have a fast flank, and now they know. And Roy's going to pop up the top of the stairs to stop this regardless. That's a great flick, but the round's done.
Yeah, nice shot. But he gets tapped away, and Fnatic tie things up 16-16. Really, the most important play of that round was Fasher's aggression through short, right? They lose the first player, but he gets aggressive. He finds two. I thought he was only going to get away with one, but he hit a really nice shot on the player inside of Khan.
And then, I mean, IHC even pulls off pretty well like that kind of like mid-round lurky style at both bomb sites that's getting really popular on Overpass right now. One player kind of lurking out Monster, one player Techno lurking up towards the A bomb site, and neither of them pan out. One of those was hopefully going to provide the opening for the bomb, and they both failed. Speaking of fail, Nade goes right into the wall.
Whoa, these wall bangs have really become consistent, it feels like, over this game. You know, we've seen a lot of wall bang kills. Score just got one of the previous. Crims is getting attacked by utility right now. He's very low on 45 HP.
He's not loving it.
Not loving it at all. Blitz is about to pop in towards the B site.
Well, I think ooh, there it is. Techno having some impact today. Solo position, Roy trying to push up like he did in the previous round, and now Blitz can be activated, sees the barrel, but wants nothing to do with the fight. Gonna back away. Crims and Fasher get aggressive to make sure nobody's escaped. And IHC adjusts on the map. They leave Score in position to challenge in the late round, but they like these advanced positions from Techno and Bartak.
Mezzi's just exchanged position nearly with Techno. I thought Techno walks around the corner, but
Mezzi's the only one here.
Yeah, Mezzi's in a weird spot too. There's no really falling back from this. You're just fully committed into these fights. And Fasher through the smoke. Another kill this time on Score, but it's all about Mezzi. Out towards the bathrooms. Oh, Annihilation goes into the open. Not ready, but Techno 4K activates quickly. Gets the trade in. And now can he take down his nemesis that is Nikodos?
Good utility from IHC though means he doesn't really have to.
And Nikodos is in the bank. His problem is there's a player on his left side, and the bomb plant, it will be confirmed. Bartak takes Nikodos down, and IHC are still fighting here in overtime. It's just Krim stuck in the bathrooms, and he ain't winning this 1 versus 3. They're fixated upon this possibility. He'll climb up, and spotted. Now the crossfire should trap him in. And IHC will once again take the lead. Slips out, and unfortunately will not be able to get anything. So another round for IHC, and they're in the lead again.
Yeah, and you hope that some of this momentum they've just built up in this T side of Overpass, 2 of 3 rounds, is going to transfer over, and they're going to come into the CT side with a hot hand. They did win the half initially, 8-7. Wasn't the worst thing in the world, but they did struggle at times. Let's see what it's got now. Money's not a problem. Annihilation with the AWP. Everyone's buying up. 19, the magic number.
That is the Mavs are willing to do on stream, but if it goes any more overtimes, that's where it gets a little bit more difficult. But here comes that nade stack. We see Fnatic rock. No one going up on the boost for IHC. They've fallen foul to that too many times. A lot of the smokes deployed real early on in this round. They'll start to fade away shortly.
And again, a very similar defense that IHC had in regulation. Far back, Annihilation has been playing underneath the sign at the A bomb site with the AWP. Scores just jumping for information back in bank. So you really have no idea of timing or control or aggression in bananas from Fnatic. Or in bathrooms, excuse me. Bananas.
Yeah, bananas in the toilets.
I'm getting a little hungry.
No, but some people do call it banana.
Oh, miss smoke. Miss smoke means this cross is actually deadly. Techno takes a ton of damage and he has to back away, so miscue from IHC.
Ooh, Annihilation had a little gap, and Nikodos doesn't beat the AWPer on the other side.
That low HP on Techno could actually have a huge impact. Blitz might be a little nervous to rotate, although he is starting to shift back and think of the idea. Fnatic's going to start moving up towards the A site. Crims at long and a 3-man push up the main stairs.
Molotovs, flashes, all deployed. It's Mezzi throwing all the utility, sending his troops in to attack this site, but Score is holding. The turret is fully primed and ready. And Crims once again, last player alive, and none of these clutch positions have been winnable for Crims. It's 18-16. Again, IHC find themselves on map point.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Well, I'll tell you what, they had 3 chances in regulation to close it out. Now they have 2 chances in overtime. So at some point, they're going to have to grab hold of this. Some point, they're going to have to actually push it over the finish line. Good shot from Annihilation, good hold on Nikodas, but Score is the real winner. Just as he comes unblind. Nice double kill as Fasho swings out for the trade.
This is a different look to IHC, being able to compete on overpass.
Well, this is a different look too. Finally, some aggression downstairs.
Well, maybe they've realized they've got to take a few risks like this to maybe close it. Fasher's got into water, as he's worried that they might have pushed up towards the playground, but it's a blitz down here. He can't be caught, he can't be detected. He's very close to being so. Annihilation aggressive towards long two by Blitz. He is going to use this push to get the first kill of the round. Roy is caught, and the advantage now of IHC. They're 4 kills away from closing it, and Crims doesn't go wide enough. He's scared about the connector, so he doesn't get anything from the boost. And they're going to dismount. They're not going to go for that.
Advantage of manpower and of information. Score's already pushing. He's going to start wrapping behind, but Annihilation is very far away from the action, so Blitz has to hustle. And Fnatic slow playing this is going to buy time, and here it comes.
The attack's coming in, Score's coming in on the flank. It's all about getting through here, but they're not breaking through Techno. He gets a double. Fnatic completely disjointed. And I'm sure soon to be disappointed. Overpass will be going the other way. Unless something massive can come out of Mezzi and Nikodas here. 40 seconds. 4 more players to collect. Scores flank, spotted. Mezzi turns back. It's now a 2v3.
And that's opened up the escape route. That's opened up the escape route entirely. They love the fact that they just killed the flank. Annihilation has got to get back to the A bomb site. Techno and Bartek are still parked at B. They're a little bit nervous. So once again, it's all on the Opera of IHC.
And Annihilation's missed some crucial shots in this series. He cannot afford to drop the ball here, but he has just let them come up to the site. They're playing to allow the bomb plant. They're playing for retake, and Nikodas catches Annihilation. This was IHC's all day long, but Fnatic have pulled it back. A 2v2 that you've got to favor Fnatic in. Nikodas is watching for boosts, all kind of maneuvers that could have allowed them back in, but all that is coming towards him is easy dry peaks. Bartek stuck on the stairs. A nice headshot, but needs to take out Nikodas. He's got a kit, but no utility.
There's a smoke and bank. He's going to get the smoke and bank. His teammate called it out. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. He's found it. He's found the smoke. He's now picked up the AK-47. He'll throw the smoke onto the bomb. At the time, it's so close already. Throws the smoke out. Has to get on the defuse.
There's no way.
And there's just no time for it. Oh, IHC, they were in the perfect position to close. They had all the advantages. That felt like that was their map. But Fnatic pull it back.
It's the classic, we always talk about it, that flank from Score. He cannot be activated in that sense. He cannot let himself die in that position because he is the linchpin that allows them to stack the B bomb site. When he pushes into that tunnel, like you've already won the round. If you keep them boxed in, it is so hard for them to escape. But once you go down, your team is entirely out of position.
We're about to see IHC choke another map point, I think. This is a real possibility now for Fnatic to bring us to double overtime.
That was a 2-on-4.
Yep. If you can't close that, well, you're going to be put in the tumble dryer. Fnatic just back to the slow standard play. Mezzi coming up connector, clearing out all of the close corners. Again, we're back to that passive setup, but Annihilation, he can't afford to miss this shot. Sees a bit, misses it. Draws behind Dice. Oh, good nade. A lot more needed. Here they come, Fnatic. Attacking into the A site. That lure smokes out and actually helping Fnatic try and get into the site, but Scores rifle from the corner. Another double kill. Bomb down, Fnatic. Oh, they're crumbling. Oh, the nade comes in. It's a 5 versus 2 this time. Surely they can't let slip this one. Crims has taken Score out finally, but Score's work is already done. The ramifications of it have been felt. And Nikodas, a 1v4 ahead of him. Missing every shot that comes his way, and it's IHC that take overpass. They force map 3 versus Fnatic, and their dreams, their hopes, they stay alive in Malta. ESL Pro League is not done yet for IHC.
I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We back, man, you never gonna like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light that way. They know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island, I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run all like we supposed to.
It's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me like bust
My God, he's a viral! The best in the
Well, wouldn't you know? We're talking about an overtime that then turns into an IHC map victory, keeping them alive not only in this series, but in Pro League as a whole. Fnatic now finding themselves on a back foot.
Have a bit of enthusiasm, Trace. That's IHC's biggest win on Overpass ever.
Damn, Chad.
Put some respect on the name right now.
Is that 1 or 2 C's on respect?
3. I like it. I like a little bit thicker. But that right there, legitimately, is their biggest win as a team on Overpass, taking down Fnatic. Sure, it went to overtime. Sure, it was a close game. It was an entertaining game, but that's their biggest victory on Overpass ever.
And you thought they were going to throw it away by losing that 5v2. Yep. I mean, you know, score on the flank, playing a little bit too fast. You hate to see it. That's just a classic for an underdog, right? Like to lose a game in such a fashion. But yeah, an amazing win for them. And I think probably all the reps that they've been getting so far in this tournament on Overpass have helped them to, you know, just take it to a third map.
I had to jump in the conversation there when the cast was going on early because Score in the first few rounds was aggressive. He was pushing up Party. He was pushing out, taking a lot of fights. But he was even in Playground one round against the... actually, I think it was against the first Rifle round. He was up in the Playground area. But that aggression came in early on the CT side, and then Fnatic clawed themselves back into what was more than a respectable first half of play, splitting pistols. But just to look... For IHC to lose Inferno, that was always possible, right? Like they're against a better team because Fnatic are the favored team still here. And then to go into Overpass, I thought we were done. I thought it was open and shut.
You did say that.
It felt like there should have been no conversation in this just because Fnatic, that's their home map, home turf, a map they pick consistently time and time again, a map they look very proficient on, and IHC are able to steal that away. This continues to buoy the stocks of IHC saying these guys are legit. Like that, even if it's just that map victory, that is a good map victory, right? I know I'm only talking about map wins here, but I think for a team who we're seeing make progression to make a win like that, it's really good signs.
It's a good sign, and probably a little bit of a breath can be taken. I mean, yes, you go to a third map. Yes, there is one map separating you from losing the series on either side of the coin now.
You still stick with your prediction, Chad?
They're going to win Nuke. Yeah, they are, because Blitz, he doesn't leave. He's sitting there. He's still chill. Look at it. Look at him.
Is live.
Hi, Blitz. How you doing, man?
Hey.
See, he's got a thumbs up, smile on the
Hey.
face. He's chilling. He's the only person from both teams who's just hanging. I don't know what he's doing.
Sometimes you got to think about your whole life, Chad.
You think he's playing chess right now, maybe?
He's
thinking about the game against Henry he's got later.
Oh, that's probably troublesome, actually, when I think about
He's
it.
thinking about having a nap.
Yeah,
he feels
it's
like
been a long
he
week,
feels
mate.
tired.
It's been a long week, lots of games.
A lot of Counter-Strike, but for a 6th, 7th decider, you know, for IHC to come in this group, they weren't necessarily super favorites.
They're in the bottom 4.
Yeah, I mean, we can't sugarcoat that. But now you've got a real chance to potentially play Nuke and do your thing over there.
Well,
Chad?
that's the thing. If they were able to beat Fnatic, right, and then Nuke, they like Nuke. They're a team that likes Nuke. That is the fact of the matter, to be completely fair with you. I know Dinko tried to trump me and say, well, Fnatic beat G2 yesterday. Sure, but I don't know what context that had. Like, are we saying Fnatic's the best
one of
Nuke
those
team in the world?
TV guys that compares players, you know,
Counter-Strike
greater than, and then, oh, this team is better.
So use Counter-Strike maths, basically.
So not quite a contrarian, but, you know, just
well, I mean,
a statistics
also in those mats, IHC is already the #1 team in the world because Cloud9 beat G2 and IHC beat Cloud9.
So there you go. So with that, the IHC are #1.
Back
it up. I think
that's the analysis done, and we'll be seeing you guys later today with IHC versus Eternal Fire.
Could it be that simple?
No, look, honestly, I think Score's been in good form in 2 back-to-back maps. I think he's one of the more pivotal riflers in the team, and alongside a Blitz, who was highlighting during the cast, was doing a good job as that rotating man. So I think the fact that those 2 players are showing some good form right now fills me with hope. Annihilation getting that clutch, I feel that was necessary. He had some moments throughout the game, especially on the CT side, where it looked like he had some sitters. So yeah, look, I think here that at the start of the day, I'm thinking 70 Fnatic, 30 IHC in the series.
The eye test is right there.
Now that we've gone all the way, I'm actually going to go 55, 45. I'm not anything crazy, but I think IHC could do it.
Just giving yourself a little bit of an out.
I need some wiggle room.
And, you know, a guy that's giving IHC wiggle room has to be our Air Force Aim High.
Who did we pick?
Score on the door.
Well, that makes sense. He had the biggest scores on the doors.
Absolutely. And here they are. Those numbers.
He wasn't stuck on overpass, Chad.
Yeah. It wasn't the dryer that I prefaced by any means.
Opening duels though, that one's sticking out a little bit.
That's not too bad.
That does help things.
I think Blitz as well. He had 100 ADR throughout that map. Being able to contain that score, that ADR is pretty damn nice. But this is obviously look. We're learning more about these guys every time we get to see them step into the server here. You know who the roles are, you know what the aim's like on all of these players, but you're kind of seeing a bit more of their identity, right? Because traditionally, we would see IHC, maybe once or twice every 6 months. Now I feel like every time we turn on the telly, IHC are there, right? We've had them consistently now over the last 6 months.
Especially this week.
Now that your boys from Greyhound aren't that good,
I can go for IHC,
yeah.
I have to support somebody from the greater region, I suppose, here. And IHC, me and Blair, we can unite with our powers.
Now, what would Blair say in this moment? If we just had a guess, WWBD.
I feel like
what would Blair do?
Yeah, what would Blair do? Maybe not say, but I mean, obviously, you know, he's got an affinity for supporting.
I like how you're saying greater area. I feel like Brazil is closer to Australia than Mongolia is, but sure.
That could be the case.
Somebody needs to get the tape measure out.
But the next RMR is going to be in Mongolia for the Asian region.
That's
the capital city. Yeah, everyone's going to have to. My Greyhound boys are going to have to go there. You know who's coming as well from Australia a little bit later in the same group as Greyhound is Rooster. And I know the MC is probably listening in the back right there. He's a big fan. He's a big Rooster fan. He's definitely, you know, and MC was playing Face the other night with Rushley, I heard. And TJP, who is one of the members of Rooster, joined them. And I think he dropped like 40 kills or something. So Rush is now a Rooster fan as well.
Smoke 1,000 Roosters, Trace.
I don't know if you have to necessarily smoke them. Yeah, I mean, I prefer, you know, like a grilled chicken. Yeah, of course. But yeah, I think you're onto something right there. Smoking roosters. Chad, over to you. What do you think about getting your rooster smoked?
We have a place in Australia called Red Rooster. It's a chicken joint. You go there to get rotisserie chicken. And we also have one called Chicken Treat, which is basically the same thing.
Yeah, shredded rotisserie chicken is pretty fire. And you talk about smoking roosters.
Mongolian barbecue is fire as well.
Have you ever had? I've never had Mongolian barbecue.
I have.
What do they have on offer?
Meat.
Okay.
We like meat.
Fair.
Yeah.
But there's that age-old debate. Oh, Korean barbecue versus, I don't know, pick one. Brazilian barbecue versus Southern barbecue.
Korean barbecue beats every barbecue.
Southern barbecue is pretty good.
Southern barbecue is fire.
I mean, Texas barbecue, yeah, brisket, all that stuff. That's pretty good.
I mean, that's Southern, but it's not Southern enough. They don't have a white sauce. You know, it's like a horseradish-based thing. It's really good. But anyway.
Get him talking about his barbecue.
Sorry, I just got really passionate there for a second.
He's thinking about home for a moment there.
I can't stop thinking about the meat, which is not what we're going to be talking about when we come back. We settled the score in this series. You don't go anywhere. You're watching Pro League, and it's 17th season.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
To an encore, got an in, but I ain't stopping till I go get me some more. Tell the waitress, short another round. Millie on my wrist, I bust it down. King in my city, wear the crown. Got a check, need another now. I can never get enough. Woo. Yeah, that's right. I can never get enough. Come on. Woo. I can never get enough. You can't get money, need a new set. Try to go again, session, need a new bet. Been here 10 summers, boy, and I ain't lose yet. Cause I can never get enough. Yeah, we been going up on a Tuesday. I'm Bruce Lee, turn your ego into souffle. Feel new, that pop bottles of Douce with my real new. That's down south like Bousse. Turn the VIP into the projects. Don't pay attention to the ghost that y'all set. I'm out in Bali, girl from Somali. Put her in a ring and I'ma hit her with the ollie. Started up the business, turned that into a car. Used to work the lobby, moved it up a couple floors. Views of the hood, turned that into the shore. I just made another M, I gotta go get me some more. Tell the waitress, short another round. Millie on my wrist, I bust it down. King in my city, wear the crown. Got a check, need another now. I can never get enough. Woo. Yeah, that's right. I can never get enough. Come on. Woo. I can never get enough. You can't get money, need a new set. Try to go again, session, need a new bet. Been here 10 summers, boy, and I ain't lose yet. Cause I can never get enough.
Yeah, went and beat the odds. They thought I was insane. They was sleeping on me. Went and beat the odds. They thought I was insane. They was sleeping on me. I was meeting Ben Frank.
I've been tying to my hands, booking flights, setting trend.
I was meeting Ben Frank.
I've been tying to my hands, booking flights, setting trend.
Catch me in a two-seater, Grim Reaper, all cash, no visa. Stacking fast, I've started, I had a bill printer, but I cut them out the grass with my weed trimmer. These haters ain't competition, they see me do renditions, no question, most misled.
My God, he's a fly! The best in the game!
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. We've got IHC and Fnatic going to map 3. It's Nuke coming up. My name is Zinko, joined by Sponge and Moses for this one. Nuke, did you expect it?
I did.
I didn't.
Not in this fashion.
No.
I thought we'd get to a third, but that was with IHC winning their own map
Winning
choice.
Inferno?
I didn't think they would win Overpass.
No, I don't think anybody.
I didn't expect it
that.
until at like some point during Overpass something switched, but like I didn't expect to see that kind of an IHC play Overpass the way they did. That was cool, especially when you consider they dropped the final 3 rounds, 3 chances in regulation, and they bounce right back in overtime and just get it done.
But this is the reps they need as a team mentally, and especially getting across the line in an overtime game against a team like Fnatic on their home map. That's great mentally for IHC. That's going to revitalize you, give you a bit more focus coming into Nuke right now.
Yeah, and I mean, the nice thing if you're IHC is you had Score, who played a fantastic game, had massive impact on Overpass. Blitz played a fantastic game as well. Annihilation had a good clutch. You had a bunch of things work out. Techno was good on the lurks, and here they go very fast.
Well, very quick indeed. Blitz goes out and gets a double. Now, how good was he on the second map? He was just incredible.
Round's over.
And yeah, straight away into the side, no issues. We'll see if Roy does anything here. Score just comes back into the lobby, and it's clean. IHC with the pistol.
And this is the thing, the gamble on the CT side. Start 3 heavy ramp in case it's a ramp rush. They run straight in towards the top site. You lose both the opening exchanges, and then you have to try and retake with the T's already set up. So, as I said, round over.
Yeah, the upper bomb side on Pisteron can be tough to defend. Even if you have all the resources there, there can be some awkward stuff that goes down. So, I mean, diminished, yeah.
It's the one round as well if you're the T side. Ooh. Maybe not the one round, but there it is. Techno will remove him. One of the rounds where you have a pretty good idea that the CTs won't have both incendiaries, right? If they want to be a little bit crazy and buy a pistol round incendiary, sure, you don't see it too often.
But you're not going to have hut and door blocked
exactly
out by fire.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why they were able to find both paths of least resistance here, and Blitz opens up.
I like that play from Score too. Annihilation gets contact on the flank, and he's like, "We got numbers. I'll come back and help out. I'll come back and swing for this fight." Beautiful.
Oh, Cloud9 have just entered. Hello, Hobbit. Hello, Axile.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
They've just entered the studio. I'm trying to make it feel more lively in here, guys. I'm going to say hi to everybody.
Trying to be a little friendly with the players.
Let's create that environment. Let's say hello to everyone. Make everybody feel seen.
Do you think that the Nerf gun can hit the ceiling?
The what gun?
I do.
The
foam blaster, shotgun.
Yeah.
Here we go. I reckon you could do that, Chaz, especially the one you got.
My parents would be...
I'll do it then.
Now I'm on...
Digo's like, my parents won't care.
Yep. There we go. It does
He even aimed it in the direction of the teams.
Wow,
well,
you hit Hobbit right in the eye.
Oh, damn.
And we'll be needing a stand-in. Now Groove will be playing the match later today.
Sorry, Hobbit.
This one is a force buy scenario here. Molly lined up for top heart from Annihilation.
Just a set piece.
I feel like he's lucky he came in with that clutch late.
Yeah.
He
was.
He really. Not that the clutch was lucky, just that it was a redeeming round.
Yeah, and I mean, it was like deja vu to the clutch he had gotten beaten on previously also. Fosher's playing around the smoke, sees nothing, waiting to pounce, coming through. Everyone's ready for that. Everyone's staring right at him, but Mezzi and the sight is dropped next. Roy is still alive. Roy's got 2.
Oh, Roy's Deagle always finds a way, and now he picks up a rifle. They've overwhelmed him from 2 sides in IHC. Does get a little worrying at one point, but able to recover it.
Now, I'll be honest, guys. You know how I came in and I said, yeah, look, I think the IHC could do it on Nuke. I think they can win it.
Yeah.
Well, when I was in checking if where Rushley was this morning, J-Raz and MC, they're hanging out. They're doing their bits and bobs back there. And we were chatting about the series, and MC goes, I reckon they can do it. And I go, what? He goes, if they get to Nuke, I think they can win it. So I went, all right, I like it. And then I've just stolen MC's prediction. I've run with it all day. So thanks to MC, I've been predicting IHC.
Okay.
It's making you look like a
and
genius
even now, you've set it up to blame someone else if it fails.
Yeah,
precisely.
Yeah.
So
you're
I
really
get the
playing
best
the game
of both
well.
worlds. You got to know how to do these things. And for me,
Stealing
it's
opinions
accidental.
all the time, Chad.
Yeah. Well, someone's got to do it.
There's nothing like putting different predictions on different platforms, so you're always right.
Yeah, you know,
That was when
on
Yanko was
Instagram,
teaching me.
Twitter, you say something different on a podcast.
Exactly.
On the broadcast, something different. When there's an official broadcast graphic, you give a different answer.
Yep.
That way, you're more likely to be right.
Just splitting your personality up into multiple different
Yeah, I don't even need to
facets.
choose to do that half the time. It
just happens
naturally. It really
naturally.
just depends on which side of the bed I wake up.
Well, Fnatic is stacked over in ramp room, so nothing's been discovered yet. But I mean, Annihilation, I wonder how far he's going to go in that lower bomb site.
Can we do a round as well?
Sure.
Not this next eco, maybe, where we only say player names wrong.
Okay.
Sure.
I can start it. We can start it now.
All right.
Fazher and Annihilation. Oh, that's a nice spin. And Crumbs. See, it's harder than I thought.
Skur.
Roj.
Yeah.
SK0R.
It'd be very easy, like, depending on how wrong you want to go, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
You have to use the letters and somewhat make a sound out of what's available. Okay, that's the new rule set.
That was just an idea I was floating, guys. It doesn't seem like
I don't think
really,
it worked. It didn't really catch on.
It didn't really work.
Like it. You guys didn't love it.
The Fnatic stack didn't really work all that well either.
But they got an AK.
They got an AK.
They wouldn't have an AK otherwise.
True.
So, Niku Doos.
Messi.
Bart.
Simpson.
There you go. Fart. Okay.
Fartak.
Wow. Come on now.
That's the Twitch
Toilet
name.
humor.
That's the Twitch name when he's having it when he misses
a
a shot.
Toilet humor, man.
That's the best kind of humor sometimes, Chad.
Didn't you do toilet humor this morning for the cold open? In a way.
Literally, I was in a toilet.
Yeah,
this
literally,
morning.
you were in a toilet.
That did happen.
Yeah.
All right, well, Nikodos could have bought out an AWP here. He has opted to stick with this retained AK-47 defuse kit. He should buy one. He's the only one who can buy one. And he's the only one who will not buy one.
That's the selfishness of Oppers right there.
Yeah, so they better hope it doesn't get into a post plan, or we'll be turning our eyes in one direction and one direction only. Zane's way.
Oh, that's a nice nade. Dissuades Blitz from being aggressive on top of Silo. And no presence outside for IHC. Looks like right out of the gates they want to set up another hit towards the upper bomb site. Maybe trying to train Fnatic a little bit and set some things up for later. And now they reconvene again. Everyone vacates lobby.
But I like
towards
this.
Outside.
I like this, right? Knowing they're going up against the first rifle round, allow the CTs to use the lion's share of their util. Now you get to dictate the pace of this with everything you've held on to, the smoke wall to be lined up, and they're pretty confident nobody's close. You can tell by the positioning of how they're throwing these smokes here. So all just scuttled across the ground. No need from spawn, and that means if Roy has seen the trajectory, he'll know that there are 3 players very close here.
He's doing a lot of damage through these smokes, but eventually they will just cross down secret with him. Bartek going first, the rest of the squad starting to make their way down. And
I think he did have the read, Chad, because there's 2 players dropped down in secret.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, here we go. Mezzi and Fasher set up together. Mezzi on the stairway, Fasher in the vent. How will IHC deal with this first obstacle? Utility goes in, flashes, Molotovs. Yet to really cause some pressure, and now they start to cross. Mezzi pops up with the first. They got in for the second player in the vent, but he just can't break through the in-game leader, who gets himself a double kill, and Fasher helps. Finally, Annihilation activates, and that's a nice second shot that opens up a pathway into B.
Crims is here, though. Crims can actually provide a little bit of resistance. Oh, decision to make, and Techno's making plenty of noise. Going to make the flank down vents very easy for Nikodos because he's got the bomb and he's got to get into the site, and now a perfectly lined flank is opened up.
And the bomb will at least go down, but getting more than that, it all comes down to this fight. And Nikodos is going to win it immediately. Roy peeks with him, and they've got the job done.
So the only issue in that scenario right there, if they wanted any chance of winning that round, IHC, was Techno going double doors when Annihilation went to decon. Because we all know that with that smoke, you can limp it forward, you block off the decon door as well as the cross towards the back of site. And then you saw Techno realized, hold up, I need to get into the site and plant somehow. I have to now run all the way back around. That cost them a bit more time. It allowed a little bit of extra time for Nikodos to get down to the vent and be faster on the flank, and then they have positional advantage everywhere. So a very nice round there from Fnatic, handled from Roy outside with that information. And their first round in this map number 3, which, again, is an elimination game.
And Nikodos gets a reprieve. We don't have to yell at him for not buying a kit.
Lucky boy. All right. Well, score into a Mac 10 here.
Bit of a last-minute fumble around. Techno's going to end up with that Mac 10. Score switches out to the AK.
Jason, you can close that. We don't need that anymore.
Cool.
Yeah, that was going to be a segment, but
it's not a segment anymore.
It'll be later.
In the bit.
It'll be later in the day.
Cool.
Did notice something about you today, Chad, that I didn't know before. You're a bounty man. You like bounties.
I do like a bounty. I think a lot of people hate on the bounty for no good reason. Probably one of the better chocolates.
I think when you're in the... You guys get the celebration boxes, right?
Yes, they took the bounties out, didn't they?
Well, no, I think, at least where I live, the bounty's always the one left at the end.
I heard they took them out.
Damn.
Oh. We'll have to check the news on that.
Didn't know that. That's a sad day.
Well, no one's respected this smoke wall outside here from IHC. The Fnatic individuals have not rotated down and getting ready for the top pop. So this is about to get biffy.
Here comes the attack. Fasher at the back of the site. Just Techno and Bartek. Those are some snappy kills. Fasher at least able to use the utility for one, and Crims commits himself over the top of Heaven. Maybe this push from Nikodos can get something. But the problem is, I don't think he's going to be ready for the player so passive at Squeaky Door, but he's going to hold anyway. They run back into the hut. And that's Nikodos with a free kill, but it's Score now who will activate the close, and Annihilation works in tandem. A 4-1 start for IHC.
Yeah, Team Ace in this round as well, just banging out hut.
I like the way that Score celebrates, right? It just, you know, look down the line and clap. Like, that was a solid round.
Yeah.
I love, like, the pathing. Check this. So Techno knows he scouts front of the site as the util landing back of the site. Bartek knows that he's going to have to deal with that silo player trying to swing out and kill his teammate. I love that. The flight paths, they're very ironed out for that top pop.
Great trading as well. One other positive thing to take for IHC into this nuke match, they're on a 7-map nuke win streak right now.
Oh, I said they were going to win it.
Yeah, yeah, he did.
Thanks, MC.
Shout out MC.
Oh, it's curious that Blitz doesn't leave the chair either. I noticed between map 1 and map 2 he didn't leave, and then map
He didn't do it either?
He
2 and
didn't
3?
leave. He just chills. He just sits there. He's just staring
Well,
at the
it seems to be
screen.
working.
Does he have to pee?
I don't know. Well, maybe, or he could be using the bottle method.
Yeah, the
Maybe
bottle
it's a
method
theory, because I know
strong.
people have a theory that you like to play Counter-Strike while you need to pee because it makes you more focused because you want to get the game done so you can go pee.
That works if you kind of have to pee. If you're like in an emergency situation, 2 maps.
Yeah, if the bladder's overflowing.
Yeah, that one is, you know, there's a sweet spot there.
Okay, well, 2 MP9s, a FAMAS, and a sweet spot.
Yeah, thank you for the insight.
Here we go, fast-paced again. Down vents and challenging ramp room. Crims, you're locked in. You missed the jump, and it's all over. Molotov to keep them at bay. Roy's already down low, double kill, and Annihilation's got to do something. Him and Score.
Well, Roy's down here, looking to cause a few more problems, but Score is so quick, but unfortunately it is just going to be one more for him. Annihilation has to do something here, but Nikodos has had his number quite a few times in the series, and it's Blitz who managed to slip down the vent early. That's the last player to die. Fnatic get their second here on Nuke.
Was Roy starting Secret? He was there very quickly.
Yeah,
I'm assuming he was going to go start Secret and just came back when Crims was calling the ramp rush.
So that's a fortunate position to find yourself in there with IHC making this pace change. You can see it here, minute 38. So the time that you're highlighting here, of course, right? Unless... yeah, you exactly. He's going to be starting ready either for a vent drop or for a secret play, and he just fortunately worked out that he was ready for them to start coming down ramp.
If Roy's not there, that round's over. They'd probably lose.
Snowball in towards that lower side for sure. Okay, well, IHC have invested everything they've got and more in... Oh, trying again? Lads?
There they go, into Crims. This could be quite a meaty round for the Swede. Oh, just balls in the end, no meatballs, and he's gonna go down.
That's the life of a ramp player. He just missed that timing on the first player coming through and made it real awkward and uncomfortable. But now they have some utility to make this worth. Blitz, that's very aggressive, and that's an AK-47 dropped. And once again, it's Roy to recover.
Well, not ready. 4K gets another one and switches out upgrades into the A1S.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
And the utility as well just keeps Nikodos at bay. He can't quickly trade. And so with that smoke, that's actually locked IHC into some safe space. They can maneuver, they can reposition. Nikodos doesn't feel comfortable about going to the other side of the double doors. So IHC with full time to play with. It's got a minute left and 3 players up. Nikodos still trying to cause a few issues for them, but he's alone down here. And oh, a nice quick shot on Annihilation. Needs a bit more though.
They don't have any smoke to block any of these doors. They're just going to have to go for the plant at some point. And they're taking way too much time to find this player. Nikodos has just stalled them out. And now his teammate Fosher is going to start getting in a really strong position. In ramp room, the flick up doesn't land.
Oh, that was so close, but here comes Fasher. And when his teammate's down...
this, surely.
But they can use their positioning, but Score ends up going down and they don't react. Fasher gets the double. Intelligent to expect 2 up in the rafters still. He's able to close up 2. That's a big round for Fnatic.
I thought Score was just going to hide. I thought he was going to sell Techno down the river and just play to win out the round there and go, okay, yeah, look, we're both in. Yeah, that right there. That one is going to sting a little bit because of this type of investment. So Blitz, he understood that he needed to take that space because they didn't have a molly, but he was way too ahead of the play right. They didn't have any trade potential, and then Fasher just gets away with this. So a little bit unfortunate for IHC here. And that could have been the round, as you said in the previous, where they had the double ramp, right? That showed how easy it could have been to get in towards that B side.
Yep.
We were looking at Inferno as well. It's a similar story where their IHC side got off to a really good start and then lost a few rounds like that.
With numbers,
yeah. And lost a few rounds like that just let Inferno slip away from them. So timeout here for IHC just to try and mentally recover from that kind of round. I think Yankee was saying on the desk after that, you know, they sometimes play a little too quick, and it's a typical underdog feature. When you play a little bit too quick in those situations, you make the wrong decisions, and the side of Fnatic able to capitalize. Galil's out in force here. 4 picked up, and Annihilation down to the Deeg.
Is this us?
That's us.
Okay.
Oh. They'll take a shot with a Nerf gun. All right.
Where's this coming from?
Who is it? Here we go. Take a shot.
Is he going to fire?
Take your best shot. But I'm going to shoot back.
I don't think he fired.
He did.
Fire?
He did. It was a little high.
Okay. Well, a good attempt.
They're having a little bit of fun with it. The cameramen haven't used the
If the
weapons.
cameramen are getting involved in nonsense, now we know we're having a good time.
That's what we like to see.
But they know that money is still a pressing issue right now. IHC have invested again, right? So the bomb goes down. Get another investment in.
And I kind of like this. I mean, you don't have
too.
a whole lot of resources, but if you can capitalize on that success in the previous round of bringing it so low, man, that would boost you up in the early going of Nuke.
Roy's coming up through Secret. This could be massive. But the Molotov comes in just at the right time. That's going to hold Roy back for the time being.
Nikodos has to, yeah, he's more than aware.
He is aware, but not able to hit the shot. Blitz is continuing to move around with these smokes.
So much trouble.
He's taking a lot of risks right now, Blitz, and yeah, that's eventually going to go that way. If he'd gotten something, though, surely a pop into the upper bomb site, but you've put a lot of resources to get him into that position.
Now what?
And now you got nothing left in the tank.
Well, they're coming back to Roy and Crims together inside of the ramp room. Techno 4K with a lovely headshot. Nikodos' turn to try and step up, and he will do that. He will take down Bartak and the bomb in one foul shot and a second one. And Nikodos just keeps going for good reason. A third kill, and just Annihilation alone, and Nikodos just add him to the conveyor belt of death, but Annihilation at least fights back. The only player to do so versus Nikodos, and 4-4, we're all tied up again, and the money's gone for IHC.
Yeah, and that philosophy of just trying to break the economy with the kind of aggressive plays and take advantage of it, it's gone now for IHC. They don't have that option, so this has got to be around they sit back on a pistols, maybe some light armor. They'd love to do a little bit more damage, but you're not going to get any significant advantage moving forward, even if you do win it.
It is crazy, though, how much space Roy knew that he had in that environment to push up out of Secret into Warehouse to then catch Blitz in the fade, because it was like it was a trap. You had Nikodos around with the orb, you had Mezzi over towards main, and you had Roy even pushing up for that type of a fight. So they were very, very confident in what the maneuver was from Blitz there. And that could be a slightly worrying sign.
There goes Blitz.
Oh,
there goes Score. Nice shot from Nikodos with the op. It's starting to heat up. It's starting to get back to that map 1 AWP that we liked.
And just think about the game yesterday for G2. Nikodos was just incredible. He was the biggest reason as to why they were toppled. And the amount of crazy kills he was going for outside, just these multi-kills against guns as well. So if Nikodos starts to find some form, this is where we could see Fnatic hit the next gear.
How do you guys feel about this, right? Regardless of which team wins here, I feel like we postpone any team interviews because the winners have to play again today.
Yeah.
Regardless.
I think it's a good idea.
You know, we postpone that, we let them focus in, we don't worry them with any of the nonsense that we're
Let them go eat, let them
here.
take a nap, let them go sit in the couch.
Yeah, give them some time to recuperate.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's difficult playing 3 maps into your decider game at the end of the day.
Well, this is where the conversation started, I think, after Inferno. I came through and I was like, yeah, this is great for Fnatic. Now they just go walk at home on their map choice. They should be really comfortable. Overpasses their home. They get it done in 2. They can conserve some energy. They don't have to worry about getting stressed. Well, now it's the opposite. Yeah. Now it's the complete opposite. And IHC already have 4 rounds on this T half.
Yeah, a couple more, and they're sitting very nice. They'll be happy. Although I guess the other side of that, too, is even just speaking to Kita before the game actually began. Remember, he mentioned, we've already played Eternal Fire in this group stage, so we've already done the research. It's not like we have to scramble between the games.
Yeah.
They got to revisit the research they've already done.
Here comes the outside smokes again, tossed out for IHC. One player looking to play with it is Bartak. And I'll just let him move. The problem yesterday for G2, and we interviewed Hooksy at the end of the day, he was saying Roy was the player that was causing them the most problems overall with how many good positions he found himself in. Well, he's here again.
Dear.
And look at this, he's coming out. Here comes the attack into the top site though. Techno and Bartak, multiple kills in, and Crims from Heaven, again, good for 1.
I think they knew that response, though, from Roy. Bartak just sat in the smoke waiting for him that whole time. Crims goes down next. Ooh. Do you want to mess with Nikodos? The op has got to jump the gauntlet, and indeed he does, but Fasher's ready and waiting. Clotheslined in lobby.
That's the bomb.
Score and Bartak in the complete wrong positions.
They have to run back into the lobby to get the bomb, and that means going into Fasher, who sprinkles more damage onto Score. They're holding him back. Nades being thrown in, flashes, everything. But the kitchen sink thrown at Fasher here. He still stands strong. Another kill for Fasher, and you'll lock it out. Fnatic with 6. Even when Roy gets caught, they still find the answer.
That's a really good round, though, because you think about the decision-making from IHC. Okay, we throw a smoke wall last time, and then 3 players are basically positioned to deal with us just to find Blitz on the lurk. Okay, let's do it again, and let's go into a top pop with this as a fake. So they had Roy out of the play, sure. Yep. They were able to get into the A site and get the kill, but there wasn't the follow-through from IHC. I feel if they had more bodies in towards A, they could have fortified that bomb site and likely won the round.
Yeah, it didn't feel like they got some of the kills in upper, but it didn't feel like their idea was to finish there, right?
No.
They were immediately heading towards ramp room, so yeah, maybe just a little too complex, maybe a little too tricky, but it didn't. All the pieces didn't line up on that one, despite them being some good-looking pieces.
Ooh, looks aren't everything, Jason. I've learned that throughout my life.
Personality does matter, Dinko.
It's great when if you have both.
Yeah, you're in a driver's seat if you have both.
It's just been a tough string of rounds, hasn't it? for IHC now. How many in a row is this consecutive that they've lost here?
This is going to be the 6th in a row.
Okay, so yeah, again, another great
And
start
7 of
into
8.
another cool-off. But this is the thing, it's T-side nuke, so they do need to get going still. A kill or 2 here would be great, otherwise Fnatic are going to really start working on this CT side economy. Everybody will have at least 1 residual buy available.
Well, this is also why it's so nice that you get the pistol round and the converted second round if you're IHC, because like you kind of get that breathing room to where you don't need to have like the most excellent T-side nuke. If you can scrape together like 2 gun rounds after this, maybe get a lucky on a round here or there, 5's not anything to be upset about when you go into the second half against Fnatic.
Looks like a timeout has been called here.
That's going to be by IHC. It's their second.
Yeah, so a conversation to be had about how they want to proceed forward for the remainder of this half.
And it's probably going to be a difficult conversation too, because remember, we've seen them kind of do some pace changes. They've had those fast, explosive tactics towards ramp room, towards the upper bomb site. We've had them try and go secret with bodies. We've had them try and lurk people towards secret on their own. A lot of it hasn't really panned out. So all of a sudden you're running through some of these ideas that you might have had and you realize all of them got like an X next to them. They're not something you feel like you can go back to because you've been stopped cold.
The body language isn't telling of a confident team, but maybe that's just the way they like to chill. I don't know. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, we're still gonna know these guys.
Mighty Maniac here to give us the actual
diving into psychology.
Is it a prognosis?
Yeah.
Diagnosis?
Yeah. Diagnosis is what's wrong. Prognosis is the treatment plan.
Okay, well, we need both.
Yeah, we do.
Just going to go A again here. So this clear the game plan is do the smoke wall yard, hope it draws a rotation, execute in towards the A side.
Oh, good Molotov. Or Incendiary from Fnatic just holding him back, keeping him at bay inside of the lobby. And in the meantime, Messi's going to take that opportunity to push up into the hut. He should actually be good for at least 1 here, and he's got Fasher pulling the initial attention away, so Messi can still hold this spot. Nikodos getting a kill too. And Fnatic looking very good on this hold. Finally score, starts to create a little bit of space, but you've taken the sting out of the attack, and you know, only hope is really getting that bomb down B, and unfortunately Score's made it down the vent, but the bomb's left the squeaky door, and Blitz can't find the vent. Oh, so awkward.
Yeah, really starting to fall apart now, aren't they? Just from what was good ideas to just misses to now getting obliterated. This wasn't even a starter of a round here. They didn't get too many look-ins whatsoever.
The support players for Fnatic right now on this map are playing really strong. Nikodos being mobile with the AWP. He was positioned over towards ramp room. He's been there to help Crims at a number of times, so they're a little concerned, but he's up that ladder quickly to add 1 more kill in. And then obviously Roy, we've seen a number of times moving around secret, falling back, coming over towards ramp room to help Crims. He's also having a very good game. So the mobile players of Fnatic are getting there at the right moments. They have a good read at this situation.
It feels a little bit to me like this outside wall smoke situation. They're not selling it very strongly because they haven't gotten away with any of their moves. So by throwing the smoke wall, unless you're actually going to follow it up, unless you're going to take the secret space or condition the warehouse player to worry about you lurking through those smokes, you're going to be in a difficult position.
They need to get a win off of that, right?
Exactly.
Like send 3 bodies and actually crack into the lower bomb site, actually just win a round off it for Fnatic to really feel nervous about the smoke wall.
And it might be too late in the half considering we're already at 8-4 now.
Yeah, 3 rounds left.
Oh, they do have a smoke wall available to them. And here it comes. It's going to be deployed. Nikodos looking to catch one just before the smoke pops. He did see a player just out to the right side of his scope that, and Blitz is very quick about getting down secret. The rest of his teammates following suit this time.
They have no smokes though for down low. They have 1 on score, excuse me.
And Messi's here already in the vent. First headshot is good. Annihilation needed to hit that, and he hits a great shot. Although Techno 4K not finding as much success, but Annihilation and Bartek go forward, and IHC are up a player. There's a player on the ramp already rotated down. Bartek, it's Nikodos close towards him. And Nikodos extends if he overextends, but he gets another read. The awareness for Nikodos in this series has been incredible. He should have went down there. Fasher's got caught towards secret though, and it's all on Nikodos. I don't see IHC giving this one up. The positions are too strong. Nikodos does have a kit and a smoke, but he has to cross into the path of Annihilation. And time's ticking. Annihilation closes. Really good round from him.
And what I think the key to that whole round was Blitz. You could see he was like, hey, can we just stop being little scaredy cats? Can we just push on in and take this space? Because he went with such pace in that scenario, right? He just led by example, ran on down. Sure, he was the first player to die, but he was immediately traded. And that's the type of situation as in-game leader. It's like, well, I have other players who are meant to take space. I'm just going to set the pace. Right? You're going to set the tempo for the round right here. And if they can deliver the necessary kills like this, then you're able to convert. So a big double up from Annihilation to get them into the site, and then the final kill to be the close. This was a necessary frag from Bartek onto Roy as well before he starts going wild.
Yeah, you were giving us some magic numbers on the previous map, Chad. On the T side of Nuke, what's usually the number you want to grab?
I think 5 or 6 is pretty good. I think 5 or 6, probably closer to the 6 mark.
Yeah, I could be happy with 5, but you'd love 6.
Yeah, so if they can put one more on the board here, fantastic. If not, I still feel no harm, no foul. We have the classic scenario with get pistol and you're basically back in the game, right? Obviously with those conversions, that goes without saying.
I mean, funnily enough though, they won 1 gun round, I think, because I mean that's around a Tech 9s where they have that speed to get into secret. Their gun rounds haven't been pretty at all for IHC, but still will be happy. And again, going back to secret, maybe not, coming through the wall this time, but the rest of the follow-up players are actually going down.
Yeah, Nikodos is completely distracted by the one player. He knows is crossed in towards Warehouse, but where has he gone? Blitz making the move to outplay him, but Nikodos finally finds him, and all the kills from Fnatic start to roll on in. Annihilation and scored the last 2 remaining for IHC in round 14.
I think you can just see the shallow playbook of IHC on this map now too. I mean, remember they tried that ramp bust previously that almost worked. They went right back to it. This time they go down secret, they win around, they go right back to it, but Fnatic have the correct rotation.
Just Annihilation fighting Roy eventually falls. 9 rounds now for Fnatic. The best case scenario is getting 6 for IHC, but as you said, Jason, it looks pretty weak over these last few rounds for IHC. Definitely running dry.
Because they won on a lower purchase before, they should have another buy or at least another decent looking purchase here for the last round of the half. But it's interesting, Fnatic, I suppose this is a moment of not feeling pressured in enough places on the map because they always have so many bodies to deal with the plays, right?
Yeah.
Like, how are they straight towards lower with 2 individuals as soon as that's spotted? They're just immediately having these crossfires set up.
I mean, IHC's playing a very different game than what they played on Overpass or Inferno,
Nikodos,
right?
he's got himself the first blitz just running into the AWP, and oh, he's under so much pressure. Perhaps speed is just the name of the game for IHC. Well, Roy again finding himself a really strong spot, and that's taking the sting out of the attack. Maybe he can get another one too. He knows he slowed this down, so why not? Why not go back for a double dip? Tastes better the second time.
Bang! What a swing from Bartek. Roy caught in between 2 places, not sure where to look. And this is somehow very doable for IHC. 2-on-2.
Oh, they're not going to molly over towards the double doors here. The doors are open. That's smoke. Mezzy could just disrespect this. They always get treated as walls. He's going to wait for his teammate, Crims, to join the fun.
Okay, well, 6 rounds back on here for IHC. They're doubled up towards ramp, and there's a lot of utility here for Annihilation. Most importantly, that Molotov still up.
The bomb's not really in a great position to be protected by these 2 guys.
Yeah, there's a smoke here for Crims. It really isn't planted for them at all, is it? It's a tough plant position. Crims can't break the window just yet. He's letting that clock run pretty low. Eventually got to get on towards it. Annihilation goes to the utility belt first. Mezzy's got a great headshot, but you got to smoke, and that's going to immediately be thrown on towards the bomb. The defuse being stuck, and Crims just holds it off. They banked everything on the Molotov, and it does not work. 10 rounds for Fnatic in this first half. They're looking to close map 3 after the break.
When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. I just hope I feel better. to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really tryna come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all in my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. Look in your eyes, I'm seeing trouble. You were the champ, but I'm taking that buckle. You were Goliath, but I got the sling. I'm taking your head when I enter the ring. No matter what opposition that you bring, I will be standing cause I am the king. I am the lion, this is my jungle. Like a gorilla, ready to rumble. All out till we take the crown. We ain't giving up, we ain't backing down. We the new money, about to rise up. Time to move over cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied. Pain in my eyes.
It's 10-5 and Fnatic are leading the way. That means they are currently on track to go and play Eternal Fire in the decider game of Group A. IHC, they did have another great lead, Jason, but it's all gone wrong yet again.
Yeah, it's all gone horribly wrong. It started out well, but the gun round's just flat. Not able to figure out a decent enough T side, but look, you can do something with this. And once again, if you win the second pistol round, that gives you a leg up, and you at least have some advantage to talk about. But also, we were surprised on Overpass, so let's let ourselves, be open to the idea of surprise here on Nuke as well.
Yep, I'm definitely open to anything at this point. Blitz has got in the vent with a knife. So maybe he might be able to get something done there, but Roy immediately jumping over the top of main, just swinging around towards Hell, and Fasher, his aggressive move, has got the first pick.
Yeah, same with Roy's, out towards the top of Heaven. So Techno lost track of someone lurking out the door. Now you got to push in and make a play, and that's where Fnatic's going to punish you.
Well, Bartak just down at Hell. Would be a hell of a clutch. But just the first step taken. Bomb goes down. A second kill from Bartak.
Give him one more. Give him a chance. Give him a puncher's chance in this round.
Gonna make a big mistake here, Fnatic, to let him fully into it, but they're not making too many mistakes right now. He has to go and fight Crims, and he will get taken out. So Fnatic win the pistol. IHC, they really needed that one, and they're gonna go for the force investment here.
Yeah, that hurts. This is when you start to feel, if you're IHC, like you're buried in a bit of a hole. So we'll see if they can come back from it. Yeah, Famas picked up on score, upgraded pistols elsewhere. Annihilation is gonna grab a deagle right at the end.
It was cool to see this push up the vent. Blitz's gun obviously gives him away. Maybe he could have got the surprise and maybe something could have happened there in tandem with Bartak, but not to be. 11-5 though in Fnatic. We'll see what they go with as their call. Fasher, he's sent off to watch the ramp progression, and it's fine. Just a slow round. Majority of players in it.
And Fnatic's going to be okay with this. They're like, okay, well, now we know they've deployed all this utility second round by. We just wait it out. Just be patient. Just don't try and make a play while this utility and these smokes are up, because you know there's just not enough on IHC to last the entirety of the round.
And Blitz is already towards Secret, so he's looking for this first fight to try and give his team a chance. And he has seen a lot of info that no one is actually pressuring outside at the moment, so you can actually stack your forces inside.
They might push this, though, with score coming up here, right? I mean, Famas maybe at a longer range battle, maybe you bait him in, but again, in a round like this, that's a good amount of your resources stuck in Secret.
I think it's a quick main play is the best play for them as they now realize this top site hit is coming in. Fasher's already through with the MAC-10. He'll clear out the top hut. You can see because of the Molotov, realizes he's just at the edge of the top hut and gets rid of him pretty quickly.
And the strength of this defense was on the extremities. It was in ramp room. It was in Secret. It was not anywhere close to the bomb site itself. So they were expecting Fnatic to be a little bit more spread out across the map, and they choose incorrectly. So 12-5 for Fnatic, and IHC is just going to rinse and repeat if they can save these weapons.
Well, Score's pushing forward, and that might put him in a bit of a risky position, so he decides he's going to drop away. He doesn't want to get involved in that fight. Realizing he's literally the only player on the CT side with a rifle right now. You really don't want to lose that. I don't know if they're going to get away with it, because Fnatic are thinking about hunting these weapons down. You see there's 2 players already close to red on the ground. That's Nikodos and Roy. Boots on the ground, having to peer around the corner, and Crims has actually done more damage than I thought it was possible from this range of the 5-7, but looks good for now until score, of course. The only player with the rifle goes down, Jason.
That's huge. I mean, he probably had a chance, I think, to actually cleanly get away towards Secret towards the end. He chose to stick around, and man, he's punished for that, and that hurts for IHC.
So now they're just down to the Deagles that they saved over, and that's not looking pretty. This is going to be 13 rounds for Fnatic, bar any craziness. We'll see what IHC decides to do. You can't just play a standard round here.
Well, the problem is with 2 I mean, if you're IHC, I think you just stack over bomb site. There's 2 MAC-10s on the board for Fnatic, so I mean, they can execute something fast. You don't have the utility to put in the choke points to really stop anything.
The score runs in towards the door, gets caught by Mezzi, and that's the first for Fnatic, no issues.
Well, now Crims towards ramp room.
Annihilation comes back with his deke. And Bartak and the Annihilation combo.
Blitz is pushing very far outside. Roy's keeping an eye on it from deep, but Blitz is going to get caught for sure. Yeah, good find. And this has been the story of Fnatic's T-side.
Really
they've really been able to punish any kind of aggressive response from IHC across every map.
You haven't really seen them get away with anything. And the other thing is when they're passive on overpass, they're punishing that too. So they're just punishing them in general. Techno, I don't know how, but that fire is not spreading to him at all. So he's just standing here, no problem. The 5-7 has got away with a kill on Fasher. Go on, Techno, what have you got? Maybe we can get another one, because the bombs just drop right in front of him. They have to come to him, and he knows that.
Fnatic are waiting for him to be aggressive and turn the corner and waiting for this push as well. All the meanwhile, Roy is flanking, wrapping around, jumping up to heaven. So, I mean, there's a timer on this that Techno doesn't realize. Bartak's not going to be able to hold it all at bay.
Yeah, Bartak's actually just looked the wrong way at the wrong time.
That's Counter-Strike timing right there for you.
Yeah, that really is. You just got CS'd big time. 13-5, though. They lose just Fasher for Fnatic, so their money is so good right now. So even if IHC win this round, they have to win it pretty cleanly. They can't have too many casualties, because if it comes down to a 1v1, Fnatic will be able to buy up fully in the next round, and IHC will come into it with a couple of weaker purchases and lack utility. So not easy. That's what the road ahead looks like for IHC.
Yeah, they need to win this cleanly to have the confidence of some money behind them and just confidence in general, and then they need to go on a massive run. And both of those things feel very unlikely.
Nikodos up on the silo, the marshmallow or the Twinkie, whatever you want to call it. The Australians probably call it something really weird.
It's probably a bit crazy. Maybe they call it Tim Tam.
Tim Tam, yeah, that's a good one. Last chat later. Nikodos, though, doesn't matter what it's called, he's got himself 1 kill as Annihilation treads immediately. Nikodos hangs around a little bit too long, overstays his welcome. Annihilation sees all the smokes coming up, and that's going to sever his information flow.
Goes for a timing shot as well. Roy's just going to walk. No information being gathered by Annihilation. He's looking for a gap that is not there. And the rest of Fnatic now start leaning towards the ramp room to join up with Roy's position. So Bartak is going to be the man to have impact for IHC.
Bartak is just doing a good job of just forcing them away, scaring them away.
And nobody's had to rotate because he did such a good job.
Yep.
Nobody's had to move. Roy's going to rotate right back into the crosshair of Annihilation. Nice, easy kill towards the upper bomb site we go.
And Annihilation looks for more, but another smoke up at his face. He just gets gray screen this entire time. Fasher comes in with a lovely shot on the Khalil. Bartak again keeping it real. And, ooh, down to the 2 versus 2. It's Messi making a difference once more. The in-game leader always leads by example. Just Annihilation. He did have a clutch on overpass, and he misses the shot, unfortunately. That would have kick-started it all. Fnatic are in full control of this game. It just feels like they're about to cross over that finish line.
Complete control. And if you're IHC, you just have to buy everything. There's no more saving. There's no more half buys. There's no more just chilling and waiting till you have the money. You got to go for it. And that looks at the moment like 5 FAMAS across the board. 4 and an M4 for Annihilation.
Well, it's been great seeing the Mongolians in Europe. but I think it'll be a little while till we see them again in a big competition, right? So
I'm curious because I've heard they're going to spend some extra time here to boot camp, but I'm not. That hasn't been confirmed, so don't take it as gospel. But obviously the next thing up is going to be the Asia RMR
in Mongolia.
In Mongolia, in their home country, which will be something special for them, I'm sure. But yeah, I guess the way you paint it now at this point is it's this team getting more reps at these tournaments, getting used to the conditions, getting used to how everything's done, getting used to playing the better teams and practicing the better teams on all the maps. And that's been a constant conversation, is increasing the map pool. Past Inferno.
Past one map, yeah.
Make
We
it
got
2.
7. We got the liquid fake 7 map pool, and now we got the IHC 1 map pool. Unfortunately, Blitz just has a big brain, so you can see it over the top that, and they just pick him off from afar. Bartak at least getting something here for IHC. It's not a clean sheet for Fnatic, but it's certainly looking good for 15.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have the kill, but you've lost complete control of the map. So now you can see with outside compromise, Techno has to start flirting with Hut, and Bartak's going to start pushing up in ramp room, which is eventually going to put you in a dangerous position for Roy up on the roof. And Fnatic is just waiting for any intel and what the next play is going to be before they make their decision. 30 seconds still left on the clock. Mezzi's outside deep with the bomb.
Ooh. Well, this is actually being pulled back single-handedly by Bartak. He pushes in, he gets another kill. And now we're back at a 3 versus 3. 20 seconds left for Fnatic to push into the site. Score hot on their heels. Coming through, the bomb is down on the ground. Crimson Fasher are getting the kills, but they've got to get the bomb to the site and find Bartak. And they will do exactly that. So 15-5, Fnatic 1 round away from staying alive in EPL and knocking out IHC. And that will be a grudge match, a rematch against the Eternal Fire guys.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. And I mean, again, like we heard the conversation already. They've already, they've already prepared and practiced against this team, so they're kind of ready to go. For IHC, it's going to be tough. Obviously, a win over EG, but loss against MIBR, loss against Outsiders. They would have liked to have put a few more on the board, especially after the really impressive upsets back at Katowice over Furia and over Cloud9. But yeah. They'll go home a little disappointed.
They felt like they could have beat MIBR. I think that's the team they probably would have felt like they could have at least taken a map off, but they got 2-0 by them. Crim's holding Techno, taking a bit of a risk pushing forward. We'll see how far he wants to force the issue. Not going too far yet. Crims will just have to be patient himself. In the meantime, we'll take an eye on what the T's are doing towards outside. It's Fasher putting pressure on Secret. Blitz forced up into the peak. What a great game he had on Overpass. A bit far quieter here on Nuke. Just 1 kill for him in this round before Fasher trades him out. Now Techno finally activates.
Yeah, Crims didn't expect the angle. 3 on 4. Fnatic's going to have to recover. They've got 1 flashbang in their pocket. Just picked up a Molotov now. But there's nowhere on the map that looks easy for him at the moment. Good find from Fasher. That's Annihilation outside. And now all of a sudden they can start working this. 2 players defending the upper bomb site, which is where it looks like Fnatic wants to hit at the end of the day.
Mezzi climbing up to get ready to throw some utility in these final 35 seconds. There goes the Molotov in towards the top hut. Fasher starting to clear it out. Scores at Tetris, but the first peaks actually come from Techno.
Ooh.
Score swings out immediately. Fasher reacts. Techno and Bartak, the last 2 Mongolians standing, and now it is only Techno 4K. Oh, I thought Nikodos would have done it with a pistol, but it doesn't matter how he does it. They just get it done. Fnatic stay alive in EPL and knock out IHC. The Mongolians have to go home. They'll play the RMR. We'll see them later in the season, but Fnatic have a rematch versus Eternal Fire.
Yeah, and I mean, that's very nice, and I think that's a great bounce back after losing a tough overpass, because I know Fnatic guys were a little frustrated walking out of the studio, so to bounce back in that fashion is well done to just close out the series, exactly what was designed, and a little bit of heartbreak for IHC. They're going to be extremely disappointed, but regardless, we got the boys over on the couch with some foamy dart guns to have a chat.
Dart guns. Foamy dart guns. Can you hear me, Yanko?
Yes.
All right, I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to turn you up a little bit when I get a moment.
All right.
But look, we're not going to bother the boys from Fnatic or IHC with the interview after that one. Mainly Fnatic, because they have another match to play later today. The devs just, the casters just summarized that. But I don't know, I feel like losing Overpass woke them up a little bit. They made short work of things on Nuke right there. That was quite a quick matchup, all things considered. It kind of blink and you miss it.
No, certainly. I mean, I think for a lot of people, it looked like IHC had some things to say on that T side. There was another strong T start, but that became a bit of a
They
recurring
were getting red.
theme.
I feel like they were getting red, like Yanko with this book right here, because there were so many rotations coming in that first half where there was always 2 players towards lower every time they went down secret, or when they were doing their yard wall smokes, they didn't have a lot of conviction behind it, so they were just hoping it would be a sell, and Fnatic barely took the bait on it, right? So it was one of these scenarios where I think from start to finish in that matchup, Fnatic just had them covered.
Just one round, the Fasher 1v2.
Do you think that was it?
I think that set the tone, really, because
They should have won that.
Yes, they should have won that. They misplayed it a little bit, but I think if he doesn't win that and Fnatic has to eco there, all of a sudden IHC is 6-1, 6-2 up, right? Like a lot more momentum, a lot more confidence to play with. Instead, they lose that clutch. They have to go on a half buy of their own. Fnatic stabilizes, gets their economy going, and after that, the book reading.
The book reading begun, yeah.
So I have a question for both of you.
Okay.
I'm going to make a list of like 3 actions IHC can take between now and to ending the year within like the top 15.
To be in the top 15,
yeah.
things that they need to do.
What's missing? Are we talking full roster changes? Are we talking boot camp in Europe, take 3 months here and stay here?
Well, here's the thing, right? So their ramp up is going back to Mongolia to play in the RMR, which is going to be in their capital city.
Right.
So I think for them to continue its trajectory, qualifying at the RMR for the major is probably the first big thing, right? That needs to be the big check because they're in the right way. Right, they're heading in the right direction with the Counter-Strike they're playing. But there is a problem that happens with underdog teams from smaller regions, is once you start playing the style that needs to be played for European Counter-Strike, you become a little bit more susceptible back home. So making sure they can still swat all that competition away, that's one big key for me. What do you got, Yanko?
Yeah, I think they just need to, some of the stuff we see from them on Inferno, they need to translate that to more maps.
So just more reps?
They need to
more
have
theory?
a deeper map pool.
Okay. So more practice, I guess, at this top level to expand their understanding of maps.
And they'll get that. Now things
we
are
saw
starting.
an overpass.
Yeah, things are starting to move. Like you're getting some wins. You're going up in the rankings. You're going to get more invites, or at least invites to close qualifiers and such. So that's going to mean more reps, more experience.
And I think the future of the roster, understanding what's happening, because we know Bartek's going to be with the team at the RMR, but is he the plan for the future?
That
right?
uncertainty.
Yeah, so get rid of that ambiguity, because that breeds the anxiety. Thanks to Edward. And and then we'll know which direction the team's going. But this is still the best team from the region in a very long time, playing the best version of Counter-Strike that we've seen. So, look, I know they lost the series. I know they're going to be glum, but I think with that overpass win, they should at least be somewhat happy that they picked that one up.
Yeah, I mean, it's never, and we all know it from our own personal experience, it's never nice to be told, I know you should be happy with the loss.
Yeah, you lost, but smile.
But there's good things about it. But yeah, I see that's going to become a recurring thing.
Well, we mustn't forget that they also went to Katowice, then had to fly back home and then come back to Europe,
That's
right?
true.
So also jet lag was a factor for them. You could tell they're a little bit tired. It feels like, so just getting back, putting some practice in, refreshing the playbook, and to keep improving.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see if Blitz wants to play Henry at chess a little bit later today. We'll see if we can still hook that one up. But boys, I don't know if you know. I don't know if you're aware of this.
I've heard about this.
But Trace and Henry spent all night. They didn't get any sleep, these two gentlemen. They spent all night starting to come up with a presentation that they wanted to show us in the Counter-Strike world. It's something that they're very proud of, I've heard.
All right, I'm listening.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for that introduction, Chad. Yes, indeed, we have a very special presentation prepared for you today. My name is Henry Greer, and joining me is Trace Saranthos. And of course, the topic we'll be bringing up and discussing today is one of star signs and Counter-Strike, a very important subject. Trace, you consider yourself to be a very spiritual person, correct?
Yeah, right out of the gate, I'm starting to look at things, and one of them that I have to do is take a look at the Scorpio's projections and sort of the calendar and where it lies on that day that I'm going to cue matchmaking. We're going to look at our next slide. What are star signs? That's a great question right out of the gate. Here's everything that we know and everything that we don't know at the same time, Henry.
What are star signs? Yeah, that is a very interesting question. Like, where to begin, Trace? First of all, when were you born? What was the day you were born?
Wait, that's a good question. October 29th.
Okay, which makes you...
a Scorpio.
Of course, a Scorpio. Where is that?
It would be down here.
Right there, Scorpio. And that, of course, means you're a very brave, intelligent, charismatic young man.
Say that again?
Brave, intelligent, and charismatic.
Got it, yeah.
Of course, being born there. And we're trying to work out how that translates to your Counter-Strike play. If you look closely... We'll move on to the next slide here. It's going to be what are star signs exactly?
Star signs and Counter-Strike, it's a tenured history, okay? And at some point, you really have to kind of roll it back just to kind of take it all in. So, again, it's widely believed that star signs have a big part in, well, they were invented in 1802, okay?
Famously.
Yeah, by a giant philosopher.
By the giant philosopher. His name was?
That's him.
Maui Snake.
Yes, yeah.
By the giant philosopher Maui Snake, of course. And here was a artist's interpretation of what he may have looked like back in the day as well. And he was famous for bringing star signs to the general population and indeed Counter-Strike as we get to the modern day.
Yeah.
So how does it really affect me as a player and my FPS gaming in general?
Well, you know, it all kind of centers around this guy, Maui Snake. As, you know, he kind of designed it this way. All star signs point to Maui Snake. Right. And I think in that notion, you got to look at some of his accomplishments. You have to wonder what gave this guy the credibility. He sailed the entire planet. He obviously, you know, ushered all of this era of star signage in.
But he also visited the caves, which is a very important factor because at that point, he was able to unlock and harness the energy of the spiritual creatures that lie within. In the valley, of course, that's when across a marvelous ocean, ultimately 2 people were injured, but later recovered from their injuries. Now, he did intentionally spell "their" wrong at that point, just to kind of confuse you, keep you all interested at home.
But the reports, they were conflicting right out of the gate, and that's one thing that we kind of have to hone in on at this point. There was a guy, jean guy, actually. He wears jean pants and jeans shirts at the same exact time, Henry, and I think that's what made him stick out from everybody else.
He was the botanist, right? So he was actually found within the caves growing the plants to provide the energy for Maui Snake when he was actually doing this research across the world.
And when he's not doing that, he's a fireman on the side.
Well, this is interesting because we did have the incident following things up because, of course, after entering these caves, consuming the plants within, we did have to go in 2014 whilst on set for Jurassic World.
Look, I'll summarize this. Maui steps onto the set for Jurassic World. Now, this was a big premiere. A lot of budget went into just bringing him back out of the cryogenical freezer and onto the set.
Right.
So not only was it, you know, you have to get live dinosaurs. That's already a lot to take in right away.
It's difficult. It's never been done before.
Snakes, dinosaurs, they go hand in hand somehow, some way. My God. And, you know, his career, it really did start to take an arc. I don't know if it was upward or downward. Henry, you know more about that.
Well, I would say it's on the way up. Didn't get a lot of respect for many years, and now people finally started to take notice of him. So now we know what star signs are. We've kind of covered that with the history. We've been with the etymology of the whole concept, really. And what does your star sign say about you? So Aquarius, of course, you're going to be sheepish. You're going to be a little bit more quiet, introverted in general, and maybe that'll reflect your play style in towards Facer. You'll be more of an anchor style player. You want to be making sure you're focusing on support utility, crossfires, making sure you're working with your teammate. And it'd be called sheepish, and it might sound like a derogatory term, but I would say, if anything, it's quite endearing.
A sheep has the wool, and you stay warm because of the sheep.
And
like,
they
let's
stay
be
close
realistic.
together. They look after each other, and that's always very important.
Yeah, and then Gemini. Now, we're not just talking Kanye
This
West.
one is controversial. I would, if you are a Gemini, this might be difficult to hear.
You can see horrible. It's just horrible, horrible.
Indeed, horrible people in general. I would say do not trust them if you can help it. If you get a teammate that comes in and drops in, I'm a Gemini, guys, I hope that's okay.
Oh, kick immediately.
I would say just skip the queue, try and dodge if you can. It might not be the most ideal situation. Of course, there would be an entry fragger. They've got the aggression.
Kind of
They've
a cannon
got
fodder of
the animosity, the vinegar bubbling up inside them. They want to get stuck in there. So I'll be using the Desert Eagle. And you can imagine on the comms as well, could be quite challenging. They have a lot to say, a lot going on in the mind. And they would be using the Desert Eagle. Now this is interesting.
Leo, and I'm not talking DiCaprio, we look at this one, he is the lion. He's the one that you want to hear roar. Katy Perry set this all in motion so many years ago, and it's just awesome that on the 21st of August, 2015, things really did come together for the Leos and their star signs, Henry.
I happen to be a Leo, so I can actually talk to this subject right now. And
law enforcement officer.
Exactly. These people rage the most. Now, I wouldn't say that's necessarily true for all Leos, but it's certainly a
common, what the research showed,
common theme. Yes, I think that's fair to say. But they're good, so it's worth it. So yes, we might be giving a little bit of feedback perhaps, or making sure that you're staying in line. But overall, I would say all star signs are good. All star signs are healthy, and it's great to understand how they reflect and provide you extra insight to your Counter-Strike.
Which is something you have to grab onto, especially here on the island of Malta. Obviously, a lot of things revolving around stars and giants and all of that here on the island itself. But for CS, where does it come for, Henry?
The meat and potatoes of this presentation now. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. So, well, that's largely a matter of fact. According to Ryan Friend, a trusted astrologer who spent years researching the fields, star signs were heavily involved in the E-League Boston Major. And I guess for you, Trace, that's a perfect opportunity for you to talk to that and what really happened at that point.
You know, they said that the pyramids weren't built by humans, but really, that wasn't really built by humans either. I'm not sure how that happened. We all know what happened in Boston.
Bit of alien activity. Some have said it.
Yeah.
I don't want to confirm nor deny, but it could be a spiritual occurrence here with the star signs coming in and actually all interacting together, starting way back with Maui Snake in 1802, leading up to 2015 when we had the first Leo sighting.
Yeah.
And then coming into the Boston Major, that's where it all started to come together and make sense for me.
Yeah, and then at that moment, we're talking about seizing the moment, really just grabbing the bull by the horns. That's what Maui Snake was able to encapsulate in that moment. So he reaches up, he grabs it, both hands.
Well, I'm not a scientist, Trace, but that looks like proof to me. That's a great story,
Looks pretty real.
compelling story at the very least. And what do you guys think at home? Has this presentation inspired you to take star signs more seriously as astrology for you? I'm not so sure. Are there effects of your star signs on your game? And could aliens really walk among us? Now, Trace, I don't want to say there are aliens in the room right now, but there's certainly a chance.
There's a force in here. I can feel it right now. You're telling me
one in 10 people are aliens. So
1 in 10.
By statistics suggest one of us has to be.
Yeah, the numbers don't lie, and there are a total of 64 star signs at any one given time, which is something that you might not have known when you showed up today, when you bought the subscription to this sort of package of entertainment and information that we're giving you. But really and truly, as you can see, this is what we think an alien might look like.
It's an artist's interpretation. We're not sure, but it looks like
best we could put together for you.
Yeah. For this, we have 8 seconds. So at this point, there are now 64 stars, and we'll name them in order from best to worst. I would say, of course, it's Leo starting at number 1, Sagittarius coming in number 2, Cancer number 3.
And Scorpio back at number 1, somewhere around there.
Kind of, yeah. We could flip it away. We could be here all day, but...
yeah, let me take it from here, Henry. We will open the floor for questions. First, we're going to have to go to a quick break. You can't just get all this information and digest it in one place, but we're going to try again afterwards. So we go to a break. We come back. Thank you very much to my assistant here, Henry. We'll be right back after this.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Jacket, the man's abundant. The point of the road was banned and rugged. Hushing, I'm flying no pants in London. The products are not being scared of some judgment. Gotta stay in the cut you off if you ain't making the cut. Couldn't tell you who the hell is behind us. You start to forget when you stay in front of it's up. And it's up for grabs, no remorse of who I'm taking it from. Numbers I give on my scoreboard is the only form of us staying in touch. That's staying enough. It's time to receive for all of the favors I've done. Too late for y'all to switch teams. Everybody getting big leagues. Product flying out the shelf, what's in store for us? Known to hit a hole in one, to get the crowd and shoulder shrug. Shots are limited, I'm scared mango with the golden gun. Posted up, ready for whatever, boy, you know what's up. Time's close, I whittled them down. Sticking to them by sticking around. The gang online, Iwo Jima got one flag and it's sticking the ground. Setting up shop. Think I got a message across. Came for the titles, impressive to watch. We played the levels of Letterman jazz. Shout out to Steve. The boy getting love from the harsh critics. Strides hit me bi-weekly, the time me keep taking it further. You aren't finished and I gotta listen. Any son of believing and see that I'm actually breathing and doing it real time. Love to pull an idea out thin air, act on it and profit in real life. If we not aligned, don't present me a dotted line. Yeah, I'm a QB, but I ain't handing on nothing for someone to monetize. And it goes to the birds too, can't give it a time if a dollar's a cut eyes. rest they get X'd out, for they had the potential to be my ex. I know all the plays, I'm a seasoned vet. Yeah. Always showing up, known to hit a hole in one. Look at the crown and shoulder shrug. Shots are limited, I'm scam angle with the golden gun. Posted up, ready for whoever, boy, you know what's up. Time's close, I whittled them down. Sticking to them by sticking around. The gang online, Iwo Jima got one flag and a stick in the ground. Setting up shop. Think I got a message across. Came for the titles and press of the watch. We played the levels of Letterman jocks. Time's close, I whittled them down. Sticking to them by sticking around. The gang online, Iwo Jima got one flag. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. What's going on? What's going down in Chinatown? Well, we're about to find out. I've got Harry Russell here, of course, presentation extraordinaire. Well, I requested him.
And I also had some questions for him.
Oh, good.
So I'm glad that it worked out here.
I mean, after you.
Yeah.
No, I thought this was going to be the three of us back together at the desk, you know, the old days.
It's still that, but now it's just a little better. You know, there's nothing wrong with that, man.
No, but I was thinking Harry would be the desk. What do you think? A bit of physical theatre?
You want him to get on his hands and knees?
Well, I mean, maybe later.
I can sit on him.
Yeah. But
okay. Well, this isn't where I wanted to say this. Now, Harry, that last little segment that we did, the people at home might be questioning what the hell is going on, because right now I know Trace and Henry are both questioning what the hell is going on. Do you want to explain to everybody what we just witnessed?
Yeah. So I made a little PowerPoint for him last night because I thought, you know, they have such natural charisma and presenting skills.
Of course.
You can't let that go to waste. And it was about a topic that's kind of close to my heart. I'm a big star sign believer.
Yes. Are you?
So I typed that up. Like, yeah. You know, I'm.
You and Obo, good mates.
I'm an Aquarius, and you know, we're very curious beasts. At the end of the day.
Right.
But yeah, no, so I just typed that up. They'd never seen it before. And then they had to present the full history and kind of give us
Is it true about Maui Snake, though? Did he actually invent star signs?
Yeah, that's like common.
1808.
He's even been tweeting about it.
Okay.
1802, I think it was.
Excuse me,
it was
sorry.
nearly
I was
right.
paying attention.
No, you were close.
It's hard to see the screen from where we were.
Yeah. That's
so what do you have against Geminis?
I don't know. There's just something about the energy that
Who's the Gemini
off, right?
in your life who's given you that experience?
She's not in his life anymore.
Dude, I don't actually remember who the Geminis are. I just don't trust them.
Name drop 'em.
I think Hugo might be a Gemini.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
That's a good answer.
Well,
I've met a couple of very vicious Geminis.
I don't know who's a Gemini. I couldn't even.
They usually tell you. They usually tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how you know if they're a
Because
Gemini.
it provides a nice excuse for their behavior.
Yanko, what are you?
Nothing.
Something retrograde?
Nothing.
No?
I was just going to say, it's so exhausting that when people ask me these days, I just say nothing.
You're nothing.
I'm Cancer.
You've never been born. Oh.
But there is that beauty, you know, Yanko, and I don't know if, obviously, you're not in the market right now, but there is power in at least entertaining the question. If a pretty girl asks you, what's your star sign, there is something to be said about playing along.
When you say nothing, you get a chuckle every single time.
Yeah,
so
I don't know.
That's a nice break.
I've found that some of the crystal witches of the world appreciate it when you play ball.
Well,
if you want to play ball.
Also, Cancer is like a good one because it's emotional, apparently.
Is it?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So you can tell.
Well, there should be some emotions running high.
Moving to the next. Please.
I wanted to ask about your shoes, but we can return to those.
Oh, these. Yeah, I've actually ESL branded. You can't see there's some ESL logo.
On the sockies right there.
Yeah.
But we do have Outsiders versus Cloud9. This is a curious one, right? Both of these teams getting straight through with 2 best-of-3s quite easily.
Right.
Both locking themselves in for the playoffs already. Today we're playing for quarterfinal or round of 12. Well, yeah, here it is on the screen. You've got a little bit of Axel, Hobbit, and Shiro, who have all been playing some pretty good Counter-Strike, I might say.
They've been playing some great CS, these three. They're in the top 3 rated players of this group.
They've only played 4 maps.
Are these 3 folks right here. And yeah, you know, I think it was really the G2 game that kind of proved the legitimacy, right? You were kind of like, oh, all right, this is...
piqued the interest. I don't know if it
yeah,
proved
okay, yeah, no, that's a better way of phrasing it.
Piqued
the interest.
Bro, Shiro scares me here. Like, that's like bad Shiro.
This is where it's like
he watches a lot of anime. He does.
He definitely has.
But yeah, I think probably the most important name here is Hobbit, actually, because it feels like he was the one that was missing a little bit of the form that we've seen during the online era, right? When you did have these 3 guys lead the way. And yeah, Shiro has been absolute joy to watch ever since the major, right? Because you could tell he started taking more risks, being more aggressive in game, realizing that without that, the team is going to struggle mightily. So that's a great sign, and he absolutely dismantled G2 the other day.
What is your take, though, that Cloud9's problems are never really going to show up at an ESL Pro League group stage, and that their problems are detached from quiet, what's the word, studio-style events?
I see what you're saying there. Look, I don't put too much because Axar, I think Yanko and I agree on this. Shiro's come into his own. He understands when he needs to make these plays and the moves regardless of the environment. Axar, I think, is still getting there. But the rest of the team...
Unless he's playing phase.
Yeah, unless he's playing phase. The rest of the team, I feel like Hobbit is experienced outside of this world, so he doesn't come into that conversation. Buster as well, he's been in a major grand final before, right? The only player, who you could, and then maybe direct what you're saying to, could be a Nafany who could get taken away by the moment or be more relaxed in a moment like this, and then you could start that conversation there. But for me, when I look at this team, this is why I said pique the interest. With them beating G2, I was like, okay, well, we know that you have good players.
Yeah.
The question wasn't, do you have good players and can you contend? It was, is this Buster move the one that's going to give you that next step? And if they can win against Outsiders today, that can help further that conversation.
I mean, funnily enough, a team that seemed to appear with Cloud9 is they can beat the best team in the world, but they can't beat the 9th best team in the world. Like they would beat FaZe in Dallas or a couple of times last year, and then they would lose to Mouse in the quarterfinal of a major. They would lose to Liquid in Pro League, right? When they had a straight bye into the quarterfinals and they had an open road, it felt like to a grand final and possibly the title because Navi was out at that point. FaZe was out as well. They eliminated FaZe, I think, again. So yeah.
I'm not sure where this one's going to go either because both teams have had 2 days off to prepare for this matchup and they've known who their opponent is, and it's a domestic matchup.
Does that lead into an interesting conversation about maps?
Well, there's no nuke. I don't know what the picks are.
Domestic matchups don't exist anymore.
No? You don't think it's a conversation?
Well, they only play these tournaments.
Okay, let me try and rephrase. What about the overlap of Buster going up against his ex-team? There's only 2 of the members there, right?
I think that helps a little bit because he's, been on the team with James for a long time and knows how he thinks and how he likes to call, and maybe he knows a little bit about why he stacks when he does, right? And some of the moves like that, so that could be helpful.
But I don't know where the veto goes. I know that Nuke's getting banned, or maybe floated.
But by whom? That's the interesting.
Yeah, it could get floated. Could get floated to the second round of bans here because neither team are going to pick it. And then the choice is it going to be Cloud9 going with Mirage? As we mentioned this morning, we haven't had it on the A stream just yet. Okay, so they're flexing the Inferno ban. Yeah, they're not going to risk the nuke. So Outsiders are the ones who have lost the opening phase of the veto here. I expect maybe a Mirage pick.
Oh, no
Inferno.
Vertigo
pick. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Outsiders, CT Outsiders looked very wobbly. Here it was better. It was better here thus far, but before this
they
event,
won more than 3 rounds.
Yes.
They had 3 against Fnatic in Katowice and 1 against NIP. So it's pretty abysmal.
Oh,
they go for Mirage themselves.
Outsiders pick Mirage,
which is like the least played map, at least on our broadcast.
Yeah,
we didn't have it on the A stream.
First time on the A stream today, and we're guaranteed to get it here. So that's going to leave us. We've still got Anubis in the mix, Ancient in the mix, and Overpass gone. Okay, so we're going to end up on a green or an orange map here.
Let's go.
Green it is. All right, a little bit of 51 stories, a little bit of the story that's been told too many times, and the greenhouse.
Oh, I thought we could somehow have a green story, but I couldn't do it.
But I like the pick. I like the pick from Cloud9. You go back to when they were the #1 team in the world. It was Vertigo, it was Overpass, it was Train at the time. So I feel like they need to be good on those maps, and that need to be their picks, right? I don't know how confident they are on Anubis yet, but if not Anubis, then Ancient. Vertigo Overpass Ancient or Vertigo Overpass Anubis. Those have to be your 3 maps, and then the rest you figure out along the way, right?
What are we doing prediction-wise? Let's go map at a time.
Yeah, I mean, first map, Vertigo, it would be very hard to look past Cloud9.
Especially considering Outsiders' performances on that. Harry, you haven't said anything in a while.
No, I think Cloud9 should have this first map down to a T.
Okay.
I'm not worried about their Vertigo.
Do we think it's another 3-mapper?
There's grounds for it. There's grounds for it with Mirage as a second. I don't particularly have high
I
expectations.
feel like it's going to be a Cloud9 2-0.
I think it could be. I think if there was ever going to be, if the conditions for the Cloud9 2-0 had to exist, I feel like this is them.
They're
right?
in a good spot for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yanko?
I don't know. I want to say Cloud9 because they feel like they're in form, but I just said that they will beat the best team in the world and then lose to number 6, 7, 8 or whatever it is. But unfortunately, I don't think Outsiders are there yet with Chiron. I think, you know, at the major, that's like the timeline for them where they're going to sort of get to where they want to be and then get him up to speed completely. So, yeah, with the way Shiro is playing, I can't go against Cloud9.
All right.
I do have to say Chiron's posture's getting there. Really is definitely. The chair is tucked under the desk. Yeah. It's a straight back. He's getting some of the support he needs.
It's getting better, right? And I think for him individually, right, like comparing this performance that we saw from him in Katowice, it has been like a bit of a drop-off, right? And he's even felt like that. So as well as keeping an eye on him for his posture, I think it's going to be good to keep an eye on him in the server because he even did a little tweet saying that he's not been happy with how he played.
Maybe
so
it's because of the posture.
Yeah, he might be trying to change too much too soon.
He's got to put the pain on the scapula if he really wants to have the pressure.
Bring back the JDM.
The lead back, the opposite.
Yeah, well, we've got Halzerk doing a new avant-garde approach with the reclined box of Counter-Strike.
And a silly crosshair every single time.
And the crosshair's great.
Yeah, we like
It's very intriguing. It's interesting.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'll tell you what's more interesting is what's coming up after the break, because this game we just discussed is going down. We're going to get Outsiders Cloud9 battling it out, and we're going to be back with that after this.
Squeeze that laminator, sweet or sour. We got the room shaking. That be the mood breaker. You better move, breaker. You say it, man. Freedom is ours. Yeah, for far too long, sitting so quiet. Nice looking like David Goliath, fighting the giants, killing the tyrant, ducking the sirens. I don't care if my account is sitting in minus. I got the Midas touch. Enemies better line them up. Fight fair, nah, I'll up. Woo! There isn't a plan B, plan A only. Take the fight to their place, tell it to their face. Freedom is what they owe me. They know me cause I'm shaking the room up. And nothing is too much. Take a trip, then I cool off. Let's do lunch. Freedom is ours. You know, fist up, we got power. Woo! Hey, say it again, man. Freedom is ours. Fist up in the air. Who got the power? You know? Hey, say it again. Freedom is ours. We got the power. We gonna make it. This thing ours. We're gonna squeeze that laminator, sweet or sour. We got the room shaking. That be the mood breaker. You better move, breaker. You say it, man. Freedom is ours.
Tell the wait to start another round. Millie on my wrist, I bust it down. King in my city, wear the crown. Got a check, need another now. I can never get enough. Woo. Yeah, that's right. I can never get enough. Come on. Woo. I can never get enough. You can't get money, need a new set. Try to go against session, need a new bet. Been here 10 summers, boy, and I ain't lose yet. Cause I can never get enough. Jordan for my team, I'm LeBron in my city. Way ahead of these man, I could pop a Willie. Gunning these 7 figures if we go sign a dilly. Red, white, yellow, brown, I got
My God, he's a viral!
All right then, Cloud9 getting ready to take on the Outsiders. We're opening up with a little bit of Vertigo. I've got Hugo with me on the mic.
Oh yeah.
And we've also got new boy, Work Experience Week.
Thank you for the opportunity. Henry G.
Henry G.
Right?
Henry G.
I am. It's an absolute honor here to learn from you both. Thanks you for letting me kind of shadow you for this one. I'm very excited, and I've been told this should be quite a good game, right?
Yeah, we always have time for our fans. The Greer is indeed
Thank you very much.
And so is an exciting game. You could argue game of the week right now with, of course, Cloud9 having taken down G2 in their upper bracket run, having already qualified to playoffs alongside Outsiders, who are looking to get a nice little seeding now going into those quarterfinals. That would be preferable. But Outsiders run, they took down IHC, they knocked Fnatic down into that middle bracket, and now they have one more scalp to find these previous major winners. But I don't know, guys, what do you think? Cloud9 in good form right now.
Shiro's in godlike form right now. That's the problem. Their Vertigo looks untouchable as well. So I feel like this opening map may be a bit of a foregone conclusion, but it certainly will set the tone. I think it's really up in the air. So much on the line here. A slot in towards the quarterfinals would be absolutely amazing for both teams, as it looks like we are ready to start things off. Outsiders on the CT side of Vertigo here. Game of the week, as Hugo said. I think we're going 3 maps though, chaps. I will say that much. And could take a while to get to all 3 of them. That's why I'm here, to provide some comic relief at the slower moments, perhaps. We'll see how it goes.
Big red nose, honk, honk, in we go.
Clown shoes are officially on.
Right, I think, I like that you brought up Shiro just then, Henry. I got to say, that was one thing you did well.
Thank you
Currently,
very much.
He's sat at a 0.35 difference between him and second place. Second and third have a 0.03 difference in rating. So there is a huge margin between how he's been performing and everyone else at the event. This round, we see Cloud9 taking this ramp control, being given a good bit of room early on, but now held back by the smoke. They're just going to wait for that to fade.
I love that right-click smoke. It's really just set the timings off. They allow Cloud9 to take ramp, but that util is wasted from the T side. It's a CT forcing fights with a flash. They take back ramp, but it doesn't go as well as they wanted. 4-on-2, locked out are the Outsiders as Cloud9 get that plant.
Outsiders don't really have a way back into this, right? Nafany's boxed into this little corner. Sure, maybe he could have, presented a chance at a 1v1, but you're not going to make it in. Cloud9, they know he's there. That's the worst thing. They can see his little shoulder bag.
Well, out he goes, and the CTs at this stage might just have to save the little they have. Falling back, and we've got Kevlar on Fame, and that's about it. Flip might as well look for an exit kill here if possible. Doesn't have the Kevlar, and that's Cloud9 using that A ramp as you might expect on the pistol, running away with the trades, and 4-on-2 confirms there'll be no retake available. So Flit, like I said, doesn't really have much to save himself, but he will survive at least. Fame will have a chance to buy a helmet for a discounted price. That's about as good as it gets, though, in the save department. So Cloud9, very comfortable there. Just a note, Fame did get another kill on the last few seconds there. So, will we see the force spy coming in from Outsiders?
You would expect to. You would certainly expect to. But we'll have to wait and see. Already, Cloud9, enjoy these faster rounds while you're getting them on this T side, because you won't get the same ones Outsiders are on the offensive. Not as consistently as well. Cloud9, they were rambunctious against G2 on the T side of this map, fielding 12 rounds, with Shiro getting so many openers off the AW. Gonna move up ramp now. Flit's got that fam. That's 2 of them in play, but smoke is already down, and Cloud9 hesitate behind it. Wait for Hobbit to get up yellow. He's there in time, but he can't get the kill. Trade! Where's the trade?
Well, he hasn't fallen back just yet. Flit will tuck himself in towards the sandbags, and
they need him.
Man advantage for the Outsiders here. Yeah, he's very low indeed. One nade would do it. What great position.
They have the resources.
Yeah, they're gonna.
There we go. Molly.
No,
he gets out with another.
Why? Just nade it.
They'd already decided it was clear.
If you've mollied it and you're not going to check it, that's wild. But the CT's now running away with this force spy. Is looking very good indeed. Chiron double kill with the FAMAS. The only rifle they had coming into this one, and now Booster in a 4 versus 1. That's how they say it. Hobbit said on the couch, he said, Booster.
He was very firm.
Exactly, so I'm just respecting his wishes.
Took a few years, took a major final, but eventually we got it right. Players, if you're listening, if we're saying your name's wrong, just tell us, we'll fix it. We'll try.
I will at least.
Yeah, the boost is loose though.
I'm happy to please.
Yeah, we saw that with Dink. Fix his cables right out.
That's 1 for Booster. Any more? 15 seconds. Time's not his friend, and neither are these 3 other friends. They're going to run at him and lock him out of the
That's what I'm here to learn from, Harry. That's the kind of skill I'm looking to pick up.
Let's talk about that round, because 2 FAMASes, both getting double kills. Chiron, he just hit some shots on short. But this from Flit, fair enough, not like, they didn't swing for the trade. The smoke is a bit of a one-way. You can die going through it, but then they molly, and they're still not ready for a swing. He's on 10 health, Henry.
It was a little bit clumsy overall, yeah. It seemed like this wasn't quite the level of synergy you might expect from Cloud9 there. The fact they've Molotov'd it, you would assume that someone would be checking it for the flush-out opportunity. But either way, we do have Cloud9 forcing in return. They'll be operating with the Tech 9s and P250s here. Bare bones utility, a few smokes, Molotovs, and waiting for opportunity. This time seeing if Hobbit could open things up towards middle. Flit's quite passive, holding towards the CT side. And the bomb's still down by the ladder, so expect a nice slow one here. The terrorists trying to bait out any initial utility. Every dollar counts, and if you can wait as long as possible with everyone up, you have a greatest chance of success when you finally commit towards one of the sides. Looks like we'll be finishing up towards A.
Yeah, James got the late Hampus ready to throw it upon contact. Out it goes. Cloud9 drop a Naphany in response.
Love to see that.
Little trade out, they're going to go right through it as a result. They've got a bit more room to work with, but James spams a lot of damage. Naphany in his own smoke runs back, but I think if he went forward, he might have lived. Yeah, bullets or nades, it's not an easy option either way. Cloud9 do get the ramp control, but it comes at a cost.
Yeah, they've mollied the sandbags.
Checked it this time.
Yeah, trying to learn from the mistakes of the past. But a man down, and just these Tech 9s. The Eagle on booster, trying to get back into this one.
Nice, I like that. We're adapting on the fly here.
Yeah. Molly over at short. That's kind of split this push up. That is a big fight for Hobbit to win. And why stop there? Oh, shot in the back. Flit was so tunnel visioned on these guys coming up the ramp. He never turns around. And so suddenly, Hobbit is giving Cloud9 a huge opportunity here.
Dude, those are some gnarly shots of the Tech 9 as well. Not just spraying and praying, he just tapped out 3 players.
Yeah, ducking and weaving from the short position. They have the man advantage now and 2 M4s to boot. There is a smoke and a diffuse kit, a chance here for Outsiders, but it's going to be very difficult indeed. Here comes the smoke and the attempt as they'll touch the bomb right now.
Yeah, tap on it, trying to bait a swing, trying to get some sort of fight to come their way. Buster with spam. But at this point, they should know that no one's on this bomb. This time, Kicker is sticking it, coming through the smoke. He gets stabbed by Booster. And they'll run out of this one. Cloud9, they've robbed that round away from the Outsiders. And it's all Hobbit every step of the way.
I don't know how these rounds are going down right now. They're just the favorite isn't winning either of these rounds. 4 spies galore. Tech 9s get it done. If Outsiders stuck that bomb, they have a good chance to win that round.
I think they actually did. So he got stabbed, right? So I guess
Before, at least, the first time.
Yeah, okay. Well, either way, that's going to be a very frustrating one, especially this frag here. Like, as mentioned, he took the tunnel vision towards the A ramp, and things get a little bit chaotic there. A bit hectic as Cloud9 pick it up, and now Outsiders licking their wounds. They did save 2 weapons at least, one of which is the AK-47 in the hands of Fame. Still quite a wacky round. We've got Mac-10s, Famas' Deagles. We haven't got to the meat and potatoes just yet, but this is certainly the most exciting part of the map. And Hobbit looking to crack things open once again.
Haven't seen anything but A ramp walks in the 3 rounds of play, so Outsiders won't be surprised by this goal. Some nades getting lobbed over. Could throw in an impromptu boost, but after a bit of spam, Cloud9 are keeping their eyes on it. Molly's come out. Oh, Kyron forced to commit. He had no choice, and Axel will win that gunfight. 5-on-4, Outsiders lose a gun. Flip will try and regain that space.
Yeah, you know, in the same way that we talked about the tournament that Shiro's having, I think it's important to mention the one that Flit's having himself right now. He's attempting opening fights once in every 3 rounds of play, and has a 60% success rate in those fights. So, nearly, it's like 55. So.
We'll give it to him.
But, you know, rounding up.
There it is.
There he is, getting involved early. This has been his specialty all tournament long. Naphany knocked out of the round. Shiro moving up through short. Right now, no one's looking at this, and so Flit hung out to dry. Feels like he's died like that twice now. Shiro through the smoke, even adds another to his list. And there's the final kill that really will decide the outcome of this round. James going to come and scooch over, probably to try and just grab a gun and get the hell out of there.
Classic James.
Yeah, no, he's going for it.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, he's going to take a wild risk here. Big retake.
He wouldn't even get the gun.
don't save the Galil, James. Even he was like second guessing it. He looked at it and he was like, I don't want that.
Yeah, they were doing a bait and switch on boost, but I think it was Axel up middle who got a nice lurk timing through elevator, and then that I've lost my train
when the
of
flash
thought.
hits just right.
Yeah.
Pull that up one more time. Let's just like on a little overlay. Hang on a sec. Oh, they removed the AK.
I don't know, James not saving in round 5. I've already got scary consideration for this series if he's not getting away with guns.
Well, at least things start to calm down at this point. We will have a full eco coming up next. A chance to establish some finances on the Cloud9 side. And bear in mind, they're on the T side of Vertigo as well. This is a chance for them to pull ahead and then some. So I don't even expect a P250 from Outsiders here. Conservative team and should be spending literally nothing. And indeed, a couple of P250s, that's about it. And they'll be going for an A stack. Maybe just pushing down the ramp itself.
Yeah, perfect round for Cloud9 to vary it up, knowing there's limited risk in doing so.
Yeah, send the MAC-10 in first. Nafni, as the in-game leader, can feel the situation out, call for a fast rotation if required, and Outsiders don't seem clear as to where they're finishing up with this stack as well. Moving around as a unit with the default weaponry.
Yeah, checking every nook and cranny. Nafni out into the A site, might have to call for that bomb to rotate back round, and it is, in fact, he's already cleared out everything. This B stack will not be seen. Shiro's lurking mid, but to no avail. Outsiders eventually will get impatient. However, don't be surprised to see Outsiders save nothing just to deny the extra bonus money for Cloud9 could be expected.
I don't want to say it, but maybe there's a chance we see it.
No, not the unicorns.
The unicorn round?
It'd be quite early on in the tournament for it to happen. Booster's going to fall back.
Booster. I mean, that's just an accent thing, isn't it? You know, it's like the Ziwu Zaiwu Buster Booster.
Ziwu, I say. So, I'm not sure.
You say
Twitch
Ziwu?
I say Ziwu exclusively.
Twitch chat. Connor and Londis tried it for a good year. And at least,
I don't really, just to be clear. I just think it's funny when I hear it. Ziwu.
You see.
Well, it's not quite the fun of a unicorn round.
It's more of a horse, you know, the horn's been cut off.
Yeah,
A
horned round.
That's a...
That word always gets me.
Horns.
Horns round.
How do I spell that?
Oh, it's so good. All right, well, now we have to get serious, boys. The ecos are over.
Yes.
We're going to get into the gun rounds now. James got himself a MAC-10 on the CT side. That's going to be absolutely wild.
Money making.
Yeah.
Hang on,
you don't see that too often.
He might go for, you know, a little like early smoke, fast drop.
We
down
get on James
crane.
Cam, see what he's up to. What's he cooking up?
Sometimes he like just dives off the crane.
Not here.
But not in this round.
Yeah. Oh, smoke.
He didn't really have a spawn for it. They did do like the util down ramp. Hamper smoke even lobbed in as well. That just kind of makes getting up short that much harder. Now they have this util the one way for Crane. Just consistently replenishing these smokes over at ramp, trying to make Cloud9's task of getting this control that much harder.
Seeing a variety of util getting used on the A site in recent times, or more so down the ramp. 3 main smokes the CT's throw. Oh, Fame eats a nade and some spam as well to boot.
Yeah, well read.
He's going to get out of there, but at what cost?
Even though they don't know it, they've conditioned him now to suggest, we know you play in this spot. Better be careful if you want to play up close and flit. He'll be finding first blood at least.
It's good timing for the one-way as well. It's going to land top stairs as Cloud9 are walking up. If they want to go, they've got to go through it, and Kicker has taken Fame's place. Oh, a bit of a jump scare. I think they saw him there. Flashes, mollies, you name it. They've thrown it. 30 seconds, and Kicker doesn't know they've already made it to Tetris. Now he must consider this possibility, and boosted with the entry has left James to finish the job.
Oh, he's knocked out by Axile. Chiron still here, still floating around, but gonna need to offer up something big with Fame knocked out. Chiron also felled. It's just Flit left up in this one. And he's heading for the hills, looking to save this M4. A 1v3 that he's never destined to attempt. Cloud9, this is building up to be a nice T-side already.
Yeah, the money's going to be getting pretty out of control after this one. They'll get $3,500 per player on top of the reserves they already have. Flitz looking to save the M4. He's in towards T-spawn right now, but there it is. Showing face towards the A ramp, moving back into a B contact play after taking Fame down to about 5 points of health with the nade and spam combo. Stifling play. Outsiders couldn't trade out efficiently, and once again having to save one of the rifles. That's about it. No AWP this time.
One of the worries is Outsiders seem very reactive, not very proactive in the CT side. We haven't really seen many takes of any map control, be it B stairs, be it middle, be it really even fighting deep ramp, which is fine because you know Shiro's AWPing you, but even flash peaks have been lacking for Outsiders. This is a map that's dominated by, on the CT side, playing very mobile and moving, constantly changing position and flashing your teammates into fights, and we haven't really seen much of that yet.
Well, we do have James AWP for the first time now. Not a Mac 10. He's gone against the grain and gone for the AWP.
Downgrade, some would say.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see what he can make of it. Holding towards the elevators for now. But we are just going to be probing, as usual, towards the A ramp. Trying to take vision away from the CTs, lose control of the sandbag position, and ideally towards short as well. Smoking the ramp, and maybe going to be reacting to this with a flash over and trying to reclaim territory. It's a decent smoke to do so.
Just going to buy more time.
Kind of wish people in this round I got to see what James had done, right? Because you've had it up on your screen, Henry. James been scoped up. He scoped in mid right at the start of the round, and then he walked all the way out of middle, scoped up over towards short here, right? That's nice for two reasons. One, you've heard the AWP sound cue in mid, so that's going to give you a bit of a false idea as to where this AWP is. And secondly, now that he's kind of, concealed this movement all the way over towards short, doesn't have to rescope in, they're not going to get that sound cue next time they fight him.
Find out the hard way, but they've been mollying short a lot, and yeah, there it is. It comes down again. It forces James to go backwards. He knows he'll get traded, best case. Now they come running out of short. Chiron has a bit of cover, 2 kills. James helps out. There's a wallbang from the bottom of ramp. Flit is still standing, and right now it's only 2 men left on this T side.
Yeah, this smoke gonna fade, so Hobbit on a bit of a timer here, gets himself tucked in at the sandbags. Now with the swing, that's a hell of a shot from Hobbit, but he can't follow up. James delivers with this AWP, its debut appearance for the CT side, and with it, he's been able to lock Cloud9 out of the round.
Well, that is the end of it. 8 seconds on the clock, just up the booster to save the AWP, salvage any utility he can find on the ground, and the CTs will do exactly the same as well. Nice round from James there, playing towards short. Decent crossfires, good reactionary play, taking away vision and reclaiming territory towards that A ramp. So this was Chiron as well. The crossfire we spoke of, they handled it very well. Flit up there on the boost boxes as well, and we'll take a tactical timeout for Cloud9 here as they lead 5-2. In this first map of the best of 3. Remember, whoever takes this series will be booking themselves a place in the quarterfinals. Quite a comfortable place to be.
Yeah, true. It's a very large, we'll say, playoff bracket. There's going to be a lot of teams there. Obviously, 4 teams making it from each group. So not just Triple LM down in the doldrums, but also some high heights to reach. And remember, 200K on the line for first place here in Pro League. That's not a bad payday. And Cloud9, I mean, they have to be considered a contender for that title, already being the team to break G2's match-winning streak, and not just doing it, but destroying them in the process. Getting the form we wanted.
What would you do with $200,000?
Wouldn't you like to know?
It's not the best answer, but kind of all right.
Not the best answer. What would you do, Harry? Give us an example of a good answer.
I'd buy 200,000 cans of Monster.
That's a very good answer.
Yeah,
that's very wise and informative, if you don't mind me saying.
It's a great answer, but you feel like they give you a bit more of a discount at that kind of quantity, right?
I don't know. Maybe we could work something out.
He doesn't want
there.
the discount.
No,
he wants to pay for it.
Yeah, I want to be balling.
He wants to be supporting the company.
Yeah. Right.
That truly would be a monster moment, Harry.
What would you do, Henry?
I mean, I was going to say something else, but now I kind of like your idea as well. I kind of want to do the same thing. Yeah, it's actually very...
So that'll be 400,000 monsters, please.
I'd send 200,000 posts with DHL, I think.
Oh, that's sick.
Posts. Some are letters, some are packages. That's the word. Posts. But, some of them are small.
Hi,
we
Dad,
call that
5 posts.
Full. And that's exactly what Cloud9 are doing right now.
Posting rounds on the board.
First post. The post that hurts the most.
Oh, what team kills. Smoke spam, bomb drop, low health, flick goes in, and I'm losing my mind, but Shiro, he's not missing a beat in the moment. Jame with a missed shot. Oh dear, little orb v orb battle now as Shiro looks for the angle. Gets back to default, doesn't have that bomb, it's right behind him. Molly to try and isolate Jame. He's getting wiggled, he's getting jiggled, and he's gonna get glocked as Chiron's left in the clutch.
He can do this though, Harry.
Yeah, he's going crazy. He's run through the Molly, Chiron!
Oh dear.
Love that. That's the kind of, those are the sort of like wild rounds you expect out of this guy, right? Not playing timid. As mentioned, he hasn't had a very good pro league so far. He hasn't been feeling very happy with his performance, but that round there, he gives us what we would say is like the quintessential Chiron round. Runs through a Molotov in the 1v2.
Vintage.
Vintage as it gets.
Yeah. Textbook Chiron. As we get into round number 9, turning up the heat as Outsiders have a clean advantage in this one. You can see it's going to be Galil's, Tech 9's, Mac 10's, and a fast play towards the A ramp. A rare miss from Jame there.
He does feel off. I don't know what it is. You know, you get that the same way that you watch someone play and you think they're just having a great day. You know, Shiro, Monacy, especially very clear on the orb. I don't know, dude. Jame, his aim feels a little strange right now to me. Maybe I'm really backseating.
Strange Jame?
Strange Jame. We'll see if he can recover. Chiron can't. He's full blind.
Yeah. That could come back to haunt them. Caught out of position. Khalil striking first. Decent incendiary response towards short. Flit will be able to buy some space with that, but Jame needs to start hitting some shots now. Oh.
Flit is just that guy. Double through the smoke. Jame doesn't know about the sandbags guy. Oh dear. Oh dear. He's gotten himself out of the danger zone at least. And honestly, Flit's kind of already done all the heavy lifting of the round, right? Through this short smoke, found a double, got that third man that tried moving in just a little bit later. Cloud9 now just hoping for a bit of an overface. They don't know that Axile's in at sandbags, but they've just got that info, and with the CT swing, that shot sails past him. They know they've got him boxed in here. Shiro on short, lots of damage to Flit, but not the killing blow. Goes back in, nails it the second time around, but with only 20 seconds left, there's not a lot for him here. Is he going to try and run to B?
I respect
Shiro,
it.
you actually doing this?
Nah, he's saving.
He's
He's freaking him out on the save, you know. Make him paranoid. Ooh,
maybe I will.
Maybe I'll go for it.
You never know.
One day he might.
But not today. Round 9 will come to its logical conclusion as Shiro will be sitting in the corner now. And that's going to be another one for Outsiders. Flit through the smoke, saves the day, a double kill. Found towards a short position. It was looking quite good for that. I would guess full investment from Cloud9, but overall a pretty weak complexion of a round. But it all started here. The second kill was the one that sealed the deal for me.
Yep.
And that was after a 5-on-4 deficit. So well played to Flitz. They actually closed the scoreline now to 5-4 in favor of Cloud9 and presumably tied things up because there's not much to report here. Shiro not getting any cash after saving the AK. We'll have to use it to great effect now to justify the save. His money is now completely sabotaged, and that's the AWP. That is not great news.
We've already had a lot of highlights, though, so we've got some players standing tall. Hobbit's 3K.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Shiro's AK, and he's got more to say.
That will do.
Kills. Why buy more guns?
So big as well that Flit and Chiron are the two guys you find. These guys love to be involved. They've been kind of like trying to harass this ramp play, right? They've been the guys right at the forefront of vying for this ramp control. And so with both of them locked out early, you know the amount of pressure that's going to put on the Outsiders here, right? Jame left over towards that A side of the map alone. Outsiders kind of calling a bit of a gamble here where James essentially saying, look, entrust the A-hold to me. You guys are going to go double up over towards this B side of the map. And while they will be getting this play come their way, Fame tucked in and Kiko winning that first fight. Cloud9 were not ready for two players to be here. James starts to make his way over and Kiko holds the line with another, taking them all out of the round now. James arriving on the scene, moving through these smokes, wants to lend a helping hand, but Axile's quick on the trigger. And James is knocked out as well. What a round!
That's absolutely sick. It looked like Kicker had done enough there. So much damage upon arrival at those B steps. It looked like 150 damage was done with a grenade, and he had everything done, but somehow Axel, ducking and weaving around the bomb site, gets it done, and the final kill was just spectacular. How could he even see James there?
I don't think he saw him. The only way is maybe his teammate just called shoot, you know? That has happened, like smokes render differently,
right.
Spectator to client, but I don't know. It looked like he just spammed it. It looked like he just had a read in the moment. He held that smoke for a few seconds and then fired off.
Let's remind ourselves, we enter this round with a saved AK-47 in the hands of Shiro. He goes in towards that A round, finds a double kill, and they make their way back towards B. The round starts to fall apart, but Axel, here he comes. 36 HP. Does he see a damn thing?
I don't see anything there.
Crazy round, though.
Oh,
just what they needed.
Nafany's getting hyped as well. Cloud9, that's a robbery of a round.
Yeah, all off the back of Shiro.
And it almost meant nothing, right? Like 1v2 locked out after Shiro's heroics, but saved by that old reliable rifle. Flit, he's got that spawn smoke. Rushley would be proud.
But you know, this is really good, right? If you think about it, you've had Shiro with a lot of impact in these rounds. Axel now adding a 1v2 to the tally behind this 6 rounds for Cloud9, and Hobbit even mustered up that big 3K round with the Tech 9. Those are the 3 top performers right now for Cloud9, all having some instrumental rounds to piece this one together.
So much was hanging in the balance there as well. Bear in mind, Shiro's economy was broken. He had an AK-47 and Glocks around him. If they hadn't have won that round, he would have been left with nothing going forward. He'd be on the pistol while his teammates had the AK-47s. It would have been a nightmare recovery scenario, but this is massive. They pick up James AWP, and now they're on the front foot. As we'll see, Outsiders fully invested. Pistol, M4's taking heavy damage, and a Shiro through the smoke once again as the defense collapses. We have a 5-on-3. Jame will recover an M4A1S, but he can't justify this open position. Has to peel off, needs to fall back, and there's still plenty of time for Cloud9 to readjust their setup, move back towards B.
Yeah, you wouldn't even blame a save here, like 3 players stacking together and just hoping that, you know, save or we kill all of them all together. But dude, that shot from Shiro, that player behind the smoke was getting spammed, and then he just AWPs him. No way he could see him that time. And Cloud9, again, they hold off. They play patient. 5-on-3, do not want to throw away this chance. As they get ready to walk into A, they haven't really thrown any util, and they might choose not to do so. That deep alley smoke, seeing a lot of teams do that here at the Pro League. No longer the wall behind the site that can let you get spammed, let you get pushed through with a flash. Just a lot more space to be taken. And with a molly behind the boost as well, you know that's clear. Cloud9 get a plant, and Outsiders will save. This is an exciting game, because I think a lot of people would look at this and say, like, oh, you've got 2 teams that have been known to be very passive at times, and play the economy and will go for all the rounds, and we will have all the overtimes, and we probably do get 3 maps out of this. But the individual level of some of these players and the mind games that will appear in a map, especially like Vertigo, between Jame and Nafany, I think are going to be super interesting to witness.
Yeah, it's super sick as well, because this isn't a matchup we have a hell of a lot, right? Yeah. And we even kind of spoke to Nafany a little bit about that, and you know how when we had him on the desk, he was saying, like, yeah, calling against James is just always very hard.
Everyone
he said, like,
no one wants to play him.
Yeah, exactly, right?
People have been saying they'd rather play G2, man.
Yeah, Messi said that, I think, right?
This idea, right, that like they just always have something in a round that is going to be threatening because of how they like to play with their money, because they play such a kind of a long game, right? They really are. Playing it like
they bleed you out, right?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Never let go.
Yeah, you know, I remember when we were kind of first looking at like this rise, one of the things that we used to say is, you know, like it was like your heroes will die tired when they face the Outsiders, right? And that's kind of what a lot of their games look like, and it's thanks to how, you know, James' brain for the game works. Well, James always keeps something.
James' brain will have to go off this round, Harry. He's only got the single M4 in hand. He's towards middle. I like this spot, though. Can be powerful. Debating with the Deagle.
Double
yeah, it's getting a face full of it.
Yeah, well, James, he is a hard nut to crack, but if there's any man I trust for the job, it is him.
Here we go. Booster. Oh, Axel with the first blood, though. We will be testing towards middle. This is a key find now. James gets it.
Crucial. Can someone go and swoop that gun up quickly? Because right now, they've lost the B side.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. James, this is like what we're talking about. You know, he gets that kill and immediately, like, the kind of nature of the round changed. Everyone started moving into mid to go and retrieve that gun. They're still toying with the idea of retaking this. Nafany could ruin everything.
Oh, he
could,
will.
You know, like, they had a whole idea here. They had a whole plan. And, well,
bit wide.
As I see it, that's the third gun to hold on to. Once again, James immediately drops his, goes running to the brand new weapon, and he's probably saying to the rest of the gang, guys, actually very happy with how this one went down. We're getting out with 3 rifles and forcing a good bit of reinvestment for Cloud9.
He's like a dog chasing cars. He knew exactly what to do if he caught it.
There you go.
There you go. There's a bit of a
That
Joker
was,
impression there.
Okay. That was
That's
the
a Dark
Joker,
Knight
right?
there, yeah.
Have you ever seen Batman?
What's a Batman?
Henry looks shocked at that one, honestly. I've never tried the impression. Maybe it's not that good.
No, I mean, it sounded good. It sounded great, I thought.
My father was a drinker.
That's actually pretty good. Now I know it.
Same, TBH.
Yeah. Okay, I'll stop now. Yes, and what I am noticing though on this T side, Nafany's going for a lot of these like late lurks. He did that in middle on one of these A hits, and then right there walked up A while they had the B exec. He knows he's going to get a lot of room, and if he can stop saves, that can go so far in actually getting ahead of this game plan of Outsiders, this money madness. These guys are broken right here, holding cough buttons.
Look, we're going to get back into the action now. Round 13. James now. Holding towards construction. Slower pace from Cloud9, but starting to make their way up the A ramp. They've actually picked up the half already on the T side of their pick, admittedly, but still an excellent campaign with potentially some more rounds to come. Hobbits and Co trying to make their way up towards scaffolding. The flashbang's coming in, though, will make things problematic. Chiron strikes first, but the spam's coming through.
He's getting shot through ladder for 2 health.
Wow.
It's 1 damage a hit. Is it even worth it? It will slow you down, though. If you're actually getting repeat for trade, that's really cool.
No, man, what I've always wanted someone to do is to throw that short molly and then couple it with the spam so they're slowed
Honestly,
in the Molotov.
I'm not going to lie, I didn't even know the AK spammed her. Only the Deagle did and the Orb did.
Yeah, I mean, you know me, Hugo. I'm always trying to push for. There's a lineup there that can find headshot, by the way, from ladder room.
Yeah, Harry's orbed someone there.
So here we are into the 4-on-4. Chiron, he's jittery. He's uncertain.
They don't know.
And he's all alone over on short. Now they've learnt about him, but they're not going to be able to isolate this fight. Instead, Axile moves up, trying to take space. While this has happened, look at the minimap. Booster is in B, and Shiro is moving around with the bomb, but Booster got to hold the line here as this rotate moves on in. Plant just in time. There was half a second left for it. Smoke spam was enough to win them around on this B site before, but this time was collateral through the pipeline from Shiro, and now just 1 man left to beat. The odds flip in a second, and Kicker is saving. He is out of there. Shiro sends them to the Netherrealm.
My God, Shiro stepping up again. I don't think there's a character in the DC universe we can even bring to the proceedings here to describe what just happened. Kicker will have to save.
Yeah, that's a riddle we'll never solve, Henry.
The Riddler could come out. That would be nice. Well,
my God. Magnetic bullet. How does he find the collat? And Outsiders, they're getting crunched right now. I've got to say, I'm never going to count this team out, especially in their current form. I'm not going to expect them to lose a series based on a map or lose a game based on a half. But right now, Cloud9 are countering them very well. And the individuals at Cloud9 are storming. And, we even saw a picture-in-picture a couple of rounds ago of a post-round. And Shiro was being super vocal. And that's something that's been talked about inside of Cloud9. When it's not Nafany, it is Shiro. He's a very vocal player.
Well, they said that Shiro gets to go wherever he wants. Every single round.
Good.
He calls his own game, and that's historically how the best AWPers have always operated, right? Like, they get to dictate the pace of the game. They're the quarterback, as it were. They're setting up the plays, and hopefully we'll see him continue to dominate, because it's a very entertaining show when he gets into 5th gear, as you just saw.
What about if Shiro was Catwoman?
I thought that we could do something
by the time you realize he's stolen the round, it's already too late. There you go.
I like that.
Right?
Do you have a quote to go with that, perhaps?
I don't. But Hugo does have an impression that he's going to bring to the table.
I don't know if I do. Oh, it's his own molly. Nafany, Giga-brained on, and they will fire it right back.
They tried to
spam.
They tried. Buster was trying to spam to slow him in the molly. Go off, Buster King.
I don't know, potentially, but he did look like it was slowed.
Yeah, I mean, Chiron died in the molly, so it wasn't a worthy trade. They were already down a man. However, it has been equalized. Flit, the one hero on this A site consistently for Outsiders, is now trapped in the gap. Hobbit with a bomb, spams through the smoke. Ooh. He's out of ammo. Got to trade guns, and he couldn't grab it either. Needs a reload. Kicker's got a kill, and now they wait. 35. Hobbit will rotate out, but they don't know whether this is a fake or not. If I'm Outsiders, I'm actually doubting this one, and for good reason. Hobbit walks all the way back up ramp, and Flit now has that orb scoped in on gap. 20 seconds, no room for error.
Yeah, he's got to nail this first opportunity. It sails right by Booster. Oh, nice little double. Fame tries to move in and pick up the pieces. And once more, it's Kicker left in one of these clutches. He can't get out of it. No love between him and Booster there.
Are they just shooting? Are they spamming?
Yeah, they defo saw the barrel or a leg. It's a weird peak, honestly, from CT from lower like that. When someone's up on top of default where Booster was, you know, it leaves you right in the firing line. You're visible first. I'm assuming if we have it on the replay.
Look for the spam.
Well, no, so I don't think he actually did spam, but he turned around to spam and started doing it, but Chiron was already dead. Yeah, look, he defo saw a leg. Yeah. Just reacted.
Damn, dude. I mean, Cloud9 are just vicious right now. When Booster's coming in with the triple kill like that, the entry and the 2-1-3,
I can't believe he does Kicker like that, man. These guys were teammates for the longest time.
The boys. Yeah, part of that core. Alongside, obviously, Kicker, James, and Dastan. These guys have been together for 6 years now, but Booster was part of that for at least 5.
Yeah, back then he was Buster.
Yeah, of course.
Rebranded. That's the bomb. James just got the bomb. He pushed ramp as well with a Famus. James.
Oh, that's more like it.
Damn!
We were waiting for him to wake up.
That's a crazy peak.
We're just getting some feedback now that the Henry G. Heath Ledger impression was spot on.
Oh, I love that, Henry.
Well done, Henry. I'm proud of you.
Another one for Henry.
Give me another
point.
one, Henry.
Yeah, another point on the board.
Don't worry. It's good, isn't it? Because whenever Hugo does anything good,
I may
get the credit.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you do anything horrible, I'm sure I'll get in trouble.
Well, we'll keep track of it as we go through. It's going to be James now in the 3-on-2 advantage for Outsiders, and Lord knows they need it because this is looking like a half that's fallen apart for them. Chiron might confirm it, and there we have it.
Great work. 10-5 at the half. Cloud9 in full control, but Outsiders, you can never count them out, can you?
And if I land and he got the remote, made it as far as a miracle. Anything less is cynical. Staying true, I can't lie in your interview. Tell the truth while you lie with your interview. And your acting is so hypocritical. In control, nothing more, this is minimum. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No.
my time, we don't slow down. You can nap me in dimensions, big dog in dimensions. We be aiming for the fences, I'm in a different dimension. Why y'all be riding the bench? Y'all could just go through the tension. Graduated from the trenches, no cap and gone. I ain't never need a handout, on my 2 feet, I'ma stand out. I ain't never take a loss now, ain't gon' start now at the top now, and I know. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No, no, no. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobe. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't
My God, he's a viral! The best in the game!
A very warm welcome to you. Welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 17. You join us on the Mediterranean sunny shores of Malta with myself, Henry G, Harry Russell and Hugo Byron. Gentlemen, we have Cloud9 at 10 rounds, Outsiders at 5. The tension couldn't be higher in the room right now. How do you feel this one has gone so far?
Oh, it's been lights out from Cloud9, right? Great opener there. Good first half under their belts for the Outsiders. We've really been looking at guys like Flit to try and deliver, to try and be that point man. And he's going to have to step up in an even bigger way now. But T-Sides has been where the Outsiders have had, you know, kind of a good, their best results on Vertigo. It's the CT sides that have been their big struggle. So let's see if they can work some magic here.
Here we go then. Jeweler leads from Hobbit. Investigating the A ramp. Flit's on the other side and a pounce towards the corner eludes him as it will be Outsiders to find that first frag. Hobbit down and a reposition from the CT. Booster, he'll be dropped as well.
Yeah, playing right into Outsiders' hands. A patient beginning and Cloud9 feed them 2 kills before all is said and done.
That man, Flit in entries has just been unreal.
Yeah.
This event, he's been so consistent at them, it feels like.
Hello.
Good response from Shiro, but these dualies are going to have to do a lot more work. Head on a swivel, and he's in with a double. Nafany's helped out, and we're down at the 2v1. Trapped in the site, it's James v Nafany. The IGL's looking to clash, but James grabbed the bomb. He wants to play some mind games here, and Nafany's baited out into the open. Now just Axar left to beat. He had no idea where this guy was. James is fully in the dark right now.
I just love how James played it. Hid for 2 seconds and it immediately made Nafany doubt his position and move into the open. Oh, James probably wasn't heard from this range and clearly not. Axel checks his flank. That's the paranoia that James puts in your head. 20 seconds, Axel now seems committed, convinced Steven, and James is going to have to go for that plant soon. Getting closer. Instant stick, knowing he won't get swung. Axel calls the bluff incorrectly, and now tucked in on default. James can't close it. It's Axel that end the day. What a recovery for Cloud9. 2 men dead at the start of the round, and they 3v5 them.
Yeah, as Harry mentioned, Flit doing it again. A double entry towards that A ramp. You'd assume that round's over. But Shiro recovers the dualies, manages to get a couple of frags towards shore. The rotations come through, and they actually have a feasible situation for themselves. Axel delivers on the round, and still, you're absolutely right. The recovery was sensational there. James actually played it very well to bring it down to that 1 versus 1. Bomb planted at least will enable them to bring the AK-47s out here. And will that be enough? So far, 1 Galil, 1 AK, be Deagles otherwise. And we'll get into a very important segment of the game. It's actually pretty equal in terms of firepower and utility.
Yeah, that's what the bomb plant can do for you. And they can do more with less. Proven before. Nafany spams out Flit somehow. He was peeking from Crane, so stuck behind yellow perhaps. But it is in ladder. There's a Galil for kicker, but he's too far away to get it.
I think there's a bit of weirdness here,
They know
right?
he's in ladder. Well, they knew he was.
Do they now?
They were holding it.
Wrong.
No, they definitely knew.
No, because he was out of ladder, as you said, actually.
Well, I said it before, but that's fine. We can quarrel. This is a fight now, Harry. How do you get back into this one, though, Outsiders? 4v5, they have 2 smokes for the exec, but Cloud9 is still not letting go of the site control. Nafany has a smoke to play on short. A bit of spam in response, but he's still got this for the next 15.
Yeah, nice try on the spam there. Makes things uncomfortable for Nafany, but Fame starting to encroach on the bomb side themselves. Maybe joining Nafany. Shiro postures outside the short area as well. We're hitting the 40-second mark. In terms of utility, still have a couple of smokes, Molotovs and HEs.
Great re-smoke.
Yeah, the prioritization of util from Cloud9 in this site hold has been great. They've kept the smoke right till the final 30 seconds, so Outsiders don't really have a choice but to play around this. Oh, they clear out the close man! And they find themselves another Shiro reverse wallbang, but he's losing teammates left and right. Gonna take a huge individual effort here. Axar with a bit of spam, looked dead on, but James still very much in this post plant. Entrenched behind default, and Shiro and Axar might have no choice but to get out of here. That is very clean from the Outsiders, considering the fact that, you know, Cloud9, it felt like they had them right where they wanted them. They saved a solid, like, 3 smokes till right near the end of that round. They threw one of them over towards B as that timer hit about 35 seconds. They put one in at the crane. They had one down over towards short. The ball was kind of in Cloud9's court, and then Outsiders come up through ramp. They nail that shot on the crane player. That looked like just a pre-fire around the edge of the smoke.
But Cloud9 had the protocol in place. It makes it even more impressive that Outsiders won it, right? Because as soon as Cloud9 saw that LE smoke bouncing, they immediately moved both players away from the boost, knowing that with that exit comes the molly on boost. They have to reposition. They force themselves into short, and it's the crane player dead first that causes the round to unravel there for Cloud9, because they suddenly have no ramp control and they're getting split from both sides. So beautiful entry work from Fame and Chiron, who comes up with 2 kills, and Outsiders, a must-win force, is found in a 4v5 no less.
Well, we're getting to the business end of this first map of the best of 3. We are going to see Cloud9 taking a tactical timeout, allowing them to discuss their options. In terms of finances, things a little bit all over the place with the UMP and saved M4.
That's very scary that they've already used 3 out of 4 timeouts, because you say we're getting to the business end, Henry. I don't know. I think Outsiders are just getting started. They've just clocked in at the beginning of the day. This is where the game really begins for a team like the Outsiders. And Cloud9 might need those timeouts later. They don't have the luxury.
Yeah, well, they are going to fully invest for now. So this is a crucial segment of the half. We'll see the Julies out for Hobbit, a Scout and UMP combo. MP9 out as well. The only real rifles in the hands of Shiro. It has been enough in previous rounds. And Flair looking to crack things open once again. Gaining territory towards short. Confirming there's no one close range.
Look at all this space he's found. He's recognizing this.
Very early play to make, but it looks perfect.
Oh yeah, Nafany learns about that the hard way.
That's a round.
Yeah, that should just be the end of this one, really. Yeah. Cloud9 are not in a position to move around and attempt to hold this. They took a bit of a gamble there, up and leaving the A side of the map. Flip moved in very, very quickly. I saw that there was smoke over towards short that looked like it had clipped lower than usual. But I don't know if that was a smoke thrown from Cloud9 or Outsiders. I didn't catch it. That was the one that Flip moved through. It almost looked.
Maybe it was a fake gap smoke or a miss gap smoke.
No, I mean, because there was a gap smoke in as well. I wish I saw who threw it, because
keep an eye out for next round.
If it was Cloud9, I'm assuming, because it looked like it fell near where either like Hampus or Nafany
threw a smoke here on this Xbox.
Yeah, okay, so if he did that, then maybe it was Cloud9 smoke. Regardless, it fell through the map, and if that was the Hampus, that's probably why they don't expect Flit to have gone so deep up short, right? Normally you have to respect that smoke, you have to wait for that one to fade. It essentially just blocks the the old like Nafany short cross smoke that lets you like come up, right? It was invented as a counter to that. It looked like it clipped through the map. So not great, and it let Flit creep all the way in.
And now we get to an even more confusing round for Cloud9 because you've saved Julies, MP9s, UMP. You've got money to boost things up with utility, but is it worth the risk? You might be sabotaging the remainder of the half there. So yes, indeed, they will just be keeping the money strong, leaving it around $2,000. Just going to try the round again. Nafany doesn't really even invest anything. As Hobbit will be getting a lick of damage there at the start, investigating middle.
It's an arms race round. Or demolition.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the fun little game modes here for Cloud9, but it won't be too fun playing with this much of a mishmash. Could boost Shiro up if you wanted on short. Is this the smoke carrying?
I mean, yeah, it was there, but like lower down and missed.
Well, Shiro first contact against Chiron. Wide on the angle, he's ready to receive. It's going to be an entry meanwhile. Kickett's deep in middle, even though Flit's getting these kills. Kickett has a lot of space, but he gets dinked by those dualies. Flit doubles up in the meantime, and Kickett is just delaying on this rotation. He won't want to die and give them a gun. With how much space Flit has got, he's still going further. Guy doesn't know when to quit. Flit doesn't need to. 3 headshots. He is looking so clean. That spray was in the tiniest diameter.
Yeah, super crisp. So much conviction behind his movement as well. It seems like he knows exactly where the potential threats lie and converts the headshot each and every time. So, Hobbit remaining with the Julies. Did manage to dink kick out, but he slipped the net, unfortunately. And yeah, like I said, a very compromised round there after saving not much. And they get 1 kill from Shiro, but that's about it. So money will be stabilizing going forward at least. In terms of loss bonus, they'll be making $2,400 into the next round. On top of that 2K, it won't be ideal. They won't be able to afford the AWP, but at least there'll be something there. Rifles across the board and at least the basic utility. Flit, though, another 3 kills in that round.
Yeah, he's just crazy right now, and he was doing it on CT as well. He's the only guy really putting a stop to these A attacks.
He's up to 21 kills and 11 deaths, and the comeback is certainly on now. Cloud9 looked comfortable for a portion of this half, but at this point it's starting to fall apart.
Yeah, something that's kind of wild is that, you know, if Outsiders are able to keep this momentum up and pull it back, they're setting this precedent that they only need like a 4-5 round CT side on this map, and they're still in like the position to win the game, right? We saw that matchup. It was back in Katowice where they had a 3-round CT side versus Fnatic, and that went 16-12. Here in the Pro League, they managed to get slightly more than that, and then they kind of won in the Revenge Grudge matchup. So they're really showing that the T side's where they do all the work, and this CT half is just for them to kind of establish how hard they need to go in this second half of play.
Yeah, this feels desperate for Cloud9 when you're in these positions as well. You really desperately want info, you want to kill, you want something, and that's exactly what James is banking on right now. Sat back on this boost he's been using a lot. He's using it against Fnatic as well to great success, and looking for the quick ramp pick, but they are re-smoked. Flit has gap, or at least the yellow side of it. Gonna get another molly in just to push that player back. Hobbit has to give it somewhat respect, but he's also got an angle here. He can get that trade as Nafany falls. Oh dear, gap control, but Shiro in hot water now. He's going to drop his smoke, so he has an escape route if they molly. But they can wait it. However, he might be able to escape if they do. And they just allow him. They say, fine, you want to go, you go. Give us the ramp. Oh, Exec. Oh, I hope that smoke didn't... Oh, did it fall out? That smoke fell out. We saw it just get dropped. It just disappeared through the map. And now they've lost their only smoke to Exec. What a disaster.
Oh, that is brutal.
Good luck finding that one, Jay.
Shiro on the line over towards short. They can't get past him. He's knocked out Fame and Chiron. James scopes, but misses the shot. Just trying to... Oh, Shiro!
Yes! I love that he went for that. Shiro trying to knife the opposing AWP. And he even gets it done with a USP at the end. That is a wild round.
Dude, I love that from Shiro.
Yeah. That's the vibe Cloud9 are trying to set after Outsiders attempt to make a statement and claw this half back. But really, all I'm just thinking about is what would that round have been with a smoke? Probably no different. I mean, Shiro just popped off on short side.
Yeah, he had a couple of quiet few rounds, but now that was a round they really had to win. Entering a 4-4s and a FAMAS, and now fully upgraded. The Shiro AWP comes out, and this is where he does his best work. On the CT side, he can really sink his teeth into this one. Holding towards the sandbags for now. As we head to round number 21, it's James probing towards middle. An underutilized area of the map. Throw it in every now and then to ruffle the feathers of the CT defense. Boost up on the defensive angle, waiting for anyone to fully commit. James with the bomb on his back. I don't think he oversteps the mark here. He's waiting to see if anyone hunts for information.
Yeah, he'll just trade out places with Kicker.
Has he got a lineup for dropping silent? Oh, I'm sorry. I think he did.
I think he almost certainly did, yeah.
That was definitely a lineup.
Well, it's ruined now. We missed it, so...
Sorry, guys. Catch that later, maybe.
Maybe next round.
Yeah. Oh, they know about the boost.
Hello.
Shiro's been watching the demos. Try and set up on the top, and he'll knock your block off. 2 kills with the AWP. Chiron's picked it up.
You really want to attempt to go in for this peak? Good flash. Gets the AWP off the angle.
Fair
I guess
enough.
he
Nice
does.
flash.
Yeah, that was actually
we'll give you that one.
Right?
Fair enough.
And Shiro just rescopes on the angle anyway, so...
All right, well, salvageable, but unlikely they go for it, I would say, given the tendencies of this squad. But they are looking to consider it, potentially.
Yeah, you know, with Chiron and Fame still alive, you have guys who can create space for you. So I don't mind them pulling out a little gimmick like this boost and just seeing if it gets you the kill. And then if it doesn't, you don't have to commit.
Boost for booster.
On top of that, they know that doing damage to Cloud9's money can help them in the long run. Fame with the opener.
15.
One more man in at quad. They've got to clear Axel. They've got to check for him. That molly forces him into a swing, but he nails the shot.
He's hit it
and
out.
he lives to tell the tale. Chiron might not get away with this AWP. Anthony
After time, he's going after.
After time,
No.
swings on out.
I think it was before.
Yeah.
Second despair. Yeah, business for Shiro. Business done. Axel found a little pocket to hide out there.
Oh, that's so sick.
Yeah, he knows about the boost. James been doing it all tournament.
Well, what can he say about that one?
Oh, this is so entertaining. The mind games right now, the awareness of what the other team is trying to do, and it feels like Outsiders are running out of a bit of steam here at the end of this T side. But that's right when you count them out is when they wake back up, Henry.
Well, they've got more than enough to operate with here. A James AWP with nothing surrounding him is normally enough, but he's got a couple of rifles and deagles as well. We might be upping the pace here, and starting to take damage early on. They show a little bit of presence towards B to kick the round off. A few grenades, exchanging some sprays, and Fame beneath the B steps, but his teammates are starting to weave their way in back towards that A ramp, and that's going to be Flip, the point man, making his way up, and unfortunately Shiro just one step ahead as usual. Finds another advantage, the smokes are deployed, and that's going to buy them another 15 seconds just to reposition and reconfigure the crossfires.
Shiro's actually taken a bit more of a passive line on this one, hoping that Nafani can be this next point of contact. How long does he want to hang around over here on short? On a bit of a timer, you hear that AWP rattle past you and you're suddenly not interested in playing that angle anymore. Flash up for Chiron. Shiro moves away from the sandbags. He was leaning up towards the top of ramp. Now takes this angle in at the crane. There's 40 seconds left here for the Outsiders, and Shiro's just going through the motions, trying to figure out where he wants to be posted. There's aggression coming down the pipeline for Cloud9. In the meantime, they know that this is the A player, and Shiro, right place, right time, nails the shot. Another Shiro going up and over. And Nafani's there to finish the job. That is a beautiful round for Cloud9. And dude, I do love how this game is shaped up. We had Flit dominating in that first half. Shiro was his main counterpart on the other side. And it really is this two titans just clashing versus one another. 27 and 8 for Shiro.
He's been posting a 2.0 ratings this tournament. He's going to do it again on this map.
But the craziest part is how much of this is like well read. Like, he's done his homework. He's not just hitting shots. He's coming in prepared. He knows the protocols. He knows the peaks. He knows exactly where James is going to be, and he is countering him every single round. We often say you don't always get those AWPers head to head. Shiro is forcing it.
He's mugging him off, I would say.
Yeah, truly. And Flit died first last round. If he does again, I have no hope for this one.
This one could get weird on account of him making it past Nafani. But Shiro...
Oh!
Hang on. Because Nafani doesn't know, and Nafani's never going to know.
Oh dear.
And they realize
he's considering it could have happened.
Tagged in the molly!
Wow, that's sweaty. And now he knows he can go because they don't know that he was down the bottom either. But Chiron will be ready.
Or they only get the MP9 back, so still a massive advantage over C9, of course. This was an all-in round, so looking for map point. Booster will find it in T-spawn. Yeah. Another man advantage, 4 and 3 as we hit sub 1 minute mark, and has to be the B bomb site. Maybe even a contact play, and Axel has looked pretty sharp so far. You feel like he's going to get at least one. And there it is. Jame will respond with a Molotov for taking so much damage on Root. Kyron's just got 10 points of health.
Oh, but look who's already here. Shiro, this is a lights-out game. What? He even hit the last one. That is crazy.
How did he get that? He was aiming on the wrong side.
This is unbelievable. This is Shiro on another level that we're getting to witness at this event, man. The numbers that he's been posting, the fact that he's trending towards a 2-0 rating is out of this world. And the awareness that he is showcasing, it's so sick to see, because, you know, back after this kind of Cloud9 squads rise up, right, during the online era, and then we had like Na'Vi look to bring in an era of their own with like a return to LAN. There was this big issue that it felt like someone had to really rise to the occasion, like really had to push the boat out and be that star, and Shiro is trying to be that man. We're seeing the best look of that we've seen yet right now.
The job's not done yet though, Harry. The hardest round to find against Outsiders is number 16.
Pop it! He sat in that molly for so long, man. It didn't put it out. The smoke to the edge, and he wasn't willing to move inside of it. And Jame actually went for an opener. He ran up gap and got that kill. He's even knife out into B right now. He is so sure that he has the sight in this 5-on-3, and he is not wrong. Read well, as the bomb can get planted. That might be the save.
Yeah,
They have money. Why not poke your head?
Yeah,
in?
right. Give it a little look. Just see if anything takes your fancy. But if it doesn't,
but if
their
it
fancy's
does,
been taken. And that's more to play off of.
Of course.
Jame, good routing. Didn't go too wide. Didn't open himself up, and so this will be the save. But yeah, what I was going to say is the other thing that's like super impressive about it being Shiro in particular looking this good is one of the things we often say is that like even some of the best AWPers have a rough time against Outsiders. Jame, while not being the most aggressive player, I would argue is very oppressive to what he does to the angles you feel comfortable peeking, right? Because he will just sit back, hold a line, be put up in some like grimy boost to hold the position, and he's very, very good at just kind of forcing your AWPer to be a little more passive as a result, right? They can't take some of the risks they usually can. But Shiro has looked one step ahead of that in the bulk of these rounds.
Yeah, the fact he's only died 8 times after 24 rounds of play.
Because like normally it's Jame you look at. If you want to look at an AWPer who's going to have like a good few kills, not that many deaths, it's Jame. Shiro is a lot more involved than Jame normally is, and at a fraction of his deaths right now.
What was the quote someone, maybe it was you, Harry, dropped the other day on a cast? It was about Shiro, like Jame level deaths, simple level impact.
Yeah,
someone said
yeah, that was me.
It really does, yeah,
and
smart.
What can I say? I'm a smart guy.
Yeah, it really does feel like we're getting that out of him right now. This might be it, guys. 5v3, nice molly again on the short side. Outsiders are getting crunched. They're running them down. They're here to end the map. Cloud9's pick in their pocket, and we're going to have to head to Mirage.
Yeah, unless, well, it's not going to happen, is it? Nafany with the backstab. And there it is, Outsiders with their head in their hands. They've got to try and pick this one up on Mirage. Cloud9 with a very clean vertigo under their belt, and Shiro shining bright moving into that second map.
She said that she hate me, I hate me too. I can always tell when you're lying, girl, you're see-through. All these miles away, yeah, I just wanna see you. Baby, give me good face, she hit me like seafood. Remember when I saw you, hi, it's nice to meet you. Know my old girl salty, she just wanna be you. I'm a dog, no Maltese, I don't wanna leave you. Once you're right here, I just don't wanna mistreat you, no. Cause I've been a douchebag before, baby girl, I don't wanna repeat. She just won't please me, she look in my eyes, told me why are you bleeding? And I don't even know how to answer. I take these drugs to my bladder. She says she noticed a pattern, she say I look gorgeous, I tell her I'm flattered, but I hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. I just hope I feel better. You said that you love me, don't know if it's still true. Hate it when you're not here, love it when I'm with you. You say you don't trust me, all the shit we've been through. Why you always upset? I don't really get you, I don't really get you. Why should I always gotta be so stressful? Baby, can you tell me why are you so vengeful? I don't understand you, I can't live without you, but I can't fucking stand you. I'm just so obsessed, I should take better care of myself, but fuck it. Blacked out in public, on that like she upset, but I know she love it. I hate my reflection, when I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection.
Man, seeing in the kitchen bringing that magic. Oof.
Breaking news coming in from the statistics department. According to Steam charts, January 2023, CSGO hit a peak of 1,100,999, 684 concurrent players within a 24-hour period. Now, that's a big number and a lot to digest, but what it means is the game is alive and well. While impressive, it's still shy, just about 100,000 of a record that was set in April of 2020. Some are saying that a pandemic was the catalyst to the number, as many people played at home while pretending to be on Zoom calls with their employers or teachers.
That was some breaking news, and Counter-Strike's certainly not a dead game. Vertigo, though, a dead map for the Outsiders as Cloud9 continue to rack up the Ws on that map. And the man on your screen, Shiro, I think I want to start there. We've just having a kind of casual conversation in the green room. Dinko's joining us. We've got Yanko, we've got Chatty B as well. Dinko, you turned to me and said, is it a hot take to say Shiro could take the #1 spot in the world? My response was, I guess if he's playing like this for the whole year, it's a very interesting
He'll be the best player. If he plays this form the entire year, he'll be the best player in the world this year.
But that's not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen.
No,
but if he does play this form for the entire year.
It's a hot take because usually to be the best player in the world, you have to be in like a top 3 team for that year because you need to go deep in tournaments, you need to have good performances in big games, right? And that's not something you expect Cloud9 to do just yet. So maybe this is the tournament. Maybe that was maybe the G2 game was maybe the G2 game was the one that turned it all around.
The catalyst. Zoe at least still, Vitality won the Pro League, so they at least were winning tournaments. I just don't think the Cloud9 team currently are capable of winning trophies right now. We'll have to see for the rest of the year.
But they're making good signs.
But this is a good sign.
I know it's only a group stage. A G2 win is nice, right? And Outsiders 2-0, if they can be convincing here going into Mirage as well as Vertigo, that's also good. But the meat and potatoes is when we see them in the playoffs, which if they win here today, they'll be in the quarterfinals. That'd be a good place to find themselves.
How about this? Zaiwu is the most disappointing #1 ranked player that we've had.
Well, I told you this was the hot take vendor. I mean, that's actually pretty good. I'm interested.
Fair enough.
The worst, can you go again? Worst world #1.
Most disappointing.
Most disappointing.
Like in a way of his skill, without a doubt, right? And the stats are the stats, but he doesn't have that little bit of, I don't know, like, I don't know what the word is, like, bravado, not flair, but, you know, just, you know, simple,
Ego.
obviously, ego, right, to an extent. Yeah, he's a great team player and everything, but you look at some of the guys, you know, you had Cold, you had Olofmeister, all these guys, simple, obviously, right, that were #1 over the years. You have that ability to sort of, big game comes in, win it for your team. And I don't think Zywo is doing that just yet.
But can we talk about Shiro? Let's talk, because that game right there, right?
Shiro's starting to do it.
Like let's bring him up here. I think he's our Air Force Aim High player for that match, and of course, and for the tournament so far. You've got him right here on the screen, and he's just putting up some mental numbers. Didn't quite crack the 30, but the fact that he was just so dominant throughout this map, it was everywhere, right? CT and T-side with the rifles, not just the AWP. Yeah, he doesn't look like too much of a threat here, but I can tell you he is.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the opening duel sector. He was never even at risk of losing them, even though it looked like he was in a position where he shouldn't get away with it. He was finding multiple kills in those situations towards top ramp on the CT side. I mean, look at the rest of his team's kill count. You know, Hobbit's barely doing anything. Nafany had a few moments towards the end, but it doesn't really matter when Shiro's just getting so many multi-kill rounds, just getting aggressive, finding the opening kills. It just makes the game a lot easier for you.
And what's so interesting and notable, while we have the highlights, it adds context as well. It's not only the opening duels, which obviously signifies he wasn't ever an opening death, but it's just his KD. His raw KD is, there's a reason everyone wishes they picked him on Fantasy, is because the man is fragging up a storm and rarely conceding deaths. And yet, you watch these clips, it's not like he's playing mega passive Jame time style to maintain a KD like that.
I like the line during the cast. It was, he has simple level kills, but Jame level deaths. And I think that was perfect.
That's lovely. That's a good way to summarize what makes him so deadly. I mean, his KD at that point even went for a knife on James, which is you want ego, Yanko. You want a little bit of attitude. Going for a knife on James is a good place to start.
No, absolutely. We talked about it a couple of times. You could see the change in Shiro coming from that major, and I think obviously that needs to continue for Cloud9 if they're going to find success. And he's been playing out of this world. I mean, we were saying, you know, I didn't think he could have the same level of performance coming into this series like he did against G2. And yet he has another one. It was 1.94 rating, I think, for this first map. So just
not too
doing
bad.
it all.
Yeah, speaking of improve, I've actually been desperately trying to improve my Vertigo.
Yeah, leave your mics open for this one, boys. I want to talk to you. We're going to do like a Chad running through some quick utility on Vertigo special right
Hook
here.
us
So I'm
up,
up,
Paddy B.
and I'm going to be walking. And I should have given a little bit more notice here because we got this camera right here. Follow me all the way. Who's shooting at me?
It's obviously Dinko.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Now, we're going to jump in right here and just do some quick pieces of utility that maybe you saw just there, maybe you didn't, maybe you can use them at home. Okay, well, I'm in my seat and I'm in the server, and the quicker we can jump in here, the quicker I can get through some of this stuff, lads. So here's a fun one. When you get the far right spawn here, if you aim right here like this, right, pull the pin from spawn, you just keep running, you just keep trucking along, away you go, and you release it as you traditionally would. That's going to be a very classic, very easy spawn-based ramp smoke. The one that we were seeing a lot of just there, you're seeing it time and time again. Now, we're calling it Xbox with our group, but you maybe call it sandbags with yours. But there's two sandbags. You saw this smoke here coming in several times, right? Now, there's a lot of reasons you can use this smoke. You can creep behind it. You can look under it for legs. It can also mean you can focus here for the yellow fight. But one of the key ways that it gets used is the one-way. You come up here, you can look on down, you can get that one-way gap. Now, there's more than one way to throw that smoke.
Do you know the sandbags one, Chad, as well? I'd love to learn that
From
one.
sandbags? Yeah. If you come over here to sandbags, now what I'm doing is I'm using this part here of the sandbag and I'm lining it up with the center point here of the bars over on yellow, right? And then I'm aiming at the, I guess, the netting.
Top, yeah.
The netting at the top here, just aiming in the middle of it and giving her a little mouse one, and away we go.
Bada bing.
And you're going to bosh that for the same thing. And if you want to do it from here as well, you come jam yourself up against Crane. You're going to aim, I think I was aiming at the top of the bar in the middle, and I throw this one, and this one I'll probably fail. Yeah, I did fail. We didn't get the 100% there. Hold up, was it here? It was one of the two. There we go.
Nice.
So, that one fell off as well. We'll forget about that.
Close
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. We practiced a lot of things before we jumped in here. This is the Hampus, all right? You're coming out. You want to drop this one. We call this one the Hampus. Come jet yourself up against this wall so you can't go backwards anymore. You want to kind of just be a little bit lower than this, right? A little bit lower than this, out the window. You bosh this one through. You want to get this one quite quickly. And this one is going to trickle down. And it's going to land on the scaff. Now, what it'll give you is the ability to push on down. You can play behind it. You can get yourself a little bit of a cheeky one-way as a pick for the Ts who are coming up. But it also means that you don't need to do the bottom ramp smoke anymore. You throw this one and you funnel the fights. All right, we got a couple more minutes here. Let's see what else I got for you.
You got the flashes, Chad?
I got the arrow smoke. The flashes are not so particular. Oh, I got two things I want to show you. So this is the arrow smoke. This is a fun one for everyone at home. You can come jam yourself in here. I taught Harry this one. This is how easy this one is. And you aim at the top of the arrow, and you release this bad boy. And this one here is like a Naphany, but on the ramp. And you can come and use this gap to search for fights. And, well, let me see what else we got here. Where's the ladder room? Where are you, ladder room? Here we go. This is necessary if you're a mid player and you want to take some A space back. Now, make sure the glass is not broken. You saw a variation of this get thrown in the game, but it was different from Booster, I believe it was. It's a new player that they picked up as opposed to Buster. Now, you jam yourself in the middle here, right? You're going to turn around. You're going to look at the door frame. You're going to see the white corner of the door frame. You're going to pull your pin, and you're going to hit your jump throw bind. It's going to break the glass, and that's going to use here to jump down, and it's going to knock anybody out. We call this glaive up here. So anybody who's playing in this position will be flushed out. It helps you get some control. And Naphany even had Boost to throw that, and then he pushed through and went for a cheeky little pick right here. So that was some utility. What else have I? I'd see if I've got anything else for you boys here. One more.
Have you learned the nerdy HE? Have you learned, like, the one everyone's doing from the headshot boxes?
The headshot boxes.
Just
the headshot box.
Where you were just back there.
Off of here with the jump throw, where you're aiming like this. You do like this thing here. Well, that's not it.
That was basically it.
Yeah, that looks great. Copy that, everybody.
That's perfect, Chad.
I'm going to review the demo because that was bang on. We're going to a break. We'll see you guys for the next map.
Nice.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Looking for Apollo, oh, that's us. We get on the field and run them up, ayy. Ain't no breaks, we a 4-5 series. I'm a dog, got that K9 in me. Count the calls, y'all boys worth no pennies. Who else like us? I don't see none any. New gun back in the way. All places that rotate. Y'all seem gon' locate. I ain't catch no win of that. Snap pass and I run it back, and they young man is a running back. Oh, ain't no holding back, so here I go. Gas like BPA, out my way. Play too smart with a GPA. Keep it brief like a black suitcase, and there ain't no time. Hold up, it's too late. Man, we ball hog no ham, and I know it ain't fair, but we just do not care, and all y'all staring while we run them up, run them up. I run with some goons, they pulling up, looking for a problem. Oh, that's us. We get on the field and run them up, ayy, run them up, run them up. I run with some goons, they pulling up, looking for a problem. Oh, that's us. We get on the field and run them up, ayy. Yeah. Okay. Take us, you save us, man. The money will never change us, man. Change us, man. Yeah. Nobody can save you but you. Believe in them schemes if you want to. Self-motivation is a virtue, and the lack of that can truly hurt you. I just want to give you the tools to thrive in a world so cold against you. And I ain't perfect, nowhere near it, but I will share what was shared with me when I didn't want to hear it. Law of attraction, yeah, thoughts become things. So monitor what you think about it does bring good and bad vibes to fruition. I can lead you the truth, but I can't make you listen. No. It takes us to save us.
The money will never change us. We gon' do what we major. Gotta grind till it take all your pain away. It takes us to save us. The money will never change us. We gon' do what we major.
Alrighty, folks, we have chopped and changed a little on the casting desk. Myself and Chatty B going to be joining the Hugo by Ron.
Hello.
Hi, man.
Thanks for having me.
Big Ron.
Thanks for having us.
I didn't get vetoed. I feel great. The other two are gone, but I'm glad you guys are here.
No, they came in, they were like, does anyone want to cast with Hugo?
Oh, it's so insufferable.
Could anyone do it?
Well, thank you for amounting to the task. I know it's not easy.
No worries, man. We just fancy biting the bullet today. And also, you know how much me and Chad in particular love Mirage.
And Hugo.
Actually,
whoa! I'm anti-Inferno. I'm not anti-Mirage.
No. I mean, we love Mirage and Hugo.
You love Hugo. Oh, great.
Simultaneously.
Yeah,
but I'll tell you what, I love Hugo as much as I love Mirage. That's for real.
Yeah, okay.
Not the best compliment, but that's fine.
Well, this is the first Mirage on the A stream, so let's get loving right now.
Oh, yeah.
Fame has this mid space. Mr. Hobnob and Shiro.
Hobnobber. Looking to hit them. Oh, quick into the bomb. And that makes this whole mid push a little less potent, especially with Shiro on that USP. Back to looking the wrong way, but Flit does save them. Don't really see how Hobbit's going to be able to do too much more with this. I like the reposition, the elevation, but still, Toes trying to bait his Chiron with his kicks. Oh, and then he does absolutely own him.
Feels like a very different vibe to last map already.
So his booster.
Are we cool with that?
Yes.
Are we cool with that?
Hobbit sat down on the desk with us after their G2 win, and he made it very clear it was booster. It was booster.
Okay, so someone...
He looked me in the eye, and he said booster, you know?
Okay.
Booster.
Well, if you need your Faceit account boosted, this is the man. Get in the DMs. He's dead right now.
It's fine. I understand why he's saying that, because that's probably how they would say it.
Yeah, this is the argument I brought up in the last map. I said, isn't that just accent? Isn't that
Why don't we
Ziwu's
just do
Iwu?
whatever comes out of our mouth?
Yeah, no,
well,
that's
now
fine.
I've called him boost for a whole map,
You
so
did. It's just because
it's overwritten in the file.
We just also have a word for an action that we use in almost every round of Counter-Strike, which is a boost.
That's true.
Which I would argue makes things a little convoluted.
Well, I would like it if you would put a bit more of an accent on the booster.
Okay, so
like
booster pushing in for the boost.
Yes.
Okay.
If you can do that every time,
yeah, okay.
not only will that be
Maybe
hilarious,
I should just say all their names with a slight accent, because that would be more authentic.
That's true.
Yeah.
Or people could watch the Russian cast, I suppose.
They could.
Yeah, that could also
and
be
then
an
they probably call him Booster.
Yeah, yeah. So you can get all the action you need here. But we did get an Outsiders pistol victory.
And yeah, we're going to get a Cloud9 Force. Let's see what they can build off of the back of a Shiro Scout, some Desert Eagles and P250s for good measure, and we're going to be seeing an Outsiders 2-2 towards B and mid. Just some housekeeping being done by Kick It, stop any aggress early, and it's Jame taken out early.
Not ideal, but still plenty of guns to play with. However, the one rifle, already a little bit damaged. Might want to throw that one over. Axel peels back from B. Shiro on the Scout, caught moving, still hits his shot.
It's actually Axial.
It's Nafani. It's Nafani.
Well, not if you ask Maui Snake. Fame with a quick pick and connector. Peek out window.
The founder of Star Signs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that
guy. Ouch. Fame's lucky to have gotten away with that nade. It was Shiro that brings him down to 10 HP. So this 3-on-3 is about to get to the final stages. It's just going to be Hobbit, who's been housekeeping for the A-Ramp and Palace respectively.
Again,
now
that's Uncle Hobnob.
Sorry, Uncle Hobnob finds himself in dark. And the uncle...
Oh, they saw him.
They definitely saw him. His knees, pointy knees, were sticking out, and now Kick It just breathing down the neck of Hobbit. Molly out. He's desperate not to give him the fight, but he's forced to. Kick It will win that one out, and the Outsiders have managed to get themselves through that second round force.
All right. Well,
Booster.
Yeah, but it's also like tomato, tomato, potato, potato.
Yeah.
Booster, pasta. Oh! He's busted him wide open.
Oh, Booster with the kill.
Time's a problem here. Bomb has to get planted. Fame, he's going to be worried about the repeat, but Booster about to do it to the old boys.
Let's see what Booster can do. This 1 versus 3 with only the Deagle. We wrote him out. And now he's starting to run light on time. A 10-second diffuse ahead. He will have a fight. Fame's opted for sandwich. If he clears properly, this is a clutch from the new addition. Fame finds the headshot. Stone-faced as he ruins the dreams of what would have been a very sexy 1v3.
Yeah, I think his like little tisk that he had right there is exactly that. So I should have won that, or I could have won that.
I did the hard part.
It's like such a not a predictable rather, but such an open spot, such an easy clear, but it's all too easy to clear. That's exactly why it works.
And it's the worst part is I would hazard a guess one of his teammates after he hits the first 2, they didn't bother before, but after he gets the 2 goes, he's 10 HP.
Yeah.
That ruins everything. It ruins everything.
Yep.
Don't tell me that. I don't want to know.
I'm going to hit the headshot anyway. Maybe I won't.
I do like the fact, though, that they've applied so much pressure early. It's forced Dastan and company here to call a timeout. So Outsiders feeling the pressure.
Cloud9 dumped 3 of their timeouts in the first half of Vertigo, even though they 10-5 the half.
Owning.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just Groove. He's got the cane out, I think. He wants his boys to be keeping a degree of consistency. It's obviously an enigma to anyone that's not a team management role, but there is a science, I'm sure, to each individual team in terms of nurturing consistency.
It's something Swanee even talked about back at Katowice about G2 obviously being promoted to the main coach now and trying to find the right time for timeouts, you know, not wanting to disrupt the flow, but also if he can see something that he wants to change or he needs to be fixed, he needs to get in there.
I was talking to Cadian about that. I was asking him, you know, how often do you correct mistakes live in the game and how often do you wait? He says,
never, right?
Well, no, he said actually if there's anything that goes against a philosophy we've already outlined and have been scrimming and practicing, if you immediately go, hey, dude, when we're in this position, our philosophy dictates we do this. If they're not following that, he'll call it out next round so that the team don't brood any malice or, you know, we get non-verbal tuts of tongues and toes. Nice from Chiron, walking on into A now, and it is just on that eco.
Can I take a sidebar here? Is there any objections?
Please.
Because this is basically a full eco. I don't expect anything to get too wet and wild. As Hobbit does get a pick.
No, go ahead.
Kill.
Take it.
So Rush joined me last...
Oh, God, Chad. Rush joined you?
No, because the caster curse, I didn't realize
Every
how
time you keep
powerful that
going,
was.
they get frags. Do you want to keep going for a sec? Let's see if he gets another one.
But there's quite seriously an A-ramp flank from Booster here with the Deagle in his hand.
It's going all the way.
Oh, dearie me. It's actually a Palace flank. Guys, this is serious now.
It's getting a little more
very serious now.
Especially because I don't think anyone's covering.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
disaster. See, if you were talking about Rush,
I
that
bet
would
Cloud9 would have won the round.
So what did Rushly get up to?
So anyway, we played a bit of DayZ last night. So I'm throwing this in your direction, Hugo, because Alex hasn't really joined. I don't think it's Alex or Henry's type of game.
Not my
I can't believe I didn't get an invite, honestly. I'm a little bit offended. But
well, I think you guys were still working.
Possibly, actually,
but look, the invitation is out there for this evening. We cannot play on our traditional server because it's blocked. There's a VPN in play, but we found another server, which is basically vanilla with higher loot, and it's great. No map.
Mouse in it?
No map.
No
mouse.
No mouse?
No
Good.
map, though.
No map? Yeah. Oh, that's kind of... That's
but we all know how to make it to Vorkuta.
Yeah, Vorkuta boys will be going
man,
strong.
I'll see you at Vorkuta.
all right.
Top of the tower.
Round 4.
Big rifle round here. Outsiders look a lot more comfortable on this T side than they did back on Vertigo, I'll say that much. They were clinging on for dear life.
How dare you?
Back on Vertigo. Just a fact of the matter, Chad. If it wasn't for that second round forced by win, that game would have been a wash. But now starting a lot stronger. Got a full exec from Jame, lobbing it all in. Even some more flashes to follow as they set up. But remember, there's still 2 mid players to come in on late lurks. Outsiders don't have to overcommit out ramp. The bomb is waiting as well. It goes back. Flip finds the opening kill in middle. They were already trying to rotate off Cat, and Axel's still here. Doesn't know about Fame, who's crept out under, but he seems to be considering it.
Oh, lovely find from Exile. Does dispatch of one of that 2-man mid push. Now, Bomb's still going to be leading A side, especially now the AWP's connected a shot. Shiro might have changed their plans, and with 45 seconds, you can't really afford to re-scrap and reformat.
No smokes, they've used them all. It's time for the Shiro show. Tune in.
Hold up. Flit is still working on a bit of a project over towards B during all of this, so there's a timing with the underpass push that is coming through as well.
Yeah, right now even Axel's pushing top mid, so this is an uncomfortable state of play.
The Shiro show.
Well, he's in B, but no one's home, so they know it has to be A. So the bomb, is it going to go back? It can't. They have to commit.
He has
so
to
they need the flank.
How quickly can he get there?
Flanks
He's going to be
on flanks
loud
on
about
flanks.
this. Yeah, there is a lot going on. Axel's flanking, Flit is flanking, Buster's flanking the flanker who's being flanked.
What? Good luck.
And Flit Unsuccessful. With what, 8 seconds left, James going to be trying to get the bomb down. He's being denied, Hobbit. Denies it all, and we do see a Cloud9 first.
I feel for Jakey. I feel for Jakey.
Yeah.
I tried a bit of his own the other day. I royally butchered it, you know, I got to say. And that is not a fun round to be in the hot seat either.
Flank, and then another flanker with a flanker
the CTs are
flanking
flanking Ts, but they don't know they're flanking the flanking Ts, or the Ts try and plant on an open site with no smokes.
Catch the kill if you can.
A Dr. Seuss situation.
I would like to hear Horton here's a who of Jakey hitting his desk when that goes down. So Jake, if you can send us a picture of your desk, that'd be greatly appreciated. You don't know? Do you know Horton?
No, I don't. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to get the. Oh, this.
Do you know the? Do you
I
know
remember
the
this.
Sneeches?
The little village people who lived in some tiny
village
place.
people.
They lived in some like tiny world, didn't they?
Can you look at the Sneeches?
I remember this as
Do you
well.
remember the Sneeches?
Yeah.
The Sneeches was great.
Yeah. Oh, dude, these books, man, they take me back. Shout out Seuss one time.
Here he goes.
You should rap that over the timeout music. Have you heard the time? Oh, okay, you're way ahead.
Yeah,
of me.
right. No, that's good. That's
We'll
good.
save it. We'll
It's
save
a little
it.
nugget. People are tuning in and out anyway. You know, they probably all didn't catch it.
The ideation process has been vocalized, and now we are ready for round 5.
Everyone's favorite round.
It is. I'm more of like a 5, or sometimes even like a 7. You know. Yeah, it's a good number.
Revel Horde here.
Bruno Toglioli.
Oh, I'm glad you got that.
9.
That's not a bad nade at all. Just going to trickle at the feet of Flip for 11 damage. So not a great nade, but not a bad nade.
Yeah, it makes that M4 a one hit.
Yeah, if
That's
we
all
want to
that matters.
justify the flak. Shiro, his position noted with the shot. Hobbit having to lock down this A site single-handedly as they are crawling forward for a fight here in mid, so being somewhat staunch as C9, knowing they have a lot of room against the Outsiders.
Shiro really is overstaying his welcome, but he's got Anthony, the whole squad, of course, in support of this. But this is quite a stand-up.
Jiggle again.
Do it again, yeah.
Jiggle again.
He's very brave on his
Hyper-focus.
jiggles, but it does allow Kickit to go for a walkabout.
Oh, he jiggled again.
Both of them fail their projects. 2 in the feed for Cloud9. We are going to see a gap close, most likely.
Yeah, that's the same round. The Outsiders, I think they had lost it. It was a flank one, or at least how it started. 2 out mid, 3 on A, but the difference is Cloud9 took mid. So they at least win one of the fights. Flick can't even go out top mid. He might die here, gets up with 1 point of health remaining, and they're just so separated right now. If they actually want to go for it, which I don't know about, they need to join James right here, right now. 30 seconds. Hobbit's up on balcony after being spotted CT spawn.
I think they're still coming for this, right? So Flit's going to like puff up his chest mid, see what's home. I know there's only 25 seconds, and for mere mortals like us, that feels like not enough time. But for James, the Time Lord, I think he feels that he's got this one well under wraps, and they will be saving.
Yeah.
I just want to try and build it right until the final moments these days, because normally when Alex and I are casting, it's like a minute, and the kill happens. We're like, and that is going to be a save, and then people are like, no, they're just searching for a kill. Find me in that round where they were searching for a kill in the last 45 seconds.
If they pushed Palace, Chad,
that would have been
then he'd have got a kill.
Yeah, you go for it.
I guess
you're reliant on mistakes.
Okay,
but
so they were waiting for a kill because
Yes.
they weren't searching.
No, I agree with that.
They weren't doing anything, which is
I guess
okay.
that there's a certain zone where you go aggressive enough where you leave the waiting and you enter the searching.
Most
That
people-
must be out Palace though.
Yeah.
Or at least peeking through Palace.
The philosophy of saving and searching.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
James toes of the line.
By
from time
Hugo
to time.
Byron. Dr. Byron.
James is the line. You don't cross him.
Oh. Mr. Burchill. It's fire. It's
right.
flames. And it is a big frag to find.
Second time
to
they've done
Flit. Yeah, especially considering they were trying to meet up with Flit through the underpass. Well, now that component is gone.
That happened very quickly as well. Axel just brazenly with that fight.
Well, it does lead to them looking a little lost, and only more so now as Shiro goes for an aggressive B-abs peak and Chiron's been found. Fame does well. Jane paid a heavy price for the engagement. It was Axel taking him down to 24. Still yet to see the in-game leader frag up here on map 2. This is Outsiders pick, and already, as we've already outlined, it does feel significantly more favorable than that first map, Vertigo. Cloud9 making short work of them there.
How dare you?
This feels like a deathmatch server where there's only 9 people. Like, I know we have 10, but you know what I'm saying? You normally play on a deathmatch server with like 20 people and it's constantly going, you turn around. Here it's like, where are they?
Yeah.
I have to run halfway around the map? What's going on?
And right now, they're actually, I mean, leaving the bomb in spawn and in each lane have one player. What do you make of that, chat?
Are they searching or are they waiting?
One B,
I'm not sure.
one mid.
Well, Kickit searching.
Yes.
Kickit is searching. Fame is recovering. Jame is waiting.
Same.
And Kickit doesn't have any nades, so he's just hoping.
Oh. There it is.
Yeah, Shiro does, though. And we can see Buster, sorry, Booster.
Correct.
At the bench.
This kill really doesn't even matter
on,
because if Booster gets away with a double, the round is done, the bomb's out.
No,
Just
there's
save
the bomb.
Fame,
No,
buddy.
he's
You know James telling him to get out of there.
Fame
He's
wins
going
this
in!
round. Fame
Oh.
Don't die after time, Kickit. Do not die after time or you will be fired.
Oh, dude.
He actually
Oh, no. Oh, I'm uncomfortable.
Okay. Well, it feels like
Calculated.
Shiro is kind. He's a kind god. We'll allow Kickit to get that that Deagle Kevlar carried over.
This is a weird game. What are you making of it, Chad? We're not seeing XX. The one XX they've done, they didn't push with.
This is
We're
an
not seeing-
Outsiders game.
Yeah, but on Mirage, I mean, I haven't really seen them on this map for a while, but yeah, this is kind of...
This is Chiron's death. We haven't seen that exchange before. Shiro taking his AWP towards B and very effective with it.
I think the economy's played a factor here, obviously, and what Outsiders have been able to try in a few of these rounds as well. They haven't had everything they need for the XX, and there's Shiro again. Okay, well, it's not 29 yet, but he's made it 5 quite quickly. Axar continuing to be the murder man from short.
Middle feels locked out in this game, right? Like, they've not really been able to get anything done in this position. They had one entry kill from, I think it was Flit up top mid at the start of a round, and otherwise, ever since already, Cloud9 have put way more onus on mid. They had that triple setup in a gun round where Shiro got the pick underpass, and Flit waited top mid and survived on 1 health.
Hobbit is smiling again.
That's precious.
It's nice, isn't it?
Well, it's just, you know, it's really hard. It goes both ways, like both extremes. Like Hobbit smiling is so lovely. Hobbit not smiling is so sad, you know?
Yeah.
It's tough. But it seems like, you know, the good vibrations are definitely spreading. And as Hobbit was one of the players we highlighted in that threesome that have been having a much better time as of late.
This is an AXAC. You're asking
Finally.
for it, Hugo.
Yeah.
They've got 2 players here to deal with it, though. Axal now, he's tucked in the side. The danger man.
And you feel like Cloud9 might be paranoid about middle in this round, and for good reason with what we've seen out of this T side. So how much attention is put on their behinds rather than what's
They're
in front
reading
of them?
this.
Exile will have vision back. Hobbit from the triple for first contact. It's going to be close. It's going to be up close and personal. Will they really not overlook it? Hobbit does draw attention towards triple. Should set Axile up as well as he knocks down Flip, puts the bomb on the floor as it's Kickit and Fame that make it into an interesting round after all. Nafany towards the staircase. We've got Shiro rotating through CT and the bomb is leaving. That's not what you're going to be expecting. Can Kickit leave? Yeah, it looks like he's going to get away with it unless Nafany's brave enough to take a wider peek. Kickit moonwalks out, and the bomb evaporates.
So here's the play right now. If Buster was to go through the underpass position, he'd cut off this rotation. That's traditionally how you're stopping teams from rotating back, but he's actually playing forward, which means there is a gap. He is going to have to take this cap play, but I don't know if he's going to be able to plug the hole in time. They're just sending Fame forward with this low HP to see if anybody's standing in his way. He's going to get in. It could be bad info because Buster will get there just after.
He's
Buster.
walking backwards into the site. He's not
Buster?
even considering this as a possibility.
Why?
And Fame gets the kill.
Why?
I have no words.
That doesn't make any sense at all. Nobody's on A. They haven't heard anything for a good 25 seconds. And now they're about to lose the round. What on God's green earth was that?
We were seeing this at Katowice, and it was part of the reason that Cloud9 capitulated. They were playing this map, and it felt like Buster, so often he was left to solo Bianca, not really on cap, more so on site. And there were so many rounds where it didn't seem like he knew what he was doing on B. Like, he would be caught with nades out, he wouldn't be jump spotting when they have no info, and he would regularly get caught off unaware. And that, I don't have any explanation
Like
for that.
I said, the traditional play when you know that the site has likely been left is you go underpass, because even if you don't get the timing and they're already in the site, you've locked them in, right? So when your teammates are retaking, and a lot of the time you will catch them off with a nice timing in that scenario there. So but I thought the cap play was sufficient, but the awareness didn't exist. Just the lack of awareness there is wild.
Yeah, very peculiar. I mean, we kind of had it all laid out. Buster, you could see that there was a cut of noise. The players were going to pause on A, and it was his responsibility to kind of identify any attempts to get into that B bomb site. Let's hope it doesn't get under Cloud9 skin. Of course, Nafany, you can see, going to likely want to just quickly remind him as he hydrates that is a a no-go.
That was a 3v5 as well. Remember, Hobbit got the opening kill from Triple, and Axel backside wasn't cleared, so Outsiders do what they do best.
Yeah, that perfect recovery. Just, 50 seconds on the clock. Let's leave the site we've just found 2 kills at, and conceded the same.
Well, they go with the smokes this time, though.
Deep Palace smoke early.
Wow.
How'd that do nothing? Went right below him, didn't it?
Directly below the toes there. I'm sure that ladder has a lot to do with it. Okay, well...
Watch out, Monasty's watching. He's going to be working out the immune ladder glitch.
Yeah, I think it probably just went just under the wood, right?
Yeah.
Like, and if a nade is covered by even a pixel of you, sometimes if you're on the stairs and it lands next to you, seemingly on you, but it's clipping through the corner of the stairs. Something Valve did actually patch a couple of years ago, but it's still a little bit iffy.
And this is if you go back and play in the good old days like me and some other individuals. In 1.6, nades would do damage through like surfaces. So what you would do is you would nade in the hut as a T, and it would kill the CT on top of it.
Oh, no, that's worse.
No, that's definitely worse.
Yeah. Shiro show, again, they do the smokes, but they don't go with them. They wait, and that's just Shiro's breeding ground. He's here to feast right now, mating time as he moves in ahead of the Molotov, and I don't know if they know about this. James jumping will be heard, conned along by Nafany, and Shiro, shaky, is now trapped out behind the boxes, and again, they're going to double nade. Goodbye, thanks for playing. 2-on-2 Outsiders make it interesting yet again.
Yeah, Booster was there for the one, Axel for the close. And Nafany very happy with that one. Always good to find his voice. He's definitely going to be celebrating as they only keep Outsiders to the 1 additional round.
Well, he just heard, as we did, that apparently Shiro's in heat here. So good to see this phallic object being used to its absolute potential. The breeding ground.
Breeding ground, yeah.
That's that right there. I don't mind that at all. Stomping around, making it his home, letting everyone know Daddy's here.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a reason for the celebrations given that Gyron and Kickard are going to be less than ideally equipped. In fact, I can see a grand total of 3 grenades for Outsiders at the start of this one. So, run boost across. Shiro may have spotted that. The nade will be well placed. Flit fades on the wide fight. Oh, that is wide.
It was even Axel that got the kill, not Nafany, the player in connector. So woeful aim from both Nafany and Flit, and that would be the first time and the last time I'll say that about Flit ever.
Nafany still playing in con, thoughts?
Wait till Maui gets here. He can talk about all this. I don't want to be the guy.
I'll leave it. Ah, dear.
Ooh, there's one back, but James has revealed himself. His squad mates in Kickard and Fame will be rejoining the pack as well. Looks like they're going to try and piece together something into the A side. But Cloud9 know they don't have to fight for that territory initially. The bomb plant responsible.
Well, they've lost it now. They're not going to play ahead of this on stairs. If Nafany does attempt this, James can just watch jungle now. The other two can start to creep out forward. The flash here to facilitate any fights. Bang, there it goes. Nafany, has to respect it. Bomb should go down.
Oh, James. Oh, he's doing everything for the boys right now. He took down Shiro. He's taken down Axile. And the bomb is planted quite nicely on the front of the site. Good for ramp side. This is really looking bleak for Cloud9's retake. Hobbit and Nafany from the stairs side. Buster on CT. Kit present. No smoke and no awareness. There's a miss from James. It does just completely fall apart. The round the world from Fame's not going to get him far.
Although, they got to stick it.
Done,
And they're two players looking at con. They're so aware of that play. Wow.
I did want to praise Outsiders' management of that connector smoke, though. You have 18 seconds to use that, and they used it so effectively. They scaled up, they flashed forward, they took the fight. James knew that the smoke was still up, so he could swing towards spawn, and they were so close and threatening towards jungle, it was unlikely anyone was going to swing in that juncture. I thought that was really nice. I thought all of that was really good, but they were in the number disadvantage situation until the creep out with this fight here. Yeah, there's the little sticker bug for everybody. Don't worry. The system's not broken. It's just the game. But yeah, nice one there. So good impact from Nafany in a crucial round. No yell from him this time around, though, so we'll have to see what's going on. Timeout. Who's called this one, Mr. Machine? Hit the... there it is.
Outsiders.
Okay, second one used. Well, and I don't know, right? Because I come from a real traditional school of Counter-Strike where I would always love to get my team into a full buy. Because when I have a full buy, I know exactly what the option tree that I have available is. This is where Outsiders, they just must have all these different philosophies of what we do when we have certain weapons and what approaches we want to have in all these different situations. Because it's felt like, after 10 rounds of play, more often than not, they haven't had rounds that are full buys. No, they don't have all the util, they don't have all the weapons. They just have to make it work.
Oh, and they're going for a fast play. James at the front of the pack as well. Just wants to go and test Shiro's AWP. Axel spotted them out early, and so that slows the whole process down. Smoke to deny info through mid. Window smoke still up for a moment longer, and Jane just trying to crawl on into that connector position. Axel did not spot him as he continues his crawl.
Axel's 3-0 in opening duels in this game, all from short. 1 on the bench player, 2 on Delpan. So he's been very keen to get involved early, but this position from Flit is wonderful. If Axel goes any further, he's dead. Flit will force it. That's a nice shot. He must have seen something there around the edge of the smoke. And hello, Nafany. Quick check will clear Jame. You can't hide long in that corner.
Well, Buster's chance for redemption here.
Yeah. Although, no time soon with that bomb drop for Chiron.
At this moment, it could be sometime next round.
Or next week.
No, it's coming, but so is Shiro. On an early rotation, it couldn't be better timed.
Are they all going to try and come up short here?
It's ending A, Chad.
Are they really going back A? Okay, so kick it through Palace. The rest are going to have to come down through Connector. You've still got that position that was just highlighted of Nafany, but Booster, aggressive, the push onto Flit. The timing could be everything. Back turn. Bullet's not good enough here, but some information.
And the molly's so good.
Oh, he can peek behind it.
He gets them up. Smoke can be used towards jungle. Denies Nafany completely. And with 18 seconds left, he can disrupt this.
No way.
One's watching. Nafany does shut down the bomb, and the round surely theirs. What can Kickert do?
Plant safe. That is one way to get the digits in, but they can close him down here. They should just be running in his general direction. Flash over. Fight's coming.
You can't have gone far. Buster, whoa! Laxer days a call as Kickert's got a chance. It's Shiro to save him.
They both thought he was triple. The molly from Shiro came behind triple as well. It was a miscom. It's not just a Buster call out there. They both had the wrong idea. Don't know where that info came from, but very much off the money. However, Cloud9 still saved the day. And a big play from Nafany because he knows, even though he's going to get traded going through that smoke, if he can kill the planter, he sets up Shiro. There was no time and there was no con smoke, and that was a perfect play for Nafany to put his AWP in a position to win the round.
And a perfect camera to explain the situation. Them coming up through the bottleneck. You can see the 2 players taking the fight from short, the play through the smoke. Yeah, good round right there from Cloud9. But another plant, loss bonus as well, being a bit of a favorable scenario for Outsiders to keep these purchases looking potent. And now finally, even though it feels like every round has been somewhat of a force, they have everything out, all the bells and whistles.
Yeah, it's always interesting to look at how many players are alive in Outsiders T halves. And actually, it feels like Cloud9 have kept them relatively honest.
The game's less funky, though. I was with you, Hugo. It's pretty weird in the early stages, right? Like, it was all these limp plays. It was a little bit strange. It didn't feel like a whole lot of conditioning from Outsiders. Now that they're into more of these rounds with that util, it's feeling a bit more standard. But it's so crazy to me, like how some teams are happy to give up full top mid control. We haven't seen Cloud9 just do the same openings every round, right? We've seen them aggressive in mid. There's always a bit of a chop and change. So trying to read and stay ahead of the play here of Outsiders.
This is the least resistance they've really had in middle, with Axel playing a pretty tight line towards Connector. James actually found a pick into jungle. That's Nafany gone. Flip will fall meanwhile in con, but Fame has got his response, finding Shiro in the window. AWP is out of the round. Fame looks for more, but he turned from the flash, and Axel will make moves happen.
Coming in hot. Got a test on Hobbit. Hobbit manages the spray wonderfully. Jame reveals himself. One towards the triple is Kickert. Look at the damage. They've got very little to work with. 23 points of health and a 2v2.
Surely he hears this.
That's a free one.
How does he not heard this?
He wants the other.
Oh, he got it, but he must know.
No, he doesn't know.
What? Surely he heard this. How would he have not heard? A teammate must have heard it. So many of his teammates were dead.
I'm with you. I guess he knew the ramp play was coming back, and maybe it was calm that ramp was bombed. He took the more important kill of 2, and now just living is enough. Jame is not even trying to win this round. That did seem scary.
It did.
I guess knowing that Jame is coming back from Palace implies that the ramp play is going to come back as well. So he's trying to isolate the bomb. But he doesn't hunt for 2.
He dropped really late, didn't it? He didn't
even
turn to acknowledge it.
No, it did seem weird. But definitely won the round, didn't he?
Yeah, and that's all that matters at the end of the day,
I
guys.
feel you though, Chad. I feel you because I am watching Buster sometimes, and I was having this at Cato. I was really like struggling to understand. I think that's why a lot of people wrote off Cloud9 a little bit coming into this tournament.
I was going to say, turn up the volume, maybe, yeah.
Volume
but like you said, I mean, it's 2v2. Someone's calming the sound.
True.
Like,
Yeah, you would hope so.
if Harry's playing, I'm not trusting that Harry's heard it. I'm telling him he's heard it.
Yes. Yeah, well, Harry is a special case. We're not letting him throw nades or calls. Well, he doesn't really calm anyway, so that's not really a problem that we have.
Can't hear, can't speak, but he can shoot.
That's true.
That's all that matters. Like winning rounds, 8-4, Cloud9 are full of them.
No window boost here.
Yeah, this is a quick one as well. While the smoke's still up, Shiro, will he consider it? Oh! Element of surprise, successful flip. Dispatches Shiro of his head, and the rest should fall nicely into place.
Double T-side AWP. Nice patient plays now for Outsiders as they can sit and wait.
This is going to break the economy here of Cloud9 as well. This is a massive round for Outsiders to scoop up.
Easy kill for Flit. He's seen the jiggle, and he will close it out. 5-on-2, and still no rush to get this plant.
Well, this is where Outsiders do like to bleed you dry, don't they? They like to, they use every part of the animal, and that includes hunting you down when they've already got 5 alive and are completely bankrupting you. They like to make sure you don't have a penny coming through, so no bonus on that SMG and M4 on Axile if they do choose to hunt. But obviously, it's actually hanging on by a fine margin for them.
They're chewing at the cartilage of Cloud9's ears right now, just for a bit of flavor, Alex.
Yeah, precisely. They got the marrow in the stew.
But this is the end of the half here, because the loss bonus, right, is bottom of the barrel. So regardless of what happens with these weapons here, they're going to have 1,400 lost into the next round.
The whole squad's covered.
Yeah, and you take this away, it's going to mean an awful lot. Just try not to lose too much yourself here. So Axile did take Chiron. They have a pretty good idea where these final members are. Axel running out of ammo, 6 bullets left. So only takes 1 ball with him. Buster with the upgrade into AWP. That is a difference maker. That right there is a key difference maker here.
That was James hunting in apps.
Yeah, because now there's no AWP available for Outsiders.
No way.
Right? So here for Cloud9, they only have the low loss bonus.
Very
they might
unlike
just
them.
run with this AWP, right? And then everybody else can take a bit of a save and then buy into the last
That is a good
round.
point. Like, I can't believe James hunting with the AWP. Like, sure, send the rifles in, but I presumed the fact that he's doing that means he has money, but he did not.
They're going all in. They've gone all in here, Cloud9. Okay, so it'll be a force now, and it'll be a force in the follow-up. I think this is really emboldened by the AWP.
Yeah, Shiro TV, baby.
Oh, baby, this is hot, because he can even have a fast flank with the AWP if he's not crazy. Fast into B. Buster, good on the first. Axel still there to disrupt. It's the perfect weapon for the job. Double trouble. Fame and Kicker out of the round, and Outsiders... What are they up to?
Well,
James just walked through the ramp smoke.
That is a bait, yeah. We would call this one baiting.
He's going to get 2 kills. Oh my, easy peasy. There's an AWP coming through though. He will smoke it off and go into the smoke. Shiro's not ready for this one. Got to worry about that CT rotation. He's going to catch the AWP. James, he may have baited, but as we said, it does not matter if you win the round.
He is a master of the bait craft.
True.
We know that in many shapes and forms.
Polishing the banister.
Deny. Oh, it's held. And great dink. Straight to the dome. Hobbit, long range burst to the head of James. But Flit, the bodyguard. Are they going to win this round? Are they really? I mean, it would be so perfect. Perfectly characterized for the Outsiders Counter-Strike. We've got Flit now, CT. James cleared out ramp, push. Process of elimination dictates it is getting awkward, very difficult. And Buster has to defuse. He needs this kill clean. And he'll get it. But James can clutch up. The man, the myth, the legend. Oh! Booster gets the triple and enough sweat off the brow. Cloud9 do get the 9.
That is insane. So 2 of the kills that came in, or at least 2 of the big damage moments, were with the MP9. So you saw over towards B, I think it was Kick. It didn't have head armor. His head got popped like a watermelon with the MP9. And then you reflect to James, who got gooshed at range down to 10. So here it is. It was Fame. Yeah, so Kick it without the head armor. And this is because they chased with so many guns in the previous round, and then they still almost pull off this madness. Like, this is ballsy as anything from James to push through that smoke.
I was just staring at the minimap while that B play was going down, and someone smoked ramp. The second they smoked ramp, James just walks through.
Because he knows what's happening is that I'm going to throw this and then rotate. Yeah.
But that, to me, is so crazy that he was willing, because he literally just said, yo, you guys rush B. I'm going A.
I go A.
And he's not even got the bomb. He had to hope it came back. It had to live in apps while everyone else died. But man, when he gets it into a 1v1, he loses it. It shows you why that you have to buy into the system. There's a world he wins that round if he doesn't get gooshed by Hobbit and CT.
Well, Hugo, if you're approving, this is the way I'm going to start calling in our pugs.
Please don't. Chad, I've really upped my patience game with you, but I am not that patient.
We're going to do everything in the last 25 seconds, guys. Nobody move.
Well, actually, the CTs might be doing the moving and the shaking here. An aggressive duo.
Not searching, but waiting.
Well, Chiron's going to have it their number. Exile disrupt. A great headshot. And James got the bomb on B side. So with the smoke down, he's going to have to replan and maybe reposition. Kiket's actually joining him. So perhaps there is an intention with Flit and Fame already maneuvering up the catwalk. Or different elevations. Flit's towards the ladder room at least.
Definitely looking like a B split here. 34 seconds, final round of the half. They're going to have to give this one the go very soon.
A couple seconds later, that could have been catastrophic, but this jumping bait and switch is perfect for Booster. Oh, they clear him, but he still gets away with a kill, and now Axel can tuck in. They can catch him on a jump, but he will be the one to stand up and stand tall at the van. 2 kills and 10 seconds. Flick can't fly, he can't get that bomb. This is a 10-round half for Cloud9 in back-to-back maps. Flick can do what he wants, but he can't win the round. That's it, folks. Cloud9, despite the money dropping out, find a way to make that half work wonders.
Where the heart is, yeah. I said I'm in love with my hood, just know my love ain't lust. Hater said he had my chick, just know my broads ain't touch. Don't be snitching on my clique and get my dog caged up. Look for smoke and get you all blazed up. Like a chimney, aggressive with the ace when I hit your face with the mini-me. Have to switch the plates when I use the K on the enemy. I shoot it's automatic like bad habits and tendencies. All in the back, puffing the remedy. With a 9 on my lap, she like a 10 to me. I started from scratch, now the epitome. These rappers are my sons, y'all motherfuckers be kidding me. I'm smoking blunts out the Range Rover, the chain smoker. Dangerous, pretty ugly with Dracos if you ain't noticed. My hometown is a war zone and it ain't bogus. The fridge is filled with a gang of coke and it ain't soda.
I'm awake, I'm alive.
I am the cake and the prize. I've been feeling energized. I ain't into telling lies. Got a draw like enterprise. I ain't tripping off of pride. I've been in my bag. I ain't really gotta brag. I was posting on the app. See they getting mad. I be dripping with the swag. I be dripping with the sauce. I don't care what it costs. I might take a loss. That's the price of a boss. I might pull up like a horse. 911 on the Porsche. I've been ballin' like a sport. I've been ballin' like LeBron. With some women hella fine. I ain't into wasting time. I've been on my grind. I've been trying to shine. Hold up.
My God, he's a viral! The best of the game!
Outsiders Cloud9 are at the tippy top of Group A as we're looking to separate them. Outsiders and Cloud9 duking it out. It is map 2. Vertigo going the way of Cloud9. Outsiders pick now. We find ourselves sitting at a respectable 10-5 half. We've got 2 brains behind this brigade. We've got Hugo B. Byron. B stands for best.
Thanks.
And we've got, of course, Chaddy M. Birchall. M stands for most helpful.
That's a reach, but you
There's
tried.
a hyphen in there. It's most
helpful, yeah.
Hyphen helpful.
Yeah, MH.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, we don't put that in the initials, however. Ooh, those odds right there. Let's just say they're not favoring Outsiders.
Statistically
most helpful, Chad.
That
Thank
would
you.
be one way to look at these odds.
Let's see what Kickett's got. He's got the dualies and he's got a dream to find Shiro early. Certainly would be a good scalp to post. Isn't as indomitable in this one. It's actually Axile who's been having a great start to this half. 4-0 in opening duels. Kickett gets himself a nice one. Opens up the account for the Outsiders. And oh, that USP primed and ready. James failed to find it. Dead HP surely going to be run down as Kickett makes a bit of a meal of that long-range exchange. Bomb yet to be planted. CT being vied for now. It is a question of Chiron. And yeah, that flank Kickett does go down. Nafni clears out that Palace position. 4-on-4 here, Hugo. It's not looking great, especially no. Oh, Fame does tidy up, make up for his error. Double to the head. And 2 left, make it only the 1. Buster will fall, and we see a CT round early.
Hey, say what you want about Fame. He made up for it, didn't he? He came in with the kills, even if one of them was his teammate, and he puts the round up for Outsiders.
I feel like we're just saying a lot of things for Outsiders here. Yeah, it doesn't matter all the bad that happened, but the good.
But they did win the round, Chad. Isn't that what you just said is all that matters, ultimately, at the end of the day? You just need that extra number at the top of your screen, and Outsiders have got it. It will give them some money, but it won't give them much momentum because I expect Cloud9 to force right into the second round with Galil armor like you do when you get that bomb plant.
It's crazy, right? How the pistol round change is now just the way the game flows. Like back in the day, if you lost the pistol, it was basically worth like 2 follow-up rounds, right? And now we've found the point where you can still make it worth the 2 follow-up rounds, but you have to deal with a team that may be heavily more equipped than you. Machine, you want to give this one a go?
We've only got 3 seconds left. I was up for it.
You've got 20. You've got 20.
They'll play it.
Keep the music
Turn
going.
the beat up, producer. Dr. Seuss on the mic.
Fox, Socks, Box.
Oh, they turned the music off. You got BM'd.
Fox in the socks. Knocks on Fox in socks in box. I've come back to it.
All right. We'll come back next time out. Nice try, though.
I'm just interested to see. I mean, I've seen some of the world's best rappers make Dr. Seuss sound great, but I don't think the commentators are going to have a similar...
we can try.
We can. And that's all we can do. Hobbit tries to end the round early. Takes Flit straight out. Jay nearly going down as well. It's Fame, though. Standing tall on that short position. Thinks better of it, given the disadvantage early.
That time he seemed very off. Right? I don't know what Spawnflit had, but like he was not even. Did he hit his head? He was not even out of the window, and he should definitely. If he has first, you don't make that play unless you have first.
Were they going for vent boost? Maybe.
They could have been.
Was he? Because I
think so. He wasn't even halfway through.
Yeah, and maybe not ready for like just the dry mid swing.
Yeah.
Because sure, the smoke was in play, but they just swung out with Galils until that fight so quick, and now they're going into an empty bomb site.
Pistol means nothing, does it? Nowadays, James got to call the save.
Never did.
True.
Apart from when it does.
Yeah, all those years ago.
Which when we come back and we go, well, gotta get the pistol and they're back in it. So make of the pistol what you will.
Yeah.
We need a new term, not just conversions. It's got we need a package deal because pistol and conversions, I think we should group that into one whole trifecta.
So here's the way that I kind of see this. So even if you, in most scenarios, you win the pistol, right? You will have the advantage in the follow-up round, right? Unless, say, you all die and the other team like gets the, they
get the bomb plant, but you they
get the
blow
bomb
up.
plant,
and
they get all the
You
kills.
defuse,
Yeah,
but then they kill you, and then one guy had armor left over, and now he has an AK and head armor. Anyway, right, like this type of a buy right here, it was 4 Galils and Tech 9 against a couple, like, well, actually more than a couple of rifles here, right? So in the rifle department, it was probably pretty fitty-fitty, and the CT side is meant to be the easiest side, which is probably not the story that the Counter-Strike's been telling at the moment. But the way I look at this is pistol and conversion. So it'd be the pistol, you win the force buy, which normally happens if the T's plant the bomb, right? Most teams are steering away from the force buy in the second round on the T side if they don't plant, right? So they can get the AKs out in the third. So
it's
I guess the conversions would be dependent on if a team forces in the second or not.
Yeah, or if there was a bomb plant.
Because then first gun round could be third.
Of all the games played in Pro League, 6 of the maps have been T-sided except for one. Can you guess which one, Chad?
6 of the maps have been T-sided.
Only in the Pro League so far.
Overpass the only CT-sided?
The only CT-sided map so far.
That makes sense.
It's not a huge sample size, but I'd say for 6 out of 7, that's pretty
Well,
consistent.
come end of today, once we get the Fnatic versus EF series finalized, we will have had 16 series per group. So it's a lot of games, and the EF versus Fnatic game will be the only rematch that we've had throughout the entire group.
And these numbers aren't even 50-50. Like
No,
Ancient
they're blowout.
56, Anubis 57, Inferno is 50-50, Mirage is 55, but that's of course very small sample. I think it's one game, and now this one, but it's already.
It might
you know,
course correct a
yeah,
little
it
bit.
might close it, but we'll see. Cloud9 can still sweep this game. This rifle round would be a huge component of that.
Yeah, and Axel's trying to kind of feign multiple bodies present in middle, cancelling his Molotov, throwing out the smoke window. Now he'll be able to smoke up short side.
Oh, I like that.
Effective.
I think he missed
No,
it.
he did miss it, yeah. Well, I liked it.
Yeah.
But
didn't work, did
didn't
it?
work. Nah. But if they win the round, that's all that matters. Hugo.
And well, Chiron is going to be on the right side of the map, and he's getting into a power position now. Yeah, Nafni is not going to clear that. Fame already found one elsewhere, and these last 2 players, Shiro and Booster, looking to make some magic happen. Bomb to be planted, the incendiary's a little late.
This is a bit early, though. The flank timing is wonderful. You can see no one's even considering it. He doesn't even think about apps when he's on the CT side. He won't be ready now. Fame with the kill, and Booster's tagged through the smoke. He's trying to change position. And when there's a will, there's a way. But he's been spotted and cleared out by Fame from up above. Outsiders will get that retake off of a very quick flank through the B apartments.
All right. Well, that was handled. It did look a little bit worrisome there for a moment, but the force by wars go back and forth. So that's not too shabby at all. Exchanging rounds in our opening 3. And every single time the bomb has gone down as a minimum. So I suppose with that in play, there should be enough money for another C9 force back in here. I would be expecting to see them purchase once more. But easy for Fame. And yeah, you mentioned the flank timer. He immediately responded as soon as Chiron took any type of contact over towards B. Here it is. We haven't really had to have any eco rounds. It feels like everything has been pretty heavily invested in thus far.
All right, well,
damn good.
All the teams have been shopping, and the score is 7-11, appropriately. Nafni bringing that gun fast in towards ladder room. Fame has been great, 70% headshots in his 16 frags. These young guns playing the game, keeping it simple. All you have to do is click on the head and win the round.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the only thing that matters.
Yeah,
Well,
that's the
the
only
other prerequisite, typically.
Typically.
But not always.
No.
Fame can't overstep the mark here because Unky Hobnob, he's on the line. A little bit of flak damage.
Oh, they heard that. Flit's going to search for it.
Good trade.
It will trade, yeah. And they could even get back into the window if they want, knowing they have a window of opportunity, a window of timing. Nafni takes it. Silent drop. He's going for it. And he did it.
He did it. He definitely did it.
Very clean from Nafni. It's not easy.
Eat that, Maui snake.
Any glitches in chat?
Ooh, that's not ideal, but it serves its purpose to the extent of Nafni getting across unscathed.
Talking a lot right now.
Yeah, and James does manage to catch Hobbit's advance up the connector.
Look where the bomb's going.
The bomb's leaning B.
Come on, guys.
This
I
is...
thought Outsiders are on CT side.
It's avant-garde.
It's so crazy.
No, avant-garde are the core.
Right. Sorry, excuse me. It's unorthodox.
Of course. Fame, how's it going to go? 1v3 in the site right now. Good nade, it goes deep. And can't finish off Booster. The plant for short. It's perfectly timed, and Nafni can peel back as they get relaxed. and force Outsiders to make that decision, make that monetary call. Do we want to go for it? They must. 2v2, it's their best opportunity.
Yeah, 2-0. Oh!
He survived so much this round.
He has got special Kevlar from the Cloud9 merch store. Now this 2-on-2, it's James and Kicker, but time is not on their side. I mean, you have to go. James got one with the kit. He's still in kitchen.
Yeah, all right, mate. Thanks.
Nice try, Kicker.
Catch you next round.
Oh, look at this. The insurance policy of Nafny there just dropped the molly on top of the bomb all over Red Rover, and James going to take his prized possession back for a bit of admiration.
I think Buster's dead here, isn't he? Just actually...
Absolutely.
All right, well, he survived a lot. He should have died several times throughout the course of that round. So, all right, well, if we continue in this fashion, gentlemen, now that the money is in question for Outsiders, who I think will be taking a bit of a timeout to get dust on the mic. You can see him there sitting directly behind James. You want to give it a go now, Alex?
I do. I don't.
You don't want to be on the spot for it? No. You can go practice in the mirror tonight.
I will.
Bring it in for Wednesday next week.
Could make a quick trick that.
Go on.
Where are we starting?
Wherever you want.
Clocks on, Fox tick, clocks on, Nox talk, tick 6-6, break 6-6, chicks talk, and then they turn the beat off.
Please, sir.
Yeah, but that was
I don't
good.
like this trick, sir. My tongue isn't quick or slick, sir. I get all those ticks.
Well then,
Dr. Seuss is dead, and so is this segment. Close the tab, we move on.
I'm kind of glad that was how it went down.
Yeah, that was one segment.
I do like the Grinch, though. I do like the Grinch.
That
Seen
is-
that?
yeah,
Jim Carrey,
yeah,
one of his best performances.
Classic.
And the Who's of Whoville.
So, yeah, if you've missed the context of all this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, winner of this game goes into the quarterfinals of the playoffs. That'll be in 4 weeks' time. Well, 3 weeks' time from now, I suppose. And then we're going to be having the loser of this game. They're already in the playoffs as well. They'll be in the round of 12. We're going to have a matchup coming up after this, EF versus Fnatic. They'll be grabbing the final spot. They'll be the 4th seed from Group A, getting in the round of 16, which is where G2, with their win against Fnatic yesterday, were able to lock themselves in as the 3rd seed from this group. So if you don't know what a seed is and you don't know what a playoff bracket is, then I can't really help you. But if you do, you should have all the information you need.
Yeah. And if you want to know what a seed is, I can give you the definition.
Careful.
Flowering plant units of reproduction, capable of developing into another such plant.
Yeah.
A man's... Oh. Hang on. Seed bracket.
Well, looking to concede this round will be Outsiders, who actually have quite a heavy presence over towards A here. Connector Smoke will land on the balcony. Fame with a UMP. Now, it packs a punch against the armor at a range like this.
The Oomp.
With
Set for success! Can't quite tame it for a second, but Flip will finish onto Buster. Kick it down and out in the head-to-head. Famas doesn't get him far. Flit's down 2 as Cloud9 just walking in and claiming what is theirs. Chiron has managed to get forward. And with the help of Jame, perhaps 2v3
he's gonna
becoming very realistic now. Only Shiro. Maybe there's a world. Oh, the damage straight to the head. Jame will finish. And Outsiders recover.
Yeah.
We have yet to see a consecutive round out of either of these teams yet. Just trading blows, Hugo. Bang, bong, bing.
Bish,
if you know what I'm saying.
bash, bosh.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's just...
Oh, yeah, you're talking about conceiving, right? That was it? Oh, sorry, conceding.
Yes, no, conceiving
Sorry,
is...
I'm being conceited
Yeah,
right
oh,
now.
goodness
Oh, my
me.
Lord.
Yeah, well, talking of seeding, a seed is a competitor or team in a sport or tournament who's given a preliminary ranking for the purposes of the draw. Players teams are planted into the bracket, hence the word seed.
Oh, I didn't
That's
know that
exactly
bit.
the scenario we were talking about here, and that is a banger of a shot. I was about to say Shiro, this would probably be his worst performance in a map so far in the Pro League. And it's a good performance.
Yeah.
He did get kind of snuffed out on CT. I felt like he got traded a lot. Didn't really have much mid control with the AWP. That one underpass round. A couple of times in window, he got boosted onto once through the smoke. He got killed peeking underpass, like from here where Flit is. So, yeah, got traded a lot, really, did Shiro.
It feels like this will be his lowest in terms of rating, though. Against EG, a 2.0, a 1.41. Against G2, a 1.99 and a 1.71. And then the first map of this. Oh, Chiron. Okay, good time to get a couple of kills here. Make that 3 for Big Ron.
Big Ron on that B site. Shiro is still alive, though. Watch out for him. That's the cousin of Shiro.
They have time to backpedal this. They don't have the package. And I don't like it when my DHL delivery driver rocks up without the package. So let's see if they can scoop this one back. No, exactly. And never has. never will. Shiro is going to do a full around the world maneuver here, which is telling me that he's probably not going for the round.
Like, I'm going to see, I'll use that fancy timing thing.
Yeah, they took that out.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Really? They took it out?
Yeah.
Why?
It's been gone for ages.
It's been gone
I
for
mean,
a very
not
long
like
time.
use it, but yeah,
It's been,
they took it out.
Well, they're heading over to offer themselves up. At least Fame is. So is this the first
There
team
it is.
to break streak? To break the serve? To break the rally?
That is correct, Mundo.
Dirty love.
There it is. Not too bad. All right, Outsiders are going to get themselves up to 9. It's a good number. It's 3 behind 12.
Maps. Yeah, nice move from Shiro. He was going for the AWP that he entried onto at the start of the round, and it was still there.
Ah, see, he's always thinking, is he, old Shiro?
Yeah.
But this was Big Ron.
Nice hold.
Just bopping, chopping, hopping between the heads there. So let's see right now. Is this one going to start heating up? Because with the saved AWP, it's likely to be another purchase behind a saved rifle. Been a lot of that in this game, not the traditional flow. And we knew that was the case coming into today's matchup, that having this similarities in style or approach.
Armorless M4 for Jame.
Oh,
Well
that
aware.
is a Sanji maneuver if I've ever seen one.
Doing it to himself, really. He dropped over an A1S, I imagine, to kick it. He spent 2,900 this round, so...
Okay, confidence from Jame.
Yeah, believing. Or forgetting, but I'd imagine on the former.
What do you reckon, because he's got a molly in his hand while he's jiggling kitchen window, what do you reckon is the actual, where would you put the incendiary when he actually sees someone?
Below B window, right, if they're jumping out, but it rarely does a lot of damage,
Yeah,
to be
it's
honest.
more just to force them into a different line of sight, but for him as the only defender, it wouldn't have really done a lot.
Well, mid is theirs. Cloud9 flying their flag proudly on the mid side. 3 members nestled into the variety of angles, and it's Fame that's going to be responsible for dealing with this towards the ladder room. He is going to be the early warning system. It's Axal v Fame, 2 of the sharpest tools in our server tonight.
Yeah, almost 7. That
Fine,
works. It's the evening.
We're heading towards the watershed.
Oh,
He's talking a lot. Yeah, he's seen a lot here.
But they're going to see him because Shiro's creeping in with a big green.
Oh!
Fame found 2 from up top side, and he's going for more. As he makes steps, it sets his teammate up for the kill, and the AWP is gone. It's only Pistols out ramp, and they won't last long either. A flawless round, and that is not only the bread, but the butter on top for Outsiders as they can build some money on this CT side, and we talk about the grind that Outsiders like. This is exactly part of it. 3 rounds in a row, economic success, and the start of the half has begun.
Yeah, and this is great, right? Because we definitely saw Flitz communicating a lot when he caught the tail end of that window creep. Speaks an awful lot to get Fame in position, and they just locked down mid. So that was really well done there from Outsiders, and slightly frustrating on the timing there for Cloud9, who I assume have taken a bit of a timeout here, and that is going to be the case. Their second used so far. And, well, now they have to have some conversations about coming down the stretch here and seeing if they can pick up any more rounds. The cash money situation, not great. If they could have some limp-ins with some P250s. Not too much of an investment expected. So this should be 11 now to draw this to a 1-round game. And it's going to start heating up now, right? This is the thing with an Outsiders matchup. And a Cloud9 in some way as well. The games will go deep, right? You're going to...
Ramp.
Yeah,
Getting lost there.
it just happened very quick.
Yeah.
Very quick.
Shiro just ran through the molly.
Shiro said, hey, if I kill him, we win the round.
True.
And didn't manage to pull that one off. We have an inquisitive Harry Russell over here coming to make sure everybody's looking good.
Hello.
There he is.
That was cute.
Yeah. A little close.
Oh.
Well, this is one of those rounds where I said we needed something to do because
Rushley's not on the mic, is he?
No, Rush isn't feeling too well today. I don't know if he's going to come in and observe at all. Jakey, give us a camera shake if he's going to come in for the last series. Left to right, give us an up and down. He's going to come in for the last series. Okay.
No, that looked like it.
Oh, yes?
Yeah. So I told him to go left
sorry,
to right
he said
if he
no,
was.
do a no for yes and do a yes for
well,
no.
no, because I was going to ask a second question.
Okay.
So we'll have Rush, but he's not feeling too well.
All right, maybe I can take over for a bit of observing. I am
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Depends on the maps. Depends on the maps.
Yeah, true.
As long as it's not Vertigo.
Oh, I don't want to do Vertigo. Go.
Oh, no.
Hiron's going home,
Okay.
and Axal has nestled his way. Oh, my goodness. This is a play. no one's considering it. If he goes window, he has found the gap, and it might be James caught looking the wrong way.
James never caught out.
That's a good point.
He's
he'll
never
consider
caught
it
out.
the second he jumps through the window, or he'll be in cover, won't he?
Well, they've just glanced at it now.
He's looking at it.
Oh, he's not.
Yeah.
Couldn't have been better timing.
Axel can plant now. He's so worried about someone in the side, but he knows where the AWP is. So if he plants the bomb right now, he might be able to get it down. This fast play coming in from Kitchen. No time now. Axel is just dead meat. Yeah, there was a window of opportunity there, but Axel wasn't able to seize it. So handled, and it kind of, well, I wouldn't say it got out of control. If the bomb went down, that would have been a class round from Cloud9 considering the investment. 2 kills, still pretty handy, but now we can get back underway with the rifles, and I want to see if there's a clear change, because now we know both teams are going to have everything. No more real emissions, no more real dramas as far as the purchases go. This is where we're going to be heading down the home stretch, or Ancient as our third and deciding map of this one, not too far away.
All right, it's time to find out. These opening exchanges are coming again. Jame actually opting to go through the ladder to support mid, flip wide, out connector.
Out they go. And with no info, that's mid for free for Cloud9. Not too costly indeed. Already burning some util on B for Outsiders, but they are stacked. They are expecting something. 3 on this bomb site. Flit's about to lose his info in middle again as a resmoke comes through, and Jame, while he stays on Delpan, he needs to worry about the connector as well. He won't have time to. They're going to dunk it with nades. Oh, Molly as well. Not bad damage. And Flit heard blocking the smoke, playing both window and con at the same time. He has a lot of responsibility in this round.
Well, I thought they were going to look for this B split, and that would have been perfect with the stack that you highlighted, but James actually rotated back towards window here, so just the 2 players, Fame alongside of Chiron. And Chiron still has a defensive smoke to deploy here. Hobbit with some space now, but it does look very likely to be this B finish.
Fame's just having such an excellent map. This is the guy you want here, and when you even have the AWP to supplement the triple hold, this is going to go very well, you'd think, for Outsiders. They've got to clear Nafany out, and they've already realized that one. Catching him with a back turn, Fame takes that kill, and now the B-walk comes.
Yeah, it seems very telegraphed. The nade combined with the AWP. Connect onto Axile. There's one back from Hobbit. That's on connector, though, and with the bomb so committed to B, what is there to do? 3 on this site. Good luck, mate. Yeah, Fame farming up to 26. Another multi-kill for him. We'll have a look at the stats, but I'm sure it is just absurd. Multi-kills also need to be taken with a pinch of salt. 7.
Yeah, I think it was something that was bugged with Insani and Brenner. And maybe it's to do with the 2 of them being like auto-muted. Because there has to be something, right? I'll have to talk to the people at HLTV and say, hey, do you know for when MIBR play? Because when they play, it's a little bit ducked up, right? Yeah, because the multi-kills and opening kills for them, it's always wrong, and it's especially those 2 players. So I'm not quite sure why that happens, but regardless, as long as you win the round, it doesn't matter.
That is a good point.
But this one right now, Cloud9 are in deep trouble. They're in deep water right now. It's 4 consecutive. Wait, is it 5 consecutive?
5
yeah.
Now. And something to keep an eye on for Cloud9 is currently Nafany has conceded 6 opening deaths.
Deary me.
Now, if you're at a 12-12 scoreline, you're a map up. One thing you'd love to avoid is Nafany conceding another opening now. I think that's plenty. You know, let's try and leave it at 6, as they are on a Tech9 buy, a conservative approach to hope to not only take weapons away. Ideally, you're getting the bomb down. You'd love, of course, to take the win, but you'll absolutely accept something quick and poppy to get that bomb down.
Well, 3 smokes, so likely kitchen window as well as the door, but the short pillar smokes could come in play as well. Let's see. It's fast. It's furious.
Yeah, and it's already Nafany going down first. A nasty state of affairs as Hobbit reveals himself on short. This works. And it certainly can continue to get better if Chiron does lose out on this next exchange. Looks away. Buster confirms multiple bodies towards the kitchen side as the bomb's still yet to be planted. Shiro responsible for it. Fake to try and get the blood pumping. It's Chiron dinked down to 2 HP. Maybe with the recovered AK, Buster can do something, but look at this. Silence, and that's it. Shiro's Deagle breaks it. Buster good for the AK on the first, but Shiro's still yet to plant. Surely, with 3 frags, we will take a bomb plant now.
Thinking on his toes as well. Understands the pathing there to pick up the AK, so now the Maestro.
Oh my God.
Danger.
He's gotten away with that. And then re-peeks through. We got info on both, I think. Opts for the Deagle as well. Confirms James is out the window, but not expecting kick it. Oh! Oh, what a shot from Shiro! And one more is a question too much. He's not looking particularly happy with that one. He knows he did the hard work onto James.
And that was just the Tech 9s. So one of the more convincing T-side rounds since this streak has started now of 6 on the trot for Outsiders. A banger of a scenario there for Shiro to almost pick this one up and put them back into the winning ways. And this was the gap that he's pipped there on the dinked Chiron. This shot here was beautiful. James is the one running him down. And you just feel Kicker was moments away from disaster there, but Chiron liked that one.
Yeah, you can see that's just internalizing
Take
my rage.
me back 5 seconds. Let me try that one again.
And of course, the whole team, not Shiro, is asking HP Kicker in the chat.
Yeah,
just wanting to make sure they knew how low and how close they were to finding that 13th. Well, Outsiders have managed to string together. We said the absence of consecutive. Well, now it is running away 6. As the max loss bonus understandably is present. We're going to get all the bells and whistles back out, but it's going to be a question of where do you go with this one next? The most convincing T round, as Chad has just outlined, was something a bit more direct, a little bit more brutal and brute forcey. Up against the Outsiders, you can sometimes overcook the pooch.
Such a weird saying that's now in our life.
Yeah.
It's my fault.
Who's cooking dogs?
I tend to conflate the. Well, no, I'm thinking about pooch is actually
screwed the pooch.
Yeah,
that's
so
what.
And
but that's a
the
drink.
Pooch.
No, screwing the pooch is pooch is an orange-based alcohol beverage.
Oh. Why would you screw it?
So
you made it wrong?
screwing the pooch means like
Putting
you messed it
alcohol
up.
in it, right?
Oh, is it like a screwdriver?
Maybe.
It's to make a big or humiliating mistake. Yes. If you somehow screwed an actual pooch.
Hold up a second, guys.
Fast out the side, James catches the first jumper, but there's more where that came from for Cloud9. They are committed. They've got Axel in the middle of the madness. Chiron doesn't know, and Axel only just swivels to take that kill, but the fact that they start with only one man in B, they're still sitting pretty.
James talking so much. He's so much right now.
Yeah, he's rotating all the way around the world. Instead of coming from Cap with the orb, he wants to group and market. He'll meet C9 there.
I need to get this bomb down. Axel's going to peek his demise here. Dinked through the wall, so only half HP, and Fame again. This is for 30. Can he find 3 more? The final 3.
Oh my, the gap. Axel exploits it.
That's the CT smoke.
This flank needs to hurry up quickly. Fame is so scared of this orb, but it's dropped off. It's looking for other targets meanwhile.
They might say.
Oh, now they definitely might. Fame, all that remains, and he is gone. It's flit in the market, and he hasn't peeked a single angle. No kit either. Will they even let him leave? Shiro doesn't want to, but they've got to run away from that bomb. Oh, maybe he could get even damage. Not enough.
No,
Grab
not
that orb,
enough.
get out of here, but they are already hunting.
Yeah, this is going to be close. Flit, will he find the frag? Oh, the jump through the window from
That's
Axel.
so smooth.
Nappany acting like they've just blown down the house of cards right there. But
They kind of have, though. You're taking the orb out of James' save,
They've
right?
got so much money, though. They can buy again. I don't think there's any issues with a 6-round spread, right? They feel good about it. I know what you're saying. This might help them down the stretch, but there's more than enough money for another Outsiders buy.
I think you're also just trying to get the energy up in the team, right? It's been 5 rounds in a row with not even a whimper, maybe 6 even, in fact.
Yeah, now, if they win this one, I want to see Nappany go off his tree, because that is the money
Oh my God, he
broken.
Look at Shiro go. He
Sending
is
it.
so aggressive. He's eating the flash, though. That will cage him. Flit down to Shiro. Trade good. Fame still alive. And a problem consistently from that ladder position.
Yeah, his patience, his wanting to not make a mistake last round actually left Outsiders with no space. If he pushed up in the B apartment on that retake, he would have had a lot more of a problem for Cloud9, but he believed they were holding him with the orb. He now needs to be unleashed in this round. He has been the hard carry in the map. Chiron is dead. A pre-rotation from James, a gamble, a sacrifice that must be made. That orb at B. With Fame trying to keep what little info he has on the middle area. Kicker is committed in ramp, and Cloud9 is still in no hurry. Get your group on and get your groove on towards the B site after all, just as James leaves. Poetic.
Yeah. Does Fame even consider voicing concerns on this B commit? Like, once Hobbit starts making it a bit more telegraphed, once Fame either wins this duel or doesn't get the fight he's waiting for. 40 seconds, Hobbit's coming straight towards his domain, so that's the free collection. Now, is he going to do anything more? I like the smoke, so is Doubt for his location. He pushes through. Oh, dink into Axile as well. That's admirable from Fame.
And they have to save, right? We spoke about the finance situation there. Outsiders cannot risk going for this round here. You can see the little blue dots on the radar, top left-hand side of your screen, both just burrowing down in towards this A site for now because they know they need to hold on to this. Now the question does become, will Nafany want to send out some of the troops here to try and go for a hunt? It wouldn't be advisable considering where their cash is at. So it's likely to just see a stalemate here for the next 35 or so seconds.
Well, in which case, guys, yeah, I'd like to apologize. I misunderstood. I didn't know. I made assumptions, and you know, assumptions makes an ass out of you and me. The etymology is from the 50s, just me. And it's from the earlier expression, F the dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it was
clues in the name with that one.
Well, it's to do with our canine friends.
I'm sure we've repurposed it, but yeah, I mean, this conversation started with what, overcooking the pooch?
Yeah, overcooking the pooch, mate.
Why so many tastier meats?
Well, but that's the thing. If you've overcooked the pooch, you know, you don't want to overcook the pooch.
Yeah, I mean,
you want to undercook the pooch. Most people don't want to cook the pooch.
Yeah, leave it.
I like that one. Yeah.
But if you do cook the pooch, don't overcook it.
That's a good point. No, I'll give you that. Yeah.
You know,
it holds true for any food really, but. Right now, it's Cloud9 feasting on a 2-0 if they can convert these last couple of rounds. If not, we get a second, as it were, our second Mirage of the tournament right here, and our second Ancient, which is the last map, and Cloud9 don't want to go there. They want to end it quick and clean.
Yeah, clearly.
Jame and Shiro get a chance to fight, but neither get out with a kill.
Pushing middle, knives out right now.
Cheeky.
This is so aggressive. And Nafany's just hiding in plain sight now, well aware of at least one. As Axile catches Chiron.
Over to board the B. So B's open right now. They can rotate all the way back, but they have to be worried about this. Kicker grabbing that kill means a little bit susceptible. So up close and personal. The push is coming. Shiro needs some help here.
Got to go quick, but he is waiting for the re-aggression. It's coming from both sides as well. The flank being held, and he won't move a muscle, but he also won't react as Flip finds two heads, and the bomb hits the deck.
But Booster's coming back around here. They weren't expecting the flank on the flank, and Axel could have the kill into the back of James. This game has been kooky.
What's going on? Multiple fights, multiple fronts. James does not get caught out by Axel.
He always finds a way. Eyes in all sides of his head, and Buster, he's got the belt.
And it's so unorthodox. I mean, I don't know if Shiro's ever missed a shot like that this game, but it does lead to a big round for Outsiders. 14 secure Ancient looms as Cloud9 concede. And it felt so good with Axel finding that space, but yeah, the immediate knee-jerk reaction from Outsiders, it just shows that they have a read of the game, the comms are clean. This is the pick we're talking about, and this, from Hobbit's Shiro's setup, that miss from Shiro spirals.
Honestly, that's a game. You miss that shot. If you hit that shot, you probably win the game, Alex, but now look at the money, now look at the momentum, now look at the rounds. It's all to play for.
Yeah, that is going to really sting, right? They lose this 16-14, and you can just return to that round. So that
be replaying it again and again.
Less than ideal.
26 and counting. Axel has not slowed down. And I mean, he's the kind of the fame equivalent. That is a free frag, just as we were singing his praises statistically. He has just had, a bullet to the crotch.
Smelling some Ancient in the air.
Sorry, didn't put on any deodorant today.
Yeah, you got that kind of jungle funk.
I don't know what to say, but yeah, we will be waiting for this B hit now as Booster sits on ramp. 3 players walk in apps.
Now I can hear them comming, but I don't know what they're saying, so I can't help you there, guys.
Well, thanks anyway. You tried. If you hear anything big, let us know. The bomb's going back, though. And the smoke to bait the kicker. I love this. Will Booster expect it?
Yeah, he's far too smart.
Oh, taking down his
down.
former teammate.
Okay. Well, 4 on 4 as Nafany get on to fame. We're going back and forth now. Like the pendulum, it swings, and Shiro wants to take the bomb to B. Chiron are still around there as Flit's gone mid. They can go anywhere they want now. Hobbit, what a frag.
They have to go B, 20 seconds. It has to be the B finish, but they don't know about Chiron. He can win the round with just the kill on the planter, takes the short fight and wins that.
Oh, but 18 HP. Shiro has to run him down with the Glock. 10 seconds. He has to find this frag. Molly might force the fight. 8 seconds. It's perfect from Shiro! He's let it go! Chiron the hero! And 15 for Outsiders. It's Chiron's frags that find the impact. HP Chiron in the chat. They Molotov him out, and a Glock connects. Of course they can't quite work out how he got away with that.
How
6
is this
HP.
happening, man?
Bloody hell.
all of the picks lined up for them. This from Nafany, we get Hobbit into middle, and they still lose.
It's so strange as well because these fights are stringy. At no point is it like clusters of players. It's these weird duels taking advantage of rotations. Peekaboo, here I am. Well, bit of a boohoo right now for Cloud9.
Oh my god.
Oh, disaster strikes once more.
AK. That's the only AK in play for the final round. Already legged.
This is surely going Outsiders' way. They've just built and erected a wall to do one better than that 10-5 half laid down in the first from Cloud9. Now they've got to operate at a disadvantage. Hobbit swapped out the AK to Axel. Makes sense working on that low HP. But yeah, their days are numbered. They have to flip the scales somehow. Nafany already burning down as he pushes the smoke. 12 HP. This should just be a formality.
We need a hero. Maybe it's Axile. He has a 1v1 presented against the top performer on the other side, but Fame tucks into ladder. No, the bomb is not in play. It's not even close to being in play. And Nafany has been finished off from that Molotov. Flip finds the opener. Kickett's tucked in a power position. And again, the bomb. I draw attention to it. Cloud9 have to leave and group back at B. You say it's done, but Axel will keep you believing. Outsiders, 4 kills away from a third map. Cloud9 fighting for overtime.
If they go back towards A here, it's not going to matter anymore, is it? Surely now. Surely. Both of them coming through the pounce position. If the bomb goes ramp, it's on 17 points of health. He's dead.
It's done.
They're not going to get it back.
GG.
Knife out. Done.
Yep, that has to be it. 20 seconds left. We can just let this one sink.
And that'll do. 16 to 14. It does go the distance. Every round necessary. But Outsiders take us to 3. We have got Ancient to look forward to, and they just are so hard to put away. Cloud9, though, I think you boiled it down to that Shiro round. Gonna be kicking himself a little. One of those gimme frags, usually so good for that, and a whole lot more. But yeah, we will have to separate them on our third.
Gotta keep on chugging. Ran through everything in front of me. Might smoke bed in heaven. Got a whole agenda. Can't aspire to get ahead, so bump that. It's no surrender. Got a dollar flipped up. I'm trying to get it in FT to get them when they're in hand and crypto. Learn how to fix that. I don't really hold out of books, but I'ma learn how to fix that. Some opportunities are never come unless you paying attention. So no, I can't miss that. Moving. MVP, I got the record. I might have to pro something. Big jumper worthy. They gon' have to retire my jersey early. Whole crew coming. Had to work something cause I had nothing in my pocket. Yeah, I did all that. Big plans. Partners trying to make profits. Yeah, I did all that. Sweating, tears breaking, even no ends. Yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen. Putting hours in my practice, I did all that. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. I really feel it's my time, think it's my big dog, walking big talk, young veteran, living legend, bet I'm better than them. This is my ship, I'm a jacket like Letterman, y'all better not let them in, they gon' rotate this, so I keep the pedaling, started a chain, the cycle is heaven sent, this is from God, but I'm not your reverend, not in the pulpit, I'm a pit bull in this element, yeah, said you gon' pull up, then settle it, yeah, I've been married to this hustle, this is my ring, watch out, step in it, yeah, and I ain't even got a yard, but I'ma get it here, watch out, touchdown, pulling plans out the clutch, everybody getting crushed, the cut down is for us now, have to work something, cause I had nothing in my pocket, yeah, I did all that. Big plans, partners trying to make profits, yeah, I did all that. Work, sweating, tears breaking, even no ends, yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen, putting hours think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time, think it's my.
So check it out, this little matchup that could. We're talking about the one that found its way all the way to the third map, barely and narrowly avoiding that that overtime, which is not going to be happening on the Mirage. We're going to settle the score here on Ancient, all things considered. Outsiders Cloud9 in a matchup with some connotations, and Jason's here to tell you all about it.
Yeah, man, that was a rough one down the stretch for our boy Shiro. He's had a phenomenal tournament, and he had a little couple slip-ups there at the end. There was the round holding the angle and like T-spawn, waiting for the push, just missed the shot. Of course. There was the Molotov to the back of the B-bomb, set on Chiron with like 18 HP, couldn't finish the job with a Glock, and that's all she wrote for a guy who's having an otherwise incredible tournament. Glock.
What's your take on it, Yanko? What do you think? You having some sort of flashback here?
Flashbacks? Flashbacks to what?
I don't know. I was hoping you'd tell me.
I don't know. I have plenty of flashbacks, but I think in the end, just details. You know, you can tell with these two teams, a lot of it lies on the individuals, right? Like the styles on T sides are slow, take map control, and then late round just also throw these small fakes, right? Put pressure on one side of the map. You could see even the round you mentioned with Shiro. You know, Hobbit is with the bomb. He's coming back from T-spawn, going mid. There's a player out A, a player in B, and they're just trying to figure out who can win the fight, keep your opponents guessing as to where they should rotate as well. And in the end, you know, a lot of it comes down to aim duels at the very end. And Fame was very good down the stretch. He had a really poor first map and bounced back tremendously on the second one. And him and Flit, you know, in those last 5 or 6 rounds, were really finding a lot of impact.
And so, Jason, we look at what is, you know, a matchup that kind of determines who has the easier path, so to say. Do you want to frame it like that?
Skip a couple, maybe not easier path, but
quarterfinals.
It's going to be hard no matter where you are. But yeah, it's always nice to skip one game. You know, it'd be nice to. It's always nice to get one less best of 3, one less chance to screw up.
Yeah, and I have to agree as well, which is why we've put. Well, maybe he's not quite ready. I thought maybe there was a chance. But,
okay.
There's a guy named Dinko we're going to be getting to here real shortly. He's not quite ready. He's got some cool factoids towards, I don't know what. After today's debacles all over the place, I don't really know what to expect anymore. It's a bit of a madhouse.
And I don't know what to expect from this last map, Trace, because Outsiders haven't played it in the last 3 months at all, haven't played with Chiron at all, and that's one of the, you know, question marks for them to see how good they can be, right? Like the map pool, obviously very important. So how good is their Ancient? Is it a map that people can punish them on, or is it another one of their strong maps? We know their Mirage is strong, their Overpass is strong, Inferno is pretty good, and then, you know, Anubis is a little bit shaky. So
I mean, it is a map that should like lend itself to what they like to do. You know, as you mentioned, like the obvious playing slow, but then those little like lurkers and different bomb sites, throwing some fakes, seeing if you can pull someone into a lurker position. So I think it's gonna be a brawl, and I want to see. I think Cloud9 is gonna take it, but it should be a good map.
I want to see what Dinko has in store for us, Trace.
I do too. You think Dinko's ready?
Throw it over.
I think Dinko's ready.
Over to you, Dinko.
Well, yeah, I got a few facts for you today. One that has a lot of debate in the Counter-Strike community is the pronunciation of the FAMAS plural. Now, a lot of people have FAMASes, FAMI, but the actual plural is just FAMAS because it is an acronym of the French manufacturing company, the CET manufacturing company. Now, it is a little different in French. I believe it starts with Fusil d'Assault manufacturing. So that is where it comes from. When you have a plural for FAMAS, if you've got multiple of them, it's just FAMAS. So there you go. That's the first fact. And one for
Hold on, Dinko. Hold the phone. So you're telling me FAMI is just a word that was made up out of thin air?
Yeah, just possibly, Trace.
Just want to make sure. I was just curious.
Have other uses, of course. And then the other one that the Americans might like is that if you had 1 acre of peanuts, you could actually make 30,000 peanut butter jelly sandwiches.
30,000 with 1 acre.
That's
1
what I'm
acre of
talking
peanuts.
about. Jimmy Carter up in this house.
Jimmy Carter.
How can you do that? Where do you get the jelly from?
Jimmy Carter.
Where do you get the jelly from? Have you not watched SpongeBob, Yanko?
No.
You have to catch them with a net.
Catch
the jelly
not
fish.
watch SpongeBob.
Yes, Yanko of all the people.
Of course not.
That's a lot of peanut butter, but also, you know, planning and maintaining an acre of it.
I love peanut butter, dude.
Yeah, quite a lot of
I love
peanuts.
everything peanut related, but they're so bad for you. It's like everything that's great is bad for you.
Yeah, that's what I learned.
Yeah, life kind of sucks, Yanko. You're right, man.
Be quiet
That's a
now.
factoid. Hold on, no, that's another factoid. Go on, tell us about that
That is
one.
a fact. Life sucks. Everything that's good about life is bad for you.
20
sucks
years
about
old,
life
of course,
is good for you.
already gave up on life.
Oh, God.
It's
Well,
okay, Yanko.
Thank you, Dinko.
It's just a phase, Dinko. You'll
Since
get through it.
We have you on the line here, Dinko. I might as well just ask, who do you have taking the series overall at the very end?
Oh, man, I just literally last map said Shiro was going to be the best player in the world this year, so I have to
Now
go
look.
Cloud9.
Oh, he's sticking with Cloud9.
Of course.
He did a year-long prediction already. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Pretty
it
wild.
is. But bringing it back all serious, thank you very much, Dinko.
No worries, Trace.
I'll be thinking about the FAMUS and the peanut butter potential that comes out of an acre of land, which is a crazy idea. I'm not sure where he figured that out.
I can't believe that stat because, you know, it depends on how much peanut butter you use in one sandwich.
It's true. And is it crunchy? You know, is there like a
Yeah.
difference when it comes down to
Crunchy or
manufacturing?
smooth, extra
Yes.
crunchy, yeah.
These are the questions we need answered, Dinko. Don't come in here with that nonsense again
We
without
need
those specifics.
some investigative journalism on this kind of stuff.
Yeah, so anybody want to flip-flop before we go to break? Are we cool?
I have a confession to make.
Oh, boy.
At breakfast, sometimes, like, one of the dirty things I do is if there's crispy bacon, I eat that with peanut butter.
What's another dirty thing you
Yeah,
do at breakfast?
hold on. That's not that dirty, is it?
It's not?
I mean, I'll eat mayonnaise on
Someone
toast.
was disgusted when I told him this.
I'm not disgusted, but I'm also American. We eat some
Yeah, I
crazy
mean,
things.
I don't know if you've seen
Fair
Americans.
point.
I've had a.
You guys can't be disgusted with anything food related.
eat it
Well,
all.
maybe if you see a salad.
I've wrapped
Yeah, I don't do
I've wrapped bacon around Oreos and thrown it on the grill, and that is
College classic,
that is
Jason?
unbelievably good. It was
Is the
unbelievably
sugar
good.
sweet and
Y'all are
then-
gonna think I'm
okay.
crazy. I threw it on the Traeger, threw it on the smoker. You know, put it in there for like half an hour. Try it when you get back. It's
Hey,
wild.
I
It's
trust you,
magical.
Jason, with everything.
Yeah.
Five Guys has a milkshake with bacon in it.
Five Guys also. Well, we're going to go to break. I just want to say, first and foremost, Five Guys and this whole bowl idea is a big lie and misconception. So if you ever order a bowl from Five Guys, it's literally 2 patties and some onions in a tin. And I'm done with that.
And
Let's
there's
go to a
5
break.
guys on each team, and both teams are going to be in the server. It's going to be on Ancient. Map 3 coming up next.
Wow, Jason. Wow.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Hand on the game, we are not playing the same. No, we not looking to change. Hand on the wheel, they think we lacking the drive. Boy, you should stay in your lane. Foot on the gas, I do not care if I crash, long as I stick to the plan. What is the plan? I cannot lie for none of you, long as I know who I am. I'm in control, God got his hand on my soul. And if I land and he got the remote, made it this far, it's a miracle, miracle. Anything less is cynical, cynical. Staying true, I can't lie in your interview. Tell the truth while you lie with your interview. And your acting is so hypocritical. In control, nothing more, this is minimum. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No, no, no. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
On a mission, on the move, gotta go, no, no. Ain't no time to waste my time, we don't slow down. You can navigate in dimensions, big dog in dimensions. We be aiming for the fences, I'm in a different dimension. Why y'all be riding the benches? Y'all could just cut through the tension. Graduated from the trenches, no cap and gone. I ain't never need a handout, on my 2 feet, I'ma stand out. I ain't never take a loss now, ain't gon' start now at the top now, and I know
Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a bread when I'm in my bag. No, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No, no, no. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, nothing inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm what you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always season through. Cause I don't wanna
Oh my God, he's a viral! The best in the game!
Cloud9 versus the Outsiders. Of course it has to go to map 3, Jason. It's just written in the rules.
Yeah, absolutely. We even got all 30 rounds in the second map. That was fantastic. But yeah, final map between these two teams. One of them goes to the quarterfinals. Get to skip some Counter-Strike, get to skip an extra round, get a little bit closer to the grand finals.
It's quite a lot of rounds in the playoffs as well in this format, so you definitely want to skip as much as you can. Lots of hurdles you can slip up on. We'll see what teams will perform in the upcoming weeks. But Cloud9 Outsiders here on Ancient. How are you feeling about it, Jason?
I'm still going to stick with Cloud9. I know Yanko also mentioned on the desk, Outsiders haven't yet played this map, or haven't played it in the last 3 months. They haven't played it yet with Chiron on the team as well. So I think there's going to be maybe a chance for a few mistakes here and there. But let's find out. James is going to move out middle. Never saw Hobbit jump over into the position and complete mid-control for Cloud9. Oh no, not for long. Nathany's dropped. Nice shots from Chiron.
Yeah, great work from Chiron. I'm sure he'll be a little frustrated knowing the kind of personality he has, that he hasn't been able to hit some of the big numbers he's wanting to. And Hobbit's going to go ahead and trade him out 1-for-1 right away.
Yeah, but Outsiders haven't done the whole lot with the rest of everything. Here comes the set piece. Ooh. Smokes are out to block off rotations. They haven't cleared Shiro, but he can't find a clean kill. Can't find a clean kill. Oh my lord, he used every single bullet, and he did not find much of anything at all.
Yeah, that's a bit awkward. You don't usually see Shiro in that kind of position, but I guess it happens to everyone. And now we look to Axel to try and step up for Cloud9. He's got a chance as he turns back, but they've wrapped around, doubled up together here in the T's. Fame's gone forward. They haven't even seen Flit in that position, so Hobbit's really lacking the information. You can see him checking all the other different spots, but they're both together.
They have it. The plant's not for them, so he could actually tap it, but he wants that kit.
The kit, yeah. He has to go over towards the kit, spots out Fame, and unfortunately Fame is just faster through the headshot. So Outsiders, they win the T-pistol. And we know Ancient, picking up the T-pistol can go a long, long way.
Absolutely. That's a really good start for Outsiders. Nothing too complicated, just a standard execute, and they found all the fights they wanted. Good opening provided by Chiron. 1-0, and we're going to see Cloud9 picking up some weapons. Shiro's going to have an MP9, upgraded pistols coming in as well for the CT side. Axile's going to have the SMG as well. So let's rock and roll into round number 2.
A couple of noisy crickets, as Henry G would say. You got Hobbit picking one up, and he's down in bottom mid. Axel alongside of him. Flit hasn't seen anything yet, but with that smoke, he has a bit of space to play with if he wants to. In the meantime, Outsiders just seeing what they've got to play with. A couple of players positioned outside of B lane, and quite an advanced cave setup here, Jason, from the CTs.
Sure, holding on to this position, and I mean, being in a solid spot. You'd imagine that's going to get cleared out. There is a Molotov in the hands of Chiron, who's here. He can use this to negate the position of Nathany and isolate Shiro. And indeed he will. Deep Molotov. Means Shiro's alone for the next few seconds. Defensive smoke is going to hold him at bay, so keep this position in the favor of Cloud9.
Shiro's going to see that no one move with that, so he'll just maintain his spot.
This is the hard battle. Like, there's nothing really Axel can do except spot for information. Like, the AK is going to win out, and I don't know if they have the information that he's infiltrated this part of the map. No one's even close to being home for Cloud9.
Are there any reactions even to this to suggest they might even know? It doesn't seem like it.
Axel just straight up must have missed it with the timing, because, yeah, Hobbit could get just trucked from behind, although Flit's not going through Temple at all. So
Flit definitely seen Axel, that's for sure. So he seems to be tracking towards Donut at the moment, just clearing out the side, letting his teammates come out of main. That means Hobbit's CZ in this position, and the final 20 seconds could cause a couple of problems here. Outsiders, no stranger to running the clock down, and they find themselves the kill towards Donut. But remember, Hobbit's spot is still strong in the Temple. Flit is starting to activate towards CT, but that's the play from Hobbit. Can't get out to deny the plant, and that's the round for the Outsiders. Just Buster left, and maybe he can get one kill, but we're looking at the Outsiders going 2-0 up here on Ancient. A good start.
Yeah, great round from Flit. I mean, the way he just kind of moves up through the red room and infiltrates towards CT spawn, basically clears out the A bomb site. So, I mean, Outsiders doesn't even really have to execute from A main at all. They just get a walk out wide, guns out. They know there's going to be a fight probably towards the Donut choke point, and other than that, they know the rest of the site is clear.
Well, Cloud9 forced to the eco already, heading into round 3. Forced by doesn't work out in the previous. I've really enjoyed watching Flit over the recent months in this team. I thought he was a great addition from Force. I think Na'Vi, there was rumors years ago that they wanted him too. They showed interest and just couldn't get him out of the Force side. But finally, he's broken free, and what a great player he is.
I mean, we've been hearing for years how much young talent there is coming out of this region, and obviously it's coming to fruition, and all their teams get bolstered by that very, very strong region. Anthony going to be smoked off just with the USP. This round shouldn't have a whole lot in store for us, as Outsiders are all going to start probing into the B bomb site, walking up the B ramp, and there's nobody home. Cloud9 stack over at A and start pushing forward, and it'll be 3-0.
Well, it's kind of nice when you walk into an empty B bomb site. No resistance whatsoever. Finally, Flit Smack 10 is the weapon to make first contact, and that's exactly how this should have gone for Outsiders in their head. Let the money come in on the SMG. JM will start to play a little aggressive. It actually gets caught. Hobbit was right beneath him, and James just couldn't figure out where the shots were coming from. Chiron goes out, but he can't get the kill either, and Axel is doing a lot of damage here. Kicker's even going down low.
I don't think there's a chance they actually make this happen. I guess you could go for it just to try and take the guns away, but I mean, with the time the way it is, no kits. Yeah, I think they're just going to be happy with the rifles. Exile, in my mind, should just be bailing out with his AK-47. Shiro's going to be able to salvage a Galil that was in this position. And yeah, a couple of rifles. Oh dear, that's awkward.
Maybe it'll blow off with the bomb.
That sucks.
Maybe it'll blow out here.
No way. No way.
He's having a little look. I don't know if he has enough time to get to it. Unfortunate there. But 3-0 start for Outsiders. Sure, they get the AK-47. That's not bad, considering you went into it with barely any investment whatsoever.
Yeah, decent amount of damage chipping away at that economy. Good shots from Exile with the P250. This is to clean up Flit from earlier. An extra AK-47 is quite nice. Exile's got 3,400 in the bank. We take that. 3-0 first gun round.
First look at Cloud9's defense here on Ancient. Utility just bombarding Flit at mid. And this is quick. I like how they're quick. They're taking ledge here. Axel just going for the fight. His teammates have pushed through Cave 2, and it's worked out perfectly for Cloud9. Jam and Chiron, no shot.
I feel like they're really fortunate that actually got pulled off. I feel like that smoke in middle didn't exactly go where they wanted. There was a huge gap around one side of it, but an extra Molotov maybe behind it prevented any kind of a peek. And Exile gets away with one. So firebombing outside B and finding the opening 2 kills.
Well, Buster comes over to the Temple. Hobbit's with him from Donut, and the attack finally starting to come in for the Outsiders. 3 versus 5. Not a comfortable position for them, and they don't blind Shiro. They don't get him off the angle, and so Shiro's op just rings out. Will do his best, but Shiro's so quick in the reposition. And the bomb is over on the other side of the map on the back of Kicker, and is going nowhere.
Yeah, I wonder what his plan is. If he's just thinking, I'm going to save for these 50 seconds, or maybe I want to move forward, try and take one more gun away. Regardless, that flashbang thrown towards Shiro I thought was actually going to do work. That actually looked like it was on point, and he just wasn't bothered by it at all.
Did you catch Hugo's Joker impression earlier?
I did not. Was it good?
It was okay. It was okay.
Which Joker did he go for?
Yeah, I think he went with the Heath Ledger Joker.
Okay.
Yep.
And Henry just had no idea what he was doing, so it just sounded like it was a little
the
weird
impression
voice.
went really well, obviously.
Yeah, it was great. But once you kind of know what he's doing, it makes sense.
So I guess Kicker is just obviously saving, and he's just sticking around so he can grab an AK-47 right at the end of the round timer. Here's that initial execute from the CT side. Good defense. Look at all the flames, all the flashbangs. There's nowhere Chiron can go. And obviously Shiro adding a pair at the end of the round on top over the flames. There goes Flit. And Kicker does pick up an M4 as the round comes to a close. It's 3-1.
Outsiders will invest again, and the big green gun is coming out, and you know where that's going, into the hands of Jame. We'll see whether or not Jame will be able to find T-side inch and impact with the AWP. It's not easy, but if there's someone to do it, it would be Jame. Somewhere to figure out all of these puzzles.
Yeah, and also the previous round with how aggressive they were outside B, that might be a little nerve-wracking if you're an opera heading out there, relatively unwieldy to kind of turn and spin from all the utility being spent. This time Cloud9 don't choose to have any kind of mid-pressure or mid-presence pushing down. Playing pretty passively, some spam and utility damage onto Chiron. And a slow opening for Outsiders.
Well, there's a lot of slow openers from Outsiders. It's
yeah, we'll be saying that a lot.
Definitely their thing. Well, they're going to be walking up B lane. Kicker getting in a bit of a duel through the wood, but it's not to commit to it too much. And Hobbit just jump spotting in towards middle. I think when you play against Outsiders, the new spawn doesn't really matter because they're actually playing pretty slow. They're not going to be seasoning in that map control early on.
Maybe that's how they get you. You lure you into that false sense of security and come out with one fast strat. Well, also, I mean, look, Flit has had great success with this positioning so far in this game. He's had 2 rounds that he's pushed up, once in the second round bye to basically win the round for his team. We'll see if he can do anything here. Hobbit and Shiro have their eyes on it, aggressively making sure the mid position is covered.
Flash goes through in towards Cave, and Chiron goes for a bit of a peek, but Flit's mid-play gets caught by Hobbit, so he's got that on lock, and here's Axel's reply. He's going to move down mid and try and further this advantage for Cloud9 in the final 20 seconds, but the bomb is going back to an empty A site currently. Somehow Outsiders have found the gap on all of it, and they're moving in towards this A site.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 put a real... Ooh, Flames pushing up! Oh, I can't believe he's got 2! He probably never saw the second player, and James got to stick it. And Napanese shut it down. That's the round. It's over.
Oh, that's massive. I thought Fem had just pulled it back single-handedly with that CT double kill, but in the end, the nade comes in, denies the bomb plan. The Outsiders, unfortunately, not able to compete for that round itself. Cloud9, 2 on the board. Hobbit does a great job at just denying Flit that space. You know, if Flit gets into the red room, that A split becomes really difficult to deal with, and they probably win the round on the Outsiders. But right now, Hobbit at least has the idea that Flit is going to try and push that late in the round and just be disciplined. 2 now for Cloud9. And the Outsiders on Glocks and 4 players, apart from Kicker, who still has that M4.
Here we go. Looks like they want to pop through these smokes. Everyone's lined up. They don't utilize anything. So their utility's going to go to waste with the pressure of Cloud9's opening in middle. And we'll readjust Kicker on the map to see what he can do with the M4.
Haven't seen Ancient much in this tournament, have we? He's play one time.
Yeah, same with Mirage. Hasn't obviously that was a big thing we talked about. I think either was it today. The days all blend together. Mirage until today hadn't been played on the mainstream.
Yeah, chat thought that was a positive.
Yeah, he did. That was this morning as well. That was the opening segment.
Oh, that was it. That was the one. I remember now.
Seems so long ago.
It was today. Yeah. It's all just one big day. Shiro. He's surely got a kill here. There's no flashes, no utility to get him off the angle here. He'll just move over to the left side and...
Look how much utility Cloud9's holding on to.
That's what you got to do when you play the Outsiders.
Yeah, 3 smokes and a Molotov, and Exile's got his full kit. So, I mean, if he ever feels like they're moving back in his position, he can just have a utility dump. Hobbit's going to spot it as they move around the map. Still, Kickert's M4 hasn't been involved in pretty much anything.
Really hasn't. And they tried to get him out mid at the start of the round. They just got smoked off, and they're not a team to take that kind of risk. Instead, they're going to group up, stay as a pack, and try and attack through the donut into the site now. And Shiro, he's not really had to do anything, but this might be his moment.
In the meantime, though, 2 kills have come in for Outsiders. Bomb has gone down, and somehow Kicker's Rifles has started to do something. He's gone down, but there's 2 now in play on Jame and Fame, and just Nafany trying to recover this mess. He rifles away, but Jame will take him out, and the Outsiders with 4 clocks and 1 rifle, Jason, somehow walk into the A site, get the bomb down, and win the round.
Yeah, that's way too much. That's way too much space. That's almost like way too much respect given to them as well. Like Hobbit even's playing outside Temple, spots them in Donut, but doesn't want to take those long-range fights with the M4. They just get way too much access for like nothing. Even like Shiro rotating into CT spawn with his AWP sees a Glock about to jump around the corner before any of his teammates had really gotten into any significant fights. So, man, I think Cloud9 just played that round way too scared. Way too scared.
Well, Outsiders are just jumping with joy now because T-rounds and Engine are very hard to come by, and you're winning ones like that. That's massive. And now they're going for a timeout because they have everything, all the bells and whistles. They're possibly even trying to figure out what Cloud9's economy looks like right now, and it doesn't look great.
There wasn't even the utility used in that round to give themselves that much space.
They had nothing.
Yeah,
they literally had no utility whatsoever.
They just walked right in. Interesting.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah.
All right, Cloud9. What's your response to that?
I feel like that'll be like a frustrating round for your mental if you're Cloud9 to let yourselves drop that one.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the things I was most excited about doing coming into this third map was getting to cast Booster, you know, the new player. And we haven't had to say his name yet, unfortunately. He's 0 on 5.
He'll always be Buster to me.
Half damage down to Hobbit right away in mid. Cloud9 taking this control again of B lane. You know, if Outsiders are going to play slow, they're going to come and take it, but this is kind of what they want too. They're setting traps up to get these early fights to come to them, and Kicker, he swings out, but Axel uses his rifle to get 2. That's the kind of play I like to see from Cloud9.
Good job from Chiron, though. I mean, previously he'd been punished by that exact kind of push, and this time he knew exactly what was coming, was at least able to go 1 for 1. Phenomenal shooting from Exile on the second kill. That was Kicker.
I respect players that play this
spot
Hobbit, that Hobbit's playing in
Hobbit's
so
in
much.
trouble, I feel. Okay, he gets the spot at a nice timing so that he can get away. Flit, once again, is going to aggress and attack towards CT spawn.
Ooh, Flit's found the gap. He's going to smoke it off. Smoke off CT, and now there's going to be pressure towards spawn site. It's a bit of a gap in there. Flit can go either way with this. Information now that he is being watched from the B side of things. He goes forward. Spots out Buster, sends the nade forward. Takes half of his health off, and Flit wants a bit more. He's getting so much space, just pushing Cloud9 further and further back, but finally Axel is going to swing out. He nearly gets another one. That would have been his 4th kill off the round. Just a bullet away from doing it, but this might be the first impact felt by Buster. If he can wrap around and connect on one, but they're getting away. The bomb plant is secure just about. Jame goes down, leaving Fame in the 1v3.
Outsiders just so good at moving around the map and putting pressure on bomb sites with very little. They're so efficient with resources. And that had to have been an awkward defense for Buster and Exile with 2 players coming from the CT spawn area. However, 3-on-1 retake and Fame with 11 HP. He's just got to run. There's nothing he can do to stop this defuse. Cloud9 just double checking and making sure, but Fame is nowhere to be found. So 3rd round for Cloud9's defense, and they bounce back after the previous round blunder.
And it's Axel getting super aggressive in mid, just taking B lane. Really cool to watch.
He's looking crisp early on in his opening to this map. 7 rounds of play so far, 11 kills for Exile. He's done a very good job. Even the dink onto Fame.
Axel rose to the occasion.
That's nice. That's some of your best work.
Thank you, Jason. Wish I used it in the middle of the play-by-play.
No, I think you did it perfectly. I think you did it absolutely perfectly.
Thank you. Well, we got Flit with the MAC-10 again, and he's had that a few times. He is the MAC-10 man.
Hold the phone. We get an Outsiders B rush?
Okay, a fast round from Outsiders. Rushing B right in towards Nafany and Buster. It's 1 kill for Buster, but he gets traded, and Kicker's going to take Hobbit out of the equation. There is a good lineup here for Nafany, but you're not going to be able to take anybody out from it. And Outsiders commit to the bomb plant. They're up a player in this post plant, and Cloud9 now have a new puzzle presented to them.
Yeah, I don't think this is a puzzle you don't really want to be doing. All split. Shiro's well blocked off by smoke. He's far away. This almost feels like it has to be a save. Nafany's sticking around to see if anyone's going to give him a kill. And that, if he gets one, Exile may start shifting. But another smoke because of the fast-paced round means Shiro has no access to any fight that they might want to get in.
Well, he's slipping out, trying to cause a problem for them, and James just fends him off, gets away. He's going to run right into Shiro.
I actually think Nafany could have defused that.
Yeah, he definitely could have.
I think he could have actually won that.
Yeah, James just watched it though.
Yeah, but if he gets that kill on James and just sticks the bomb, he gets it. He has a kit. And I mean, he doesn't know this obviously, but everyone else from Outsiders is far away. He almost could have ninja'd that.
Oh, an Outsiders B rush. Now, that caught Cloud9 a little off guard.
Caught everyone off guard.
Change in pace was great to see, and it's a 5th round on the T side, and Cloud9 are going to have to play a lot of this half with barely any money.
Yeah, they're. I mean, and this is like the win, like the major win condition of Outsiders, right? Is they're just like the economic game that they play is so tough to deal with, and when they have an economic advantage over you, like they do over Cloud9 right now, it gets exceedingly difficult. This time grouped up towards A main.
Axel got a UMP. That's all he's got to defend this. He does have Hobbit, but he's only got a FAMAS, so we're in a pretty rough spot. Let's see what Axel gets done with the UMP. Just 1 kill, 2nd. Oh, he actually nearly gets a 3rd kill with the ump. And now it's Hobbit's turn. He's got the FAMAS around the side of the smoke. They're getting James up into an elevated position where he can look down the mere mortal men, and he has found Shiro. Hobbit swings and does a lot of damage. Eventually commits to the kill on James, but he has wounded them mortally. They're running away.
Yeah, this is now going to be very difficult, and Nafany has so much time to pick whatever position he wants at the B bomb site. However, with a minute on the clock, this all depends on rotation. Even with the low HP, a lot of this is going to come down to timing.
And they're leaving the bomb in between both of these 2 Ts. Perhaps just playing for the pick, and they're making the decision based on that.
I think Flit wants to show maybe some presence without actually committing anywhere, but he calls it off. After running all the way over here, he changes his mind and bails out. Buster and Nafany out of position. They're going back to the A bomb site.
This is going to be a very comfortable post-plant position for Outsiders. They're going to be able to put that bomb down and position themselves wherever they want.
There's no kit on either of the Cloud9 players as well, so if they don't like get a little inkling of what's happening or a feeling of what's happening, they're in trouble. 10 seconds left, and Nafany still hasn't spotted anyone, so he's just now starting to move, and Buster now realizes what's happening.
Well, he can deny that, and he has.
Out in the open.
No time at all. And as much as we were building that one up, the Outsiders just take a little too long to eventually get to the site. And Buster gets back in time, they plant in the open, exposed to CT, and that cost them. So that's a massive round to win. Considering what Cloud9 had in that round, you had UMP up on top of the boost for Axel. You think maybe one kill is the best he can get out of that. He nearly goes and gets 3, so.
Yeah. And importantly, like with the first and second kill that he gets with that UMP, he buys time for Hobbit to become unblind. Hobbit ate a full flashbang, so the fact that Axel prevents the first 2 players from getting out means Hobbit has time to recover. Deep utility down middle. James takes it.
Oh, this is fast. Oh, James decides against it and taking a lot of damage. He's down to 24, committing into that utility, but Nafany, once again, aggressive through cave, right into Chiron.
Nice shot from Shiro, deep angle. Yep. He knew he had Buster all the way pushed down the ramp.
This fight's awkward.
Yeah, out in the open, just caught against the wall. Nice shot from Hobbit, now he can step forward, but again, a gap is found.
Over towards A. How much can they do with this? Fame already out. Axel is considering this, and Fame hasn't crossed to the temple yet. So Axel's position should be good enough just to hold.
Yeah, but never underestimate. He's walking back into a deagle that's holding an angle, and you still have Chiron just chilling for, what, like 40 seconds now? I don't know if Hobbit's going to expect him to be in here still, but now he's got the information. However, Hobbit is in a dangerous position. Yeah, he's got to back away. Chiron going for it. And now Shiro, yep, he comes into position, and there's the kill.
Well, Fame, he's going to get called too. They've just got the read here, Cloud9. They know their weaknesses. They know their holes. And they've covered them all up. James started this round, reminder, he was the first player running out elbow into mid, getting bombarded with utility, and now he's the last remaining player alive.
Yeah, where's he headed now? He wants this AK-47, I guess, but Hobbit's going to take that one of these. Swap over to it, and we're all tied up, 5-5.
Now, sure, it looks good. It's tied up, but for Outsiders, they're going to be feeling a lot better about this. 5 rounds on the T side already. I think here you got to take a bit of a half buy. You see them pick up a couple of Tech 9s, maybe something like that, and they've shown that they're willing to go for a couple of quicker plays. 1 or 2 more rounds in this half, and Outsiders will be laughing their way to the bank. But for Cloud9, still a bit of a recovery needed here. Shiro's going to jump in towards Donut. And Flit, he's out. He's found the gap. The fire is actually not spread to him, so look how much space he's got.
Yeah, shots give away the game that he's out middle, but I think he wants them to have that information because the rest of his team is lining up outside the B bomb site. Anthony's got to be careful. Flit about to turn the corner. There's only one defender at B, so if Nafany goes down, it's a problem.
Oh, Flit takes damage. He's down to 9. Nafany has died a few times in here, but this time he holds stead. Chiron doesn't beat him in the fight, and now we're going to look to an Outsiders' last-ditch effort to attack this B bomb site. It's really hard to see how they actually get anywhere near it. It's just a great setup here, and even the flanks are starting to come in too. Hobbit cleaning up from the mid plate. It's just Flit who took the first amount of damage. He's down to 9, and he'll at least get something. Is there anything else here for Flit? Well, the bomb is safely in the possession of the CTs. He's found an AK, so he'll run away, save that one, if he can.
I think he's going to just try. I think this is going for kills. Yeah, this is going for damage. So I think he's just trying to go the most unlikely route. Like, he's obviously not playing for the win whatsoever, so he's trying to catch someone completely unawares of this kind of rotation, but Nafany's already in position to put a stop to it.
All right, Flo, let's see if he can win this fight. That would be incredible, but 9 HP. First bullet should knock him out, and it does. Headshot as well. 6-5 lead for Cloud9, and Outsiders, that was a round where they lightly invested. Now it's about getting the rifles back. Hobbit very vocal right now. I gotta respect Hobbit's position. Playing mid on Ancient sucks. You know, you see him just jumping back and forth for like a minute straight versus Outsiders. That's the true test of patience, I think.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a position that's kind of, well, I mean, those kinds of positions are made for Hobbit. Someone who's got a good blend of just like intelligence and skill and reading the game. Hobbit's a very strong fundamental player along with some fantastic skills. Exile, right around the edge of the smoke. That's a bold play.
It's a really bold play, and it might just work. Bold moves get big rewards. Sometimes. And Axel doesn't stay with it. He comes back as the smoke fades away.
He's got a Molotov. If he can see these nades raining over, he can drop a Molotov, which will buy the seconds needed for the rest of his teammates to come. And there it is. They're going to go right through it, though. Fame doesn't take a whole lot of damage.
Well, Axel, unfortunately, could have been hero, but ends up being 0. Fame just walks through with a flash assist from Jame, and they've got the side. Smokes up this time. Hobbit's not too far away from denying, and goes back for seconds. And that's even close. Does a lot of damage, but still Cloud9 down a player on this retake attempt. And Outsiders have 2 players in the temple. They're ascending a player up into the boost, and it's of course Jame ascending to the heavens. He'll stay up there for the time being. Flank through, the push through temple from Fame has caught Nafany looking the wrong way. Hobbit now starts to swing, but immediately the trade is in from Outsiders, and there's just no space. There's no way back into this for Cloud9, so they have to just get out of there and save.
Yeah, they have the money to kind of send a couple plays forward, see if you can get a couple fortunate kills and really springboard that into a retake, but now they got to make sure Shiro and Buster survive. They've just planted themselves in these positions. Outsiders not hunting, and they keep things tied at 6.
6 rounds on T side. This is kind of crazy.
Great utility usage for Outsiders coming out here. I mean, beating the Molotov, but look at the flashbangs raining in as Fame is running this route, and they're popping obviously behind him, so it's hitting Exile full force, and it's giving Fame plenty of advantages coming through the smoke.
He's frustrated about that. For good reason. Yeah, he saw it falls again, and Outsiders have definitely enjoyed this pack mentality. There's been a lot of rounds where they just head together towards one bomb site. Flip makes like a solo play somewhere, and the rest of the pack just hit together. Seems like a similar enough call. It's just going to be a 1-1-3 setup with 3 players towards A in this early portion of the round. Axon will play Donut, and Shiro this time has been tasked with holding A main from Temple. There's a bit of a timer on this play, because if you're not taking mid control, you're not taking the B lane, you know that you're going to lose a lot of map controls. You have to go quite quickly in towards A. Quickly by the Outsider standards.
Yeah, well, here's the set piece. Here's the smoke towards Donut. 3 defenders here this time. More flashbangs raining in. Hobbit a little bit blinded. Exile not yet involved in the action. And Hobbit's the first one to fall.
Shiro's just waiting for that response to come in, but no one's crossing over. They're just planting safe, and their post-plant positions can be pretty good if they can get the bomb down, that is. Axel denies, and now there's a bit more of a problem for Outsiders because the bomb is loose in the ground, so you've got to send some of these players to pick it up. And in the meantime, Cloud9 have actually got close to the smoke. Fame is starting to read this maneuver. And unfortunately for Cloud9, they've lost Shiro. That's one of the biggest hitters knocked out, but Buster gets a little bit of luck going his way. Sees two players line up, and while everybody else from his team's gone, unfortunately, he's not able to get the player off the top of the boost. And 7 rounds as Outsiders continue to find success on the A site.
What a great round from Chiron, a quad kill, including that final one. But I mean, he's even the one holding Shiro pinned down, who is being patient, waiting for his moment with the op to peek out of Temple, and just never found one he was comfortable with. Eventually, when he chooses to, he's shut down immediately. And this Outsiders offense has really started to lean on some of these A hits. They found a lot of success at this bomb site.
Well, Flit churning the legs, quick out mid, and the flashes are good enough to force him back. He doesn't want to commit through this smoke. And maybe have a bit of a look on this side of it, and doing so will get caught by Hobbit. Luckily, Chiron is always there to respond.
That might have been able to get away, but really wanted that AK-47. A little bit of a crossfire setup. It's a weak one with USPs. Oh, they need this kill, but the second player, Nafany, finally does get it. That's Fame to fall.
And James' turn. I really had to say James' name too much in this game. He's inside of Cave and does get a freebie. Just Buster and Nafany with a couple of pistols. And you can say hello to an 8th round for Outsiders. They've won the half from the T side. That's pretty crazy. Cloud9 CT side hasn't looked too comfortable at any point, Jason.
Yeah, it's had like a couple stretches here and there, but man, I mean, like a couple things like really hurt. Like all these attacks towards the A site, all these executes are very, very strong for Outsiders, and I think the one that really hurts is obviously losing to an M4 and 4 Glocks way back early on in the half.
Ridiculous.
And that feels like it set the tone more than anything. Shiro hasn't really been able, I mean, due to the slow pace of Outsiders, he hasn't really been able to get involved in a whole lot. 7 and 7, he's had the op plenty, but it's not like he's getting a whole lot of chances to find opening kills for his team, find equalizing kills for his team. He's coming in late and not getting a whole lot of clean looks.
This is exactly what Outsiders want, especially from that first map where you see Shiro just 1 kill off the 30 bomb, just absolutely destroying you on every front. If you can cancel him out for the other 2 maps of a series and kind of nullify his impact somehow, that's the key to success.
He's not going to have an op in the next round because he bought the M4 in this one. He's only got $300 in the bank as well. So Outsiders giving themselves plenty of advantages.
Yeah, I've got to say Chiron's performance here has been good too. 15 and 9. You mentioned the 4K round he had. Really nice to see Chiron stepping up. It's been quite a seamless transition for Chiron into the Outsiders. You know, coming in after a major win, they make the roster move. Comes to Katowice, rocks up to the playoffs. Pretty cool guy.
Yeah, he's been able to handle it well, and I mean, he's spoken about it himself, and obviously there's a lot of confidence in him from the Outsiders team to have picked him up, and they've spoken highly of him. So yeah, all things looking good early on for Chiron coming into this roster.
Nafany. He's been here a lot. He likes to get aggressive in Cave. And on the other side is Chiron. He's going to drop off the ledge. Have a little bit of a look in here. Nafany needs to be careful. Gets caught. Chiron continues to extend his kill count in this first half. And Outsiders look primed for 9. Maybe Axel's moving mid. This could be the response.
Oh, good flashbang. That's from the A bomb site, set up perfectly by Shiro. Huge assist, and that's going to make Kicker challenge and investigate towards the other side of the map. Buster's got to have it, and he does.
Well, this very quick response from Outsiders. Unfortunately, it's all stopped. Buster and Hobbit just say no. And Fame has to clutch a 1v4 if they want 9 rounds at this half. It's been okay in this game so far, and he's creeping up close towards Hobbit. He's going to reveal his head first. Fame has collected a victim. Many more to come, though.
Shouldn't give him any more as well. Let him plant here. You have a flank coming in from Axel, so now he's boxed in. Both players, Shiro and Buster, are here. He's not going to have a whole lot of options once this bomb eventually goes down. In fact, spammed and taken down. Not even a bomb plant, but an otherwise fantastic half from Outsiders. 8-7. It's a lead on this third map with the quarterfinals on the line, and we'll be right back.
waste my time. We don't slow down. You can at me in dimensions. Big dog in dimensions. We be aiming for the fences. I'm in a different dimension. Why y'all be riding the bench? Y'all could just cut through the tension. Graduated from the trenches. No cap and gone. I ain't never need a handout. On my 2 feet, I'ma stand out. I ain't never take a loss now. Ain't gon' start now at the top now. And I know. Can't stop now. I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now. Gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No, no, no. When I'm on track, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on track, never lose control.
I go home when I win. I'm alone when the wind blows. And I won't lie. Oh, I'm hoping I get advances. This increases chances. My life is like a prom, but there ain't no dances. I'm standing in this hall getting funny glances. I was raised as a youth, but was missing parents. I was raised by my granny. Shit, I miss my granny. Hardly raised by my daddy, but I miss my daddy. Wasn't raised by my mother, but I miss my mother. I ain't get to know my mother, but I actually loved her. Strange. I made the studio my home. Every time I touch a microphone, I'm at home. Every time I hear a metrodome, I get in the zone. Every time I get into the zone, I'm usually all alone. Home, it's where the heart is, pop. It's where an art is, usually goes the heart is, pop. It's where an art is, showing them that you are hip-hop. Long as you finish, doesn't matter where you started. I'm home. When I win, I'm alone. When the wind blows, and I won't lie. Oh, at home, I get home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home.
It's 7, the Outsiders with a small lead, but from the T side, the more difficult affair is now completed. Now they move to the second half of map number 3. During the break, my mother texted me, Jason. She said my peanut fact segment, I think I finally made my parents proud of me. So there we go. The peanuts, that's where I've peaked. Though.
Nice. Did they give you that little tidbit?
No, I just kind of assuming that.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's... you did have a question about like an average amount of peanut butter.
Yeah, you never know how much
that's
peanut uses on a sandwich.
I guess just like an average amount.
Sure. We'll take it. Glad we revisited that and got it out of the way.
There we go. Thank you very much, Jason.
Second half pistol round is live. Outsiders with a 1-round lead, and they've got a 4-man stack at the B bomb site for this pistol, including Kickert with them dualies. Fame has already taken what some would call a big risk by immediately pushing into A main, and it's paid off because he sees that it's clear, he sees there's no information, so Outsiders can feel confident in this stack.
Now Flick can just take some info and set up the double Julies here for Kickert. He's going to fall away. Joe Berettas absolutely get wrecked. Axel just comes around the corner swinging and hits the headshot.
Both teams tried that same position with the dualies, and it didn't work for either of them. There goes Axel. Chiron almost going to be able to grab another. It's Buster picking up the dualies. He's got one. There's a second player in Cave, though. It's James, and he's actually hitting the smoke. He's going to pounce late. What an assassination.
Well, they're tapping the defuse, trying to cause a little bit of pressure, but Shiro's just sitting on the bomb. And now James is right there towards the Cave, Flip beside him. They really need to get onto the side eventually, and Shiro is just trying to delay as long as possible to prevent it from happening. But James just runs around the corner, hits the headshot, and just Hobbit left at the bottom of the B ramp. He's so low on health. Flit's on it, just holding it, but it's a long 10 seconds, and he comes off to the kill, but the time is no longer there. Hobbit just drains the time, and they can run away happy.
Yeah, big boy clutch from Hobbit. That's a huge shot to hit right at the top of the ramp onto James. And you got to give credit to Shiro. He could have gone down far before that. He played that time just about as well as you could, making sure. I mean, James was frozen as well. Neither of them wanting to commit to that fight for any point. That ate low at like another 5 seconds off the clock. But what a play from James to just step forward, hide in the smoke, backstab the players in Cave, and make a real round out of this.
Yeah, it definitely could have been something, but in the end,
it yields nothing because they're down to just USPs and 1 P250. And Cloud9 are about to take the lead. But we have seen them lose to 1 AK and 4 Glocks, so
yeah,
that did happen.
They should be fine this round, you know? Should be.
Should be is the operative word.
Should have been fine in that
We've
round,
all been burned far too much.
We have all been burned. Fame is going to push up.
This is where it goes wrong, Jason. This is step 1.
Okay. Well, step 1 passed with flying colors for Nafany. And Molotov's in towards Donut to clear things out. There's 3-man push ready to go. Flit is back, ready to toss a flashbang over the wall. There it is. So they're going to push after this. But nobody's home from Cloud9. Except for Buster.
Well, he's seen everybody. At least he can call to the rest of his teammates to come back and have a little bit of a look. But they've had enough. Outsiders running away. Don't want to give money to the MAC-10 if you don't have to.
Don't want to give money to anybody. They even
Sure.
saw a couple AKs out mid. They could have gone and tried to just take one away. But yeah, I mean, obviously not wanting to give any extra cash over of any amount.
I like it. As Machine was saying the other day, it's macroeconomics.
Yeah, it's a very economic game style.
Save your 2 USPs and nothing else. Well, you got a P250, so you're saving something at least.
9-8. Cloud9's going to take a lead.
As they should. Interested to see how James is going to activate here in the second half, because you know he's grabbing that AWP as soon as he can.
Yeah, he's already got it. Brings it out in this round. Glass cannon, no armor, and a timeout is called. This is from Cloud9. They know a buy is coming in. They want to have a conversation, make sure and get on the same page. This would be a great win for Cloud9 if they can actually outlast Outsiders in this series, because obviously the change of Buster, that was highly scrutinized. Buster for Inters. A lot of people thought Nafany would be the one on his way out, but going into Katowice and suffering a devastating loss, knocked out by IHC in the group stage, they would very much like to rebound off of that and actually show a good performance. Skip to those quarterfinals, get some more time off, get a little bit more time practicing with Buster in the lineup, and come back into the playoffs ready to go.
And also dodge the most amount of playoff games possible.
Yeah.
So that's where Cloud9 would like to be. See, you've got something up here on this other screen. Screw the pooch. Was that from earlier? Or is that you looking this up?
That was from earlier. I don't know. This computer every once in a while just magically... Oh, Counter-Strike crashed. That's why it's up. So,
well, let's see if Cloud9 screw the pooch here with 2 Galils and a MAC-10. That's Jame aggressive. Actually, very aggressive for Jame. He's in the cave quite advanced. He's got Chiron's rifle support if it all goes sour, and Jame actually decides to leave just at the time where T's are about to put some pressure on.
Our good friend Chad showed something on the on these PCs during a break earlier on this week about that Molotov. Make sure it goes deep so it actually extends into that murder hole.
It's an important note, important detail that can make a big difference. You much of an Ancient fan, Jason?
I enjoy it. I like it.
I'm a fan of all the new maps. I like playing all of them. Vertigo, definitely the worst of the newest. Let's see, Jame. That's the big scope, waiting for the T's to come his way on the Cloud9 side of things. Hasn't seen anything just yet. But eventually they will be hitting this B site.
Not a whole lot of defensive utility to place down. Chiron still has one. Fame has one over in Cave.
Oh, there's the peek he's been waiting for, and he does hit it just through the stone. So Axel's allowed to stay alive. Very patient here from Cloud9. They're running that clock down, and as you mentioned, there's no utility to really add some pressure here from Outsiders. So Cloud9 will have control of this, but they don't have a lot of util either.
Uh-oh.
Here they come, just running in. Just hoping they can get these picks, and well, Nafany certainly will. Jame, though, gets the double. And he's making this quite uncomfortable for Cloud9. The bomb plant needs to come through. It's locked in now, and a 3 versus 4 will ensue. This time Outsiders playing for retake. And here they come around the corner. Flit hits the first headshot. Hobbit replies, but it's still the walking wounded for Cloud9. This post plant is going to be hard to hold on to. And Hobbit realizes sitting back idly is not going to work out, so he gets a bit more aggressive. He takes the fight to them, and it's a double kill for Hobbit, but Fame fights him. Fame gets it into the 1 versus 1, and it's Buster, oh, with a flick out, saves the day for Cloud9.
I think Hobbit wants to have that one back. Hobbit could have pushed forward and stayed safe after that double kill, but he almost sold Buster down the river and just leave him alone in a 1v1. Ooh. Close victory, and it means a lot to Cloud9. That is significant to get started into the gun rounds, and we're going to get a quick pause in the action. A tech is called. Yeah, Chiron got pulled away from Cave just at the worst possible moment. Nicely done from Nafany, but this is the double kill that swings it in Cloud9's favor.
That new change where you're able to op from where Jame was straight down the ramp, that's like the perfect position design for Jame. It's just you can be as far away from the action as possible, but still find a lot of impact. And he nearly did enough to get his team the round win. Hobbit decides to make the move. But yeah, it's a tech issue. We've been good at getting these fixed as quickly as possible. And we shouldn't be too long away.
Yeah, admin crew's been lovely. You could see Shiro talking through the problems there, so I'm sure they'll have this one fixed in no time. Shiro's still having a very quiet game. At some point during the first half, we talked about him at like 7-7. He's 8-9 right now.
Yeah, eventually there had to be some sort of drop-off, but this has been quite rapid. From 29 and 8, I think he finished on Vertigo, to now struggling to find any impact whatsoever.
And some absolute bangers of series earlier on in this group.
Yeah.
Hobbit as well has had quite a nice Pro League, I feel. Gone quietly under the radar with the shenanigans we've seen out of Shiro. Not a whole lot of eyes on him. He's 18-15 at the moment.
Axel with him.
Well, Fnatic versus Eternal Fire. We just had Shiro's left the server, so he's gonna get a restart, so we got a little bit of time. Eternal Fire taking on Fnatic later, a rematch from earlier.
Yeah, we got that coming up.
There's some upset potential there.
Yeah, definitely. What would you say is the upset? Fnatic winning?
No.
Okay, I feel like absolutely there's some upset potential. I think Eternal Fire coming into this have really shown some great form recently. Coming into Malta, they've obviously played a tournament before Pro League, just tried to get acclimatized, warmed up.
You know.
They have a ridiculous schedule a lot of the time. I feel bad for the managers to try and figure it all out and how they make it possible for these humans to function. But
yeah, they've been grinding.
Yeah.
Well, and it's not like their last series earlier in the group against Fnatic was like any kind of blowout, right? Like they were not the closest. It was 16-11 on the 2 maps they lost. But I mean, that's you change a couple of rounds here and there, and that's a much closer affair. So I think if you're in, one of them is Overpass, which Fnatic enjoy. One of them was Nuke, which Fnatic has been good at.
The one interesting thing about that series is if Fnatic are going to let Anubis through.
Yeah, that was the big conversation of that. Is will like the whole thing about Fnatic letting Anubis actually go through and be played.
Yeah, that's been a while.
Will they let it happen again? Which I doubt. I would have to doubt that.
Here we go.
He's back.
He is back.
Back in the game.
Nice.
10-8. We weren't too long. Thanks to the admin team for fixing the issues as quick as possible.
And a timeout taken now for the Outsiders ahead of this eco.
Yes, indeed. Timeout out of the tech. James going to talk things over with the team before getting things started. 3 rounds straight to start this second half for Cloud9. Outsiders aren't going to bring a whole lot to fight in this round. They do have armor and pistols, P250s and a 5.7. Imagine see a few more of those be brought out for the Outsiders side of things.
Well, let's take a look at Cloud9's run through the event so far.
Sure.
EG win, okay. We were like, yep, kind of expected. The G2 win, now that was something else. And if they lose to the Outsiders today, I think we're kind of all over the place with Cloud9.
Yeah, that G2 win was pretty wild. That was one of the great Shiro performances that you'll see. So if you're looking to find a cool op game to watch, just go watch Shiro's POV from that, because it was pretty nasty. He put m0NESY in his place, showed him what it's like to be a veteran.
That battle's going to be fun this year for sure.
That battle's going to be fun for years to come.
That's true. Shiro's 21, and he's the older of the two. That's kind of crazy to think about. This round for Outsiders, though, as much as we've had a big build-up into this, it was only that one rifle in the hands of Flit, but he got tagged by the AWP. So he has tossed that on over to the hands of Jame instead. I was expecting a bit more out of Jame, but he crosses into the open, and all the kills coming in for Cloud9. Now Shiro and Hobbit 1 for 1 straight away. And Outsiders, off they go, Jason, back to their hidey holes on B.
Yeah, this time you can at least talk about in the context of they have that armor that they want to save, that they don't want to spend money on, and obviously Chiron and Kicker, without being involved in any of the actions so far, can easily upgrade that into helmets if they'd like to, for cheap.
It's good to see Shiro delivered a kill. There was some damage as well. I don't know how Flit is still walking around He's being berated by everything, it feels, but he's still on 1 HP.
He's got hit by a couple things. So he's going to stay alive. Everyone's going to stay alive. Stalemate. As both these teams just call it off. Yeah. So the three pistols and more importantly, the 3 armors will be saved into the next round as Outsiders is going to look to put some rifles into play. And Cloud9 lose nobody, so they get their money buffered by some extra cash.
Flit died in the end. Just couldn't survive the bomb blast.
Did he really?
Yep.
Dang.
Here comes the buy. Now, if Outsiders lose this, we're going to be looking at Cloud9 up to 12.
Yeah,
Money's going to be in question again, and just likely 13, 14 territory.
Yeah, Cloud9's in a very happy position if they can close this round out, if they can just take it away.
You know how important utility is on the CET side of Ancient when Fame has to go for UMP just to try and get a few extra nades to play with here.
He dropped the M4 in the previous round. That was the one rifle they had. He had like 3,300, so he dropped it over to a teammate, takes the hit by dropping to the UMP in this round. So fair play to him. All the utility raining out. Nafany only down to 54. Molotov was extinguished from Cave in the hands of Chiron.
Really quick mid-control being seized by Cloud9. Put pressure on towards Flight. They smoked out the red room, but it's gone now. They've just got the control you need heading into round 20, and that's the most important thing. But Chiron gets away with the aggressive maneuver through Cave onto Nafany. He takes a lot of damage for it, but still stays up, and that's the most important thing. He gets away.
Yeah, but I mean, at least they force back all the defense in mid. They spot Flit playing behind the red room. They cleared out Donut as well. So there's that easy access to fall back if they'd like to. This is all about, that's all about the drive-by and Hobbit providing a frag and providing some movement from Fame. Around the smoke, he's got Exile. That's got to be frustrating. If Hobbit can provide one more kill, that'll alleviate a lot of pressure because it looks like Cloud9, they want to end at this A bomb site. The bomb on Shiro's back has just slid into position in A main. Smoke's going to clear.
Oh, Fame gets behind the box. Shiro doesn't see anything, and you don't really feel good about sending one player with the AWP in as the solo carrier of the bomb.
They didn't get anything they wanted, so they're going to head back. Shiro's on his hustle. Hobbit's going to try and push all the way forward. Unfortunately, what they don't know is Kickert's position.
Yeah, that's an issue, because I think the bomb is going to come back, die to Kickert. Oh, but Hobbit's made the move. He's coming back. He's looking for Kickert on the ramp. And now they're in a fight. Hobbit just strikes straight away, gets 2, opens up the site completely. Now Shiro can arrive, and well, it's a red carpet laid out for him.
Yeah, and Shiro's got 2 flashbangs after he plants this bomb as well. So if they felt like the retake was coming, Hobbit could have wrapped around to a new corner, and they could have just bombed flashbangs and had him peeking at will. Regardless, Outsider's going to back away and save. Hobbit provides all the openings.
That's crazy.
There's no way for Kicker to know it in the moment, but if he had just stayed parked at the bottom of ramp, that would have been the round-winning play. But he gets pulled back once Hobbit's presence gets that kill towards middle. He wants to fall back to address the situation. And I like this hunt from Buster.
He's right behind them. They have no idea. He can smell them. And Flit's rifle gives him away. It's at least only 1. Fame will hang on to something. But 12 rounds for Cloud9, and that scenario we painted the picture of, whether now in question whether what to buy or how to buy. And Cloud9 are looking at 13, most likely.
And Outsiders once again just finding a way to scrape together some danger in this next round. Fame had the saved AK-47. He drops an M4 over to a teammate, I believe to Jame. And actually, they buy up all together right at the end of freeze time. They decided to just go for it. You can understand why. 4 rifles, a decent amount of utility. But Outsiders really emphasizing this round. A lot rests on its shoulders.
Hobbit now boosted up on top of his teammate's head. He's just having a peer around the smokes. He's not going to see anything, so Cloud9 likely just to try and seize that mid-control here. Buster's helping out maintaining control of B lane. Outsiders don't have a lot of control of anything right now, Jason. They do like these late round or mid round pushes in towards Cade. Maybe that's something they can activate here between Chiron and Jame. But for the most part, they don't have a whole lot of information. They even flash Fame off of Donut, so he can't see anything. So he has to fall back and relinquish his control of Donut. He's in the A site. They're just pinned back completely here on the defense.
Good flashbang. Nafany's now in Donut with control, and you deny access over to Fame and Flit, who wanted to shift in. They've got to use a defensive smoke in this position probably earlier than they would have liked. It's pulling and shifting Kickert and Chiron away from B while Cloud9 is moving towards the B bomb site. So Nafany is pulling off quite a nice fake.
James just slowing them down, keeping them at bay. And that is going to actually force Cloud9 to transition the majority of their players now towards the B ramp. We'll see the adjustments of the defense. They're over towards CT spawn right now, and Nafany is looking to cut that off. He's up in the red room. He stopped Kicker from getting there, but it's all about this B play. Can Chiron hold? He can't. Axel cuts right through him, and now they have to know that there has to be another player somewhere. They haven't fully cleared Cave, and that's where James is currently standing, but of course he catches the timing.
No, he
but
doesn't.
Buster catches the better timing on James. He comes around the backside, and now just 2 players. Outsiders can't do anything about this. They have to look at 13-8 as the scoreline.
What a save from Buster coming in. Shiro is going to go down, and then that round goes into complete chaos. But instead, you're exactly right. They've got to back away, Outsiders. This round was so important. Everything invested, and Cloud9's lead keeps extending. It's been 6 rounds in a row in this second half. Outsiders has not been able to put a stop to the C9 attack.
Well, we're getting ever closer to that Fnatic Eternal Fire game. Fnatic now in the building, warming up with some table tennis, Jason. Looks like a pretty good technique of warming up your reactions, it seems here. We've got Roy playing Kita. Seems like a closely contested game.
Yeah, does seem a little intense. Having fun.
13-8 though for Cloud9 as we keep focus on this matchup, and UMP out for James. That's not what you like to see, especially in such an important round like this. And they've invested everything they've got into it. Quite quick here from Cloud9. Look at this. Everybody rushing B. Straight away, Kicker gets ripped apart by Nafany, who is stopped eventually by Flit.
It's all good. Buster's gained a lot of space. Flit's being a little passive. Now he's going to push up, and Buster loves that fight. Chiron still smoked off inside Cave, has not been able to get involved. And Outsiders, again, is going to have a decision to make, because Fame is all the way in T-spawn. James is coming in for the flank as well, but they're going to have to start going for these rounds at some point.
Chiron staying at bay of the fire.
No, oh, there's a kid on Chiron.
Well, there's no more Chiron. That's gone.
And that's the cue for Fame to back off. Immediately as that kill comes out, James is going to stick around to try and upgrade the UMP, but with the AK-47, Fame wants nothing to do with this, and Outsiders just not able to get anything done, ever.
Oh, that's a nice low upgrade for Jamie. He'll see how long he can hold on to it for. Doesn't immediately fall back, trying to catch the perfect timing. And oh, James slips away with a kill on Axel. Shiro gets down to the bomb, and he gets an AK. Okay, that was like the best case scenario out of the scenarios they were presented with.
Yeah, and it's so, I mean, at a different time, that could be a cool conversation to have where you've taken the AWP away, you've taken some guns away, but I mean, unfortunately for Cloud9, yeah, since they've won 7 in a row, they have so much cash, and because it's a 6-round lead now, you know, those little silver linings and round losses are less impactful.
Well, it's been a one-way street this second half. Outsiders haven't won a single CT round yet. Maybe that can change here. It has to, otherwise this one's done. We're wrapping it up. Cloud9 are going to the quarterfinals. Start with the damage. Axel and Fame get into a tight duel. And actually end up pretty similar on health.
Yeah, pretty darn even in that exchange. Now the main X factor for Cloud9 through this game, it feels like, has been Hobbit. He's had all the impactful kills when they've needed it.
Yeah, and he's starting to move out mid now. Just confirming the control of middle. The bomb is starting to shift its attentions over towards B. That's on the back of Shiro right now, and Buster with a swing up ramp. It's all about Chiron holding in Cave though, and he does stand strong for Outsiders. But Hobbit, you mentioned him, Jason. Look what he's doing right now.
Yeah, it all depends on Kickert. Did Kickert see him? I think he did. I think he did, but Hobbit wins it anyways. He can smoke off CT spawn. Rotations are cut off from the A bomb site, and Chiron's got to feel real nervous. And I think he's positioning himself to help his teammates actually get through. He wants to look for Hobbit, but he's got to be mindful of the bomb site behind him.
35 seconds. Chiron decides this is the time to smoke the top of the ramp. And oh, he goes for the peak, but Axel had the AWP right on his position, and pinpoint accuracy takes him out.
The only way to alleviate pressure off Chiron is for James and Fame to immediately fall back from the A bomb site and work together to try and clear Hobbit out of middle. That's the only thing that could have helped, because there's really no good place for Chiron to play when he's in a 1v3 at the A bomb site, and obviously he's got Hobbit flanking from middle. That's a really tough scenario. 15 now for Cloud9. 8 in a row.
Oh, this
Hunt
looks awful.
Send everything.
This looks awful for Outsiders. Fame's angle, though, it's just too good.
It'll get Buster, but it gives it... Oh, wow.
Nope, doesn't get anything. Doesn't get anything in the end.
Okay.
Well, they've just lost absolutely everything for nothing, but 15-8.
If you're Outsiders, you're like, yep, that's pretty much how this game is gone. It doesn't take the shot, lets James go down for free, and then dies immediately himself afterwards when he swings out.
There was a game in the first half, Jason. There was actually a real competitive match in the first half. But, you know, we talk about Ancient being CT-sided. Look at that. That scoreboard just doesn't look CT-sided at all. It's just T rounds. It's just a wall of T rounds. So, looking very, very good now. Cloud9 about to try and round out a flawless half of Counter-Strike and send themselves to the quarters.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, it's to the quarters, and for Outsiders, I mean, it's a loss, but it's a loss for seeding, so they would drop down to they would skip up to the round of 12, so they'll just have one extra round of playoff games. And Cloud9.
They've got mid control again, Cloud9. There's been no contact. You can't contest mid when you have no utility and you have these inferior weapons. So again, they're just playing super passive on the Outsiders. The only sort of aggression they've been able to get away with is in Cave and in Jaguar this area. But
you know what's impressive about this game for Cloud9 is that actually Outsiders, as we know they do, have done such a good job of their economy that a lot of these rounds have had rifles. Like they might have been missing some utility from time to time, but a lot of them have been 4 M4s, you know, 3 M4s and a FAMAS, 5 rifles with little utility. They've had weapons. James had the ult plenty of times. This has been Cloud9 just winning all these rounds the hard way.
Well, Anthony and Hobbit go ahead and get 2 kills, and that will assist Cloud9 in getting closer to their goal, and Buster will bring down James. And it's just Kickard and Chiron left, and the Outsiders have 2 remaining recruits to try and keep this one alive, but they haven't shown the capability of winning a single defensive round in this half. And Cloud9 have all the advantages to close. Bomb is now down. It's Kickard and Chiron having to recover the bomb, having to retake with no utility, really. They have 1 smoke and 1 flash, but no kits. And a swing from Axel towards CT. It's Chiron down, just Kickard. And Cloud9 mere moments away from confirming their spots in the quarterfinals, and they've done it. 16-8. What a statement to close a flawless T half as they take down the Outsiders.
Couple very solid wins. Obviously, this was just dominant on Ancient, but obviously you go back in the group, that win over G2 is a nice statement win for Cloud9, and they go through as the top team out of this initial group of ESL Pro League. They're going to be heading straight to the quarterfinals. Outsiders, a tough loss. They'll be heading to the round of 12, as we mentioned. And yeah, that's all she wrote here for these 2 teams. We have Eternal Fire and Fnatic up next, and I believe we have the boys on the desk ready and rearing.
Rearing?
Ready and rearing.
Rearing. Yeah, I've never been reared. I don't know about you, Greer.
A couple of times, has been said. So we haven't got the best analysts for the job here, but we are going to do our absolute best.
Why'd you look at me when you said that, bro? What's that supposed to mean? Hang on a second. No. All right. New guy's getting a little big for his boots.
I would say so too. Big for his Reeboks. That's what I'm saying.
My only pair of shoes, in fact.
Yeah, he does operate on a 1-shoe policy.
It's effective.
Maybe once you get the promotion, we can get you a second pair of shoes.
I'm working towards it. But what a game it was. A long affair as we all expected, but Outsiders just dropping off completely. Not a single defensive round picked up on Ancient. What the hell is going on there?
Yeah, it's madness, man. Like, I don't know. It was kind of like a weird third map as a whole as far as they go, right? Because think about in like the first 2 maps, you would, like for Cloud9, you would like Shiro delivering these insane performances.
Right.
You would Flit looking really good. And then both of them weren't really the focal points in the third. Shiro finished bottom of the board. Yeah, so like, and you know, like Flit at a very like middle of the pack performance, it instead became this sort of bout between like, you know, you had like Hobbit having a really, really good third map. He'd kind of been a little quiet up until then in the series, so it was nice to see that. Axile as well was looking good. But it was weird. It was like the kind of scope of who we were looking to changed come map number 3, and pound for pound, you know, Cloud9 were able to best. Really, it was like Chiron trying to do the heavy lifting there.
It's always a game of stamina when it comes to these 2, and you could see the players that delivered early on. The fact that Shiro was so lights out, another 2.0 rating on Vertigo, right? You can't expect him to do that every game of the tournament. So it's great for Cloud9, I guess, in terms of general confidence, knowing when he doesn't show up, they can still pull through and have very convincing closes on maps like Ancient, which is really impressive.
It is that final half of Ancient where the script, as we have usually have our expectations matched by these two teams, was a little bit off script.
Sure.
Just seeing the CT side on Ancient as well, which is notorious for CT comebacks being viable, doable.
And you don't even get a
Outsiders.
single round.
No, that's the part that really baffles me.
I remember even a couple of months ago we were saying that Ancient is the most CT-sided map we have in the pool right now, which is just bizarre considering what a tactical and methodical team they are. But there we have it, our first quarterfinalists.
Yeah,
How do we feel
baby.
about that? Were they the favorites coming into this one?
No.
I think Outsiders were probably.
I would. Oh, what you mean like?
Oh yeah, in terms of the group favorites coming into it. Yeah.
So I don't think Cloud9 were the favorites. I would have looked at them at best at like a kind of dark horse, right? Like
with
a
G2
team
winning Kato as well. All
yeah,
eyes were
right.
on
Because
them.
let's be real, like G2 were very much the ones in the group as a whole. Everyone was going like, yeah, they should be the guys. If not them, probably Outsiders, I guess, is how you would have broken that down. So yeah,
Well, I guess
Cloud9,
it is quite fitting after they beat G2 2-0.
exactly,
kind of
right? Then like kind
nicely.
of completing that like Grim Reaper Scythe meme. It was good.
It was, and you can see the brackets up on screen. So that's all concluded. Your upper bracket champions are going to be Cloud9. They pick it up and are locked in for the quarterfinals. Round of 12, as referenced by everyone else, is where the Cloud9 boys will find themselves. Excuse me, the Outsiders will find themselves. Outsiders, of course, managing to pick up that double win in the upper bracket. Here in the mid bracket, we did wave a goodbye to Eternal Fire into the lowers, and we'll be talking about them in a second, playing a full 3-map affair versus Fnatic. And Fnatic now sent there after a all 3 maps versus G2. That's how G2 got themselves the spot, even though the number 1 seed didn't quite get it at the first possible opportunity. And here in the lower bracket, which is where we are wrapping it up, you can see 2 teams, 1 spot. It is as simple as that.
Well, there's only one thing for it then, I suppose. We'd have to have another best of 3.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Yeah, well, we are going to have them fight and duke it out. But first, I need to hydrate myself. I need to reload my Nerf gun.
I need to do the same.
Yeah?
And my blaster, I call mine, actually.
Oh, bloody hell. It's mine.
Actually, that's what I prefer to call it. Not
Yeah,
sure
you know
about you,
what?
Harry.
Yeah, it's a foam blaster.
Oh, my head.
Novelty foam blaster.
I like that you're keeping the cards going there, man. You just yellow carded yourself. I haven't even seen anyone else pick them up.
No, well, I'm aware it's
so-
the yellow card offense. So,
Yeah.
I'll take that one on the chin, and I will see you after the break. We got Eternal Fire, Fnatic fighting out for the last spot in Group A. Playoffs, baby.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't try to ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant. Need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't try to ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell.
He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Time's money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Time's money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Mad as savage, in me back and I'm back and it happening, ready to blow. I remember doing deeds with Deji from the street, they left me on my own. Monkey asking me about how I got the P, I told her leave him on my grow. Then they're ringing up her phone. better back to my condo where I bear tracks with the gang. Catch that for the gram, snap that for the man. These dudes do the most, no money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away. Rhyme steady and they feel the way. Occupation make it either way. Never worry cause I can. Back chat from the whack gang. Took charge when they sack man. Passport when a milestone. Make space when the bags land. This must be a daydream. Max got me the mad plan. My team never lied on. Due a visit from the facts man. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. Fake clothes, same watch, fake crepe, same fuck, fake squad, say lots, but flop ain't what I'm on. Aim up, don't stop, we beat leveling. Proceeds increase heavily. Don't need this man's energy. I be the one, beat the one. I don't make a song to make a song. If the vibe is right, the mic will let me on to the sounds of light. I spit the strong in the line and pick me first before I'm gone. I ain't straight sicker with the wordplay. Syllables spin, I don't fidget when I burst straight. Minimal talk when I work late. Fuck what you think by my work rate. Celebrate wins like a birthday. This is 3-6, got a mean list of the tracks. You man busy sleeping when I brainstorm as a plan. Linked handy on the underground. I don't even have to ask. Miss laughing with my brother now. I ain't talking about Dan. Catch up when he lands. Snapshot with a fam. KL did a madness. Back soon going ham. Come see how we ride out. Short change but we smile proud. Been blazed for a while now. Stay ready for the jam. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth.
Yeah. They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. My God, he's a viral! The best in the game.
Oh, hey there, welcome back. It's our last series. I've got a bunch of folks joining me over here on the desk. It's Eternal Fire taking on Fnatic. And I've just realized it's the last series of Group A. This feels a little light. Alexa, make it a little cooler in here if you could. Oh, hot damn. We like that, right?
Now it's the last game.
Yeah. Final match of the group. It's do or die. You've either played all this and it's all for nothing, or you managed to move on to those playoffs into the round of 12. You're the last team surviving.
A tale as old as time, Harry. Two heroes against adversity. And at the final hurdle, one of them's going to go home. You know, I mean, it's a tale as old as time. We've read the Hercules, you know, the Socrates, and now it's time for Eternal Fire Fnatic.
Yeah, right then. I think a good place to start this conversation then is taking a look at Fnatic, an organization that have a pretty rich history here in at the Pro League. They've been at every single one. And you know, you could even say that maybe their best days have been behind them. We have some of their top finishes here.
Well, it all started back in 2015 with Season 1, a long time ago. It's actually when I first started commentating as well. I have fond memories of seeing the likes of Olofmeister in absolute peak form, running the gauntlet at Pro League each and every time, managing to get back-to-back victories. And this was the iconic, the quintessential Fnatic as well. We're talking JW, Olofmeister, Crims, Flusher, and the in-game leader, the big brain, Pronax himself. They managed to get back-to-back season, but unfortunately after that, Harry, their kind of legacy within Pro League started to tamper up a little bit.
Yeah, when we take a look at their recent finishes, you're going to see a bit of a trend here, right? It pales in comparison to what this squad was achieving when it was first put together. Now, the current iteration of Fnatic, they restored a little bit of pride to the Fnatic organization, right? They picked up that trophy back at Elisa to close out last year. Now, we're hoping they can hit the ground running with a strong Pro League performance, because 9th to 12th ain't going to cut it.
We were talking about it when they qualified, you know, in Rio. It was like, oh my, you know, when was the last time we saw Fnatic Fnatic in the playoffs, and it was
right.
a while. There was there was a period when we didn't even have Fnatic at the major circuit. Like, it has gone full circle now, and after a long period of time, they have managed to breathe life into a legendary
I think it's fair to say they didn't make the changes when necessary at that time. They were holding on to the legendary players and the achievements they already had, and it was sad to see them go one by one, but finally it's looking like the lineup where, sure, only Crims remains from the original legendary squad, but still, this is the most promising Fnatic we've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, it's just when we look at Crims, we so often say he was like this kind of bedrock player for the longest time, right? The last man standing, the kind of OG flag bearer of Fnatic. But if we bring up his stats here, you're going to see that at this event thus far, it's been kind of middling performances, really, from Crims.
Yeah, he's had a couple of good maps in there. I think even in the last series against Eternal Fire, obviously these teams have already matched up. He popped off on Overpass, and I think the map beat is a whole different discussion that we'll get to later. But of all the legendary players to hold on to, this seemingly has turned out to be the best one for Fnatic. We see players like JW and Flusher playing in the lower leagues now in teams like Eyeballers, but for Crims, he can put up those big performances, but it's nice that he isn't required to. We've got some young guns, we've got some fresh blood, we've got a British boy leading the team and fragging while he does it.
All right then. Well, on topic of Fnatic, I think we've done a nice job kind of putting a bow on it, right? But now we need to start looking at the other side. Eternal Fire, when it was put together, was meant to be this Turkish dream team, right? They had a number of good faces in there from back in the day. You even had Woxic in this team originally, right? Obviously, that never ended up panning out, but you still have these three Turkish legends who have been around for a long while now, dating all the way back to Space Soldiers when we look at that core.
Yeah, of course, that is the major Calyx and the Xantares addition. Wow. Even at one point, Paz, who was even in this Eternal Fire team as of last year. This is a roster that has made so many changes in 2022, getting Major in and out twice, Calyx in and out twice, xCloud in and out twice, once due to injury, but they have made a hell of a few shuffles, and finally it's culminated in not only an event win here in Malta just last week, but now a decent run of the Pro League that could be finished off by pushing them straight through to playoffs if they can get their revenge on Fnatic in this BO3.
Yeah, look, we have some old gameplay here of the Space Soldiers taking on Fnatic. There was always something very exciting about watching this Space Soldiers squad, right?
We got to speak to Eternal Fire yesterday, and we got to ask them about this history and some of the different lineups they had. It was never a team you thought was very tactical. It was never a team you thought was going to make these crazy deep runs, but they always provided exciting games. They had a lot of firepower, and they were great for an upset. That's not the case today. This Eternal Fire squad are the full package. They are well-rounded, and they could seriously be a challenge for Fnatic today. They've already played in this tournament, and it was a 2-1 victory for Fnatic, but I still think either way, the Cobblestone, we won't be seeing that, Harry. But that was iconic for Space Soldiers, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I have so many fond memories of them on this map, especially someone like Xantares over towards Drop. Even when we look at their Anubis performances,
there we go,
we drew that comparison the other day about how it feels like he's like rolling back the years, giving us these like Cobblestone drop-down kind of holds with what he's able to work around that mid-window and getting stuff done over there. Yeah, I love this story as well, just because you have like Major as the leader, but looking into the modern day, right, how this squad's been built now into this Eternal Fire that we've seen find success lately. This was their stats from CCT. Henry, you even covered that.
It was a hell of a tournament. Lots of Counter-Strike played throughout the week. Eternal Fire playing in multiple tournaments and having a lot of Counter-Strike to be played. But as you can see, it was a very exciting back and forth event. There were games lost. Bad News Eagles gave them a real run for their money, but they managed to win the tournament. And sure, there were some results in there that were disappointing, but they seemed to just evolve as the tournament went on, fixing the mistakes. And especially on Anubis, they got a boot camp that map. They were playing it pretty much every single series.
Yeah, you know, we spoke about kind of the old generation in the core, right? The guys that you're super familiar with. But when we actually look towards like the newer blood players in this team, a couple of them have been giving us some great performances. I do think Emor is definitely a name worth mentioning here.
Yeah, absolutely. Him and xCloud, they were the pieces apparently that Eternal Fire needed, that this old Turkish core needed to bring them to this level and to start actually rising up through the ranks after so long since we've seen them at Tier 1 tournaments. And I think xCloud and Emor, they've been the full package. xCloud, obviously, he went through an injury last year. He came back. He's playing the best CS of his career. Emor, always left to the wayside for a few years. We saw him in some of these mixes, Sangal as well, and was always going to be the guy to get the call up. But because of Woxic in this roster, there was no justification to bring in another AWP player. As you said earlier, Woxic finally out, and that created space for this Orb flashy star who needs to show up in this series today, because on the other side, Nikadoz has been hitting heads with, well, not even heads, but hitting bodies. Bodies, where it matters, Harry.
Still counts.
AWP.
Yeah, no, and I'm taking a look at Imor as well. I think it was Harry, you were telling me when you look in the stats, he's actually been surprisingly effective in opening duels.
Yeah, he has. It's been kind of crazy. He's currently, or at least he was at the start of the day, second on the board in that statistic. That's across the tournament. The only guy outperforming him was Flit. He might not attempt them a crazy amount. That's kind of par for the course with the AWPer. I think he's up there at around about like 36% or something like that. But he's winning them like 65, 70% of the time. And that's a ludicrous stat for your AWPer to have. Here's a little comparison that we have with other guys in the team. You can see that he's kind of, he's really coming up clutch. And something else that's worth mentioning here is that oftentimes when they get this opening kill, they're finding a lot of success around it. They're not dropping the ball in those 5v4s.
But Hugo, what happens when we talk a little bit about maps? Because we saw Anubis in action, and they've played already. You know, doesn't that always kind of sweeten the pot a little bit for the team that lost?
I think it's interesting. That's a good concept, but I think here is where it falls through in this game specifically, because before for Fnatic, they've been banning this map out. They finally floated it in a very hard game against a very experienced team, the most experienced team on this map right now at this level. They played 13, 14 matches of Anubis, and Fnatic, they got punished for it as well. They had some cool ideas, but it didn't pan out. I want to see Fnatic ban it today if they want to come through confidently. The danger is, because Fnatic have claimed they have a 7-map pool with the addition of Anubis. If that is true, they should be able to ban it out, and Ancient will be gone, of course, for the Eternal Fire boys, and Vertigo is where things get spicy, because that's a map they've been having so much success on. I can't wait to see where this veto is going. What will Fnatic ban? What will they float? And how will Eternal Fire punish? Because I think even if Anubis is gone, Vertigo is going to be the next port of call. Mirage and Inferno have both been shaky for Fnatic as of recent. I think they can rely on maps like Nuke, like on Overpass, where they beat them at least last time they played.
Yeah, you know, there is that element, though, that kind of calls into question the Fnatic overpass with that IHC game earlier, right? We saw them put on the ropes a little bit, right? And that's normally such a safe bet map for Fnatic. That's one that maybe brings a little bit of concern to the forefront of your mind, Hugo.
And even on Nuke as well, right? That was a map that Fnatic got. It was banned against them for such a long time, but they were always keen to play it and always keen to pick into it in the past. And they finally got the chance to play it here at this event. What did they do? They defeated G2's Nuke win streak, didn't they? But at the same time, Eternal Fire are more than comfortable to play that map. While they don't have a 7-map pool, I would say that they are currently more proven on the maps that they're strong at. The maps like Vertigo, Anubis, and you could make a case for Nuke. I'd love that as a 3rd map decider. I think that's one where this matchup could really get close.
Well, we do have the veto ready. I've been told the logos might be wrong, so bear that in mind. So we'll bring it up and see where the land lies. I'm not sure what they mean by logos. We'll check it out.
The words are all that matter.
Well, yeah, maybe it's the team that picked it.
Exactly.
I guess.
It might be the most confusing way to bring it up. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, as long as they can tell us in our ears what's actually happening.
Are we good to go, production? Is it ready?
What do you think, guys?
Here we go.
Fnatic are getting ready as well. You can hear us behind them. Still a huddle for Eternal Fire on the other side.
I think they just said violence as they broke up.
I love that. So, Ancient gone. Okay, so yeah, that's the logo. So that's Eternal Fire, not Cloud9, and that's Fnatic.
Oh, they got rid of Anubis.
A smart call for Fnatic. They learned from their mistakes. This is what I was wondering if it would come through. Inferno or Mirage, 2 shaky maps for Fnatic right now, and Eternal Fire will steal it with a punish.
Interesting. Okay, so Eternal Fire opt for Inferno, and Fnatic respond with Overpass, so not going to be too dissuaded by that IHC result.
Apparently not. It's their overall best map, at least historically. This event, it has been a little bit too close for comfort. They seem to have been found out somewhat. But yeah, Vertigo is gone. And I think Nuke closer would be epic.
Fnatic should ban Mirage. There's no way they don't. Yeah. So yeah, Nuke is our decider. This is
the map pool you wanted, Hugo.
This is what I wanted today. I wanted no Anubis for Fnatic. I think Eternal Fire have the edge on Vertigo, on Inferno rather, and then of course Overpass for Fnatic. They've got to prove themselves after today, Henry.
Absolutely. It's going to be the last chance saloon for both of these teams. I didn't think many saw Fnatic being in this stage of the tournament, and Eternal Fire with a real chance to steal the last place in the group.
We got 3 maps, boys.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, for sure. And we're going to commentate it. So we need to get ready.
Should we go move our booties over there, leave these lads to wrap up the...
Yeah. We can start hyping up some head-to-head conversation if you guys do want to skip out of here. Go on.
All right, go get ready, boys.
I'll go do
Enjoy
my stretches.
They'll head on down to the casting desk. But yes,
Lovely
Hugo,
work.
this is about to be a big one. The
just
final match.
Buddy.
Yeah, put that down. The final match of Group A. 1 spot left, 2 teams, and only 1 can take them. We know the maps now, Hugo. Now that you've seen it, can I get your thoughts on the head-to-head, how this is going to pan out?
I think there's no way Eternal Fire can 2-0. I think the only 2-0 could be for Fnatic, but I'm doubting it. I'm expecting Eternal Fire to come in hot and heavy, expecting them on a T side of Inferno to begin. And if they do so, I imagine they'll be taking that map and bringing us to what should be a 3-map madhouse.
Right, we have some head-to-heads up on our screen. This is Mezzi versus Major, clash of the captains, right? Mezzi is proven to be a tried and tested piece of the Fnatic puzzle now, right? Undertaking a variety of roles over his playing career. He's risen to the occasion every single time. On the other side, it's Major, a fan favorite within Turkish leadership. He's been in positions like this before. He's tried to bring up talent from within the region across his entire career, and now he's looking to do it again. Nikodos versus Emor. Both these AWPers giving us a good event as far as it goes. Emor's been cracking heads off in openers. Look at those stats for him. But Nikodos has not been quiet this event either. This is going to be quite the head-to-head.
Yeah, Nikodos was the guy destroying G2 on CT side nuke, which is, of course, off the map of the series. So, yeah, as long as he doesn't go quiet, a player, and really a team for Fnatic that have been met with some inconsistencies they can't afford to come through today. Our third head-to-head is Zantares v Crims, the veterans, the experienced players, the guys who you can rely on, and certainly for Zantares, who has been having a great start to the year.
Yeah, this has been the one big difference, right? Zantares' form has been top-notch throughout this. As mentioned, Crims, normally a rock, normally a pillar of this team, but he's struggled a little bit keeping that consistent appearance up throughout the Pro League thus far.
What's up next, Harry? What have you cooked up for us? Number 4, of course, it's going to be Calix taking on Fasha in another head-to-head. Solid anchor players. Fasha's picked it up massively since Katowice. A very poor performance for him, a very bad tournament, but he came in and he is top fragged near every single map we've seen from Fnatic here at the Pro League.
Yeah, Calix was always the kind of prince, the next in line to the throne within Turkish Counter-Strike. And then we have Fasha, who's on this redemption arc storyline on the other side. And then to round this out, Roy versus Xfloud.
Hard entry players, exciting, flashy, explosive guys. Roy, you know, mixing up what means lurking and what means entering, and it's all the more enjoyable.
Yeah, no, there's something very exciting about watching these two. But we know the matchup, we know the teams, we know the head-to-head, and I really hope we've driven home. This is your last chance, the one opportunity remaining to move into the playoffs, into that round of 12. We'll be coming up with Eternal Fire taking on Fnatic in just a moment, so don't go anywhere.
Who that with that heat? Oh, that's that RMG.
I go home when I win. I'm alone when the wind blows. And I won't lie. Oh, I'm hoping I get advances. This increases chances. My life is like a prom, but there ain't no dances. I'm standing in this hall getting funny glances. I was raised as a youth, but was missing parents. I was raised by my granny, shit, I miss my granny. Hardly raised by my daddy, but I miss my daddy. Wasn't raised by my mother, but I miss my mother. I ain't get to know my mother, but I actually loved her. Strange. I made the studio my home. Every time I touch a microphone, I'm at home. Every time I hear a metrodome, I get in the zone. Every time I get into the zone, I'm usually all alone. Home is where the heart is, pop. It's where our art is. Usually goes the heart is, pop. It's where our art is, showing them that you are hip hop. Long as you finish, doesn't matter where you started. I'm home when I win. I'm alone when the wind blows. And I won't lie. Oh, at home I get home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home, get home.
Why? So home is where the heart is, yeah. I said I'm in love with my hood, just know my love ain't lust. Hater said he had my trick, just know my broads ain't touch. Don't be snitching on my clique and get my dog caged up. Look for smoke and get you all blazed up like a chimney. Aggressive with the ace when I hit your face with the mini-me. Have to switch the plates when I use the K on the enemy. I shoot it's automatic like bad habits and tendencies. All in the back, puffing the remedy. With a 9 on my lap, she like it tender me. I started from scratch, now the epitome. These rappers all my sons, y'all motherfuckers be kidding me. I'm smoking blunts out the Range Rover, the chain smoking. Dangerous, pretty ugly with Dracos if you ain't noticed. My hometown is a war zone and it ain't bogus. The fridge is filled with a gang of coke and it ain't soda.
When I win, I'm alone. The wind blows in and I won't lie. Oh, and home I get home, go home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home, get home. I go home when I win. I'm alone when the wind blows in and I won't lie. Oh, and home I get home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home, get home. I go home when I win. I'm alone when the wind blows in and I won't lie. Oh, and home I get home, go home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home, get home.
Man, seeing in the kitchen bringing that magic.
Reports coming out of Kettering, UK right now about Epic Land. It seems as though there's been a bit of a mishap over there. UK once again showing their prowess within Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Nice try, Fresh. Nice try. Oh my god, he didn't got off it. Have you won it?
Sources on the ground have been quoted in saying, "Don't be a loser, buy a diffuser," or "Mess around and find out." One source told us by the name of Henry G, quote, "What a blunder," end quote. Now again, this all coming to us just right now, live and in the flesh from Kettering. We're going to keep our eyes on the developing situation on the ground. This is Trace from Space in Malta.
Well, we have set the scene perfectly. Harry, Hugo have got us equipped, and me, myself, and Henry G are going to be hanging out here at the Casa Desk for the first map. We got Inferno to start us off.
Oh, yes, we do. And I'm excited for this one. It's a match we've already had in the group already, of course, and it was Fnatic winning it 2-1, but Eternal Fire are hungry. They're ravenous, in fact. They want to show us they can perform on the big stage, and hopefully we'll be able to deliver and at least give us an epic series here. Fnatic, I would say, are still the favorites going into this one. They were starting on the CT side by virtue of this being Eternal Fire's pick. It looks like we are ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final Group A game. As we get into it now, it's going to be Eternal Fire with one smoke, make it two, couple of mollies, and just one P250 for Calyx, as we see 7 guns on Fnatic, Alex.
Yeah, and I mean, interestingly enough, just 2 Kevlar vests for Eternal Fire. They really are prioritizing that utility. And let's see how far it gets them, looking to start with a bang. It has been a battle of Fnatic's CT side. We saw that a lot of teams have been able to find double digits on Inferno, IHC the exception so far here at Pro League. So starting strong on that T side, going to be integral for Eternal Fire. Looking to exploit a map that hasn't been too great for Fnatic.
Well, it's going to be a 5-man B-lean from Eternal Fire to kick things off here. No fakes available, just full commitment and a good grenade to respond, but it's all down to Mezzi here with the Julies. He will be tested right here, right now.
Perfect weapon for the job, Hank, and he's already taken one. Crims as well, connecting through the smoke. The flak damage returned as Antares. Good for the shutdown. Now Jewel Beretta's hunting down Maja. Low, hiding behind the sandbags, and Roy with 15 bullets to spare does dispatch of the leader. 2 left for the Turks and not looking particularly healthy. Next Floud and Antares, sure, clock on their side, but 3, oof, make it 2. Members of Fnatic left and xCloud, oh dear, he's got too many options on the bomb, defusing now, and a nice 10-second defuse to secure it.
Well, there we have it then. The B execution shut down. A moment of opportunity there for Eternal Fire in the 2 versus 1, but xCloud taken down to a low point of health, and nothing really can be done as the Julies are recovered. It's Fnatic going up 1-0. Lovely setup here. Perfectly timed smoke for the entry of Eternal Fire here. Nothing they could really do, taking so much damage en route, and it's Roy with the flank with those dual elites getting the job done, and good cover here from Nikados. Just 2 points of health for xCloud. Nothing could be done, but with the bomb planted, of course, they can buy up in the second. They've actually got 3 AK-47s. That's not bad at all. You could arguably say they've got more firepower going into round number 2 here. Bare bones utility to say the very least. A couple of smokes to work with, but Zantares, he'll be looking for any aggression towards B at the start. They exchange HE grenades. It's a passive setup from the CTs. They're not going to be forcing the issue here and trying to fight for banana control. In fact, it's Roy. Not being boosted up towards the atrium. He's just playing by boiler. And Fasher watching the apartments from a defensive angle. So first port of call. Obtain the banana itself, and they've had to expend a little bit of utility there. Smoke from the CT side, thrown by Crims, hoping to hold them at bay, funnel them into this double boost setup, a quad.
Yeah, Mezzi's just gone back around to scoop up an extra nade. It was a smoke he's retrieved. But in the meantime, we can see that the walk middle, this 3-man hold Fnatic have established off of the rip, straight out of spawn. Oops. Bit of a loud one as they are starting to show presence. Who's going to be the one to take that first boiler angle? Roy should have a frag every day of the week. Nikados, if not, to trade.
Oof, that smoke suggests they're coming. They will be focusing towards the quad side, and Nikados and Roy. SMG striking first. It's the Deagle.
Oh dear, that's a blunder. And look what happens now, because Zantares leaping out of the balcony will catch Nikados, and that has rumbled the Fnatic defense. This looks so good. They were set up for success, and now this second round, it looks like it's destined for Eternal Fire.
Doesn't look good whatsoever. Mezzi and Crims now separated from the bomb side by the Molotov deployed. It's a 3-on-2. As mentioned, Eternal Fire probably had more firepower going into that one. They've actually got 3 rifles in hand still. Mezzi and Crims will have to save the MP9 and the FAMAS. They've already conceded the round, and that's going to be it. Lovely little setup here, but couldn't quite find the multiple frags. It's Fasher going down to that Deagle that really is the difference maker. Things get a little bit kooky there, as you see Roy trying to pick up another gun, but in fact just runs to his certain death.
And all 3 will exit with a nice weapon. I was going to say an upgrade, but certainly for Madja, those 2 AKs, as you already so astutely pointed out, did actually lead to some successes. Admittedly, though, it was Calix with the no-armor Deeg that got the 2 kills to win the round.
Yeah, absolutely massive from him, and this is what this series is going to deliver. A back and forth affair. There's a lot of skill on the server right now. Sure, Fnatic are the favorites, but in terms of raw firepower, you might just give the edge to Eternal Fire. Round 3. And it's going to be the full investment from Fnatic. So 3 pistols for them. That saved MP9 and the FAMAS. Now, do they want to play on the front foot? They're sending 3 players towards Banana this time. Suggests they're going to try and challenge. Deep smoke might even confirm it. As they wait patiently by the sandbags. Mezzi lies in wait. Will be a little bit of response from Zantares, who's ready and waiting for any players jumping for information, just like that.
So they really want to contain any access to Banana. And they're flashing, they're going, pushing through the flames, and still gets a frag. Immor takes an early frag, and Roy will happily retrieve a Galil.
Yeah, not too bad, all things considered for Fnatic. They're thinking Zantares down to 5 points of health as well, recovered a Galil. So it's boosted their chances for sure. They've actually allowed Crims to peel off now. So a 3-man lead to kick things off, and now focusing towards A, hoping they've done enough to funnel the remainder of Eternal Fire into this position with sub 1 minute on the clock. CT's still with a Molotov. That's in the hands of Roy, so he can justify playing this position by himself, but he wants to hold that Molotov until the last possible moment, until he feels like he can't really do much more. So they are coming in his direction, deploys the molly. They're not falling back just yet, though. They might wait this one out, and Nikados can feel it. He'll be rotating over with Fasher, in fact.
Yeah, hedging their bets. And I mean,
it's well timed. They've got the smoke on Fasher, so if they can smoke the mouth of Banana now, they might secure this round. There it is.
What's the reaction? I mean, they're going to have about, what, 10, 15 seconds upon the fade?
They kind of have to jump up on first oranges, really.
Zantara is going to have to, with 5 HP, just get some info, get an entry if he can. Smoke, go, and dead. Down goes the bomb with 10 seconds left. It could all fall apart as it has. Xflow down as well. It's all good in the Fnatic hood. A double from Fasha, but a complete team effort. The kill spread is beautiful. It's mathematical. 1, 2, 3, and 4 as you climb up the Fnatic boys.
Yeah, that was very nice from Fnatic. Good mid-round decisions there after taking the initial banana control and trading out kills, enabling to get another rifle within their defense. At that stage, leaving Roy with the Molotov, they're able to boost the defenses towards A and keep pushing them around the map. Then setting up this final B setup here. You can see the boost towards second oranges as well, hitting a great deagle shot and just trading out the kills to come out on top there. That's a massive round for Fnatic as they bounce back. And we're going to see the war of attrition continue here, Alex. Yeah. Another force buy as we see Tech9s across the board here. Eternal Fire looking to strike towards A this time. They do have enough for a full execution, so they'll want to claim key areas on the map first. Focusing towards the apartments, ideally get down towards the bottom of the boiler room and see what's available to them. And it's very passive from Fnatic. They don't want to give this one up. Play the bomb sites, enable those crossfires, and then we'll have Roy rotating back from B as he holds towards Arch.
Everyone's favorite franchise. It's Force by Wars. And already, Fasha in that mini pit's going to be a very hard clear. But into the site comes Imor, flatlines Nikados, and this one from Fasha is important. So is that. Gets 2 still stubborn on the pit. Distraction as Imor looks a little silly. Ooh. And Xflow holds on a 1v1 with him on the site. Wrapping around, Fasha has done it all from that pit position.
He's got a bit more to do here up against Xflow. He's been a bit of a clutch master in Pro League so far. Bomb down on the A bomb side. Fasha with the advantage. 3 kills to his name this round, but the element of surprise is in favor of Xflow, but that's gone now. He'll smoke down towards Moto, and it's a big one-on-one duel. With Fnatic giving it up, Fasha can't believe it.
Mate, we are going all the way with these force buys. I think that might be enough to buy respect out of Fnatic, but I see a couple of people on, or just the one on 1,400. Crims is on the double eco anyway.
So yeah, they're probably going to force buy in response. They've got a technical issue now to think about what just happened there, but Fasha fighting tooth for nail from the pit is not enough. Down to the 1 versus 1, he even gave up his position, bravely goes for the swing and comes out on top. You can see what it means to him. He knows that's a massive round because the run and gun potential on the T side with those Tech9s, it's very powerful. Now force buying back on the CT side is Fnatic. You're having what, Deagles, 5.7s, maybe an MP9 at the very top end. It's going to be an incredibly difficult round. So a technical pause for now. No chatting allowed, I'm afraid. As we get into round number 5, this one certainly is heating up, Alex.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I can feel the temperature rising, and we're only 4 rounds into the first map. This is what happens when there are a lot at stake. It's either an opportunity to come back for the playoffs or an opportunity to watch it from your sofa at home. It's all up for a debate. And Eternal Fire, I mean, hey, you even looked Matcha in the eyes when upon arrival here in Malta and said, I think I can see you in top 4. Well, he is 1 best of 3 away from making that a reality.
Yeah, and it feels like it really is 50-50 in this particular environment. It's the last game of the day. Bear in mind, Fnatic already played today as well, so they're going to be fatigued. They're not going to be feeling themselves. And Eternal Fire have had all day to plan their game plan going to this one. So I'm excited. It should be a lot of fun. I hope Zantara's turns up. I hope the big 3 in Eternal Fire, because they really do need them online. If any of those players go missing, that's between Zantara's, Imor, and Calyx. Those are the big names you need to turn up. It could be a really exciting series. This is their pick, and it does look like, unfortunately, Calyx is the one with some audio issues, I believe. So, should be a quick one. It always baffles me how the audio just disappears and once the game started. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. Never had it happen to me. Audio's gone, lads. See ya.
It's these pros, yeah, they're just, they can't stop shouting as loudly as they can into the microphones. As Crims is keeping himself cool. I told you it was heating up.
Yeah. I might do one more button just to kind of get in the mood.
Oh my! Yeah, well, that's
not safe for the broadcast.
Not safe. Yeah, I'm just checking the camera angle, making sure they're not going to be getting the premium view. They have to pay extra for that one. It's a monthly subscription.
Yeah. Throw a sub to the channel. Round 5, full eco or a full investment for now. What do you think they're going to do, Alex? Here, they've got an average of $2,000, but actually made it crimp down to 1,400. That is given.
I think they
the
give
yield.
In
terms of loss bonus next round, they'll only get 1,900, right? So even if they do take the full eco, it's enough to get FAMAS's basic armor. Yeah, like you might just sabotage the entire game by doing that. I'm not sure. It's definitely a little thinker for you. It's not an ideal situation at all. This is looking very good for Eternal Fire, who will have everything, including Mac 10s, which might be the perfect weapon for the job.
And to recap as to how Fnatic got into this pickle, it was by virtue of only having 2 alive in the first 3 rounds of play. They won the first, lost the second, saved 2 rifles, and then won the following with 2 alive as well. It just means that there's been 3 rebuys for the first 3 rounds of play for Fnatic, and after conceding in a 1v1 no less in that final round, it's put everything into disarray, and Fnatic, obviously off the back of a tech, will likely want to take attack. It looks like we're back. The R's are in the chat, so we're going to be jumping in, getting answers to all those questions and conundrums we came up with. I say that, I lied. Saw the clock going down, I got excited.
They've typed ready at least.
Yeah, it's a good start.
Both teams have typed ready, so...
Oh, it's attack. Okay, so yes, we transitioned from tech to attack.
Nice.
And with just 10 seconds left on that. But that was called by Fnatic, and you see Keita is moving that mouth a lot in order to try and obviously have this conversation we've been having here.
Yeah, well, Fnatic are known for their full eco setups on Inferno, especially though, to do the Tower of Doom over towards B, and it can be quite frightening. But of course, most teams are aware of it. If I am, I'm sure they've certainly got some info on it as well, and they are going to be fully investing. That's pretty much what we expect, considering Crim's down at 1,400. You want to keep everyone's money the same, and it would be a very compromised buy if they took the save here and have for masses, as Crims will be purchasing him with Deagle, no armor, opting for the utility. So trying to be more supportive than aggressive, perhaps.
I'm watching Xantares. He had the fastest spawn, and he hasn't let go of W as he arrives at logs. But for now, just going to be throwing out that early stop util. Crims will have to respect it. And top banana is theirs for the taking, of course, not to their knowledge. Magi using that MAC-10 as well. There's a lot of exposed heads there. Only really Nikados is going to be safe from Magia, and doesn't find himself on that B bomb site should the MAC-10 make its way there. Nikados on the jiggle here. It's Antares versus the Danes Deeg. We'll fire off a warning shot. So that's a little bit of info for EF as to what they're against. Times it very well. We'll get the smoke down, buy some time, and maybe forces a little bit of an inquisition as to Fasha's pit position.
Well, they're doing well so far, I would say. Fnatic have got us to the sub 1 minute mark, but they have given up mid control. Fasha, Roy, waiting patiently towards the pit. You can see Roy in anti-flash right now, hoping to be activated once his teammate takes the aggro. Nikados watching towards the arch side, just hoping they can make this situation uncomfortable. Good nade. Should do a ton of damage there. Considerable. And if you can find a 1 dig and fall away, that would be idyllic. Not going to happen.
Yeah, no, and in Xantares fashion, he does just peek in dry. Fasha and Roy in a lot of jeopardy now, trying to play around that smoke. Immel should have him. Does tag him, repels Fasha. Grim's pushing the smoke into Calix's spray. Roy back from that mini pit, maybe with 7 bullets in the clip, but not to be. And it looks like Eternal Fire will start to build quite a little cushion for them to sit themselves on with this round and likely the one to follow.
Yeah, potentially a 2-for-1 deal there. Medzi, the last player remaining, and he'll be falling back, of course. That was very nice from Eternal Fire, handling the situation well, not giving much away whatsoever. Just 1 kill drop. That was Antares, and the rest of them keeping their rifles in hand. Medzi finds an incendiary at least and a flash. Will be useful for the eco coming up into the next, as they'll be getting $2,400. But this is a chance for Eternal Fire to spread their legs on the T side of Inferno, their map pick. We expect them to win it. Bear in mind it's Overpass coming up next, but commonly considered to be the best map of Fnatic, but dropping it to IHC earlier today certainly begs the question as to whether this could be a 2-0 for Eternal Fire.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be a pedant, but it was just such a perfect collaboration you just did. You were trying to do stretch their legs or spread their wings, and you said spread their legs here on Inferno.
Did I?
Yeah, just to, I mean, I like...
Spread their...
Oh my God. We'll see if they can spread their legs. No, let's see if they can spread them. We'll find out. Fnatic probably will, actually, on this round.
It's getting late.
It's so good. I've never heard that before. No, honestly, let's just see if they spread their legs. And
they could do.
Well, Messi tries. He actually gets tagged down to 42. They've left the bomb in spawn, Henry, so there's a clear indication that they're here for frags. It's going to be a little death match.
That's all there can be, really. They've actually got some control of the apartments, but that's about it. But still, it's just Messi alone towards B. Nikados will be the first to be dropped here. So, in towards the bomb side they go. Desert Eagle may be able to find one, but Messi has been dealt with quickly. Antares looking to farm some cash, MAC-10 in hand, and towards the ruins, he will find one more if he checks the right-hand corner, but would you ever think about this? Apparently not.
Yeah, Crimson's done well with that. Gets the necessary damage done on the USP, and I think that's pretty much all you can celebrate. You might try and do some more damage on the way out. But very well handled for Eternal Fire. So it was a buy one, get one free state of play after the one out forced by Wars. xFloud is kind of, responsible for the ramifications in that one-on-one. He did convert. Here's Crims making it costly. xFloud down. Going to run into Maja, who does also fall at the hands of Crims. He makes that costly. Getting something out of that with 3 bodies hitting the deck, but Eternal Fire up to 4. And I was looking at Fnatic's Infernos. I wanted to recap that. So they played 3 Infernos against Outsiders, G2 and IHC respectively, losing 2 of them. Most notably, of course, the Outsiders game going 16-14, with both teams managing to post double digits T-sides. So just keep that in mind. It was a battle of double-digit T-sides against Outsiders. It was G2 who managed to keep Fnatic, keep a real lid on Fnatic's T-side, with them only posting 5.
Well, here we go. I guess the first gun round, but you can see certainly some compromises for Fnatic. Mezzi with the FAMAS, bare bones in terms of utility. Eternal Fire certainly with the advantage here, as Amor with the big green. You can see they've actually gone for another double boost setup here. This time towards the B bomb site. One towards spawn and one in new boxes. Crims playing beneath. And it could be ideal, but Zantares looks like he's just going to have a little pick here. See what's available to him. Smokes off spawn himself. Good incendiary to slow him down.
They got more where that came from. Crims with a flashbang cocked and can throw that out for the call. Might be Nikados that asks for it. Currently just staring at the boost, waiting for contact from Mezzi. Will drop off, draws fire. Utility released, and you can see that that wasn't the full commit. They're happy just to burn through the CT resources. It leaves them very light on. Admittedly, that 45 seconds will become a little scary in the next 15. But they're going to be looking to double pump this, just showing bodies on A, keep Roy and Fasher on their toes.
We'll have a look at the rotation. As Nikados will be having to peel away first. 30 seconds now. Still unclear as to where they're finishing this round. Full mid control, and Major will come and join them, but how do they close this one out?
They're working it out too. Yeah, the bomb was initially B, but as you can see, Imor and Maja are on their way. Guys, 18! All it takes is Fasher and Roy to do something, this Danish duo. Roy, good for it, and yeah, it's good one from the Dutchman as well. With 1 second to spare, they'll get the bomb down. Nikados coming in from library side, 2 pushing up the banana for the mid fight, and Maja's been equipped with the AWP. Should be set for 1 here.
You'd hope so. He's in a prime position to find one, fall back, but speaking of which, Fnatic are going to concede yet another, allowing the scoreline to go 5-2 in favor of the Turkish squad. And well done to Eternal Fire. The fact they've timed that to perfection. As you mentioned, 2 players lying in wait, 1 more second against them, and the round falls apart, but they put it off perfectly. 3 players survive, and Fnatic left with no choice as the difficult start continues for them here. After winning the pistol and the 3rd round forced by, haven't got anything done whatsoever, as Eternal Fire will find their 4th in a row. I would say another tactical timeout coming in for Fnatic here, but a fantastic start from the Turkish squad, as they'll have cash to spare as well. So there it is, the tactical timeout has been called, and that is by Fnatic, I believe, indeed.
Yeah. Certainly something to review. Something is a little fishy afoot. Your high-impact players, we talked about it over on the analyst couch. With Roy obviously pulling his weight, Nikados has been having a good tournament as well. You look at the likes of Crims and Mezzi, whose stats have been far from idyllic. Mezzi's had an impact half, an impact map, but in order to put it down when it matters most, all eyes are on the Brit. As well as the Swede, Crims is going to be looking to be a pillar of consistency. Something he's been at so... I mean, let's not forget. If Crims and Fnatic have been at every Pro League, then this lad has been here more times than most. Setting up, going through the motions, and as of late, Fnatic haven't really been seeing the playoffs. Does it really happen again after things have started to be, getting the juices flowing, the orgs back on the Counter-Strike map? You'd think this one's a gimme. And this is a punish pick from Eternal Fire. Can they really make it feel as one? Fnatic claiming a 7-map pool. Well, Inferno being tested today.
Well, we get into round number 8 here. Decent utility damage at the stars. And Taras takes a face full of shrapnel from the HE grenade down to 68. And a more boost for Fnatic as Crims. That is one brave peek. I assume he thought the smoke was covering him and allowing it to actually maybe have an investigation towards the bottom of Banana, but if anything, that gap was guaranteeing certain death. It'll be dealt with by Amor. 5 on 4 with a minute remaining as well. And what's the CT reaction here? Currently, just with Mezzi, the in-game leader with 0 utility to speak of to hold off the B-bomb site. That is not ideal at all. They can just walk in, essentially. What can he even do about it?
Yeah, I mean, bullets is his only option, and he has got a magazine full of them. Still, the procedures of the utility that are coming his way are probably going to make things very difficult.
Has a rotating Roy who has a flashbang. That is about it.
Oh, this is bleak. What's he supposed to do? Madge's not looking, though, and it's a free frag for Mezzi, allowed to fall out into the flames. Roy does well again onto the bomb carrier. That Centaura's gone.
They whipped the smoke.
And now Roy can push in again. Oh, team flash isn't good. Fasher has to reposition. And that should allow a plant. Should. But no one's looking. Immor was looking the wrong way. Does get reacted to by X-Floud as a 6 is secure. And the chicken lives to fight another day.
Oh, I felt like there was a chance there. Mezzi with the one frag he desperately needed, gets away with it as well. The gap in the smoke enabled the MP9 to swing, but eventually became a real burden for them as well. The terrorists having full vision and CT spawn by virtue of their own gap. But there we have it. 3 will survive, and it will be a more with 3 big frags on an AWP. So that's going to be maximum loss bonus, Alex, for Fnatic going forward now. That does help them out somewhat. Means with the save them 4, they can at least partially invest into this one and hopefully steal a round away, because this one is getting out of hand for them. The T-side campaign of Eternal Fire is looking very strong. And it hasn't had to be down to crazy 1vx situations or a amazing Xantara's performance. It's been a great calculated team effort where a couple of 1v1s have gone their way, but the big names are showing up when they need them. Missing the chicken swipe there, but that's fine. So we do have a decent buy overall. Fnatic will have the FAMAS, AWP on Nikados, but again, concessions to be made. Haven't had a proper strong buy here. At least have one defuse kit. We'll see if Nikados can change the pace of this half. And again, gap in the smoke there. We'll see if it comes back to bite them.
Big round here to determine just how much of a thrashing this first half will feel. Ouch. Yeah, Mezzi swallows a grenade. They really are playing this forward banana fight. Will not be satisfied with conceding that top banana area. You can see that it looks like Eternal Fire are not particularly interested.
Once they make a call, they like to coordinate themselves as a 5-man unit. The Wolf Pack meets up, and it's been very potent so far. Roy, got to be tested once again. Back up from Fasher, who has been fragging well. Is playing the pixel gap. But this is an apartment's pound salad. They're going to be just throwing a flashbang out and challenging Mezzi. He'll probably find one with the angle. There's the flash. But now detected, needs to find at least one. Does well, and it's Xantares. Here he comes. This could be a bigger problem to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, Mezzi's done so much work there. The nade looks good to soften up Major. Xantares, though, is coming. Oh,
Mezzi!
No, he's let it slip there, the headshot angle. And Immor hits the reaction. They can't get in now. The door slams shut, bangs them out on the way out. It is Crims and Nikados leaving empty-handed.
6 in a row.
So first it's going to be Immor, and then it's going to be Xantares, and if every time they walk into a site, one of them is getting a multi-kill, Eternal Fire are going to be set.
Yeah, they are looking very impressive right now. It's going to be difficult to topple this team. Eternal Fire want to make it to those playoffs. Last slots available here in Group A. And it looked good for a second. Mezzi with that opening frag, you'd think he'd be able to convert that and stay alive, but as mentioned, if Xantares is alive and Mezzi misses that shot from the headshot position, that could be a real problem. We're still looking to see whether they'll save the 2 weapons here, and it looks like they will, but still with that maximum loss bonus, they'll have a fighting chance going forward.
It feels tough to be critical of Mezzi when he has the 2 on the way in. He was isolated on the site, but it was just to the point where he's already done that much that 3rd might have been the difference maker.
Absolutely.
It's tough, of course, considering it was the only frags Fnatic managed to muster, but it's not enough to translate into a round. That 2-man retake, but these are the frags we're talking about. Had he been able to get away with a 3rd, or even just extend and live, but he found himself in that close corner, and Immor managing to hit the reaction shot. Very nice.
Yeah, lovely shot from Immor, making this T-side AWP look easy. Round 10, another tactical timeout now, as Fnatic need to make a difficult decision. Do they fully invest and try and salvage this deficit and aim to win the half, or take a partial, allow Eternal Fire to potentially get their 8 rounds and maybe a few more? This is getting a little bit out of hand on the T side, but we'll see what they're up for. Looks to be the latter with the partial buy. So still, with Nikados and the form he's been in this tournament, one of the names for Fnatic that has been very good. He'll actually have a decent spawn as well towards middle. We'll see if he wants to challenge and try and open things up. Fancies up. Oh, going down the second middle as well.
That is ambitious, and it leads to a frag. Calyx eating dirt at the hands of Nikados. Oh, and Xantares, very worse for wear. The poor soul hanging on by a thread. 4 HP off the back of the Fnatic utility, leaves Immort posted up for the reaggress. Needs a reaction shot, just a little shy of the money. Ouch, good nade back. Gonna be very hard to make this one work. But Maja feeling motivated as Fasha's just caught X-Cloud. That was an attempt to walk out of the balcony hoping to draw fire, but it was all too easily solved, and so Fnatic with the 2 saved rifles are actually gonna get away with it.
Well, that's exactly what they needed. Nikados to step up there, and it was a big risk. The single push down towards second middle, finds Calyx, rotates back, and actually is very influential, as Fasha will find a Deagle headshot as well to guarantee the round win, and that's going to be a massive prop-up for Fnatic now. Xantares to save the sniper himself. Same story for Amor, as Fnatic now getting back on their feet.
Jesus, Henry, I've just realized that Fnatic's 3 CT rounds, this will be the 3rd, or none of which have been done with a gun round.
No, I mean, not yet.
It was the 2 times we've seen them go utility heavy, B and Banana, where they find these early frags. Admittedly, X-Cloud's death detached from that, but yeah, it was the pistol round, it was the 3rd round Force, and that was with Deagles going aggressive up Banana, and yeah, seems to be the recipe for success right now. Fnatic yet to find a gun round, and well, guns have been scooped up, so we'll get to see that. There is extra goodies hiding at spawn for Xantares. I would like to think he's going to grab himself 1 or 2 of those. He's not.
This was the opening kill here. Lovely shot from Nikados. Had to go for something there. Bravely pushes down towards second middle, rotates back towards B, and steals the round away. And now look what that's done to the defense. They've got 3 AK-47s now. What an injection of power as we enter round number 11 now. Money not amazing for Eternal Fire, so not out of the woods just yet. Sure, a great T-side campaign so far, but that's one that really has hurt them. And more, not going to let that happen again. He watches still the push down now.
Calyx up towards this Nikados aggressive angle as he... Whoa, no, he's not ready for that. Nikados, a nice aggressive posting to get Fnatic an opening. And I think aggression definitely seems to be the remedy for Fnatic right now. They are leaving Crimson deliberately, going to play a more forward Banana hold. There's no way Nikados is still there, but you can see that they are cautious of it. He's repositioned and responsible for this bracket control.
Problem is for Eternal Fire now. They have expended most of their utility. It has to be the full commitment. It's Amor to lead the charge. Roy goes down. Can't find the double though. This is going to be another excellent round for Nikados if he can keep this up.
Wasn't far off of taking down Nikados there. A blind spray from Xantares. Though empty-handed though, and it's Maja and Xantares kind of sent packing. I don't think they're going to continue towards the A side of things. Xantares trying to find the gap now. He's going to have a poke and a prod while Maja holds onto the bomb.
Well, if there's a man who could salvage this round, this might be him. Xantares, great shot there towards the arch side. Mezzi dropped, and they still have time to do something with this. It's 3-on-2. Bomb in towards second middle. And you can see they've kind of lost track of Xantares here as he does rattle off some bullets. His teammate coming up towards the quad side. 10 seconds remaining. That will confirm the round, but Major needs to try and get out of there, but not going to happen. 2 rounds in a row. That one is a gun round, Alex. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, indisputable. And the gap will start to close, as so does the financial freedoms that Eternal Fire were working with.
Now we have a game on our hands. They were running away with this one, but these efforts from Nikados in the last couple of rounds, he single-handedly got them back into this one with 3 massive kills once again. So, pump the brakes, take the timeout. Amor has $8,000 So with the cash they have, they could scrape together a buy, but do you want to sabotage the big bankroll you have for the sniper player at this point? You've got enough rounds, could just take the partial and deliver going forward, but both options viable. We'll see which one they go for. There's the AK. Could just be the hero AK thrown over to Xantares, for example, but looks like they are going all in. So more drops a couple, I believe. Major with the Tech 9, which is more than serviceable.
An $8,000 investment from Immor. Let's see if it can be worth it. An 8th round certainly would be the most idyllic outcome. Early chip damage, pretty unsubstantial. Fasher is posturing for something early off the flash. Ouch. Yeah, this B utility is so successful from Fnatic consistently. Immor and Xantares now shadows of their former selves, tagged up down to below 50.
So, with this force buy, nothing really accomplished so far and taking a lot of damage en route to the B bomb site. Xantares boosted up. He's down at 41 points of health, showing presence towards Banana, but Crims thinking better of it. Doesn't want to dump the utility just yet. Still holding onto his smoke. And he will do until he feels like he's under threat. And the 45-second mark, he will delay a little bit longer as Eternal Fire will have to wait at the mouth of the B bomb site here. Mezzi sits at the pillar, and Crims considering his options. Wanting to cross over towards the side there. He's only got a flashbang remaining. And here they come.
Yeah, he's actually done some damage through the smoke that Mezzi will profit from. Good counter flashes coming over from CT, but Calyx kicks open the door. They are in. And they know Coffins is occupied. Crims will be denied by the Flame again with this gap on CT smoke. It's not ideal.
It's really not, but looks like they won't be paying the price here, but advantage perhaps for Eternal Fire. It's a
They're having a look,
retake.
Hank. They really are. All 4 Fnatic members coming on in. A smoke, a couple of flashes. And Nikados trying to clear out this emo position. It's not going to be viable, especially now. Xantares racks up 2 of the rotators, and they're now just trapped trying to hold on to what they can. Crims has got 2 players pinned, but he has to leave as well. Will they go down with the ship? It's looking like they've just got enough time if he's quick. Not great. Not great at all. Immor and Calyx down, but the round in the bag.
It's a big round to take as well. That was the force buy. They would have been in dire straits the remainder of these couple of rounds here in the first half, but still, they win it, and it will be Fnatic having to fall back once again. Like you said, gap in the smoke, spotting them crossover. Nikados with the information, but unable to pull the trigger, and they're going for Mac 10s here on the T side. So this will have to be something very quick. Maybe back to those apartments. They've actually got 5 helmets on the CT side, so they're actually after winning a round on the back foot here.
Yeah, this is the product of that Immor drop party in the previous over in Falador. But yeah, it's not great. It is not great, despite the win. And those exit deaths have really, you know, echoed into this next round. Ooh, all those goodies gone to waste. Can they recover? I mean, 8's great. 9, though, going to be hard fought if they're walking into this Fnatic 4-man wolf pack. Counter flash from Nikados trying to delay. Confirms the Mac 10's in play. Magic to flash his boys out of boiler. He's considering his options. It's Mezzi that's still happy to establish a crossfire. Got a 3-man crossfire forward for brackets.
Mezzi up close. He will be finding the first kill down towards the bottom and middle, but here come those Mac 10s. They will answer in kind with a kill towards the boiler room. Are still in a 4-on-4. 50 seconds remain. Starting to transition now. Calyx with the bomb on his back. And Crims inquisitive and catches xFloud out of position with the smoke available as well. 40 seconds. This is big. Fnatic in the driving seat up this round. Nikados on the AWP. I don't see a world where Xantares can hit the shot. They'll have to limp in towards the A side now. This one should be done. Fasher to confirm it. The Mac 10 is not quite powerful enough. Calyx with no chance to pull this one off, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's just a question of seeing what he can get done. Recovered M4 from his frag onto Roy. He's going to have a little look. Confirms bodies on the site. Good for the first. He'd have to clear out for the... Oh, the wallbang actually connects. Only a chip damage. Fasha's fine. He's cool. And Fnatic are too as they look to close this gap, looking to actually convert 3 of the last 4 rounds of play. Certainly made a scoreline out of what was very quickly running away from them.
Well, we'll see what they can make of it. Round 14. That was the force spike. Leading into that round victory where they fought up with the Mac 10s and Tech 9s. So money will be very low and it will be reflected here in the purchasing. Not really much to speak of whatsoever. Glocks, P250s, Deagles, 4 players of Kevlar, and Tamor with a bit of body armor. Major just spamming off some shots, trying to bait out some utility here. Nikados confirmed he has full banana control. They'll be very aware of the financial woes currently being experienced by the Eternal Fire boys. Could be Nikados with a nice easy one to kick things off, as he does see a player with a pistol there. So he doesn't need to fall back, really. They've got no flashes to push him off this position. It doesn't really matter for baiting grenades out or doing anything to whittle away the CT economy, because, of course, it's last round next, and they've got plenty of cash.
Yeah, I think they're just more than happy to stand at these early contact points. Take the favorable duels. These unarmored pistols not going to be getting Eternal Fire far. That's a lot of nade damage inflicted prior to arrival. Bomb was trying to get its way out of apps, and it'd be very hard pressed to even cross the first boundary. Roy makes sure that line in the sand is drawn. You shall not pass, as that guy once said.
What film did Voldemort say that in?
I think it was the 3rd one.
Half-Blood Prince, right.
Yes, no, yeah, was it that one or?
Well, it was iconic either way.
Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief. I think it was.
Round 15. And we will have Fnatic looking to close the gap down to just 1. And Eternal Fire will buy up with what they can here. They've had a great half on this T side. They'll be happy with this little bindle they've got, winning the half out. One more, though, certainly would feel good. They've gone for the deep smoke down towards middle. Bit of a one-way, so we'll see the CTs want to push down into it. Just using it to throw some grenades at the start.
Yeah, Crims is going to get an early challenge from Xantares. Working on that little gap they've thrown and facilitated for him.
Yeah. Can be quite a cheeky one, that, but everyone's aware of it these days.
Just immediately fell out with it, and it seems that that was all they were hoping for. Not going to be any particular substance other than just setting him up to see if he could go fishing in the early engagement.
Well, I've enjoyed the contributions from Nikados. He really has saved the day. Like, he has been great. Everything you want from a CT AWP. Dynamic, aggressive, accurate. We'll see if he can keep it up. No AWP available for the Turkish squad here, I'm afraid. And a nice little bait and switch for Roy and Fasha. Crims trying to take some aggro away from the position as well. But for now, focusing on the apartments, and they've been smoked off. They had 3 players there as well, so they might have to reconfigure here.
Yeah, I mean, they're really counting on Mezzi to hold this balcony position. And that's where 3 members of EF are heading. These next duels are going to really determine everything. It's likely to be Madja coming out of that boiler, or rather both balcony and boiler, and everyone meets their demise at the hands of Roy. A double from him. Calyx low. Crossing pit, not going to be easy with 2 here on the cross. Big from xFloud, not expecting the second, and the now just a formality onto Calyx as we see 8-7. An incredible resuscitation from Fnatic. They take it and run with it. 5 rounds in the last 6 of the half. That was a complete disaster up until the close. Fnatic are back. Let's see if Eternal Fire can close on the defense.
Too much getting online. One rule, then let them on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I blow soon, soon. Knew as a child back in the womb. Oh, told her step back, I need my room, room. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm in a whip, so I gotta zoom. They tryna talk, they not in the room. I've been so real, I'm dead to the tomb. They in the way, they gotta move. I gotta gas, they running on fumes. Told them way back, it's something new. It's me and Dan, you gotta choose. I'm taking what's mine, I'm doing fine. Don't see the vision, they looking so blind. I hit my lawyer, I don't got the time. Crossing my T's and he dotting those eyes. Don't take offense if I do not oblige. I can't relate but like none of these guys. They hit me once and I'm cutting the ties. I was so low but I'm back on the rise, it's real. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I blow soon, soon. Knew as a child back in the womb. Oh, told her step back, I need my room, room. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm hopping now I gotta go. I'm looking back, they not even close. I had a 4, now I need a ghost. I got a wave like I'm on the coast. Same ones are doubting, I dare the show. So way that I'm ballin', they think I'm a pro. I'm getting sick by the money I gross. They saying whoa, I told them all what this is. I told them all I don't miss. Said it's my time, look at this shit on my wrist. And when they shooting this breaks, I'm going in. In a new gear, gotta shift. I cannot stick to the script, I cannot wait. Watch how I get it and flip. It's just how I'm doing this shit that I'm going. Just how I'm doing this shit that I'm going. Hey, just how I'm doing this shit that I'm going.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 17. You join us for the conclusion of Group A between Fnatic and Eternal Fire. We've split it right down the middle, of course, as we switch things over, and will be the defensive proposal from the Turks at this point, as we see 7 guns once again, Alex. We've seen a lot of dualies. It really has become meta in this tournament especially. We're seeing it each and every game.
Yeah, it does just seem like it's the perfect weapon for the job for any of these hard 5-man commitments. Your Glocks, you know, great, you've got 20 bullets. Well, I've got more, and we'll get to see how that one shapes up as we are into our second pistol round of the series. And speaking of grouping up, it's 3 CTs early to receive on B. Madja with a full belt of utility, and he doesn't quite waste his load early. He's waiting for Zentares to call for presence, and he'll just do the rebound nade off the corner. So it still could be the trap sprung. Watch this. Wait for Zentares to give him the call, give him the go-ahead. He's going for a deeper variation now instead.
Half-wall shot was perfect here. There it is. Big nade. Airstrike. Delivered first class. Takes Nikodos and Mezzi down to about half HP and pushed them back in towards the A bomb site. Now Calix is an anti-flash, X-Cloud in towards the pit, trying to find the first kill with that silent USP, but they've actually got a read here. They're putting everyone back from B. Full stack.
Oh my god, it's the right call as well. Just in time, Madja will tuck into long. Mezzi versus Zentares. That P250 should be an equalizing factor, but not against Zentares. Quick to the draw on that USP. Calix was anti, but still eats the flash. Mistimed, good frags. Eternal Fire firing on all cylinders. You need one more. Roy so low. Nikodos equally as battered and bruised. The bomb is lost and feels like the round imminent as well.
Yeah, what else can be done here? They have no utility and hoping for a CT mistake to come through, but Zentares, he isn't missing anything. That's the second kill of the round. And more closes things out. The Julie singing once again, as it will be another successful pistol here for Eternal Fire. But We did see what happened in the first half, but the problem is Fnatic don't get the bomb plant down. So if they were to force it, it'd be pistols across the board, maybe a Galil or two, or they could take the full eco and have strong buy into the third. So they might be opting for the latter here, but here's the replay. Zentara is coming over. I'm not sure what read they had, but all 5 players are on the A bomb site, ready and waiting to receive the final attack from Fnatic. So very good awareness. And indeed, with no bomb plant, it will be the full eco for Fnatic. So a bit of a gimme here. Just one flash in the attempt to get the bomb down. Maybe pounce towards the apartments or towards middle. And they can get a C4 down. That'll be a massive bonus going forward.
Yeah, nice to see a proactive eco. They've got an intention, and it's run long. And Immor, ooh, doesn't quite hit them on the head.
The only player got a helmet there as well.
Yeah, well, fortunately, everyone else has got Fnatic swept up. And only Nikados was detached from the group.
Well, Nikados, unfortunately for you, you are guaranteed to die, but not before you take a cheeky frag.
The curse.
That's not bad at all. Okay, 2 kills in that sort of round. You wouldn't expect that. So well done to Nikados for finding that gap towards the end. Now this is where things do get interesting. After taking the previous eco, they now get the AK-47s out in full force. Pasha taking the Galil to ensure he has everything he needs in terms of utility. But there we have it. There's Immor, who didn't have the helmet. He does give them access, but dealt with pretty well. They lost 1 more after that, but they'll be operating with 3 M4s themselves, a couple of MP9s, kits available. It's not too bad overall, as Calyx has gone to dump his grenades over towards B at the very start. Same with xCloud as well, I believe. So we'll see whether he can actually boost their chances there. And what's the initial approach here from Fnatic? Masha and Nikados confirming that Banana seems clear for now, at least relatively. No CT aggression, no deep smokes. There's the first incendiary.
And they've got someone on this boosted position. It's actually xCloud, good for the first duel. Krim's coming out of Boiler, meets his maker. And actually, xCloud gets away with the rifle upgrade.
It's frustrating for Roy. He knows it's a big deal as well. They've now got an extra rifle within their arsenal. What a rifle it is. The AK-47 on the CT side is especially potent. And again, they do confirm they have the top of Banana, but feeling like they'll have better chance towards A, but it's going to be a strong setup. Calyx will be patrolling towards the arch side. More holding towards the pit. And xCloud with the AK-47, he holds towards the apartments.
Oof. Well, it's going to be bare bones. These last 4, an 8 each, and walking long just as Calyx falls off it, so no contact. They'll smoke off for the rotations, and now start the wrap. This is going to be like a 4v3 when Mezzi arrives. It's up to Calyx, and xCloud, he's let the first spray go. Hard clear, though, on Calyx, and a double. Sends Fnatic back to spawn. Just Nikados to fall. One's great. Anything more unlikely, as he's got himself 1 single bullet and 7 seconds. Just by the time he reloads, he'll get another for good measure. He's trying to die. He's trying to die. Finally, they oblige.
What a hold that was. Very well read once again. Eternal Fire, you can see what's their map pick. They have a strong understanding on the map. Great crossfires, really making you commit to the actual bomb site itself before you see anything whatsoever. Such dirty, tight positions there at the back, and Calyx scores a hat-trick. Hell of a hat-trick. And didn't even have to reload there as well. They've just got no chance. They're lining up for him. They're so distracted by the players in towards pit. They have absolutely no chance. Major seals the deal with the MP9. It all started with those SMGs as well, towards a boiler room, upgrading to the AKs, falling back, enabling those crossfires. And that's really the name of the game on that A bomb site. That is perfect. From the Turkish boys there, we are going to see another tactical timeout as the scoreline goes 11-7. Alarm bell's not going off just yet for Fnatic, but it certainly is in a good position to be in, and they will confirm it's a partial buy into round number 19. Deagles and Tech 9s, a set piece you would expect, but they are good on these rounds. There's every chance they can win it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, with the alarm bells not being rung, but I'm taking it out of the box.
That's fair. You can start to, like,
polishing it.
Yeah, you can start putting it together, making sure the electronics work.
The electronic bell. Yes, of course.
Exactly.
Of course. Yeah. It's the modern RGB edition.
Exactly.
Lots of smokes out early. In fact, 3 deployed, leaving just the 1 for Nikados. CTs have got a few more where that came from. xFloud will get one on the balcony position as Calix confirms his body's behind it.
Oh, they don't take it though. The smoke dissuades them, and back they go. Back to the drawing board, I suppose, because they're just going to run back towards B, hoping that the CTs may be overreacted. We have seen them fully commit towards A, but anything but here. They're actually setting up a defensive hold, might even call for a rotation, but only 2 players there.
This could
they
go
get
wrong.
a cheeky 1-dig, you never know. They're not going to be ready. There it is!
That's the 1-dig, and now Zantares, too many targets, overwhelmed. He's going to be run on down. The smoke won't save him, and the spray's not great. Roy has drawn the most crucial blood of the round. Can Fnatic resurrect their hopes on this T side? It's already that scorching dig that's got him in, and it seems to be enough to finally break this streak.
Well, we said they had a chance of winning it, but it comes down to the Fasha 1-dig there. I think that's the only scenario they win that round if he gets a run and gun, Deagle 1-dig, and there it is. It actually comes through, and Zantares, you could see maybe he gets a big spray down there. He drops the smoke, they come too close, and the round collapses. Can you believe it? Fnatic, just when we said they might be getting into themselves in a bit of hot water here, they bounce back, and that's going to be a resounding victory for them, as they'll have a lot of money going forward as well. 4 players surviving, and they'll get an extra $3,500 on top of the 2K they already have.
Bloody hell. I'll tell you one silver lining is that there's still 3 CTs alive for the Eternal Fire boys, product of that save. It does mean those coffers are going to be, in fact, it's consistent. My God, they've had 3 alive every single round in this second half.
That is the first round Fnatic have picked up. It's number 4 in the half, as might be another tactical timeout here, but Eternal Fire, as you mentioned, saving weaponry. I've got a pretty decent buy. It's quite similar on either side. 1 SMG, 4 rifles.
Someone gave Calix a little love tap there. I can't quite work out how they did 5 damage.
It's a little pat on the bottom as he left spawn, maybe.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Good luck, mate.
Get out there. But we'll slow things right down. The pandemonium cools off for a second. Double nade towards the corner. Oh, max damage pretty much there. That's not bad at all.
What?
And they'll keep pushing.
They could lose it right here. Maja just about. Oh no, he's in trouble. Nikodos is coming. Immor's flash has saved the day. That was a ball. Oh, it's going back and forward now. It's really up for debate. xFloud's now activating. Crim's not ready.
It's a really nice reaction from xFloud. Of all this chaos going on elsewhere, he might be able to find a timing. If he peaks now, he's got a freebie, but now in towards the underpass, still a 4-4, and we're at sub 1 minute. Fnatic still with the lion's share of the utility here. 4 smokes available. xFloud probably confirming you can stay towards B at this point. Take the risk, take the gamble. Keep 3 CTs there. xFloud will lock them in from the bedroom. And like I said, they've got utility on either side. It's Calix with the incendiary. Immor, he has a smoke. And they'll be joined as well by Major. He's head towards Coffins with just that SMG and no health.
Yeah, that incendiary is not going to get them too far. Smoke up. And here comes the assault. Fnatic starting to deploy and quest into the B site. It's 1 and done so far for Roy. Crims onto Maja. Immor caught over the smoke. It's Crims again on the double up to get them a bomb plant. Mezzi yet to start it. xFloud could disrupt it. And actually, Calix does take down Mezzi. 9 seconds. They're not ready. And from behind, xFloud connects. It was a combination of the two. xFloud, sure, but it's Calix that catches Mezzi. I'm sure we'll get to see some of that in the replay. But that's 12 to Eternal Fire, and it was going so well until it wasn't. I mean, Maja just about getting himself out of trouble.
They got those maximum damage grenades to kick the round off. They received those on their front door and somehow run away with it. They had no idea xFloud was coming in with this flank. The bomb wasn't planted. He mows them both down, and Major lives to tell the tale as well. He goes down to 20 HP to kick the round off. And we'll take a tactical timeout. It's actually called by Eternal Fire after winning that one. A chance to catch their breath, perhaps. Work out what they're up against going forward. Money still is there for Fnatic. Bear in mind, the previous round they did win was a partial buy by winning by virtue of explosion. So they had that ejection of cash. So they do have one more buy available to them. But we're getting to the really interesting business end of this first map now. AK is available for Fnatic, a Galil for Crims. But in terms of the overall complexion of the buy, it's pretty decent. Everything you need to win a round. But they've only picked up 1 in this second half so far. They are running out of time now, and we'll see what round number 21 has in store. This is the perfect round, if you ask me, to do something aggressive, a bit more active on the CT side, because you've had a tactical timeout. You know they're going to be trying different things on the T side. I would love to see that. Doesn't have to happen, but we'll see what they've got in mind. Looks pretty standard so far. Imor has at least gone over towards B to kick things off. So that's the change they've gone for. Bring the sniper over, see if their T's are probing towards the top early. It is very default from Fnatic so far.
Waiting for Imor's reaction. He fires off a shot. Woof!
Fast.
Perfect boost from Fnatic to take the AWPer out of the equation. They know there's probably one there. Only one. And with an SMG, Mad just got it all to do. They're charging down towards him. The leader has got nothing he can deliver, and already the round falls apart. Fnatic, well, that is one way to solve an AWP holding B. A perfect headshot out of Mezzi, and the rest falls into place.
Mezzi's at 1 HP, so he gets boosted up. He hits an incredibly fast shot there. You could see Imor was ready for it as well. We'll have to see it from the replay to see how sick that was. But yeah, very effective set piece there from Fnatic, getting an instant kill and then deploying everything they have. Finding Major, who was on the back foot, to say the very least. And Mezzi with 1 HP will get out of there as well. So they're still in it for now. Another very clean round, and that will keep the finances very strong going forward. Can't say the same for Eternal Fire. Their loss bonus isn't established yet whatsoever. And the cash they'll be getting for the next round is only 1,400, so they have no choice but to save these weapons. And Imor and Major will have compromised setups. Zantares can drop a weapon. He can drop an M4 pretty much on the nose. So they'll have enough for that at least. But let's have a look at this. Fantastic work there. So he actually got legged in the process when he jumps up. And then down to 1 HP as he survives the round. Major, if he didn't get flashed just as they were coming through, he had a real chance of the double spray down, but it just catches him. And indeed, we will be purchasing up the remainder of the Eternal Fire cash. Scout for Imor.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you want to talk about compromise, I think it's Imor that's the master of that, taking the scout into this round of play. And light on nades as well. Calix not with a single nade to his name. Imor wants to throw some aggression into that mid-fight, but thinks better of it after the flashes. Madja has just had a chunk taken out of him by the Nikodos Orb. And it feels like that's enough in terms of offensive pressure to start. Crims burrows into the bedroom. It's xFloud and Calix trying to hold on to this front of A. And Roy Dry been punished for that. Calix will start to reposition. xFloud gets away. They hold on to their advantage. In fact, they extend it. A scout tag into Mezzi's leg leaves Fnatic limping.
Couldn't have gone better for them, in fact. They've got the man advantage. They get the hell out of dodge as well. And we'll find ourselves with a Fnatic with not much left. 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs, and 0 control of Banana right now. They'll have to go through the motions to confirm it's actually clear. At least a flash over the top. Maybe a Molotov on the corner. They'll allow Nikodos to peek it first. No flash required as of yet. But you can see them, they're not feeling safe about the prospect of close-range CTs, and they're going to have to use some utility to even get towards the top. Still a lot to do here. Yeah. And at the time of 40 seconds, it's okay. On the other side of things, Major and Zantares with no utility as the B defenders. So this round is not over, even though they have the man advantage. Back and forth we go, and it seems to be A as we'll finish up.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Eternal Fire are really overthinking this. In fact, you can see xFloud just drops himself a lovely little one-way with 20 seconds left. Calix, a headshot into Crims. A lovely gap manufactured by xFloud, supported by Imor, but could be exploited as the bullet does connect. Mezzi's down. Fasher trying to make a round out of this. 9 seconds as he's demanded to plant. Can be denied and is. xFloud wins the round and Nikodos loses everything as well. 13 in the bag and Fnatic cannot find a consecutive round.
They really can't. It's going to be 13-9. They'll have another buy available, but Eternal Fire keeping the dream alive, winning their absolute must-win rounds here. It's a more with a scout as well. That must have been a 6-shot, and it was. xFloud as well, playing very well, as you noted, dropping that one-way smoke, which is very powerful in that position. Difficult to take down the CT player, denies a plan, and this could be the round that actually secures the win for Eternal Fire. If they can pull this one off, they'll be in full control.
They're aware of the state of play. Doesn't stop or deter Zantares from a forward position to start. Him and Madja just posturing on that forward banana angle. But it seems like the call from Mezzi is actually quite a poppy one. He just wants the straight up old-fashioned apps pop. The flashes are in, and out they come, straight into the spray of Calix. Good from Imor on the wallbang. Calix from the graveyard sends 2 of Fnatic there, and a 3rd shipped off. Straight to the graveyard, it's Fnatic. Losing out on this Inferno. 14 imminent. Fasher in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, good luck, Fasha. They have got the bomb in towards the pit. He has no utility. And if he saves the weapon, he'll get no cash. So what's the play here? With a minute on the clock, he'll wait to see if any inquisitive CTs will be exploring the map. They have to do nothing here. They've got the perfect setup. The trifecta of doom has been established. Surround the bomb. And for now, we have a chance to just discuss what's happened, Alex.
Do you think the Illuminati are real?
I honestly don't know.
No.
Could be.
I saw Rihanna did a little triangle with her fingers
Did you?
at the end of the Super Bowl.
You didn't tell me about that.
Yeah, well, I've been thinking about it all day.
Okay. Yeah, I did. This is new information for me.
Yeah, we need to work on that.
If anyone was going to be in the Illuminati, it'd probably be her.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll look into that. We'll see what. Maybe get Dinko and Harry on it.
Yeah.
See if they can work it out.
Once they finish their 100-round ping pong game, they've been
exactly. Well, as we said, if they did win this round, Eternal Fire, that is, they are in the driving seat to take us home on Inferno, 14-9, and there will be a full investment from Fnatic. They are going to go all in with pistols and a couple of AKs. Hasn't been their best showing. We'll see what they can bring to the table here. They are very, very handy with the Desert Eagles. Fasha especially, a beast with it. Nikados not bad at all. And they'll be looking for any aggressive CTs. And once more, Eternal Fire don't seem interested even getting down towards the bottom of Banana. They're suggesting they are the smokes and utility they're throwing, but they're playing a very passive game, which is great to see, because normally a team you would say that maybe play a little bit too on the front foot, always getting stuck in a bit too early, giving up key frags, but now focusing on that utility, trying to take down that first player, and that's Fasha. One of the rifles removed now. And you can see there's a retake utility to force him into swing, because it was the Molotov that landed at his front door.
Right. I mean, he just completely removed his options.
Is either you sacrifice full control of Banana or you take a swing. So he took the latter and down he goes.
Now he's a little bit flatter. Fasha gone. Fnatic really pulling at straws now with all of their gibblies and wibblies put into this one. They have managed to recover the rifle. So it's 2 AK-47s in play, but it's still up against 5 very healthy members of Eternal Fire. Appropriate that they're proficient at Inferno.
That's a good point. Well, I still kind of believe Fnatic can pull this one off. These are the sort of rounds they win. We've seen it a couple of times. It's always towards B, a 1 dig required just when you think they're out of it. Someone like Mezzi or Roy will find something ridiculous, but that's a very nice incendiary, it has to be said. You've got to respect it. Not really much you can do about it. You need that smoke for Banana when you commit.
Yeah, Zantares was anti though. He's got full vision. There's just only one way this ends, and it's with Zantares filling the feed. Only the one. And pushing through. Roy has got 2 down, and he just needs to get the bomb in. Who's responsible? Crim's punching in the code. Can't be knocked off. Fnatic, you said it, Hank. They can always find a way into these rounds just when you start to write them out. Now they're on their way back in. Can Eternal Fire really retake the site? The answer's no. On to Crims. He's gone. Roy needs a double. It's looking very promising now. X-Cloud in his sights. Deleted by Nikados and Fnatic one-on-one. Calix looking for a 25th, and he clutches up for the 15th. Eternal Fire have Calix to count upon. 25 frags and counting.
Calix, the boss man today, 25 kills. You're absolutely dead on. That is massive as he finds map point on their choice. And that might be all she wrote. They're going to need 6 rounds in a row on the T side. They've only found 2 so far by virtue of the Eagles. Great performance from the Turkish squad. And you have to say, a noble effort from Fnatic here. It comes right down to the wire. When they just had the pistols, they made it work, but it wasn't quite enough.
They had a 4v5 disadvantage. They were executing into the site with no utility but a flash, and they still managed to get it into a close one. Big ups to Roy. But now 4B to start. Eternal Fire trusting in him, and he goes for an early adventure. Will smoke defensively, and you can see Calix and X-Cloud starting to maneuver back.
Well, is this where it comes crashing down, at least for the first map of the series? Bear in mind, it is the pick of Eternal Fire. It's Overpass next, considered to be the best Fnatic map, but they've had their struggles on it today even. Losing to IHC in the first series of the day feels like a lifetime ago now. That was just this morning.
Yeah, now they've got to go pull up their socks and do it again, do it for their tournament life. That is operating under the assumption that Eternal Fire can have a nice close.
It's never normally that easy, is it?
No. Usually there's a few more twists and turns. Just when it's within touching distance, the human psyche starts playing tricks on you.
Absolutely. No one wants to be that player to go down first and sabotage the chance they had. But it's a good effort, but there it is. considerable damage, round not over by any stretch, but still, Crack starting to form now. Major will bring it back to a 4-on-4. 45 seconds, and Crims, excellent movement. He gets down and towards the pit, but Amor's having none of it. Misses the shot, but still alive for now. Can he nail the second? Oh, this is excellent work, and now Crims, nothing to be done. Surely this is where it all comes crashing down. Tucked into the corner, AWP trying to do its best here, but Crims fighting 2 for now. Mezzi will be the last player remaining to keep the dream alive here on Inferno. It looks bleak. Has a smoke available to him and the C4 on his back, but with 15 seconds, CTs will stick together.
Partnering up, hoping to be able to trade out. Mezzi, no idea. And they actually start to split up.
Has to go for a deep plant. Fakes it out. That could be a...
No idea. Calix has run in! Isolates the duel! Matcha coming in from the apartments. It's enough time. Does get it down. Mezzi. Oh, deleted! Matcha pulls Eternal Fire into the close. Inferno is theirs. One away from securing that 4th position and qualifying for the EPL Season 17 playoffs. It's all to play for. 2 maps to go. Overpass next. Fnatic's domain. We'll see what Eternal Fire are up to the task and if we need a 3rd.
Check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't try to ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't try to ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Yeah, they don't want it dog like I want it dog. Yeah, they say they want it, then they took the summer off. I've been going down the list, checking numbers off. I was checking on your numbers, told them something's off. I was at the bottom, now you know I'm climbing. Now they sending deals, they know I ain't signing. They been trying to sell it, they know I ain't buying. When they send a text, dog, I ain't replying. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't try to ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't try to ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Get it live, who can paint that picture? Ain't no way we losing inches. Climb them fences, get bruised up, got stitches. Bring them back to their senses. Know how the game go, checks and payrolls remain the same. No forecast, Eli, baby. Time out, ride out, you can let them hate me. Get along everywhere we go. Don't carry vendettas, doing everything better. Step into the scene and they stuck like leather.
Man, seeing in the kitchen bringing that magic. Oof.
Oh yeah, come in, mate. Come in. Take a seat. Sorry. Yeah, all right. Chad Sponge Birchill, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, take a seat, mate. Take a seat.
One of those for me?
Oh, yeah, of course, mate. Of course. You know, got a nice little brew. Thought it would calm me down after a long day of work. Now,
why am I here?
You're here for an interview, mate. I thought you were made aware, but that's fine. This is, well, I guess we'll just get right into it. We'll get right in. This is between two leaves. You've got leaves over there, leaves over here. I'm the Duke, and this is Chad Sponge Birchill. So a bit of a cheers, mate.
Did you say you're the Duke?
I'm the Duke, mate. Yeah, the Duke. The Duke. And you're Sponge.
Is it the same word, just pronounced differently?
The Duke. D-U-K-E. The
No,
Duke.
I got it.
You understand, mate? Maybe I should take that away from you. Maybe it's a bit much.
No,
all right.
no, I'm good.
Look, let's just get straight into the interview, okay? You know why you're here. Obviously, you're a bit of an expert when it comes to Counter-Strike and pro Counter-Strike.
Well, you said that. I didn't.
Well, I've been made aware you are, so we're going to conduct this interview as if that is the case. Now, calm down, mate. Calm down. This is serious business here. All right, so let's start. Now, I want to start by talking to you about the best team in the world. Now, obviously, you know a lot about them. They just came off of a major win back at Rio. That is the Outsiders. Now, to you, Chad, why are the Outsiders the best team? What makes this team so exciting?
I think it's their style. It's definitely the style that makes them the best team. Do you have any follow-up questions?
No, I mean, why are they so exciting? Why are they so exciting, Chad?
Well, you know, when you see a running race, right, sprinters, what's the most exciting part?
When they go really fast.
Yes, or when they cross the finish line. And sometimes, you know, we need to get those snapshots to see who had their head over the line first. Right?
So they're a fast, flashy team is what you're trying to say?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to say that it's down to the details with Outsiders.
Interesting.
So as they cross the line, you never know what's going to happen.
And
it's a photo finish every time.
Oh, exciting. I've been made aware as well that James, the captain, he's known to, you know, polish the banister a bit before a match. Now, as a caster sometimes, is that something you do? Are you akin to the five-finger shuffle, you know, shaking hands with the milkman? Do you do that often coming into your cast?
I think it's healthy as adults.
Yeah.
I don't think masturbation is something that should be shunned. In terms of how much James, the captain of in-game leaders, masturbates, I'm not sure how often and the technique that he's using, but I'm not going to shame him. I will say, though, that me, myself, I have masturbated before.
Oh, a bit partial to the old hand-to-hand combat then, I understand.
It's not my preferred method.
Yeah, moving on. Look, you obviously must know about Reddit. Reddit is a great source of information for Counter-Strike fans and aficionados as yourself. Are you familiar with Global Offensive Reddit?
I have been on the Reddit before.
So, other than Reddit and the Global Offensive subreddit, where else do you, say, borrow your opinions from?
HLTV forums.
Oh, do they have good ones over there?
Yeah, so sometimes there's some good memes and good jokes over there. Good stuff that you can, you know, get into to enter into a cast or a death segment. Good stuff to meme on as well. I do also like to borrow a lot of my opinions from a guy called Striker.
Oh, I've heard of him,
yeah, on Twitter. So he'll tweet some stuff out. I'll read it, and then I'll use it just straight in the cast.
Interesting. All right, next question. I guess we'll go down the route of, well, Chad, you are known, maybe I'll say, as a bit of an ESL defender. Now, wait, this one's a two-parter, okay? Firstly, why do you shill so much for ESL? And secondly, how much do they pay you?
So
per year
these are tied.
before taxes?
These are tied together. So contrary to popular belief, I am actually the highest paid member in Counter-Strike talent.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, some people, you know, they have a feeling that, you know, I've heard some rumors, people think I undercut, but I make a couple of Christmas trees.
Bloody hell, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Okay,
so I'm not messing about. In terms of the exact amount of dollarage, mate, I don't really want to share that figure on camera.
I can respect it.
Yeah, but let's just say I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing well enough to get hair plugs.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have bloody nice trim up
Thanks,
there,
man.
Yeah,
Thanks. It's coming back in nicely.
Yeah, fantastic work.
Did you read about that on the Globally Offensive? The Global Offensive Reddit?
No, I
have you heard of the podcast I do, Talking Counter?
No, I listened to HLTV Confirmed, but I've not heard.
You should give Talking Counter a go as well. HLTV is a premium product, of course, but Talking Counter, I think with some of the questions you've been asking today, we definitely get you sorted, mate.
Get into the sticks, as you say, mate. Get into the sticks. All right. Moving on. Now, obviously, let's talk history a little bit, right? We know about present, we know about what's going on right now. Let's talk history. You're known for mainly Cologne 2015, where I recall you took down Titan on Mirage. You had a great game yourself. Now, my question regarding that is, when are you going to, you know, shut the fuck up about this BO1 fluke?
So probably never. I think that the key with having one good match, right, is to make sure that you reference that match as many times as possible.
Okay.
So that at that point, it not only becomes a meme and something that can be joked about, but still a solid reference point for me to return to remind the viewer that I was once upon a time a professional Counter-Strike player.
So that somewhat falls into the realm of memes and things that you take from subreddits. I understand.
Yeah, but that performance wasn't a joke, mate.
No?
No, you want to catch these
It
hands?
was a bit of a fluke. You got to admit, it was a BO1. You know, no one plays BO1s anymore for a reason, Chad. You know, we all.
The current major format still has best of one.
Look, I know Outsiders won the major, and that's about where my information.
All right. So the major
there.
format still has best of ones. I played in 4 majors throughout my professional career. Have you been speaking to
And how many good teams did you beat in those majors?
Mate, we beat Flipside.
I said good teams, mate.
Blade, the coach of Na'Vi, was playing. You think that big brain?
He wasn't coaching Na'Vi then, mate, was he?
How many majors you played at?
Look, I'm the one asking the questions here, buddy. And in fact, I'll go on to my next question as we do. So, you know, let's talk about not just the Titan win, but La Renegades, as you were in, obviously.
La Renegades.
French team, La Renegades with the Renegades. Is that what it means, French?
No, Spanish team.
Oh, okay, understood. Now, obviously, you played.
You got to roll. You got La Renegades.
La Renegades, mate. La Renegades.
La Renegades.
I'm not going to do an accent. Okay, I'm a little more mature than that.
Okay, no, fair enough. If you don't want to pronounce the team name officially, then that's up to you.
Anyway, back in La Renegades, Chad, you played alongside a guy called JKS. Now, obviously, he's had a lot of success in recent times in G2, just lifted a trophy in Katowice very recently.
Yep.
That must feel great to see JKS do so well, a former teammate of yours.
I think for me, the shine comes about when I get to see somebody who I came up with, right, who was significantly younger than me, be able to find now success while being away from home. Because the sacrifice that those North Americans are talking about all the time, I'm sure you've heard that. Oh, we're away from home, mommy. You know, all that stuff, all that nonsense. You know, you never heard Justin bitch or moan about it. You never heard me bitch or moan about it. But I can feel it.
Now, mate.
I know. Well, I thought this was an interview.
Go on.
Do you want the answer or not?
Oh, I'm all ears, mate. Got two of them right here.
Apparently.
Got 2 leaves as well.
Apparently not. But yeah, Justin, it does make me feel a bit of Aussie pride when I see him win.
So it must hurt especially more now that he's doing so well and you're, you know, sitting here.
I do have 2 esports awards that I won back-to-back for Analyst of the Year and Colour Commentator of the Year.
Yeah, but he's got all that fucking moolah, mate. He's got all those trophies, in it?
Only recently. I've already felt the high life of success.
So it's all downhill from here then? You've peaked already, mate?
Well, I'm hoping to make a coaching career change at some point where I can lift some trophies for Australia. But that's something to come. So I think.
I guess that's a good question. I can build off that because I was wondering. You know, obviously we have a lot of players that have a lot of natural talent. You know, mate.
Yeah.
They are born into it. Players like Money C. You know, he's born into it. He's very good from the get-go. Now, obviously, we still have some teams with players at the top who maybe have a player who isn't as talented or isn't as strong individually.
Yeah.
Now, seeing as you were in that position yourself back in La Renegades,
it's true.
How did you deal with that, not being as gifted?
So there's an easy way to do this, and this is why I'm really, and this is a PSA, a public service announcement here, because not everybody is going to be as talented with they don't have hot hands.
Yeah, you definitely
I didn't have hot hands.
No, not at all.
But if you don't have hot hands, you want to get a big brain. And you can study the tape. The tape's available to everybody, mate. So you know how you sat there reading a couple of things for this interview? If you spend a bit more time doing a bit more research, you might be able to be an in-game leader of a professional Counter-Strike team, Duke.
I'm already a very professional interviewer with multiple accolades.
Can you list those accolades?
You wouldn't even understand them. They're outside of your little bubble of video games, mate. I come from traditional sports, real men, burly men, punching each other, running around in the field. You wouldn't get it, you and your games. Anyway, this is not about me, Chad Sponge Birchall. I don't like how hostile you come across in this interview,
Well, I come into this janky setup here. You've got a couple of crates that you've grabbed off the side of the wall. You brought 2 plants in.
I've given you a fucking free beer and you're going to have a go about my set. Me and my boys worked very hard to put this together today.
Do you think using profanity during an interview is professional?
I think you're being very rude to me right now.
I'm not the one swearing, Duke.
My interviewing methods are none of your concern.
Okay, well, I'm giving you the answers. You're fortunate after a long day of work that I'm giving you the time to have a conversation here.
This guy. Final question, Chad, and I'll get you the hell out of here. Could you Could you put a good word into your mate Henry G? I'd love to talk to him someday. I'd love a real star sitting in this chair next to me.
Henry G.
Yeah, Henry.
Yeah, no worries.
Agree.
Yeah. We can get him in the chair.
Fantastic news.
Are you guys from the same part of London?
I'm from, London, general London area. I know he's more from Western London. I'm from the greater general London area.
Does that make him better than you?
I am not going to talk about geography with you, Chad.
Are you going to be a bit star stunned?
Well, I certainly ain't with you, I'll tell you that much. You've really, I had a high expectation. Well, I had a medium expectation. You've really
surprised you have
down.
any expectations.
Yeah, well, I have none now. Well, thank you very much, Chad, for this interview, I guess. This has been Between Two Leaves. Leaf there, and I guess you two can leave. So go on, shoo.
Can I take my beer?
Yeah, get on my site.
Thanks, Duke.
Right, that was Between Two Leaves. I'm the Duke. That was Chad Sponge Birchall. And hopefully next time we can have someone a little more interesting, maybe. Thanks for watching.
I think one of the key factors to not playing Danger Zone with Rush is that the guy just doesn't ever shut up.
But, I like it more than meatballs.
Mine.
We're changing it all! Your strategies are gone!
I do have one question though. Have you ever heard of the Mind Goblin?
No. I don't
Mind Goblin on these nuts?
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
You on the wrong side if you try to win. I don't see no competition. I don't see no competition. Come with us, you know we in it. You on the wrong side if you try to win. You on the wrong side if you try to win. You on the wrong side if you try to win.
Hand on the game, we are not playing the same. No, we not looking to change. Hand on the wheel, they think we lacking the drive. Boy, you should stay in your lane. Foot on the gas, I do not care if I crash, long as I stick to the plan. What is the plan? I cannot lie for none of you, long as I know who I am. I'm in control, God got his hand on my soul. And if I land and he got the remote, made it this far, it's a miracle. Anything less is cynical. Staying true, I can't lie in your interview. Tell the truth while you lie with your interview. And your acting is so hypocritical. In control, nothing more, this is minimum. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a bread when I'm in my bag. No. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
On a mission, on the move, gotta go, no. Ain't no time to waste my time, we don't slow down. You can nap me in dimensions, big dog in dimensions. We be aiming for the fences, I'm in a different dimension. Why y'all be riding the bench? Y'all could just cut through the tension. Graduated from the trenches, no cap and gone. I ain't never need a handout, on my 2 feet, I'ma stand out. I ain't never take a loss now, ain't gon' start now, at the top now, and I know.
Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
The battle for the last remaining slot in the playoffs rages on right now. Eternal Fire sat a map up after they locked in their map pick of Inferno pretty comfortably at 16-9. Now we have Overpass coming down the pipeline. This is a Fnatic classic. This is the home map when you think of this Fnatic team, and they've got to show a good face here, or else Eternal Fire are going to steal away this playoff spot with very little resistance from the Fnatic squad.
From success to success inside of Malta, CCT champions into the playoffs of Pro League, if they can find it here and now on Overpass. But of course, we've already had this game before, and Fnatic fielded a 10-round T-side start and went on to win that game. So can they keep it going the same as last time, or will history not repeat itself today? Eternal Fire coming in as favorites now with wind in their sails. On Fnatic, it's been a long day in the office, having already played the opening BO3 against IHC. They had to grind for that win across 3 maps. And they're going to have to do the same now if they want to take this spot. Fast up long. Only Xantares in the site. Eternal Fire 4 strong at B, but this is okay. They've got nades, they've got a kit, they can play retake. It can be especially easier if Xantares can thin the crowd.
Yeah, can have his work cut out for him, but he is the man for the job. That is a clean tap to open up the pistol. They're going to keep challenging him, keep chasing him, but into this triple stack, back in the bank. It's a nice double out of Fashion to do what he can in that moment, but not enough to beat Xantares, who's having one hell of a round right now. X-Cloud and Major starting to make their appearance inside of the site now as well, with Crims waiting back at Flowers and Mezzy making some noise over towards long. They're on the bomb, and it's not planted for anyone left in this round. It was a CT side plant. They lose the guys that try to push in a bank, so they lose that attempt at taking the CT control. And then Crims and Mezzy were very locked out of that.
I'm pretty sure it was Mezzy who planted the bomb in the first place, so I really thought that was a default plant, honestly. No way they'd play that passive, but they're waiting for flanks that aren't coming. Eternal Fire played that full CT retake setup, so they just get a free stick. That's a weird post plant for Fnatic to take, considering the bomb plant. But as you said, they lost their deep control and they got desperate. Big pistol round win for Eternal Fire, started strong by Xantares, who wants more than ever to make it to those Pro League playoffs. And as we said, opening this matchup in that desk, Fnatic's recent Pro Leagues have not been filled with success, despite picking up the championship 3 times. And even coming second place in Season 10. Right now, Eternal Fire have got the pistol, and Fnatic have got the force. Galil's out and about, but you could argue Fnatic have a better buy in this round, right? Or at least it's close. 2 M4s will reign supreme, but already the utility is a miss from Eternal Fire. 1 smoke, 2 flash is all that remains. Not even a kit could get sticky.
All right, got that spot over towards long. That was Xantares giving him a little jiggle. But Fnatic want to try and go back down here towards B. Right now, Eternal Fire, they've got 2 players actually in the site, but a 3rd man up in heaven. Major kind of rotating around between either which bomb site. You saw him juggling up 1 flash onto Xantares. I wonder what the intent was with that. I mean, it's handy, right? He's going to have that if this comes down to a retake now. We can have that a little bit later. So you need these site guys to trade favorably. That's what you're hoping for here.
Nice shot.
Crims with a reply, but it's before this. It's all Eternal Fire. Creeping up the board, coming in with kills apiece. Crims grabs the bomb,
pushing.
But he's a
They're
dead
pushing!
man. Oh! Hang on a second. Nikodos has got his back. We're into the 2v2. Fnatic have skirmished their way into this spot. They were never really meant to get here with how the openers went for Eternal Fire. Now it's down to Xantares and Calix. They deal with Crims, but there's a trade out of Nikodos. 1 man still to beat. Xantares started this map looking hot in the pistol, and he's going to close out the 1v1.
Beautiful. And he's feeling it. He, you know, hyper-focused. Look at his face. Guy is not even reacting, getting some screams from his team. But that is a lovely little round from Xantares in the 1v1. Fnatic, I don't even know how they made that 2v4 interesting. Trading out efficiently. Crims died for Nikodos' trade. But he swings out. He's the one feeling the pressure in the post plant.
I think the
And Xantares gets everything he wants. Deals with that force buy. It might be tempting to rebuy here for Fnatic. That's definitely being considered here with the fact that they got 4 kills in the bomb plant, and they go right for it. It's their map pick. They want to establish control early in the T side and have a dominant first half, because it was the T side of Eternal Fire that let them down last time. They had a slew of rounds, 4 or 5 in a row, and then they went quiet for the rest of the map. Pace got sucked out of it. But Fnatic still need to get going because Eternal Fire are in full control. Scout in middle, Emor waits and he sees that peak, but no flick. Back to the site with a 3rd reinforcement in the Captain and Major. Fnatic, they really do take their time often towards toilets, milling about, waiting around. Got this deep pixel angle for Xantares on his jump spot. And he will get that early info as Fnatic get closer in the toilets.
I mean, you know, you've taken your risks. You've tried to weigh them up by coming in with this force again, but you do need it to have some impact here. Fnatic, they've been spotted. Emor just saw a tiny little bit of pixel. And now he's homed in on this angle. He knows they're about to try fight him. Ooh. And he gets out with a tag. Nice. That's nice. It softened them up for Major's nade. More util raining in. Emor and Major locking this one down with a bit of help from Xantares. He might be on a platter here. Mezzi's got him boxed in. Krim's going to find him. Another attempt at one of these 2vx's, but Mezzi is low. He's wounded. And there's xFloud to finish the job.
We're going to have to see some fakey boys from Fnatic, because right now they're just walking into stacks, right? Every single player of Eternal Fire there ready to trade, and it doesn't help when they get their opening 2 kills as well. Fnatic fighting from the back foot, retreating, and Eternal Fire defeating their opponents in a gun round. Now Fnatic have to eco, right? They've bought back-to-back on these 2nd and 3rd rounds. Nothing wrong with these investments. Economically, they make a lot of sense in the current meta, but it has left them with nothing but pistols here. Can try a fast round if they want. Get a bit of a pacey one out Monster. They're hanging around on the right side. This will avoid the spam damage, but also allows them to go very quickly when the time is right.
Ooh. Oh, good timing. Yeah, they're ahead of that smoke. They catch him with the util in his hands. xFloud only good for the one and done. Nikados, nice dig. Calix trapped out on an island over at short, but winning fight after fight. They still know his whereabouts. Nikados' Deagle's done a lot in this round.
Careful.
A 1v2 on his plate, but he seems hungry. Up for the challenge. M4 on his back now, out with the Deag, and Xantares puts a stop to it.
He's closing all these rounds right now with Xantares. He's doing the work Eternal Fire need him to do. Right, this is a player that we can't have afford to go quiet in a series like this. Dude, he is the star of the show.
The thing that's so sick about the performances that Xantares has been putting up is, like, you know, for me, I was always a fan of the old, you know, Space Soldier Xantares, obviously. I feel like we spoke about that a lot. Yeah. But then when he moved into Big, you know, they had some real high highs there. They were briefly in at #1 in the world, briefly. You know, that was over the online era. Yeah, he looked good in that team, right? We really kind of saw him like grow a little bit, I would say, and then obviously the whole team started to kind of dip off. Then we had Xantares duck out of that squad, and I was a little sad about that. Yeah, I was thinking, you know, is this the last time that we're going to see Xantares up on the big stages? But no, with this Eternal Fire squad, which is basically the old Space Soldiers core plus 2 new young guns. Yeah, he's looking good as ever, and it's a treat.
You could even make that comparison. It's like for a while we just thought if we were going to see Xantares play Tier 1, he had to leave domestic teams. Yeah. And we made the same argument, funnily enough, for Tabson over the years, but he's clearly been very keen to hang around. So is Xantares right now. He will get a second chance at life, though. But yeah, even in that year where Big hit #1, they played the most maps of Counter-Strike, didn't they, over the year, of any top 30 team. They were really on the grind. He was part of that big project for a bit of that time. So they really were on the grind, and now he's back down to it. Right now, 4-0 Fnatic, trying to break their way into this T side. They go for a default. They're very spread. They've cleared connector. They've got B water. They're moving up long. Crims is probing for a B pick, but doesn't want to die here early. Meanwhile, Eternal Fire again, heavy setup on A. They've got the AWP. They have a boost over fence, or over sign rather. And this is great for catching a free kill. I mean, both of these positions are very difficult to flash and could net early kills with no route for a trade for Fnatic. But it all gets pulled apart as Eternal Fire change their mind and lean down to B. And oh, would you look at what's happening? Fnatic are going B. Whatever has made Eternal Fire change their tune, well, they're singing the right song right now. 20 seconds, here come Fnatic.
Oh, that's a good flash. xFloud is wrecked by it. And now, I mean, Major, if him and Xantares don't go huge, there's no saving this round. Xantares has dropped into the site. He wants to fight with his captain, but it's only one from him. Plant coming in, and Major can't do a thing about it. Emor locked out back in heaven. And it might have to be a bit of a combat save. I don't know how you're going to get Major out of this position. That's the scary spot.
They're so scared of throwing away this round, they're just not giving anything. It's a good setup. They're playing off of each other's contact. Major can leave. I don't think he realizes how easy it will be. But now that timing is gone as Nikodos hunts the frag. It's Emor alone with the AWP, and Fnatic will get on the board with 4 alive. Very important detail to have players standing in this round. If you get out and you only have one survivor, you're in hot water. You're susceptible to reset, but Fnatic have been chipping away at this money over the past 4 rounds and have finally broken it. Yes, Emor saves the AWP, but there won't be a lot behind it. This is a chance for Fnatic to really warm into the T side and get a bunch of early rounds. They know that. They've got to seize it.
Yeah, this was a nice little, late kind of untelegraphed B-pop there out of Fnatic. Something that they're prone to running.
Especially impressive considering Eternal Fire had just moved 4 players over to that site, right? They were ready for it. Fnatic are ready to run.
Yeah, right back in again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the idea. Crims and Roy with the openers. And Calix run up by the MAC-10. No respect from Crims there.
Free AWP as well. It's in the site. Couldn't be more retrievable for Nikodos. So he may as well. And this is a sad save for Eternal Fire. Not much to get away with, but their best option.
Yeah, I think the thing that's going to hurt the most for Eternal Fire in this one is they had a chance to kind of completely shut Fnatic's T-side dreams down, right? One of the things about Overpass is that so often kind of feels like you rely as a T-side on picking up like a pistol to kind of kickstart that building of a T-side. You only need a handful of rounds to put up the minimum you're looking for. But Fnatic didn't have that. Eternal Fire were able to win out versus the 4 spies, even win it out versus the next round 4 spy, with Fnatic pulling it out twice in a row. Yeah. So they had a chance for this to be like a great first half. Now, it still can be, just going to be a bit more work, right? Because Fnatic have already kind of started to build up a little bit on the T side. They've got a couple of rounds in the back pocket. They've got ideas that are working in just this B hit. And so the question now becomes for Major and the boys, how did they put a stop to it? What's the response going to be?
Yeah, it's a bit of delayed gratification, I guess, because while Fnatic don't get pistol, they don't steal any conversions. They show up a little bit late to the party. That's all. Fashionably late, coming in after 4 rounds and taking their first. And the result is almost the same. You've just let Eternal Fire get a little bit of a head start, but you've still broken the money before it's built up to the double AWP territory, before Eternal Fire have so much utility, they can take every part of the map away from you with deep mollies. They were always on the edge, and now they've tumbled off it. 2K a player, a save on a CT timeout. And Fnatic, you'll note, did not take that AWP. They knew it was there, they looked it in the eye, they chose against it. Partly because Crims is, of course, going to make more money with a MAC-10 in a round like this. But also just screams that they want to keep this pretty quick pace.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why it might be quite nice to see them still keep the pacing rather high is the...
double nade on the boost.
Double nade at the boost.
He was jumping, I guess.
Yeah, just trying to play for the info was xFloud. But yeah, like if you do look for a kind of pacey round once again, right, it's gonna, at this point, you should have definitely kind of put in Eternal Fire's mind that they're going to need to be laying down some of this util early on their CT side, and that's great for Fnatic, right? You want them lobbing in those smokes early. You want them getting as much util out at the start of the round, so then you have less to deal with later. This round, they're just grouped, heading out mids. Antares and co do have this flank, but it shouldn't find too much.
Maybe a gun? Oh, they just turn. Fasher. Oh, this is the Fat Master to clear him up. Nikodos doesn't need to hang around, but he's got them right where he wants them. And they've got him dead. Crims is dinked. Don't get weird. This round can't afford to for Fnatic. They were just getting comfortable. And now the eco round is armed with 2 AKs.
Yeah, this has gotten very, very scary very, very quickly. Xantares has really complicated matters. There's a weird fight happening here over towards the toilets. Hidden in this divider smoke is Crims. Xantares tapped out back at long. And there's Emor deleted. The close player Crims dinked earlier on by Calix on this rotate up. But they'll never finish the job. And Fnatic are able to regain some control over that round.
Yeah.
Xantares nearly stole it all away.
That's very scary. You don't want to be in that 3v3. Going to feel very tense in that moment when you know your enemy is fully armed. But no armor, no nades, and no position to get back into the round. Fnatic still knew where Eternal Fire were coming from. They will do right by the anti-eco, but now the buy comes through for Eternal Fire. They might not even have the AWP, to be honest. We'll have to see. Loss is not built, and so no Emor could barely buy. No nades. And Nikodos actually does have his AWP in this round. It's going to be little resistance. I like this play. Very cheeky. Triple boost. You don't see this often. It's risky. Crims has walked out B. Crims has walked all the way through. They've seen him. He's heard them. It's a weird stalemate. X-Cloud's calling for support. He's hoping for help, and it won't be needed. He will take Crims down. That was crazy. I don't know how Crims found that gap, why he believed he had the room. He was right, but there were 4 players at that B site. If it was just the boost, that'd be one thing, but X-Cloud saves this round from disaster. And Fnatic now still going to pop their way into B.
Yeah, Messi leads. Out through short, we also have Fasher starting to make an appearance here, lobbing in a bit of util, pulling the eyes away from Messi, who's gotten very, very deep out monster, tucked in over towards jail right now.
God, I just wonder, like, did Crims know they were doing that? Did he hear it, or did he... Is that... I can't even imagine that's a read. I haven't seen Eternal Fire do that on this map before. And that's a crazy round to just walk solo out short so brazenly, so confidently. But he was perfectly on the money. It was just that 4th player. 30 seconds, Fnatic, again, they've got to go. Nikodos is holding a flank, but there's no one coming in here. There's still only 2 on the site. Eternal Fire are unconvinced. Fnatic can trade their way to a win.
Oh, X-Cloud caught looking the wrong way. Calix will reply, will respond. Still that AWP ready to go up against him, and Nikodos makes it work. Full blind, but another. He's even shooting for a 3rd. Xantares way to bated breath. He's hoping. Oh, I was going to say he's hoping that they fight him, but then I guess he wasn't. Both players swinging together from inside of the site. And Fnatic find a way in. This T side is already off to a good start, right?
Yeah. Considering they went 4-0 down, this is, I mean, literally perfect ever since. But it's the way the rounds have gone, with the exception of that very close anti-eco. These B plays have just been massacres for Fnatic, popping through smokes, going off spawn. That round, getting Messi out monster, sitting in jail for half a minute, and then late executing with 20 seconds. And Eternal Fire didn't have enough information. They didn't know where that one was ending. And now they're on pistols, and they can afford to play 5B, because why wouldn't you after all Fnatic have shown us? Crims gets caught, another eco, getting scary, getting hairy, but Messi's brought the trimmers out. 3 kills instantly. Will return this round to normality, and they can start dunking nades in as well to ensure that this one will not be an upset. Boost is a nice idea, but it's going to get caught by Roy, who's already walked out monster. And so he shall. 1 and 2, 5 rounds to Fnatic.
Yes, so now up in the lead, right? Obviously, when these guys played a little earlier on in the group, we had that. It was a grueling 3-map series. One that Fnatic was able to walk away with in the end.
But Overpass was one of the maps played. Perhaps unsurprisingly, it's a go-to for this Fnatic team, and it's one that Eternal Fire are willing to leave open. There, Eternal Fire managed 5 CT side rounds, and that game ended 16-11. So they actually got more rounds over on their T side. I think they're going to need more than that here, right? And I think that's probably the expectation that Major and the boys have come to as well. So we've got to see a solution sooner rather than later.
Great flashes at Monster for Calyx. Xfloud's going to be able to clean Mezzy up. Fnatic again, they're just relentless at this B site. Trying to pop through early, get a player in position. It's been Mezzy, it's been Crims. They've both been very keen for openers. But now Fnatic are cooled off into a 4-on-5. Back to the same setup with a third player on A. Eternal Fire frequenting this. They've even got double monster setup as well, which is very nice. While they are committed to B, they are going to be super late on rotations. This is likely going to be A. They seem to believe it, and Fnatic is showing us that that seems to be the case. Although, as I say that, Roy starts ducking back down. And so, Fnatic seemingly making the perfect move. Question is, are they ready for double monster? And also, do they have a good flash? Because Crim's got the only one. It's got to be perfect out B in order to blind this setup. There's no one anti-flash. This could tear them apart. Here it comes.
Oh no, they went ahead of it. They went ahead of any util. And they've even gone through that molly. That makes it far too easy for Calyx. Basher and Roy roasted alive. Molly down, but honestly, if you're Calyx, that doesn't really affect you. A 1-for-1 trade. Crims did all he could in that moment, but Xantares shut him out, and Nikados is not long for this world. Even the save is not guaranteed here. He's kind of boxed in over towards short, thankfully. Eternal Fire show a bit of mercy, so they'll let him get out with that AWP.
They need their money as much as he does, right? In fact, Fnatic don't really care if they lose that gun. They have so much money, but Eternal Fire have nothing on the CT side, so very important they keep players standing. Great round for Calyx, right? He poised Xfloud for the opening kill with that flashbang, and he goes on to drop the molly at the perfect timing as Fnatic walk out Monster. I think, if anything, going before that flash popped did hurt Fnatic more than it helped. Yes, Calyx's molly was primed. He would have thrown it anyway, but the second his teammate dies, he drops it and swings as well. If there was a flash to go in, there's a chance he misses his molly. There's a chance Fnatic push with the flash quickly instead of stopping after the kill and waiting for it. Order of events was not the way they wanted, and Eternal Fire, with only 2 towards B, managed to hold on. Because while we hype up Xantares for these closing rounds, which he has done, Calyx needs to be a rock-solid anchor in this series as well. Showing some good promise right now. We haven't really seen Emo with the AWP. That's been the quiet piece.
That's a real shame as well.
Fnatic haven't got A, in fairness. He's been left like either back in pit, full blind against rushes, or saving. So let's wait till we see an actual scaling A round where Fnatic are taking bathrooms. They haven't even done that. And Emo's realized that. Instead of just playing in the bomb site, he's actually pushed a divider this time. So they have a bit more early info. It means they don't need to play AAA, and they can be waiting for this B setup. Fnatic, of course, taking the info away on that A site, smokes and flashes galore, will force Eternal Fire back to passive setups. Cheeky little boosts as well. They're looking for Emo, but they won't find him. And again, all too consistent. Eternal Fire go back to this setup. Right now, it's not even been seen by Fnatic. That's the craziest part. You see the same spots every time. Major jumping long, Xantares on the fence, and Emo up close. But Fnatic don't know. They've never seen it.
Oh, missed shot from Emo's AWP. Sails right by Roy back in the bathroom.
Don't do that again.
Oh, Nikados waits and he collects his debts. Owed 1 from that A site. Major out of the round now.
Oh, look at the gamble.
They're going to start to lean away. Start to lean away from lower.
Okay.
They've employed the boost back in spawn. That
like
makes
it.
sense, right? You've got limited resources here. You're in this kind of 2-2 split. And the bright side is they shouldn't overreact to that flash.
They've been faked out at B with a molly and a
look,
flash.
they're trying to move up.
Oh.
They're starting to bring everyone up. All 4 players moving in, and Xantares, they didn't even know about him. Back at long. That's the bomb away from Fnatic. And Nikados, no saving this time.
I'm loving the hype for Eternal Fire. They bring so much energy to this room right now, and Fnatic have to sit in that. Yeah, it seemed like they made the read as soon. Util came down, Major started dropping, and then immediately they just turned around and everyone started rotating back up to A. They realized, oh, this is only a smoke, sorry, a molly and a flash.
Yeah, Major dropped early.
Sorry, not Major, whoever it was. Number 7. Yeah. Major's number 8. So whoever number 7 is. Emor. That's who it is.
Yeah.
He started dropping, then they all turned around before he'd even committed, and they were 4 up on A again. So very fluid rotations, and that's allowed by these passive rounds for Eternal Fire, where they're only really playing in the bomb sites. They haven't taken mid, they haven't pushed long, they haven't fought for connector all half. But that seems to be working out. Another key round here, where both teams' money is on the edge, more so Eternal Fire. I guess Fnatic can rebuy. Can Eternal Fire keep battering the doors down? Calyx, I like this off angle. Crims is very eager to take a peek into B. He's going to do it again. Oh, the molly. X-Cloud's fine behind the pillar. He has some space. Just got to watch the spread on low health. Crims will tuck in and wait.
Yeah, Crims often left to his own devices down towards this B side of the map. They give him a lot of room, give him a lot of kind of respect to make his own plays, right? We had that round where he just walked all the way out monster. This round, he's been sat here at the sandbags for a long while. He's said to the rest of the boys, guys, they don't know I'm here. And he swings out hoping he could get the opener. He can't, but they will trade back, right? Fasha follows up Crims' left hook with a big right hook of his own. And then Nikodos nails that second man.
Yeah, holding the perfect line. Fasha would have died to X-Cloud there if Nikodos wasn't scoped in, and he was already prepared for that repeat. He gets it, he hits the shot. That's the most crucial kill of the round there, is Nikodos. And it's forced Eternal Fire to save their guns over on the A site. Again, allowed by Fnatic. There's not been much hunting here, and that's the pressure of the final game of the group, right? Both teams are feeling it. No one wants to be too blasé, too crazy, too aggressive. Even how passive Eternal Fire being on the CT side is an example of it. They know what's on the line. They are trying to play tight counter right now. Now, I imagine somewhat of that goes out the window when we see Eternal Fire's T side. They are a very rambunctious team. They love 5 grouping and going for quick attacks. But Fnatic saw it on Overpass last time. They'll be ready for it. We'll have to see in the second half what adaptations have been made for Eternal Fire.
Emor might finally have a chance to get involved early. They've gone through that mid-molly, and that's exactly what he wanted.
Bro.
That's more like it, right? Those are the fights he's kind of been hoping you give him. Thus far, he's been dodged. We have Santares dealt with down in the connector. Fasha flushes him out. Fnatic take a bit of position over towards long. CT side for Eternal Fire getting very mobile here. Is there a man down? They pull an extra player over towards A. Major moves in to reinforce this side of the map. Emor's about to have a chance to tip the scales in Eternal Fire's favor.
Yeah, he's moving way too much here. He needs to pick an angle and just play a little more static. Backing up is fine, but he can get caught by so many timings if he's changing his view from con to toilets to mid.
Dude, Major's jump peeking again as well, and Nikodos is scoped up. I'm so nervous. Or not Nikodos, Mezzi rather, is scoped up. I'm so nervous he's going to fall to it again. Emor should get double swung here as well, so... I say that. No, he will.
I mean, Fasha's not swinging. He's on the bench. Crims has been taken out coming out of con with no flash there. Fasha will get that trade. Emor's gone. He seems to be the counter right now into this site. Major doesn't know they're creeping the smoke, and Roy with a crucial entry has left Calyx in the corner. They don't know. Nade's out. Bomb out. They don't know. They finally trade him. It's only X-Cloud on a flank. Plant required, but he finds a double headshot and puts Mezzi in the hot seat.
That didn't even look on purpose. That's crazy. The 1v1, but he can't find it. Mezzi holds on. Holds his own in that clutch there. Fnatic really needed him to, because for X-Cloud, A stray bullet almost wins him that 1v3.
I thought it was just one kill, and then suddenly, wait, where's the plant gone? They're both dead. Dear, oh dear, this was a lovely opener for Emor. But Fasher, with a big round as well, found 2 entry kills, 2 crucial entry kills, getting rid of the AWP as well on short. And xFloud,
look at that.
Just firing down range and finding a double kill. Very frustrating for Nikodos, who died early, but there it is. Messi saves the day. And they say the British can't cook. Look at that guy. Cooking up a round right now for Fnatic.
What do you reckon his favourite meal is?
Beans.
Yeah.
On toast.
Messi loves a plate of beans, doesn't he?
Full English.
Wow.
Now some Danes and some Dutchies and a Swede as well, actually. Got a full plate here for Fnatic. This is a great T-side. Let's let's take stock. They've broken the money, put them back down to the eco. We didn't see this boost before. They need to. Oh, the drop. They don't like that. Immediately, they
everyone in the round, like they all go looking
Even
over who
like,
dropped.
I don't know about that one.
Well, the boost is ruined. Oh, Xantares gets deleted.
Dude,
we pitted him and Crims against each other on the head-to-head. We said these are these are the 2 veteran players within this game, and a doming for Xantares.
Ooh, a lot of players. A lot of players this event have not checked this position. We've seen knife kills. We've seen so much. But if he drops now, there's still a 3rd player. He holds his own, and he has the round in the palm of his hand. But xFloud falls after 1. There was a chance, but Fnatic strip it away with 8. No one's clearing that Pro League carry. No one's clearing it. Was it Techno who got 4 kills off of that with a knife?
Yeah, I believe it was.
Oh,
dude, I feel bad that he doesn't get more out of that, because he fully deserved to get more out of it, man.
He just, I'm sure he wants to drop earlier, but there's a 3rd player, so he had to wait for all of them to pass. And at that point, it's too late. And Xantares has a deep breath after he gets headshot jumping.
Yeah, fair play. That's a
good teammate. He didn't rage. He just went.
Yeah.
Hopefully with the mic closed, though. Good round for Fnatic to throw a boost into their own, perhaps. They haven't done this yet. They're going to let Nikodos look for an opener while they boost. Double whammy, eh? Calix is holding it, though.
They're doing a lot. The whole opening move is kind of centered down towards B, right? You got Nikodos posted with the AWP. You've got the boost taking place. They've employed a lot of resources to try and get this opener down on the lower side of the map, but it's Emor's AWP striking through the silence first. A 5v4 out of the gate for Eternal Fire.
Crims has been on Calix's screen. He just hasn't seen it yet. I don't think Crims has had the same luxury of seeing him right back down over the roof. Nade's coming out. It's a good bit of damage. Double nade. That will do. Molly as well. Throw everything you got at him. And Calix will have to find a hidey hole. Second time in this map that someone's come out of connector without a flashbang and Emor's AWP'd him. That happened to Roy. So Fnatic are going to have to just end it at B. And Eternal Fire have shuffled downwards. They've got no more nades. Just this one little flashbang on Calix as Fnatic get ready to go for the last round of the half. TikTok though, boys.
Yeah, very little time there. They're playing this one really into the margins of this timer, and Eternal Fire are starting to bring bodies down towards B. They see the bomb now. It's out in the open. You're not winning this, Fnatic. This one's done. The time's decided it. Far too long to get this play rolling, and it's going to let Eternal Fire squeak around out there to close out this first half. Basically neck and neck. Fnatic just barely in the lead, up 8-7 on their map pick.
I can never get enough.
Run it. I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem been bad. Gotta keep on chugging. Ran through everything in front of me. Might smoke bed in heaven. Got a whole agenda. Can't aspire to get ahead, so bump that. It's no surrender. Got a dollar flipped up. I'm trying to get it in FT to get them when they're in hand and crypto. Learn how to fix that. I don't really hold out of books, but I'ma learn how to fix that. Some opportunities and never come unless you paying attention. So no, I can't miss that. Moving. MVP, I got the record. I might have to pro something. Big jumper worthy. They gon' have to retire my jersey early. Whole crew coming. Had to work something cause I had nothing in my pocket. Yeah, I did all that. Big plans. Partners trying to make profits. Yeah, I did all that. Work, sweat, and tears breaking, even no wins. Yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen. Putting hours in my practice, I did all that. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my big dog, walking big talk, young veteran, living legend, bet I'm better than them. This is my ship, I'm a jacket like Letterman, y'all better not let them in. They gon' rotate this, so I keep the pedaling, started a chain. The cycle is heaven sent, this is from God, but I'm not your reverend, not in the pulpit. I'm a big bull in this element, yeah. Said you gon' pull up, then settle it, yeah. I've been married to this hustle, this is my ring, watch I step in it, yeah. And I ain't even got a yard, but I'ma get it here. Watch how I touch down, pulling plans out the clutch. Everybody getting crushed, the cut down is for us now. Have to work something cause I had nothing in my pocket, yeah, I did all that. Big plans, partners trying to make profits, yeah, I did all that. Work, sweat, and tears breaking, even no wins, yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen, putting hours in my practice, I did all that. Yeah, I can't take no loss, yeah, I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, I can't take no loss, yeah.
All right, we're back. Fnatic leading the charge, up 8-7 after a back and forth first half. Both teams going on little streaks to make it happen. Right now, if you really want to look out for some point men, we're going to be taking a look down the list. It's Mezzi, Nikados, and Crims doing the heavy lifting for Fnatic. On the Eternal Fire side, Zantares has been a round closer to Envy. And we've had someone else actually from Envy, and Calix also looking good alongside him.
That's
there you go,
throwback.
There's the link in.
Was that on the fly? That's incredible.
Yeah, I only just kind of realized that. You remember Calix was in Envy?
Yeah, I do. Remember Carrigan was in Envy at one point.
Yeah, with Drone.
Yeah, good old days. Throwing it back a few.
Better times for Carrigan.
Yeah, no, I don't know about that one. That's, let's just get into the game, shall we? Because we've got an aggressive pistol for Fnatic, one they're getting a little bit punished for. Major with a P250 fires back. Fnatic go right past this, or Eternal Fire do rather, and go up short side. Then they duck down into the depths below, into Roy, who loves these dual Berettas. Oh, he's spamming, he's spraying, he's praying, and right now they're answering the call. 2 kills and a lot of damage to the last man. Oh, there's even a flank down con. This is so suffocating for Fnatic, and they're going to finish the job. Everyone dead. 9 rounds with a pistol in the pocket. Eternal Fire have entered the boiling point, Harry.
Man, that was like the most cavalier use of dual Berettas I've ever seen. You know, like normally, right? Whenever I'm kind of thinking dualies in recent times, I'm thinking, I would say probably of Zywoo, actually.
Yeah,
he's very, very dually based.
The dually player.
And whenever you see him use him, he's shooting fast, but he's still going for headshots, right? It's almost like he's controlling the spray.
It's a lot harder when they're on the stairs,
is how I would describe it. But Roy,
taking their legs out.
He's just different with how he did it. He was like just full, I'm just going to fire all the bullets into the bodies. And he makes it work.
I like it. You know, he can get so many rounds off, and he's not going to have to reload. It's swapped to the clock. That's a very suffocating round for Fnatic. Already they're playing a little bit more aggressive than Eternal Fire ever had the interest in doing. Double toilets, connector. Of course, only Glocks for Eternal Fire. No bomb plant means no buy. Roy doesn't know they're wide, but ooh, he can duck out just in time. And actually, it's a flawless round for Fnatic. They farm up in middle. Mezzi gets 3 ecos to keep him at top of the server. And now we go into the gun rounds where Eternal Fire, I've already said, when we had this previous matchup, played very fast, very quick rounds, did not wait around to get involved with these AKs. And it worked for about 4 or 5 in a row. Then Fnatic found the answers. So what adaptations have been made on either side of the coin? Freak out. And look at the take from mid.
Yeah, 2 players pushed all the way through. Even once you make contact with one, you're not ready for a second. Emor's going to come back up. The bomb's right here, so it's scary. Also, Emor has the Krieg. Hello. I see the Krieg a lot.
When you're too poor for the AWP. Hey, it has a scope. And, you know, he just went up to get the bomb, but he knows he can't really play for middle right now, and Fnatic are likely stacked down lower. So even if Eternal Fire go here, they're walking into quite a dangerous round.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward as well, because Eternal Fire haven't gone back and, like, retaken that control, so they're kind of forced into following through on the B play. That is a nice way for them to get the opener, but Crims holding this angle from all the way back at jail could just take off the tip of Xantares' head.
Go back for more, maybe. They know Crims is deep monster, but they're going to check connector instead. They know they have no mid control, so they're a little scared of what's above them, and for good reason. Roy, oh, he didn't commit to that. I don't think he's going to peek con. But they have to cross. Oh, he does. He just goes for it, Roy. Drops the bomb and the Krieg. 2v3. It's a worthy death, honestly. But it might mean Eternal Fire get a plant. Unless Mezzi wants to risk it all by running into the site, he's doing so. Oh my god, that smoke has helped him out massively. What a mistake for xFloud. I don't know where he wanted it. It looked like he just wanted it on default, but it bounces off, and it gives Mezzi the room to move to deny the plant. Calyx has to save. The round is over to time. That is a disaster for xFloud. I honestly don't know if Mezzi would have gone for that if the smoke wasn't there. But it was such a temptation. Already seeing some pressure on Eternal Fire's shoulders with plays like that.
Yeah, you know, one of the kind of players that we homed in on coming into this game was Crims, right?
Yeah.
Saying how so often he's been the rock for Fnatic throughout multiple iterations of the roster. He's always been a pair of hands that you could depend on. He's had some ups and downs throughout the Pro League thus far, but he's looking good in the second map of this series. In that round there, he was able to topple the boost and deny that B play. He's following up just behind their captain in Mezzi on the scoreboard. Interesting round out of Eternal Fire here. Couple of hero guns.
Glocks and AKs in the same round is never a pretty picture. Oh, but that certainly is. Xantares. Crucial entry kill. He's got 2. Oh, a whiff spray from Roy. He put Major down to 2 points of health, but it didn't matter because Xantares was there to answer the call. Double entry kill, and he's even got a lineup to get the quick stairs smoke in. Ooh, Fasher doesn't respect it though, but maybe he should have. 3rd kill in the round for Xantares.
This is vintage Xantares, right? This is what you used to love about him, is they just give him a gun, a hero gun. They say, please just win us around. And he's done that in this one. 3 kills and just Crims left to beat. It's a numbers game for Crims at this point, really. He can't justify giving this round a look in. If he saves, they're buying next round. If he goes for it and then they come up short, then it kind of throws that into question. So he's got no choice but to bow out of this round, meaning Xantares does it single-handedly.
Wow.
And those are the rounds that this guy, you know, was known for, right? Being able to just be that hero figure, that star player, that star power to cook you up around what you have no business winning. He goes in a mid into a double crossfire. There's a swing up through the connector, and he goes one step further and even gets the kill that forces the save, turning that into a 3v1.
Madness. Absolute madness. And those are the rounds that Eternal Fire, you know, got on with at the start of the T side last time. Just 5 grouping in middle. And I was going to say trading, but that was less trading, more just Xantares putting on a show. Great shooting. And look at the money. It's not great for Fnatic. They've got an AWP power at least, but still holes in the defense. The top performer of Mezzi on the worst gun. Captain's taking the L, as they often do. Door off means this boost is still dangerous for Fasher. Needs to be a little bit cautious. Double nade in toilet with a molly. Eternal Fire, very methodical in middle. I like this util, it's really clean. It's something Fnatic were lacking, and they lost a couple of picks to Emor's AWP because they weren't throwing that util every round. I think they did it once. But Eternal Fire, it's all a bit of a ruse as they are situated out B. Oh, little late boost, huh? Oh yeah? That works. Crims with a kill. And Roy wants more, but he's going to get a run boost his way.
Oh, it's kind of a limp run boost, but Emor still lands the shot.
You take that. What on earth?
Takes a while getting it up, but finishes strong. Emor brings us back into even odds.
But they're still gambled B, and there's not much time.
Xantares moving in. Gotta try and offer up another big multi-kill round on the entries here. Up at the front of the pack. There's one. There's two. Xantares! That's nearly a third. He's done so much to Crims. Someone just got to finish the job, but Crims, elusive as ever. In with a double before they snuff him out. Emor with that frag. Nikodos trying to step up to the plate. A 1v2 in front of him. A 1v2 where he's got no clue where that second man could be.
And no kit.
So time is not his friend here. He's got to be very, very fast at sniffing out both these players. Nails that shot on a major. And now it's just... Oh, no. Hello, hang on.
Has Crims called it? Yes, he has.
Yeah, he's gone back and grabbed it.
Gotta go.
Now Nikodos has the kit. With that retrieved, it buys him 5 more seconds. Time is of the essence still, though. It's fast getting away from him. Moving up towards short. The no-scope misses. And there's the close. Emor, the man to do it. And very composed, very collected on the camera. Eternal Fire, slowly but surely building back into this one. That's 2 in a row now, and the money of Fnatic broken.
You could see the pain there on Nikodos' face. That is visceral, right? He knew that he could have won that round with one shot, but it just sails on past him. He really thought Emor was still in the bomb site. Didn't expect him to have exited when he went down into water. And then after he's cleared everything, he realizes, I've just got to chase. I've got to run for the kill. I've not got time to dilly-dally. And Emor holds his nerve. A big round from a guy who's been very quiet in this map, but Emor is waking up on the T side. Oh my goodness, thank God Calix went back, because if he didn't, they would have no idea that 4 players are in middle. Oh dear, could still go problematic. They've grabbed an AWP, they've grabbed an AK, but X-File's here to stop the tide.
Yeah, right, this is where it should get a little prettier. And X-File mows them down, that's more like it. What a recovery from the weird start of that round to the quick close.
Went very wrong to very right very quickly. Lovely spray control, and even started getting shots through the pillar, but right on this last kill you can see he moves out just one step, saves his aim. This guy's got fantastic mechanics. That's why we know him, 20 years old. Emor stressed that he got run down by pistols. But what can you really do, buddy? It's out of your hands. Great save for X-Floud, and now Eternal Fire. Now they're the ones controlling this T side. Got nades in Monster. No one's playing close wood, but I like that they tried. Even this buy from Fnatic is suboptimal, no kit. Oh my god, Xfab. Careful.